Shudder a little on Sunday afternoon. Well, they know there's mystery in store Sunday with men of action like Mike Waring, better known as the Falcon, who brings his fearless and romantic touch to the solution of another mystery. After the Falcon, it's high adventure. Then the big guy steps in. The new private eye Charlie Wilde concludes with a few casual homicides. The chimes mean mystery and action this Sunday afternoon on NBC. Transcribed.
My boss is the smartest and the stubbornest, the fattest and the laziest, the cleverest and the craziest, the most extravagant detective in the world, Nero Wolfe.
It's the adventure of Stamped for Murder, with that brilliant, eccentric private detective, orchid fancier, and gargantuan gourmet, Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet.
Instructions for this morning, Archie. Your notebook, please. First, Mr. Salinsbeck. Inform him that the Long Island peafowl he sent were most unsatisfactory. Peafowl's breast flesh is not sweet and tender unless it is well protected from all alarms, especially from the air, to prevent nervousness. Long Island is full of airplanes.
Look, Mr. Wolfe,
I shall want a dozen chickens that have been raised on blueberries and a fresh-killed lamb for tomorrow.
Mr. Wolfe, please listen. There's...
Mr. Goodwin, be quiet, and then dinner on the following day becomes a problem.
Mr. Wolfe, dinner any day is going to be a problem if we don't pay Sausenbach's bill.
Then pay it.
With what? The bank account's empty.
Ridiculous. There were $4,000 yesterday.
But you bought that shipment of orchid bulbs from Winold Gluckner. Mr. Wolfe, we need money. You've got to stop eating and drinking beer long enough to earn some.
Shush. You're an alarmist.
Will you, for the love of heaven, stop turning down clients and turn an honest dollar? I've got a couple of prospects right outside the door.
Send them away.
No, sir.
Send them away. Tell them I've gone to Egypt.
Nothing doing, sir.
Confound you, Archie. Obey orders. Send them away.
Miss Kent, Mr. Rodman, come in, please.
Thank you.
Confound you, Archie. You're mutinous.
Yes, sir, and you're stuck with it. This is Miss Gloria Kent and Mr. Rodman. They arrived as advertised with a pressing problem.
Good morning. You people are here by sufferance only. I shall speak to Mr. Goodwin about it later. Yes, indeed. I don't like pressing problems, Miss Kent. What are yours?
My father.
Indeed, I'm not a court of domestic relations, Miss Kent. What did your father do? Beat you? Withhold your earnings? Discourage your suitors? Mr. Goodwin should have informed you this office does not undertake cases involving marital or family problems.
But that's not...
If Mr. Goodwin had not been beguiled by your pretty face, he might have warned you and avoided this embarrassment to you and annoyance to me.
Now, take it easy, take it easy. How many times have I told you you don't know how to handle women?
Then suppose you let Miss Kent handle me.
Well, it's simply this, Mr. Wolfe. I had some money my mother left me. My father's just spent it without my permission. I want it back without a scandal.
Thanks, Miss Kent. How much? How spent?
$10,000. Father bought a treasure map.
Indeed, from whom?
A pair of swindlers named Cross and Halleck. They've driven him crazy, talking about fortune salvaged from the SS this and the SS that. He's got a map and old letters he studies. He's childish.
Many fortunes have been recovered. Many more await on the sea bottom. How do you know your father has been duped?
Well, I know.
You do, Mr. Rodman.
Yes. Cross and Halleck bought some old letters from me, written by my grandfather from Hawaii. They used them to manufacture the map and evidence. And that's what they sold to Kent.
Father thought he was being so clever. He had the paper analyzed. Of course, the document research laboratory said the letters were genuine. They were. But something new had been added. I'd have never known if Mr. Rodman hadn't told me.
You're a party to the swindle, Mr. Rodman?
I was not. I never knew what they were up to.
Mr. Wolfe, you've got to help me. I can't do anything with Father. I can't convince him. Even Mr. Rodman can't.
No, Miss Kent, I'm sorry. This is not for me.
But you must. You must.
Not in my office, madam. No tears. Please, Archie, stop her.
Okay.
Archie, when Miss Kent has finished her disgraceful exhibition, show them out.
How dare he walk out on us like he was...
Easy. I know him. You don't. He gets into a panic when women cry, or else he's curious about what Fritz is cooking for lunch. Now, just wait a minute, please. Oh, aren't you ashamed of yourself walking out like that on that poor kid?
That hysterical gamma.
She's lost all of her money. She needs help.
I charge high fees, Archie.
So charge a small fee. Do you want her to starve?
Good heavens. Starve? How monstrous.
I'm not kidding. While you'll be in here smelling your dinner, she and her father will be starving.
I thought you were bringing me a paying client.
Well, this is different. She's,
You're beautiful. Archie, you're impossible. Oh, very well. Go back into them. Get names, addresses, facts. I am not committed to Miss Kent's case, but we'll see. Be a tribute I pay for your weakness for a pretty face.
Rodman and Gloria Kent were gone, however. So all I had were the few facts they'd given me before they met Wolfe. I felt guilty about that when he came back into the office and sat down in his specially built chair. He closed his eyes, and I glared at him. Well, how much of you is awake? Mr. Wolfe. Well, they disappeared. Did you tell me you were going to help this girl just to get her out of the office, or did you mean it?
You're a gadfly.
No, sir. No, sir. You made a promise, and you're stuck with it.
What did you get from Rodman?
Name, address, occupation. He's a librarian, that's all.
Very careless, Archie. You missed a significant point.
Such as,
How did Rodman discover the letters he sold were being altered by forgery and used for swindle? How did he locate the dupe, Mr. Kent?
I guess you're right. I'll ask him next time. But what about now? Are you going to get Gloria's money back?
I assume you call Miss Kent Gloria solely in order to annoy me. It does. Stop it. Get Cross and Halleck.
On my way.
You'll find them at the Hotel Bogart.
Wrong, sir. According to my notes, their address is...
Never mind their address. The Hotel Bogart is the headquarters for successful, confident tricksters. They celebrate their victories there while the money lasts. You will possibly find Cross and Halleck drinking whiskey or lunching, probably both.
I located Cross and Halleck in the hotel bar and lured them back to our place on 35th Street. Wolfe was sitting behind his desk with his hands crossed on his impressive middle, at peace with his lunch and the world when I ushered them in. He sat bolt upright and scorched me with a look. Good afternoon, Mr. Wolfe. The tall one's name is Cross, the short one is Halleck. They want to help me invest my money. Gentlemen, Mr. Nero Wolfe.
What?
Who?
Nero Wolfe.
Hey, what is this?
Confound you, Archie. How drunk are they?
Not too drunk for business.
Let's get out of here. Come on.
Wait a
Dirty
minute.
shill duck decoy.
You want me to keep him here, Mr. Wolfe?
Not by violence, Archie. Come back here, gentlemen. Unless you want 7 years in the state penitentiary.
Well, this what?
You got nothing on us, Wolf. Nothing.
I have the Kent case.
The Kent?
That's a laugh. We're sitting pretty.
You are not, sir. You imagine you possess legal immunity. Mr. Kent believes you are grotesque balderdash and will not sue for fraud. Miss Kent cannot sue because she is reluctant to accuse her father of wrongfully obtaining her money. Ergo, you think you are invulnerable.
Now, listen.
But you forget me. I'm a detective with a fee to earn.
A big fee.
Quiet, Archie. I am determined to get that fee. Therefore, as Miss Kent's agent, I can and will bring action against you. I'm indifferent to her tears or her father's disgrace. I'm indifferent to anything outside of money. You will return the $10,000 to me at once, sir, or you will be in jail by morning.
You mean that?
I do, Mr. Cross.
Alec. Come here.
Come on, hurry.
Okay. Here, Mr. Wolfe. Alec and I have decided we don't want to get in any trouble with you. Here's your $10,000.
Let's have it.
Give the dough to Kent, Mr. Wolfe, and get the letters and map back for us. You've got a reputation for being tricky, but honest. We trust you. Come on, Alec, let's go.
Well, how about that?
Preposterous.
No, sir. Take a look. $10,000, genuine coin of the realm.
That man Cross is a fool. Does he imagine I'm to be fooled so easily?
What do you mean he left the money?
He surrendered too quickly, Archie. Too easily. And that money in the envelope he was carrying all ready to refund. Why?
Well, maybe he's got a better sucker. I heard him mention a Ben Sanford.
Nonsense. Does he need Kent's forged letters and map to cheat this Ben Sanford? Couldn't he prepare another set?
I guess you're right. Something's fishy.
In any event, it's no concern of mine, thank heaven.
Why not?
I'm not committed to Miss Kent in any way. As a favor to you, I undertook to regain her money. I have done that. You may take it back to her and obtain the forged papers in return.
But,
Silence, Mr. Goodwin. Go to your red-haired charmer. Leave me in peace. I intend to spend this afternoon with my New World Atlas.
I left him 3,000 miles up the Amazon with his magnifying glass and drove up to East 69th Street. The Kent house was a broken-down little brownstone, and as I went up the stoop, the door opened and Gloria Kent burst out like a skyrocket. Hey, Miss Kent, easy, easy.
Let go of me. Let go.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
Wrong. Nothing is wrong. Nothing at all.
Well, how about seeing your father?
You want to see my father? Come inside.
Oh, for the love of heaven.
Come inside, Mr. Goodwin. I'll introduce you. He's in a back room. Come right through the living room.
What else came through this living room? A hurricane?
No, Mr. Goodwin. Something else. There's my father, Mr. Goodwin.
What in the devil? He's dead. His throat's cut.
Father, this is Archie Goodwin from Nero Wolfe's office. He and his boss refused to help while they could. Maybe he can help you now.
Stop it.
All I'm good for now is revenge. That's all.
Stop
Archie.
it. Stop it and look at me. When did it happen?
I don't know.
When did you find him?
Just now.
Keep looking at me. Who went through this house like a hurricane? You?
No.
Where did you go after you left the office?
To the laboratory.
What lab?
Document research. The place that checked the map.
How long were you there?
Until an hour ago. I was with Mr. Rodman.
Keep looking at me. And then?
I had lunch.
With Rodman?
Alone. And then I came home.
All right. All right, now listen to me. I want you to go to Mr. Wolfe's house right now. Have you got cab fare?
Yes?
All right, take a cab. I've got to stay here, but I'll call Mr. Wolfe and tell him you're on the way. Now, get. I called Wolfe, told him everything, and he instructed me to advise Inspector Kramer, who arrived with the homicide squad. I gave the inspector everything while the squad photographed and measured, print dusted and detected. At 3:30, Kramer took me back to the house on 35th Street for a fight with Wolfe.
It's a great story, Wolf. Great. Kent buys a phony treasure map. Everybody knows it's phony except Kent. But Cross and Halleck try to buy it back, and Kent gets himself murdered.
Did you find the map and letters in the house, Inspector?
No, I didn't.
The killer was after the map.
A phony map?
Certainly.
Why?
Well, if we knew that, we would know why Cross and Halleck so willingly paid back the money and why Kent was murdered.
Maybe it's not phony.
I'd better see the girl now.
Oh, you fancy her for the murder?
Well, I'll know after I ask a few questions.
Tonight. She's had a shock, Mr. Kramer. She needs rest.
Look, Wolf, I want her.
Why bother with her when there's so much to be done?
Yes, such as?
Cross and Halleck, find them. And the mystery man they spoke of, Ben Sanford. These are the men you want now, not this poor, overwrought girl.
Yeah. All right. The girl will be here for questioning tonight, though, huh?
Tonight, Mr. Kramer.
Okay. You'll hear from me later on.
Well, you buffaloed him out of that, okay. Say, why don't you want her questioned? Is she guilty?
I don't know.
Well, what did she say when she got here?
She said nothing. She never arrived.
She never what?
She never arrived.
Well, then why did you tell Kramer she was resting?
Would he have believed the truth? She must be found. More important, we must learn why forged letters and forged map produces turmoil.
Find the killer and you find the map. You said so.
I said the reverse, which is an altogether different statement. Archie, I want a photograph of that map. Get it.
Oh, sure. Any particular camera you want me to use?
You'll find the photograph at 200 Vanderbilt Street.
Are you kidding?
The lab cannot check the authenticity of old papers without photographing them in ultraviolet light, infrared light, and so on. If this document research lab has examined those papers, they will have photographs. Get them.
He got out of his chair and waddled back to the house elevator. It was 4:00 and time for his regular afternoon session with the orchids. I drove down to the document research laboratory on Vanderbilt and got such a shock that I grabbed the office phone and dialed Wolfe at once.
Nero Wolfe.
Mr. Wolfe, Archie here.
What's the matter? You lost?
No, sir. No, sir, but I found something.
Photographs?
No, Mr. Wolfe, I don't think you'll ever see any photographs of the Kent map. I don't think any were taken.
Indeed.
But guess who runs the document research laboratory? No. Don't guess. You probably know. A man named Ben Sanford, and he's sitting right here looking at me.
Bring him home with you.
Home? But it's 4 p.m. This is the sacred hour when you pray over your orchids.
Then Mr. Sanford can join the ceremony.
Hey, how about this place? How about it? There must be 1,000,000 flowers up here.
No, not flowers. Orchids only. Mr. Wolfe has 10,000 plants.
Never saw anything like it.
And you never will again, brother.
Hey, what kind is that on the bench?
Oh, that's our pride and joy. Odontoglossum harryanum. Above them, the Van Petersirana, and the pink ones are the Coelogiani panduratas. Now, the large object, mulching flower pots, is Nero Wolfe. Mr. Wolfe, Ben Sanford.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hi. I came along to be obliging. I've got nothing to say about anything.
How much have you offered Cross and Halleck for their treasure map?
No comment.
Mr. Sanford, I'm going to make some assumptions. I assume that you are not, in fact, a document expert, but an accessory to the fraud of Halleck and Cross.
No comment.
That you actually prepare fraudulent maps for those swindlers, and then, in the guise of an expert, guarantee their authenticity.
No comment.
But this you must answer. You did guarantee the authenticity of the map and letters Kent bought. It's on record.
All right, I did.
Then will you admit they were forged?
What are you, a comic? No.
You guarantee the value of the Kent map?
Yes.
As an expert?
Yes.
Then you've convicted yourself of murder.
Murder? What is this?
Mr. Kent was murdered, sir. Evidently for the map and letters he bought. But of all persons involved, you alone believe in the value of the map. No one else does. Therefore, you alone would have murdered Kent for the map.
For the love of... Now, wait a minute.
Chew it over, brother. Chew it over. Either way, he's got you.
Okay, you want me to level? Here it is.
Level, Archie.
Okay, boss. Thief-type talk. It means tell the truth.
It's like you say. The letters were bought from Rodman. I forged the map and evidence onto them. I guaranteed them to Kent. It was a swindle.
The letters are without value?
Oh, sure, they're old, that's all. From 1851. Just tired family gossip and stuff.
Indeed. There we have the problem again, Archie. Mr. Kent is swindled with a map and letters that are known to be worthless. He alone believes the fantasy of the treasure.
There isn't any treasure. Never was.
Yet Cross and Halleck refunded the swindle money so eagerly. It is obvious they want those worthless documents back badly. Someone else wants them so bad he murders Mr. Kent. Why?
I don't know.
Archie, we must find the girl. There's a chance she turned to Mr. Rodman for refuge. I'm sorry you'll have to go there at once. If the girl isn't there, bring Rodman.
Yes?
Hello, Rodman. Remember me? I'm Archie Goodwin from Nero Wolfe's office.
Oh, yes, of course.
I came to get Gloria Kent. There's been a change in plans. Tell her to come out, please.
Gloria? Well, she's not here. Why should she be?
Haven't you heard?
Heard what?
Well, I guess you'd better come down and see Wolfe.
Mr. Goodwin, I'm afraid I can't. I'm rather busy.
Look, Rodman, maybe you ought to know. Old man Kent was murdered.
What?
Yes, just after you and Gloria left us.
Kent murdered? Well, this is awful, Mr. Goodwin.
You want to see Mr. Wolfe now? Get your hat.
Murder? Well, believe me, I never wanted this. I'm going to tell Nero Wolfe the whole mess. Every word of it.
Okay, then. Come on, let's go.
Yes, of course. Just a minute. I'll get my hat in the bedroom. Murdered? Kent? I never dreamed.
Oh. Come on, Rodman. Come on. What? I didn't hear you. Oh, Rodman. What the... Oh! Rodman. Oh, Rodman. Good Lord. What next? Come on.
This is Nero Wolfe.
Archie here. We've had a tough break.
Yes?
While I was waiting for Rodman at the front door, he went into the bedroom for his hat. The killer was there.
How do you know?
He cut Rodman's throat.
Devil.
The back window was open. It's a ground floor apartment. He was out and gone before I had a chance.
Archie, where were your wits?
Let me alone. I've had a man murdered 20 feet from me. You think I'm cheering?
Mr. Kramer is here, and he has news for us, Archie. He could not locate Cross and Halleck in their apartment. They had not been home all day. The maid informed him that she was waiting for her weekly salary.
Well, so what?
She was most angry and peppery, Mr. Kramer informs me.
Red pepper?
Exactly.
Okay. Okay, maybe I know what you mean. I'll try to deliver the goods this time. Goodbye. I drove down to the apartment house on Gramercy Square where Cross and Halleck lived, took the elevator up to the 10th floor, found the right door, and slipped in with a passkey. Come on out. Come out wherever you are. I know you're in here. You fooled Kramer pretending to be the maid, but you didn't fool Wolfe. You'd better... Gloria! Cut it out, you idiot. Lay off. Archie, you dope. Archie Goodwin from Nero Wolfe's office. Remember me?
Go.
Give me the gun, Gloria. Give it to me. That's right. Who did you think I was?
Halleck.
Oh, brilliant. So Wolfe figured you out, huh? Well, you are a brave girl. They killed your father. You came up here and waited for them. You were going to kill them right back, huh? Oh, that red-headed temper. And you bluffed Kramer into thinking you were the maid.
I had to do something. It was the only thing I could think of. To come here and kill him.
Well, you're coming home with Archie. And just remember one thing. When Wolfe's working for you, don't try to do any thinking. It only gets in Wolfe's way. I got Gloria Kent back to the house at 7 o'clock. I parked the car, brought her into the office, and got the shock of my life. There was a convention on. Wolfe was there, with Inspector Kramer representing the cops. Cross, Halleck, and Sanford were there representing the crooks. When Kramer saw Gloria, he scowled first at her and then at Wolfe.
So it was a slick one after all, Wolfe. You didn't have the girl. You had no intention of producing her.
Please, Mr. Kramer, that can wait. There are other matters more important. I dine at 8. That leaves me 1 hour to solve your murders.
Murders? More than one?
Yes, 2. Elmer Rodman.
By heaven, Goodwin, if you...
Please, Mr. Kramer, not now. First, Miss Kent. Good evening, Miss Kent. I presume you have met these gentlemen, Cross, Halleck, and Sanford? Yeah, I'll take your purse, please.
Well, why?
Don't think me as naive as Mr. Goodwin, miss. When you left your home after the murder of your father, you took the map and letters with you. They're in your purse
Well,
now.
that's not true.
Archie, the purse. Thank you. We have here an interesting situation. There exist some old letters and map, forged and fraudulent. They're worth $10,000 and more to Cross and Halleck and worth 2 murders to a killer. Why? There must be something of great value in the letters.
Yes, such as?
Something which Mr. Sanford could not see, although he worked on the document closely. Yet something which could be made manifest. What is the answer, Miss Kent? You know it?
I swear I don't.
Secret writing, Archie. Bring the chafing dish from the dining room.
Right.
Secret writing.
I saw nothing when I worked on those letters.
Naturally, Mr. Sanford, the writing is invisible. But heat is an agent. It makes most forms of secret writing visible.
The chafing dish, boss.
Thank you, Archie. Place it before me and light it.
Right.
Now I open Miss Kent's purse. From it, you see, I withdraw these ancient letters which he took from her house after her father's murder.
That's not true.
Archie.
That's enough, Gloria. That's enough. From now on, you just listen.
We remove the letters from the envelope and toast them gently. The secret ink vintage 1851 will easily succumb to the agency of heat.
Careful. Those envelopes will catch fire.
Hey, they're caught.
Don't be upset, Mr. Cross, Mr. Halleck.
The envelopes.
They'll burn safely in the dish. We can concentrate on the writing. Watch closely. I don't want to be accused of trickery.
You fat fool. The envelopes are everything.
Put 'em out, Sanford. Don't sit there. Put 'em out.
Why, Mr. Halleck?
Well, the stamps, the missionaries, are worth a fortune.
The missionary. Of course. You know that. Mr. Cross knows. So does Mr. Sanford, right?
Yeah.
Cross Sanford knows, you old fool. Let me...
Mr. Sanford is not alarmed. Why not, sir?
I don't know what you're talking about.
$50,000 or $100,000 is burning before your eyes, Mr. Sanford. Cross and Halleck are burning their fingers, putting out the flaming envelopes. And you sit there quite indifferently. Why?
Well,
You know the value of the missionary stamps on the letters you bought from Rodman. But you know these aren't the real letters. Isn't that it?
Not the real letters?
I told you I'm tough to crack, Wolf. You didn't fool me with those dummies.
Dummies, how do you know? Mr. Cross didn't know. Mr. Halleck didn't know. How did you?
Well,
I'll tell you, sir. Only one man could know I was framing Miss Kent as a decoy. Only one man could know I prepared these dummy letters and pretended to take them from her purse. And that is the killer. The man who murdered her father and stole the map and letters this morning. You, sir, Mr. Sanford.
Well, I'll be...
Mr. Kramer, there's your killer. You'll find the missing map and letters on him or concealed in his home or office. You won't need the evidence anyway. Look at his face. He's self-confessed.
Self-confessed like fun. He was booby-trapped.
No, Mr. Kramer. Not a complicated case, really. Very simple. Elmer Rodman sold a packet of old family letters to the swindlers for a small sum. They used the letters to perpetrate their fraud on Miss Kent's father.
And the stamps on the letters were valuable?
They were a special Hawaiian issue 1851, Miss Kent. Nicknamed missionaries, because missionaries used them for writing home. They are extremely rare stamps worth upward of $25,000 each.
Hey, no wonder they were worth 2 murders. We found 5 of them on Sanford.
Excellent. Somewhere or other, Rodman discovered the value of the stamps after he sold the letters. In his effort to get them back, he communicated his discovery to the swindlers, Cross, Halleck, and Sanford.
So that's why they refunded the money so fast.
Precisely, in an effort to have the sale rescinded. Rodman sought out Kent and tried to convince him of the fraud. Alas, he would not listen to the truth, Mr. Kramer.
Oh, I get it. And while the others were hassling around, Sanford tried to steal a march and quietly resorted to murder.
There you have it.
Ha-ha! Great job, boss. Great job. So Gloria not only gets her 10 grand back, but 5 times 25, which is about 125,000 worth of goodies. Now, figuring your rates by the hour, that means you've done a gratis job worth about...
Miss Kent, I did not know will I demand a large fee for what I have done. I will not go back on my word. But I can beg for a favor.
I'll only be too happy to...
Wait. I ask something that will not be easy to grant.
What is it?
Will you use your red hair, your pretty face, your admirable figure, and your ample fortune to lure Mr. Goodwin away from this house tonight? I would like to enjoy my dinner in peace.
That won't be difficult, Mr. Wolfe.
Let's have an understanding right now, Gloria. Difficult for you or for me?
I'll be delighted.
Indeed. To spend an evening with Mr. Goodwin, there is only one word for you, Miss Kent. Intrepid.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's story by Alfred Bester was based on the famous characters created by Rex Stout, produced by Edwin Fadiman, and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Wally Mayer as Archie Goodwin, and Gene Bates, Howard McNair, Jay Novello, Larry Dobkin, Bill Johnstone, and Herb Vigran. Music by Joseph Enos. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Careworn Cup. Don Stanley speaking.
The preceding was transcribed. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. The chimes ring for Dennis Day and Judy Canova tomorrow night on NBC. Also, Judy Canova prepares to go operatic tomorrow because her special guest is Ezio Pinza.
This is Chester William Bendix Riley. The Man Called X follows on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell means mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. Yes? Yes, I know that in 48 hours it's going to be Christmas, but who is this? Who? Look, I'm a big boy now, so... Okay. Tonight at 8. Goodbye.
What the devil was that?
This may come as a shock to you, Mr. Wolfe, but that was Santa Claus.
You've been drinking.
Uh-huh, the usual, milk. He's coming to see you at 8. He's got a problem.
Indeed.
It seems that some low, not to mention murderous character is going around slaughtering Santa Clauses.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the bulkiest, balkiest, smartest, and most unpredictable detective in the world. That chair-born genius, Nero Wolfe. Created by Rex Stott and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
Began earlier than 8, however, the case of the slaughtered Santas. It began, to be precise, on the corner of 34th Street and Carlisle. The hour was close to 6, the weather cold, the sky dark.
How you doing, Santa?
I'm freezing to death, officer.
It's a cold day. You packing up?
Yeah, I guess so. Not many people around anymore.
Oh, heading for home and dinner. How was the collection?
Well, I don't need no armored car, but a few dozen kids are going to have something for their Christmas stockings.
Your competition, the guy in the opposite corner, is already screaming.
Probably got low blood pressure. Yeah, give me a hand to get the collection pot off the chains, eh?
Sure, there you go.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I'll just walk you down the block. Got to phone in.
Okay, fine.
One Santa still left. Wonder what he's waiting for.
Santa Claus.
Well, watch yourself going down those chimneys tonight, eh?
Sure. Well, I'll cut across the avenue here. Be seeing you.
Hey, that car coming down the street. Got its lights out. Look out!
Hey, Peg.
Huh?
Did I ever tell you I love you?
Oh, it's not me you love. It's the hot soup.
Now, you're not the only woman who can cook a dish of soup.
Huh?
It helps, though. I'm just beginning to thaw out.
Yeah, that's a cold corner you play Santa Claus on.
Well, don't hurt to make a few bucks. I ain't done so good this past year. Well, maybe the next year will be... Oh, well. Besides, I kind of like it, you know. Kids asking questions all day long.
Yeah.
You know, I wonder how they figure the other two Santas at the intersection.
Our kids think of only one thing at a time. More soup?
Sure, Peg. You know, one of them other Santas got hit by a car tonight.
Oh?
Yeah, packed up a few minutes before I did, started crossing the avenue, and bang! You know, hit-and-run driver.
Oh, gosh, that's too bad. Was he hurt?
Yes, he was killed.
Here's your soup. Oh, with traffic the way it is nowadays. Well, I better take a look at the stew.
Somebody at the door. I'll get it, Peg.
Okay.
Yeah, what? Oh!
Mike!
Wolfe?
Yes, Archie?
I've been thinking.
Good heavens.
Oh, I admit it won't bring about a national emergency. But, Mr. Wolfe, Christmas is only a couple of days away.
If you're hinting about your present...
No. I was just imagining you behind a team of reindeer.
Your imagination is morbid.
You'd make a wonderful Santa Claus.
Phooey.
You got the perfect build for it. Of course, as for character...
Archie.
Yeah?
Can you picture me scrambling down a chimney?
Well, they might have to build bigger chimneys, but...
Bah.
There's that, too. However...
That is the front door.
True. I was thinking...
You might see who it is.
Well, if nobody's been lying to me on the phone, that'll be Santa Claus.
Let him in.
But I haven't decided what I want for Christmas yet, Mr. Wolfe. For example, should she be blonde or brunette, tall or short?
Archie.
On my way. Good evening.
I dislike dawdling on anyone's doorstep.
Well, stop dawdling. Come in, please.
Mr. Wolfe has been warned of my arrival?
He has. Through here. Mr. Wolfe, this is Santa Claus?
My name is Barton, John Barton.
How do you do, sir?
I have no time for the social graces, Mr. Wolfe. I'm about to be murdered.
Hardly in my house. I have objections.
I'm a frightened man, Mr. Wolfe.
Indeed.
This costume you see me in is responsible for it all.
Why are you in it?
I had a notion it might be, well, entertaining to play Santa Claus in public. I'm a wealthy man, sir. I can afford to have whims. Therefore, I have assumed this masquerade. However, it apparently is going to be the death of me.
Mr. Barton, you have adequately conveyed an atmosphere and an emotion. I suggest you concentrate on facts now.
Very well. I have been acting as Santa Claus for the Tuberculosis Fund. My station is the corner of 34th Street and Carlisle Avenue. I might add the northeast corner.
Why?
Because at that intersection there have been two other Santa Clauses. One on the southeast corner and one on the southwest corner.
3 Santa Clauses, then, on 3 corners.
Yes. Now then, earlier tonight, the man on the southwest corner started home. He was crossing the avenue when he was run down and killed by an automobile.
A regrettable accident.
The car was running without lights. It deliberately ran the fellow down and then vanished. Not an accident, Mr. Wolfe.
You saw this yourself?
I did. 1 Santa Claus dead. The man on the southeast corner got home all right. According to the radio news flash, that's where he was killed by bullets.
Coincidence?
Possibly, but I wouldn't want to risk my life on the chance.
This is Friday night. In the nature of things, you would have made 2 more appearances. Very well, Mr. Barton.
I'll write you a check as a retainer, then hurry along home. I'm late now.
No.
I beg your pardon.
You will neither hurry home nor notify anyone at your home of your whereabouts.
But
you will remain here until such time as I think it's safe for you to leave. The house is well guarded.
I can't do that.
In which case, I cannot accept you as a client.
I fail to understand.
Mr. Barton, it is very easy to murder someone. Avoiding the consequences of such an action is something else again. However, I'm assuming that you're not primarily interested in what happens to your murderer after you're dead.
Of course not.
Therefore, you will remain here. Archie?
Yep.
First, the corner of 34th and Carlisle, a complete report.
But that's nonsense. The corner will be deserted now.
Mr. Barton, you're hiring my intelligence. You will therefore permit me to use it as I see fit. A complete report, Archie?
Right, sir.
You will then visit Inspector Kramer at headquarters. You will, in whatever manner you find effective, collect all the police information about the 2 already murdered Santas.
Fine. The manner, I think, will be applying a blowtorch to the inspector's toes.
Your levity is ill-timed.
The inspector is likely to throw me out of my ear.
Your problem.
My ear?
And on your way home, you might stop in at Mr. Barton's place.
I don't see any purpose in that.
Mr. Barton, there is a basic problem to which we must find an answer. Whether those 2 men were murdered because they were Santa Clauses or because their deaths were merely preliminaries to yours. Archie, I suggest haste.
Yes, sir.
And avoid blondes.
Hmm?
I would like you to be home in time for Christmas.
Hey, Bud.
Yeah?
Got the price of a cup of coffee?
You sure you mean coffee?
Either you're gonna dig it up or you ain't. Never mind the questions about my personal affairs, see?
Oh, I apologize. Here.
2 bits. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Don't let me keep you.
You're not. 34th and Carlisle, huh? During the day filled with milling throngs. Hey, that's a nice phrase. I'll have to remember it. Milling throngs. And now, desolate and deserted. Well, that's life.
Is that a fact?
That's philosophy.
Yeah? Well, for 2 bits, I don't have to listen to no philosopher, see? Good night, Bud.
Uh-oh. The inspector's got company.
If all you reporters will shut up and ask your questions one by one, I'll answer.
Inspector Kramer, it's true a couple of Santa Clauses have been knocked off tonight?
It's true that 2 men who have been employed as Santa Claus by charitable organizations have been murdered, yes.
Any connection between those 2 guys, or does somebody just hate Santa Claus?
So far as we know, there is no connection.
That means it could be maybe some kind of maniac who decided he doesn't like Christmas or Santa Claus. Is that right?
The department is investigating along those lines.
Like how?
Well, we're checking all the local asylums for possible escaped lunatics.
Yeah, but, Inspector, suppose this nut has never been in an asylum.
That'll be all, boys.
Oh, but listen,
I said that'll be all. Now, anything new comes in, you'll get it, understand? Goodwin.
Hello, Inspector.
Yeah, I spotted you coming in. What happened? You decided to reform and got a job on a paper?
Nope. I'm a public-spirited citizen, that's all.
Yeah, I could add a few things to that description with practically no strain at all.
Mr. Wolfe and I are very sentimental about Christmas. We object to Santa Claus's being killed.
Nuts.
Oh, Inspector, aren't you in favor of Christmas?
I'm in favor of Christmas. I'm in favor of motherhood.
Leave motherhood out of this. Neither of us are mothers. Our chances of becoming mothers aren't too good either. And furthermore...
Okay, you're not giving, so get out of here.
Thank you, Inspector.
But Goodwin...
Yeah?
In case Wolfe decides to send me something for Christmas, you know what I wish he'd send me?
What?
Your head.
Well.
Oh.
Now I know what I want for Christmas.
What did you say?
I said my name is Goodwin and it's cold on your doorstep.
Oh, I'm sorry. Come in.
Mm-hmm. You didn't mention your name.
I'm Laura Barton.
Mrs. Laura Barton?
No.
Fine. That is, what relation are you to John Barton?
His niece. Why do you ask?
Oh, you've got a beautiful voice. All this marble and no butler?
I don't know where Pleasant is. He should be here.
Have him shot at sunrise.
Oh, Laura.
Wayne, this is Mr. Goodwin.
I never heard of him. What does he want?
Well, I don't know.
Wayne what?
Stevens.
Uh-huh. Friend of Mr. Barton?
Half-brother, but we seem to be doing all the answering. How about your answering some questions, Goodwin?
I'll try.
Come into the library. What do you want?
For Christmas? Erase that. I would like to see Mr. Barton.
He's not home.
Where is he?
Don't you know?
I wouldn't have come here asking for him if I did, would I?
I suppose that's true. What did you want with him?
Conversation.
About?
Anything. You see, I like to talk to rich men. Are you rich?
I can't play the piano either.
You could always learn. But being rich is harder, I found it.
Mr. Goodwin, you must have some reason for coming here, some reason concerning Uncle.
Laura, you're being imaginative.
Well, Uncle is late.
He's probably still on that street corner playing Santa Claus. He enjoys it. Why bother about
I don't know, except...
He's never been as late as this?
Well, no. Not since he started that masquerade of his.
Would you happen to know where the butler is?
Out getting drunk, I suspect. He was in the kitchen a little while ago. Disappeared. Pleasant likes to look on the wine when it's red. Or even when it's rye. No, I take that back.
Oh, you do?
He prefers Irish whiskey. We don't stock it. Therefore...
Oh, too bad. I better run along. Good night, Mr. Stevens. Miss Barton.
Good night.
I'll see you out.
Prettiest butler I ever saw. Blonde. Now, old Dr. Tidmouse always said, beware of blondes because...
Mr. Goodwin,
Well, I'm waiting.
Well, Mr. Goodwin, you must know something about Uncle. Something you didn't want to tell us.
Makes you think so?
Well, otherwise your visit was just pointless.
Let's suppose I know. Now, I might be a kidnapper.
Oh, no.
My honest brown eyes.
Your first name is Archie, isn't it?
Archie? Archie Goodwin. Goes together nicely, don't you think?
You work for Nero Wolfe. You're going back to him now?
I might be, but then again, I might be going to the movies.
I recognized you. Your pictures have been in the papers. Take me with you to see Mr. Wolfe. You can trust me.
I never trust blondes.
That's unfair.
Well, no, I don't trust brunettes either. Furthermore, I'm not sure Mr. Wolfe would want to see you, so
So?
So why don't you, trail me home,
Archie?
Archie? Where's Santa Claus?
Guest room. He was tired. What,
I've been trailed home.
Indeed?
By a blonde.
Phooey.
All right, I admit I didn't make any strenuous effort to shake her off, but she trailed...
Where is she?
Outside.
Good. Your report.
Oh, but she might freeze to death out there.
That's her problem. Your report, Archie.
It's short and simple.
It would be simple.
I haven't got time to resent that. A blonde is dying. As for the report, corner of 34th and Carlisle is a very quiet spot at night. No one was around but a bum who got into me for a quarter. For coffee, he said.
You will not put that quarter on the expense account.
Stop worrying. That was a private gesture. There were 4 corners. Corner number 1 had a dress shop on it. Corner number 2, a drugstore with a beautiful redhead in the window making with a hair rinse. The ad said her name was Noreen, but it didn't give her phone number.
Archie.
3rd corner was devoted to a shoe store, and the 4th corner had a bank on it.
A bank?
Uh-huh. Kind of thought we'd have a pause at that point. Mean something?
Inspector Kramer's information consisted of...
Oh, you're being coy. Kramer furnished the information the police could find no connection between the 2 murdered Santas.
Except for the fact that they were both playing Santa Claus.
Isn't that a little on the obvious side?
This is an obvious case. The Barton home, Archie.
Marble and old lace. A butler, his name is Pleasant, was among those missing. Among those present, Laura Barton, the old man's niece, and Wayne Stevens, his half-brother.
Ah.
Yeah, only for Laura. Stevens was not at all pretty.
It was Laura Barton who followed you here.
It was Laura.
Archie, go upstairs and...
Oh, now, wait a minute. The girl, the weather, common humanity demands that you have...
Louis, you speak for yourself, not humanity.
I'm human.
On occasion, a debatable point. Very well. Let her in.
Oh, thanks. Laura, come in. Laura Barton, Mr. Wolfe.
How do you do?
How much money do you inherit on the death of your uncle?
What?
That is known as the shock treatment. However, I need an answer.
Uncle isn't dead, is he?
That, for the moment, is irrelevant. How much?
Half his estate.
The other half?
Wayne, Uncle's half-brother.
Very well. Archie, will you go upstairs and inform Mr. Barton that his niece is here?
Uncle is here?
On my way.
Yes?
Archie, Mr. Barton.
Come in.
Mr. Wolfe would like you to come downstairs.
I suppose he has a reason.
Mm-hmm. A blonde reason, your niece.
My niece?
That's right. Hey, where'd you get that?
A man of my wealth finds it safer to carry a revolver.
But it's not safe to point it at people, especially for the people.
Turn around, Goodwin.
But, Mr. Barton, we're protecting you.
By letting that girl into the house? If I had the time, I'd be amused. As it is...
Archie, you been drunk? Good heavens.
Uh-huh. Santa Claus came early.
Your head?
Which one are you referring to, my own or the one Santa gave me?
You had better sit.
No, I had enough trouble getting up a little while ago. I'm staying out of any positions in which I might have to do that again. Mr. Barton is among the missing.
Indeed?
Mm-hmm. Hit me on the head and used the back exit. I checked with Fritz in the kitchen on the way here.
He offered a reason for his peculiar behavior?
Laura Barton.
So?
I don't understand. Uncle wouldn't do...
Uncle apparently has. He also, would appear, fancies himself in costume.
Well, he used to be very much interested in the stage. He acted for a while a long time ago till the family objected.
Archie?
Got it. Nero Wolfe's office. Archie Goodwin speaking.
You recite very nicely, Goodwin. This is Kramer. Let me have Wolfe, huh?
Mr. Wolfe? Inspector Kramer.
Yes, Inspector?
The papers haven't been carrying it, Wolfe, but you're working on the Santa Claus case, aren't you?
Possibility?
You didn't send Goodwin down to headquarters on a possibility. Never mind. We're working on a line down here, Wolfe. Now, look, if it doesn't strain your professional ethics, you might be able to help.
How?
There's a bank on the corner of 34th Street and Carlisle. We got the thought that suppose a gang was preparing to take that bank tomorrow morning. Those Santa Clauses have been on the corner for nearly a week now. They might have noticed something about the bank's routine, guards or what have you, that could interfere with the gang's plan.
A mighty ingenious and imaginative thought, Inspector.
Hey, you didn't say yes or no.
I have at the moment no opinion.
That's all you're going to give us?
At the moment. However, Inspector, in a very little while I shall give you, the murderer. Archie, Miss Parton will remain here. As for you...
Yeah?
You return to 34th Street and find our coffee-loving friend. You will persuade him in whatever manner you think best to return here with you.
Huh?
Yes. You know, I think it possible you may be able to put that quarter on the expense account after all.
You. What? Oh. Why? I've seen you before.
Yeah, I've learned to love the neighborhood. That's why it's going to break my heart.
What is?
Leaving it with you.
With...
It's sensitive about having guns pulled on me tonight.
Let go of me, will you?
Not until
I tell you that,
Yeah.
will you?
Gun looks in a lot better shape than you do. You're coming with me.
Oh, where?
Mr. Wolfe would like to see you.
Nero Wolfe?
Yeah.
Well, why?
He's trying to salvage a quarter.
Archie.
Uh-huh. Complete with, he wouldn't give his name. He did have a gun to it, though. This one.
Yes. Archie, you know Miss Barton, of course?
Hi.
And Mr. Stevens? He joined us a moment ago. Miss Barton thought she'd be happy if he were here.
Hello, Stevens.
That's not the only reason I came. My brother is still missing. I'm concerned.
Yes. You, sir, will you sit down? Watching people stand makes me uncomfortable.
I don't have to.
You do. Archie is stronger than you are.
All right.
That's better.
If you don't mind, Mr. Wolfe, I've never been here before, never met you. But you look as though you could handle things. I think my brother's been kidnapped.
Possibility we shall have to consider. Miss Barton, perhaps you have a theory, too?
Well, I don't know. Uncle's been behaving strangely for weeks now.
What way?
Well, I'm not sure. Wayne...
Well, of course, John's always been a little peculiar, but I'm afraid I saw nothing especially strange. Outside of this Santa Claus stunt, of course.
I see. Miss Barton, your uncle played Santa Claus all week on one of the corners of 34th Street in Carlisle.
I know.
On two other corners, two other men indulged in the same activity. Those two other men are now dead.
Oh,
Well,
no.
wait. Mr. Wolfe, you mean they were killed by mistake for Barton?
It is true that one man, made up of Santa Claus, looks very much like any other man similarly costumed. But the answer is no. One of the two men was shot in his home after he had removed his costume.
Well, then, what connection?
Miss Barton, in the event that you wanted to hide a tree, where would you hide it?
Hide a tree? Why, I wouldn't even begin to know.
If you were very clever, you would hide it in a forest. If you wanted to hide a murder and were very clever, you would adopt the same principle.
Wait. You mean that if someone wanted to kill Uncle and didn't want to be suspected, he'd...
Go about murdering several people with an ostensible, if lunatic, reason. He would, let us say, go about killing Santa Clauses.
I get it. Then people would think the man he really wanted dead for a special and private reason had been killed for something that didn't point to him.
True. That was why two Santa Clauses were murdered tonight. The third Santa Claus, however, the real object of the murderer's attention, was luckier or suspicious. He fled.
Do I have to hang around here and listen to all this?
You do, my unwashed friend. Mr. Barton fled, and the murderer was in a quandary. He had, so to speak, invested in two murders merely to make the third one confusing. But he found himself unable to commit that third murder. He couldn't find his victim. Could he ask the police to do so? Hardly. But he might try to inveigle a private detective such as myself into the job.
That makes sense, Mr. Wolfe, but why would my brother have deliberately fled from your house? I mean, he was protected here, so... But do I make myself clear?
Very clear, Mr. Stevens. Archie, that gun you took from the dirty gentleman, you still have it?
I still have it.
Then would you mind pointing it at Mr. Stevens here until the police remove him?
All right, come along, Stevens.
Well, that's the end of Mr. Stevens. Inspector Kramer will take good care of him from now on. But now, Mr. Wolfe, Laura and me and the refugee from a washcloth over here would still like to know how and why and who was involved.
I knew two people had a motive for John Barton's death. Laura Barton and Wayne Stevens. One of them proceeded to kill Santa Clauses in the hope that the police would assume those killings to be the work of a lunatic.
The paper certainly hopped on that assumption.
Yes. However, John Barton, aware that his life was in danger, escaped his murderer and hid.
In this house?
No. A man in Santa Claus costume came here and said he was Barton. However, he was an obvious imposter. He proved that by his flight when his niece came here.
You mean he could fool you, but he knew he wouldn't be able to fool me, so...
Precisely, therefore, was not Barton. Who was it? Who else had disappeared at the propitious moment?
The butler, Pleasant.
True. I distrust coincidence. Stevens needed an accomplice, hence he sent Pleasant here.
And Pleasant would give you a song and dance about Barton's danger and then scram. You'd start investigating, discover Barton was missing, try to find him, and lead Stevens to his victim, huh?
I frustrated that part of the plan by insisting on Pleasant's remaining here, which he did until...
That part of it's fine. But how did you choose between Laura and Stevens?
It was Stevens who knew, without being told, that Barton had been in this house and had fled from it.
Yeah. You yourself mentioned that Stevens had only been here a moment, so you hadn't told him.
Obviously, the butler phoned him as soon as he had hit you over the head and escaped. Furthermore, the butler masquerading as Barton had attempted to throw suspicion on Miss Barton. That convinced me of her innocence.
Well, you've done it again, Mr. Wolfe, except for one minor detail.
You're not very successful at irony, Archie. What minor detail?
Where is Barton?
In this house.
Huh? When did that happen?
You arrived home with the gentleman sitting near you.
The bum? Wait a minute. This I ought to be able to figure out myself. Laura said Barton used to be an actor. That's item one, huh?
Yes, Archie.
Also, why is a supposed tramp hanging around a deserted intersection for handouts? The answer is he wasn't. He was keeping an eye out for trouble he knew was after him. Oh, so it turns out I gave a quarter to a millionaire.
Uncle, your uncle. Well, that is...
I know, my dear. Yes, I'm Uncle. I did rather a decent job, didn't I? No one recognized me. Except, of course, you, Mr. Wolfe.
Not recognition, Mr. Barton. Logic. Archie, open some beer for us.
Yes, sir.
Logic, eh? Well, whatever it was, Mr. Wolfe, I owe you a good deal. How can I ever repay you?
Oddly enough, the answer is simplicity itself. Make out a check.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Larry Dobkin as Archie Goodwin, and Howard McNear, Grace Lennard, Vic Rodman, Herbert Butterfield, Bill Johnstone, Gene Bates, and Bob Bruce. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Bashful Body. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell means mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. What? You're expecting Mr. Wolfe at your place in 3 hours? Your place is where? Yes. Well, I'm expecting Hedy Lamarr in 15 minutes. Yeah, but, mister, we're both out of luck.
Archie, what are you babbling about?
There's a character on the phone who's laboring under the naive delusion that you're about to make a trip upstate.
His name?
Finley, he said.
In that case, he's quite correct.
Yeah, he's quite the, yes, Mr. Finley. Mr. Wolfe will be there. Yeah, goodbye.
I shall need some beer, Archie.
The bottle opener's in the right-hand drawer.
Thank you.
What one of us needs is a psychiatrist. You're voluntarily leaving your happy home, exposing yourself to the elements, entrusting your only life to a savage automobile?
I am.
Oh. Somebody's offered you the United States Treasury, huh?
Mr. Finley happens to grow orchids. Among them, he has developed a plant possessing spurred labilli. I have an opportunity to purchase a couple of the plants, therefore...
I don't believe it.
But, Archie, according to the reports I have received, he has produced a strain of black cypripedium.
Oh, well, in that case. But, Mr. Wolfe, while it's true that black may be the color of your true love's hair, it is also true that black is the color of funerals.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the detective genius who rates the knife and fork the greatest tools ever invented by man. The ponderous, brilliant, and unpredictable Nero Wolfe. Created by Rex Stout and brought to you in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
The beginning of the case of the Phantom Fingers actually had nothing to do with black orchids. The first act was played in an old house at the end of an old dirt road. It was short and simple. As short as life. And as simple as murder.
Joe, I didn't believe the letters I got. Didn't believe them until now. I've been a lonely man. No wife, children. Joe, it was all coming to you after I died. There was no need for you to steal from me. All you had to do was wait. Joe, that gun. Put it down. No.
Archie.
Yes, Mr. Wolfe.
How much longer?
Oh, an hour, maybe. Why?
I'm a fool.
Yeah, well, payday's tomorrow. I refuse to agree with you. Besides, the trip's been fine so far, huh? So there's snow on the road, but,
Phooey.
Well, it's nice snow. Pretty soon it'll be spring, and in the spring...
If you mention old Tidmas once more, I shall strangle you.
No, it's against the law. But you know, if that snow melts much faster, the trees won't look so pretty.
Trees, are they really necessary?
Uh-huh. People cut them down and make paper out of them. And they take the paper and make dollar bills. Mr. Wolfe, we're surrounded by future thieves.
I prefer the finished product. What on earth is that?
Sounds like a river.
Indeed.
Except there aren't any rivers around here.
Hey.
Yeah?
Up ahead.
What? Huh?
It's a river. Only it isn't a river.
It's wet.
It's wet and it's got waves on it. Had to start raining, too.
Nature. Phooey.
The road behind us is covered with water. We'll just have to keep going onward and upward.
Would you like to recite Excelsior to me?
Why, sure. Shades of night were falling fast when through an alpine village passed...
An idiot of your caliber, no doubt.
Oh.
That infernal engine has died.
No, the road dips up ahead. And where it dips, there's a junior Mississippi growing up.
Splendid.
Not so splendid. We can't go back and we can't go forward.
Why not?
They didn't build this model to swim.
No foresight. What do we do now?
Well, we could abandon the car and,
Walk, are you mad? Are you seriously suggesting I indulge in a foot race with the flood?
Yeah, well, not seriously, but,
Oh, you've decided to give the car a swimming lesson?
No. There's what looks like a cow path leading off the highway. To your right. Maybe it's a road.
We progress. We now follow the footstep of the cow.
Ah, it is a road. An old dirt road. Not only that, it goes up.
Is that good?
Theoretically. We might get above the water that way.
And if the theory fails?
Mr. Wolfe, how are you on the Australian crawl? Hey, this been another car on this road before us. You can see the tire tracks in the mud.
Interesting. An indication that there are other maniacs about. I myself would not have chosen this particular spot to picnic in.
Well, it's not that. There's somebody lying on the road.
People have peculiar habits. Ignore him and drive on.
Hold on a moment. Mr. Wolfe, you better come out here.
My madness has its limits. The answer is no. Serious, Archie?
Very serious.
Oh, very well. Good heavens.
Yeah, still alive, but...
The man's been shot. He's mumbling.
Joe.
He's yelling for Joe.
Be still.
Don't forgive stealing. Don't.
So much for that. Pick him up, Archie. Put him in the car.
Might be bad for him to be moved.
No. There is nothing that can be bad for him. He's dead. Is this blasted road leading anywhere, Archie?
Well, seems to be a clearing up ahead. Maybe... Hey, it's a house.
Splendid.
I'm not so sure. It's perched up on top of a cliff, surrounded on three sides by nothing. On the side facing us, there's a deep ravine and a small wooden bridge.
An island in the air.
Yeah. High enough to keep above water, maybe, but... Now, that bridge doesn't look too good. Rain may have weakened it.
I have no choice, Archie. I have no intention of being drowned in these barbaric surroundings. The bridge, Archie.
Okay, hold on. No, the thing's collapsing under us.
How momentum, sir?
Well, if it doesn't, 37 blondes are going to be wearing black. Correction, 38. I forgot the one in Gimbel's bargain basement. Hey, we made it. The bridge will never be the same, though. There's a car ahead of us in front of the house.
The car from which our dead friend, was thrown. Only one set of car tracks in the mud along the road, and here...
And all we have to do is walk in, ask for the owner of the house, and,
Possibly, and possibly not. Archie, go through the corpse's pockets.
Oh, that's not cricket. Yeah, all right. I'm going through. There's not much on him. Handkerchief, silver, driver's license. The name was, James Miller. Address Garner Lane. Walden. Now, I've got an idea this is Garner Lane, Mr. Wolfe.
In which case, someone named Joe was looking after the house for him, committed theft, and murdered Miller. Miller's body was then dumped on the road in the hopes that the floods would wash the body away. No one at the house seems to have noticed our arrival.
No. Well, let's go in and ask for Joe, huh?
Very well. Hard. With the bridge down, there's absolutely no way of getting on or off this place.
Except for a mountain goat. I don't know any mountain goats. I used to know a plain goat once, though.
Indeed.
He ran at the 5th at Jamaica.
Stop maundering.
I never maunder. Also, I never win bets on horse races. That's why I continue to work for you.
That is also why you had better ring the doorbell.
Okay. Nobody's going to break a leg rushing to open the door.
I suppose you try it. I have had more than enough of the weather.
Is that polite? Besides, the killer may have some more bullets in that gun.
Are you afraid?
Sure.
Fooey, the door, Archie.
But old Dr. Tidmouse would say... Well, never mind. Hey, somebody was careless leaving the door open like that. On the other hand, has a spider ever shut its web? The answer is no. Are we flies? Yes.
Out of my way, Archie.
There are lights up ahead. Must be the living room.
Excuse me.
Sure. You're excused.
Do you live here, sir?
Do we... No, don't you?
Of course not. This is very strange. I came out to see the people who live here, or the person. I found the door open and no one about. I've been sitting in this corner now for a long time.
Well, it's a pity no one offered you a plum pie. Then you could have stuck in your thumb.
You saw no one enter, sir?
No one at all. I didn't want to go any further. It would have seemed like prying.
Perhaps you had better come along with us.
Well, all right. You know, this place, it has an evil atmosphere.
Certainly has. What it needs is fresh air.
Phooey. This would be the living room door. Ajar a bit.
It is. Looks as pretty as a picture. Oh.
Hello.
Well, just think of it. 5 minutes ago, you know, I didn't know you existed. And you didn't know I existed. And now...
Archie, your existence would have a sudden end unless you keep quiet. Excuse us for intruding, Miss...
Intruding? Oh, but I really should ask you to excuse me.
You do not live here?
I wish I did, but... You see, I've been out walking. I live maybe a mile from here, and then when the flood began, I thought I'd come in here and stay for a while.
And you found?
An empty house.
That's not what I found. As old Dr. Tidmouse has often said...
Go through the rest of the house, Archie.
Go through the... Well, never mind. I'll,
That sound?
Somebody's walking. Coming downstairs. I'll go and see. Hey, you! Come on into the living room. Meet your guests in one or several pieces, as you prefer.
What? Oh. Hiya, folks.
Ah, host at last.
That's very funny. I think I'll laugh. Ha.
May I ask why?
Because this here ain't my dump. I was just casing the joint. I was just taking a stroll.
Through the house?
I'm eccentric.
Oh, clever. However, I think you'd better stay.
Why?
Because you may turn out to be the owner of this house after all. I rather think introductions are in order.
Well, I'm Peg Shirley.
My name is Wagner.
Joseph Wagner?
Lewis.
How about you, Stroller?
Cregan. Sam Cregan.
Peg, Louis, Sam. Mr. Cregan, while you were strolling upstairs, did you notice anyone else about?
No.
There was no one outside when Archie and I entered. The bridge is down, effectively cutting us off from further visitors. We may assume, therefore, that we are the only people in or about this house.
Yeah, it's cozy, ain't it?
Which further means that one of you three is a murderer.
A murderer? What did you say?
The murderer is the person who owns or lives in this house. All three of you denied being that person. Conclusion, one of you is a liar. I hardly expected a full immediate confession. However, we are absolutely isolated here. No one is going to come or leave until we have our killer.
You know, you can't really keep us here.
The flood can and will. Remember, the bridge is no longer. So you see, just the five of us alone. No one else inside the house, no one outside. Therefore...
Correction, Mr. Wolfe.
Maybe it's a branch or something tapping against the door.
Unlikely. Archie.
Okay, I'll go see who or what it is.
Hey.
Who in the world is that?
What?
I got him. Somebody shut the door.
Yeah, all right, I get it.
A disreputable and unwashed gentleman. Head badly hurt. Is he conscious, Archie?
I don't know. He's mumbling something.
Legs pushed off. Fell from the ledge.
He's passed out. I guess he was trying to say that somebody pushed him out on a ledge. On the side of the cliff, maybe. He must have regained consciousness and crawled to the house. Where'll I put him, Mr. Wolfe?
Bedroom, I suppose. Where he'll need first aid. We can't get a doctor. Cregan, where are the bedrooms?
Yeah, one right up at the head of the stairs. And don't ask me how I happen to know.
We shan't. Archie.
Okay. I'll need somebody to help me carry him up without shaking him too badly.
Cregan?
Okay. Let's go.
As for the rest of you, Mr. Wagner, Miss Shirley, I suggest we return to the living room.
But I don't see any reason why we should take orders from you.
One of you is a murderer. I include Mr. Cregan, of course.
Oh, but that poor man wasn't dead.
Not for lack of trying. However, I was not referring to him.
You mean someone else has been killed?
Precisely. That is why I hope we shall not hear another knocking at the door. It could only be a corpse.
Archie. And Cregan.
Yeah.
The injured man?
Still out. Probably got a concussion.
Did he say anything further?
Well, he babbled a bit. I don't know if...
We should assume we're among friends, Archie. Exactly what did he say?
Well, he was pushed over the edge of the cliff because he saw Miller killed.
Did he also see who?
No. Passed out before he had a chance. He's an old tramp, Mr. Wolfe. He was bumming his way through the country when he saw the murder.
He must have decided on a touch of blackmail and receiving a concussion instead, which may last for hours or for days.
Somebody's playing with the lights.
Some fool.
The switch was over this way. Lights are on again. Whose idea was that?
I had nothing to do with it.
Me neither.
Miss Shirley, why did you scream?
Well, someone brushed against me in the darkness.
You were standing?
Near the table, this table.
Archie?
No, nothing on the table except a bunch of keys on a ring.
Something screwy. Why should a guy put the lights out just to deposit a bunch of keys on the table?
Obvious. Without doubt, those are the keys of this house. Possession of them would have disclosed which of you lives here and which of you therefore killed Miller. It's late. I shall sleep down here, lacking an elevator to transport me upstairs.
The elevator's lacking.
Yes, the rest of you should be able to find bedrooms upstairs. Good night.
Good.
Archie.
Yeah?
Follow them upstairs. Spend the night awake.
Okay.
Good heavens, Archie.
On my way.
I don't know.
What's cooking up here?
Somebody's playing with the lights up
Strike
here,
a match.
You don't have to. I got a flashlight.
Oh, here it is. Light switch. You know, this putting out of lights is getting to be somebody's bad habit. Well, all three of you seem to be okay. Stay here.
Where are you going?
Tramp's room, right here at the head of the stairs. Think of all your good deeds while I'm gone. All right, downstairs again.
What, again?
Oh, dear. What happened?
Well, there was more than a bunch of keys this time.
Oh, that knife. There's blood on it.
There should be. I just pulled it out of a man's heart. Well, Mr. Wolfe, one of these three babies doused the lights, popped into the tramp's room, deposited the knife in his chest, and popped right out again.
The knife you're holding?
Yeah.
Intelligent of you to wrap a handkerchief around the handle.
Well, whoever killed the tramp didn't have time to fool around with gloves, so...
There should be prints on the knife handle. Satisfactory, Archie.
That's mild enthusiasm.
Archie, on that desk, an ink pad.
Yeah.
Miss Shirley, you carry face powder, of course?
Yes, I do.
Archie will need it to bring out the prints on the knife. He will then fingerprint each of you. Compare your prints with those on the knife, and we shall have a murderer to hand over to the police. Archie, will you begin, please?
Here they are, Mr. Wolfe. 3 cards labeled with Miss Shirley's name, Cregan's, and Wagner's. Their respective prints are on each card.
Good. I have the knife here. Several quite distinct prints on it. It should be child's play to, Archie.
Yeah?
Take your own prints and mine.
What?
Do as I say quickly.
Yes, sir. All right, give me your thumb. Thank you. That's it. Now mine. Thank me. That's it.
There's something wrong. Something wrong and deadly loose in this house tonight.
Well, there's a card with your prints and mine.
Thank you.
Now you got 5 cards altogether.
So I have. Archie.
What now?
Take the ink pad and a fresh card with you.
Where am I going with them?
Upstairs?
But, Mr. Wolfe, there's nobody upstairs except the corpse.
Precisely. It is his prints I want.
This is so
ridiculous. It's over with.
Tired of
Archie?
Yeah, I got the dead man's prints.
Will all of you please sit?
All right, but it's...
Good heavens, young woman. Be careful. We want no accidents.
Sorry, I caught my high heels in the rug.
Archie, the card with the corpse's prints on it.
Here you are, sir.
Thank you.
You know, I've had quite enough of this nonsense.
Have you, Mr. Wagner?
Yeah, and so have I, Mr. Wolfe. Also, I don't think you know what you're doing.
Perhaps not. However, I have something rather interesting to tell all of you. There is no one in this house besides yourselves, except, of course, for the dead man upstairs. There is no one on the rock on which this house stands, except for another dead man in our car.
Look, we already know all that.
Bear with me. We may rule out secret passages, unusual hiding places, or anything of that esoteric and childish nature, we may also rest assured that no one has come to or left this house or rocked within the last few hours.
Well, that means we're kind of hermetically sealed here, huh? Meaning also that whoever was here when the tramp was killed is still here. Still here in this room.
Correct, Archie. Now then, I have checked the dead tramp's prints against those on the knife. Theoretically, suicide was possible. However, the prints do not match.
That guy was in no condition to kill himself anyway.
True. Then I checked Archie's prints and mine against those on the knife. No similarity.
Oh, but no one suspected either of you.
Thank you, but I had to be thorough. That left only the three of you. I compared your cards and the prints on them with the prints on the handle of the knife.
And?
I want you to remember one thing very clearly. We are the only living people in this house or on this rock of land. No tricks are possible and may be ruled out.
All right, so what?
This. The prints on the handle of the knife that pierced the heart of the man upstairs do not match his prints or the prints of anyone in this room.
Mine wouldn't match.
Would you mind saying that again?
He doesn't have to. And those cards, Mr. Wolfe, has the prints of everybody here. And yet none of them match the prints on the knife handle.
But, well, in that case, who or what killed him?
Why, there must be someone else in the house.
I give you my word, there is not.
Hey, you thinking about ghosts or something?
Ghosts never leave fingerprints.
I've got to get away. I can't stand this.
Me too. Come on, lady.
But I'll come along with you if you don't mind.
Mr. Wolfe.
Let them go. The bridge is down. They can't get far.
Okay. But I don't get it.
Get what?
Well, the fingerprint business. And who killed Miller plus the tramp?
The identity of the killer, Archie, is quite obvious.
It is? To who?
To whom?
Who's whom? That's a joke. Yeah, I'm stalling for self-respect. You know?
Of course I do. I have no conclusive proof, however. I had hoped the fingerprints would be of assistance there, but they proved to be phantoms.
I'm still smarting about the other thing. You know, it's at times like this that I almost agree with you about my intelligence.
Lack of intelligence?
Yeah, well, don't rub it in. Don't rub it in. Just go ahead. Yeah, well, maybe you better rub it in. From now on, you may refer to my brain in the negative.
In the negative? Bless you, Archie.
What I've just done, I don't know, but can I have a raise?
No.
I'll take it back.
You can't. Get the others in at once.
Mr. Wolfe, you now have the appearance of Mr. Wolfe being surrounded by several dozen bottles of beer. What have I done?
You've explained the fingerprints, Archie. Hurry. I don't want to keep the killer in suspense.
I don't care. No, I'm very nervous. I don't like this.
Archie.
They're all here.
Yes, but they're all making a noise. Stop them.
Miss Shirley, Mr. Cregan, Mr. Wagner, will you please shut... Mr. Wolfe, they have.
Thank you, Archie. Now then, I have known for some little time which of you killed the tramp and Miller. I lack proof, however.
And you have it now?
I will admit for a while I was flummoxed by the negative evidence of the fingerprints. They seem to indicate that the tramp was murdered by a phantom. However, the word negative itself has solved the minor problem.
Minor to who?
To whom? Never mind. Shh.
Archie, what is the salient feature of a film negative?
Well, I suppose it's the fact that the darks are light and the lights are dark, huh?
Precisely. A reversal, then, of the actual appearances. Now, are there any similarities between filmed images and fingerprints?
Oh, in a way. You could call the whorls and hollows that determine the individual characteristics of a fingerprint the lights and darks, huh?
You could. I shall. Miss Shirley, would you help in an experiment?
Well, of course.
Thank you. Archie, I want you to take Miss Shirley's fingerprints once again.
Okay. Pad and card. Here you are, Miss Shirley.
All right.
Archie, quick.
Huh?
Grab her arm.
I got it. Well, usually I don't have to be coached, but...
Let go of me. What are you trying to do?
Miss Shirley, you already had pressed your fingers on the ink pad once. Why were you about to do it a second time?
Well, I just wanted to make a better impression.
Phooey. Archie, wipe some of the ink off her fingers.
Oh, but then it won't be any good.
It'll be very good, Archie.
I've done it.
And take the prints.
No, let go of me.
Maybe. I never hurt women if I can help it, but right now I won't be able to help it. Mr. Wolfe wants your prints all over again, so down on the nice white card.
No.
There, thanks.
Will you let me have that card now, Archie?
Sure.
In the meanwhile, hold on to Miss Shirley.
A pleasure.
Indeed? Would you continue to think so, Archie, if I told you that Miss Shirley's first name is not Peg, but happens to be Josephine, for which the diminutive is Joe?
Glad they're fixing the bridge. I was beginning to think we'd be here forever.
Boy, we have been.
You know, if those black orchids have been holding their breath waiting for you, they're going to be red in the face. Hey, new breed, red orchids, huh?
Archie, must you talk?
Well, it's fun. Also, you've been holding out on me about the case.
I surrender.
Okay. You know, when we compared the new prints of Josephine with those on the knife, you could have knocked me over with a sash weight. They were identical.
Naturally. She stabbed the tramp.
Yeah, but what was the fingerprint gag?
She merely loaded her fingers so heavily with ink that she falsified the markings. She filled up the hollows and walls with ink. The result was that ridges became hollows and vice versa, in the same fashion that a photographic negative falsifies lights and darks.
You got that when I mentioned the word negative. It works, huh?
Try it sometime.
Yeah, the very next bank I robbed. But you said you knew who killed Miller and the tramp even before you exposed the fingerprint gimmick. How?
We knew Miller's murderer lived in this house, had been stealing from him, and so on.
Uh-huh.
Stealing what? Cash, of course. He, as the girl admitted, was an eccentric, kept his money on the property. Cregan had probably heard of it, hence his casing of the house.
Yeah?
Our problem, therefore, was to discover who lived in this house. All three suspects denied it. Josephine Shirley told us, as you may remember, that she'd gone for a walk and then been driven by the flood to this house where we found her.
Well, that's what she said it could have been.
No, because, as you may also remember, she tripped at one point over the living room rug and mentioned why.
Sure, she said she was wearing high heels. Uh-oh, because out in the country there are no pavements, so girls don't go for a walk in high-heeled shoes. Therefore, she hadn't gone for a walk. Therefore, she was lying. Therefore, she killed Miller, and... I should have noticed those heels myself.
You should have, Archie. Your trouble, I suspect, was that you didn't notice the feet for the legs.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Gerald Moore as Archie Goodwin, and G.G. Pearson, Howard McNear, Tim Graham, and Eddie Fields. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Vanishing Shells. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's a full serving of laughs on the menu at Duffy's Tavern tonight with Archie the Manager, played by Ed Gardner. Archie's colleagues in comedy are Miss Duffy, Clifton Finnegan, and Eddie the Waiter. This Sunday, the big show comes your way once again on NBC. And just listen to a few of the stars who'll be with you. Fred Allen, Jack Carson, Mindy Carson, Ed Archie Gardner, Ed Wynn, and many, many more. And, of course, your MC will be Tallulah Bankhead. Listen Sunday for The Big Show. Ladies and gentlemen, that phone bell means exciting adventure. Hello? Hello? The handsome young man answering the phone is Archie Goodwin. A mountain of a man engrossed in deep thought in the oversized armchair is Nero Wolfe.
Hey, boss. Oh, Mr. Wolfe. Mr. Wolfe. There's a guy on the phone wants us to take a case. Seems that someone was mad at a guy who was mad, and now this guy on the phone is mad, wants us to find out who did the killing. What do you say, Mr. Wolfe? We need the money. Hello? Yes, Mr. Wolfe says he'll be happy to take the case. Just present yourself and a check for $2,000 at 601 West 35th Street at 11 o'clock. Mr. Wolfe can't wait till you get here. He's dying to go to work.
Goodbye. Greatest detective in the world. The only trouble is, he is.
Yes, listeners, Archie is so right. He is the greatest detective in the world, and the fattest, and the least energetic. He's Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you over this NBC network in a new series of adventures by Mr. Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight, it's The Case of the Beautiful Archer. That's a good title. And it was a good case, too. It began in the consulting room of Dr. Raynard Townley of the Townley Sanitarium, skipping a jump north of Nyack, New York, when a very lovely young lovely glared across the desk at the good doctor.
Shall we pretend you don't know who I am, Dr. Townley?
How could we possibly do that, my dear Diana Lawrence? 23 years old, daughter of one of our better-known sculptors, Michael Lawrence. You were born in Johannesburg, educated in London and Paris, and live at present 100 yards from here in your father's cottage on Berry Hill Lane. How's that?
It's intended to be staggering, isn't it?
You take no cream or sugar in your coffee, were winner of the Women's National Archery Tournament for 1947, and have an exceedingly high temper.
Let's stop the nonsense. You have an inpatient here named Willard Garth. Well, Willard Garth happens to be my fiancé.
Yes, he has mentioned the fact during his analysis.
And, well, has he by any chance mentioned his reasons for suddenly refusing to see me during the past 5 weeks?
He didn't have to, Miss Lawrence.
Well, what do you mean?
I mean that I recommended he give you up as a bad job.
What? Yeah, well, I suppose you had some purpose in saying what you did.
Of course. I'm the boy's doctor. You think you're in love with Willard Garth, I know, but actually, you're infatuated with the Garth millions.
You take a lot on yourself, don't you, Doctor?
I consider it important to relieve Willard of all painful external pressure.
You've done well for Willard, Dr. Townley, relieving him of me.
I think so.
Now, let's see you relieve yourself of me.
You, purchased the gun for this occasion, Miss Lawrence?
Yes.
And what exactly do you hope to accomplish with it?
A quick and complete reversal of your decision about me. I'm not as easy to handle as Willard is, you see. And if you intend to ruin my life, then I intend to end yours, here and now.
The phone is ringing.
Let it ring.
Just as you say. It's the house phone, Miss Lawrence. It may be Willard, you know.
Oh, Willard?
Yes, he usually phones me from his room at about this time every day.
Oh. Well, all right. Answer it, but be careful what you say.
You're in command, it seems. Hello? Oh, why, hello. I thought it would be you, Willard. Look, my boy, Diana Lawrence is here. I've had a talk with her, and I've reconsidered my opinion. Yes, I'm quite serious. If you're at all sensible, you'll see her regularly and plan on a marriage as soon as you're discharged. Yes. Oh, you do? Very well. I'll see if she'll talk to you. Miss Lawrence.
Yes?
Do you want to speak with him?
Give me the phone.
Of course. Here you are, and I'll take this gun. There we are. Now, stand away, Miss Lawrence.
But Willard's on the phone.
Willard is not on the phone. No one was on the phone. The ring came from the push-button bell under my desk here.
Oh.
Sometimes I find it convenient to interrupt my consultations with a phone call.
Oh, you smug, deceitful, self-sufficient...
Murder is a vexatious business. You'll be grateful to me one day.
All right. Give me my gun and let me go.
The gun, I'm afraid, stays with me. Here in this Majolica cabinet. I'd scarcely feel justified in trusting you with it. And now, with your permission, or without it, the interview is ended.
Later that day, the phone in the Lawrence house on Berry Hill Lane began to jingle. And this time it was no phony.
Hello?
Diana?
Yes?
Willard, darling. Diana, darling, it's Willard.
Imagine. Has the doctor let you use the telephone just as if you were a great big adult?
Oh, I've got to see you, sweetheart, and I didn't call you to argue. Love, beauty, understanding, that's what matters. Isn't it? Isn't it?
Do I hear the overtones of a change of heart?
Oh, Diana, what's happened wasn't my fault. He poisoned me against you.
Then why don't you walk out of that amateur nut house and stand up like a man?
I probably shall, Diana. And now, please listen to me. He's letting me have the limousine tonight from 8 until 12. I want us to go for a ride and talk and talk and talk until everything is clear. Clear as a bell, my baby.
Don't tell me he's trusting you to drive.
Oh, no. No, one of the handymen here will chauffeur us. Oh, say you'll come, Diana. Will you? Say it. Say yes. Say you will.
Well, yes, Willard. I'll be glad to.
8 o'clock, then?
8.
Oh, bless you. Bless you, my angel.
Oh, so that's it. You want my father's money. That's what you love, not me.
Willard, the chauffeur will hear you.
It's the way Townley says it is. He's right. He's right.
Oh, why did I let you talk me into this? What a fool I was to have come at all. You're sick inside, Willard, so utterly, hopelessly sick.
Oh, so now I'm hopelessly sick.
Yes, you are.
You're trying to confuse me. Take advantage of me. Wind me around your finger. Just because I love you too much. That's it. That's my illness. Of course, I see it now. You're the thing I must get rid of. You with your beautiful, beautiful face and your twisted values. You're at the bottom of all my agony.
Willard! Willard!
I'm saving myself. I'm saving myself. Once you're dead, the sickness is ended. I'll be safe. I'll be safe. I'll be safe.
Willard.
Dr. Townley?
Yes.
Come in. Mr. Wolfe's been expecting you.
Come in, Dr. Townley. Come in. Have a chair.
Thank you, Mr. Wolfe. I'm so happy you've agreed to take this case.
Have a glass of beer.
Oh, no. Never at this time of the morning, thank you.
Well, Doctor, the newspapers check with what you told me. The girl and young Garth went out for a ride in your limousine last night. The car was driven by one of your handymen.
That's right. Haynes, his name is.
And they never came back. Young Garth was found dead in the car with 2 bullets in him. The girl was gone, and also Haynes, the handyman chauffeur, huh?
Correct, sir.
Have you any idea where he could be?
No, sir.
And the young lady, tell me about her.
She's Diana Lawrence, daughter of Michael Lawrence.
The sculptor?
The sculptor. She lives with him in a small cottage near my sanatorium on Berry Hill Lane. An extremely aggressive and self-centered female with more than a slight flair for violence.
Your description might easily lead me to suspect her of this murder, sir.
Well, I'm aware of that. And I don't think you'll be far off the mark. As I told you on the phone, she tried to murder me yesterday morning.
The police have made no headway in locating her?
No, the homicide division has contacted her father, but he's remained quite noncommittal. He simply says that he's sure she's incapable of killing a fly and that he hasn't laid eyes on her since 8 o'clock last night.
Highly suspicious behavior.
She was unquestionably in the car with young Garth when he was murdered.
She wasn't alone in the car with him.
You're referring to Haynes?
Yes, but he can't be found either, remember?
It appears that he failed to list his address on his job application. But somehow, Mr. Wolfe, I'm quite sure he'll show up this afternoon.
Somehow, Dr. Townley, if I were you, I wouldn't be quite so sure. We must begin by facing the initial problem of locating our suspects. Archie?
Yes, sir?
Get out the car and drive up to the house on Berry Hill Lane.
And then?
There you will ask Mr. Michael Lawrence to be sensible enough to cooperate with us in finding his daughter.
And if the answer is no?
I recommend, Archie, that you flatly refuse to take it.
Mr. Lawrence was no simple baby to handle. He was in a studio when I walked in, chiseling on a statue of a boy and a girl, both wearing less clothes than the law allows. And before I got a chance to state my name, he commenced giving me a free lecture on the marble work of art.
She's good. Really good. She's practically superb. The Ariadne.
The what Ariadne?
The girl in the statue.
Oh.
That's Ariadne, tragic nymph of Greek mythology. Don't tell me you're not familiar with Apollo and Ariadne.
All right, I won't.
The Apollo, on the other hand, is unfinished. The face, you see, it lacks something. The passion of yearning, Olympian desire. And yet, the two figures have motion.
Like your daughter?
Eh?
Your daughter, Diana, she's got motion also. As I hear it, she's been in motion ever since she murdered Willard Garth last night in the back end of a limousine.
So you're another flatfoot?
Not exactly. I'm paid in private by Nero Wolfe.
Nero Wolfe?
Yeah.
You don't mean that a creditable man like Wolfe thinks Diana killed young Garth?
Well, he'd like to talk over the possibility with her.
How laughable. Look at that face. Is there anything of the murderess in a face like that?
In a face like what?
Oh, I'm sorry. Diana posed for the Ariadne, you see, and the likeness is exact. Do you think a girl of this type, classic, sensitive, civilized, could descend to the clumsy, brute level of murder?
Well, it's a little hard to imagine.
There. Even you agree with me.
On the other hand...
Shall we discuss the other hand over a cup of coffee? I'm quite exhausted.
If you insist.
I do. Sit down and inhale the atmosphere of culture at its source. There's a pot warming on the stove.
Pot of what? Coffee or culture? Well, wait and see what he means. Should never ignore a phone call. Who knows? Might be something important. Yes?
This is Diana, Father.
Oh, yes, Diana.
It's all over the papers.
Yes, I know.
Well, I don't think they'll find me where I am, and I'm staying here until things quiet down a little.
Where are you, honey?
What did you say?
I said, where are you?
You said honey. Daddy, you never call me honey.
I know it's because I'm excited. Where are you, sweetheart?
Well, you mustn't let anybody find out.
Not a soul in the world. Where are you?
Well, you know where Tyne Pike turns off to the left beyond Bartsville?
Yes?
Well, I'm...
Call me later, Angel.
But, Father...
Oh, get that motorman's number.
You will live, my friend, but not long if you don't control your curiosity.
With that mallet you hit me. What was the big idea?
Do you really have to ask that question? Weren't you trying to trick my daughter into disclosing her whereabouts?
The police are pretty interested in her whereabouts.
Then let them find her. But you can't be surprised, my friend, if I choose to protect Diana's interests.
So he's working on an Apollo and Ariadne, is he, Archie?
Who cares about Apollo and Ariadne? The point is how he worked on my gourd.
That, of course, was unfortunate, my boy, but... Did you get that piece?
Mm-hmm. Hello?
Inspector Kramer.
Hold it. For you. Here.
Thanks. Yes?
Wolf?
How are you, Inspector?
I hear you're in on the Garth killing.
Not very deeply, I am afraid. We are still trying to locate the Lawrence girl.
Well, you can forget about that.
Yeah?
Yes, we've already located her and released her on a habeas corpus.
That sounds interesting.
Her father had a lawyer on our heads before she was in here 10 minutes.
Too bad you couldn't have held on to her.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not so sure we want her.
Why not?
Well, first of all, it's not likely she did it.
No?
No. Ballistics stated that the bullets that killed Willard Garth were not fired from point-blank range. And she was sitting beside him on the back seat.
I see.
Also, we found the murder weapon in the grass near where the limousine was parked, and she admitted it was hers.
That sounds like a poor reason to release her.
Well, the point is she wasn't in possession of the gun when the killing happened. At least so she says.
No, who what?
That doctor.
What doctor?
Townley. The guy who runs that sanitarium. According to her, he took the gun away from her for safekeeping at noon yesterday.
There was a little more talk between them, something about fresh cigar ashes that were found in the dashboard ashtray of the limousine. After that, the boss hung up and exerted himself enough to put a call through to the Townley Sanatorium.
I'm afraid the doctor is very busy just now.
So am I, and my business happens to be highly important.
Well, I'll say you called, Mr. Wolfe, and I'll ask him to contact you just as soon as he has a free moment.
Do you happen to have a free moment, miss?
Why, well, yes, sir.
Could you spend it by telling me if that handyman, Mr. Haynes, is being located?
Why, yes, as a matter of fact, he has. One of the staff just found out where he lives, Mr. Wolfe.
Well?
He has a little cottage at 206 Dockside Road. That's out near Sheepshead Bay.
Thank you. Archie.
I'm going someplace, I suppose?
You are? You're going to Sheepshead Bay.
Hello there. Looking for a guy I can't find. Oh? Yeah, his name is Haynes. Stopped at the cottage up there, but there's no one there. I saw you here on the wharf fishing, so
What did you say his name is?
Haynes. Haines.
Oh, Haynes.
Yeah, do you know him?
Well, there's a fellow named Hines used to fish out here.
No, not Hines. Haynes.
Couldn't be Huntingburg?
No, it couldn't be. The name is Haynes. Hain.
Haynes, give me a hand here, eh?
Well, what do you know?
Funny, huh? That guy seems to think my name is Haynes.
Yeah, so do I.
You do?
Yes, I got back to our house soaked to the skin and minus Haynes, and just in time to see the boss in the exhausting process of walking across the room to answer the phone.
Hello?
This is Dr. Townley. You called me.
So I did.
About the murder?
More specifically, about the statement from Diana Lawrence that you removed a firearm from her possession yesterday morning.
That's quite correct. It's here in my Majonica cabinet.
Is it?
Of course it is.
I suggest you check.
Just a moment. Mr. Wolfe.
Yeah?
I'd like to see you at once.
The gun, I suppose, has vanished.
What? How did you know?
Because it is at ballistics, Doctor. It turned out to be the gun that killed Willard Garth.
I see.
Do you?
Yes. I understand everything now. It's all so crystal clear.
Just how crystal clear?
I'm quite certain, Mr. Wolfe, that I can put my finger on the killer.
And I think it would be well if you came here immediately.
No, I'm afraid it's impossible, sir. There's an important operation scheduled, and I simply cannot leave.
What do you suggest?
Well, is it outside the realm of possibility that you come here? Is it, Mr. Wolfe? Hello, Mr. Wolfe? Mr. Wolfe?
When my boss has to leave the house, it's a major tragedy. Sometimes he rages, sometimes he curses the whole detective business, lock, stock, and barrel. And sometimes he keeps very quiet and grips the side of the car desperately and tries not to inhale any fresh air. This was one of the quiet times.
Just go slowly, Archie, but get there as quickly as you can.
Oh, you don't want a chauffeur, Mr. Wolfe. What you need is a magician.
Keep your eye on the road and don't strain yourself to make superfluous witticisms.
Why don't you try relaxing a little? I hear there hasn't been a man-eating tiger sighted on the Sawmill River Parkway in the last 500 years.
Your liberty is out of order. Don't try to make light of a deplorable situation.
Here's the sanatorium. And there's Dr. Townley coming to meet us.
It's terribly nice of you to have come, Mr. Wolfe. I've heard about your aversion to traveling, and I appreciate your going to the trouble.
Don't mention it. Oh, Archie, help me out with my other arm.
There we are. Now, calm down. You're all in one piece.
I think you'll find the trip highly profitable, Mr. Wolfe. You'll consider it time very well.
Hey, what's the matter?
What is it? What happened?
He's been shot.
It's hardly likely. There wasn't a sound.
This kind of shot doesn't make a sound, boss.
What do you mean?
Better take a look for yourself. There's an arrow in his back, and he's dead. We remembered that Dr. Townley had said Diana Lawrence had won the Women's National Archery Tournament for 1947. The Lawrence house was visible through the trees 100 yards away, so we started for it and the sculptor's studio. There's no one around.
So this is his latest effort, Apollo and Ariadne.
Yeah. Done a little work on it since I was here. The Apollo's face is more finished and... Hey, boss.
Yes?
You know, somehow or other, Apollo looks a little familiar.
I wouldn't be surprised, Archie. I think if you examine it closely...
Mr. Wolfe.
Our host.
You remember me, don't you? I met you once at a dinner party at your house, the time they opened the new museum on 67th Street.
Of course, Mr. Lawrence.
And to what do I owe the honor?
It's not much of an honor. Dr. Townley has been murdered.
No.
I am afraid Mr. Goodwin is being accurate.
He's been murdered with a bow and arrow. And what does that mean to you, Mr. Lawrence?
I'm sorry. I've been a fool. An awful fool.
You can't blame yourself too much. If you'd cooperated with the police instead of looking out for your daughter's interest, the man would still be alive.
But I assure you that...
Where's the girl?
She should be here now. She phoned me a while ago and said she was coming by for passage money to Rio.
You were looking for me?
Boss, Diana. Put the gun down, Angel.
And tie a rope around my neck?
Might I inquire if your plan is to kill us all, Miss Lawrence?
Oh, what would yours be if the world was after you for something you didn't do?
Wouldn't you be willing to risk persuading a jury of that?
Thanks, no. I'll skip that chance. Father, get me the money.
Diana, sweetheart, don't make me a part of your murders. That's asking too much of love.
Don't you know I'm not guilty?
No, Diana, I don't.
Leave that gun away, Diana.
Haynes.
Looks like I walked in on the nose.
That's him, boss, the guy who soused me.
Take a little of your own advice. Relax, Archie. What do you want here, Mr. Haynes?
I want to give up and try to straighten out this little deal. Mr. Lawrence.
Yes?
Here's your money back. You got a right to call me a welcher. I promised I wouldn't give evidence against the girl, and you paid my price. But enough is enough, and right here and now I'm unloading.
Just what does this mean?
It means I saw her do it.
Oh, you stupid, lying, rotten...
Oh, yeah.
Grab her, Archie. Grab her. Get the pair of them out of here.
What can I say to myself now? What can I do?
I'm sorry, Mr. Lawrence, but it's not necessary to eat your heart out. Many fathers before you have done their best and failed.
But I had a special duty toward Diana.
Special duty?
Yes. Well, you see, you'll find it out sooner or later, so I'd best tell you now. I'm not a real father. I adopted her 9 years ago when she was 14.
I see.
And I should never have done it. I realize now that I wasn't equal to the task.
Well, all's not lost yet. They may not convict her, you know.
Yeah?
I said they may not convict her.
But how could they fail to convict her? She killed Garth, didn't she?
Did she?
She shot him.
But the gun was in Townley's possession.
She could easily have stolen that. She could have broken into his office later. It wasn't locked.
What wasn't locked?
The Majolica cabinet. I believe
you mean what you said, Lawrence, the Majolica cabinet. For the life of me, I can't see how you could know whether it was locked or not unless you had the experience of opening it. Could it be that you went looking for the gun yourself after Townley said he had confiscated it? That you killed Townley with a bow and arrow, which you handled as well as your daughter, because he was just on the point of telling me that you knew where the gun was and that you were the likeliest murder suspect?
You must be mad.
Oh, sir, not I. But you are mad and more than a little. You hated Willard Garth. It was you who were making the marriage impossible. You loathed him, and in the end, you killed him.
How could I have killed him?
I'll tell you a little secret, Mr. Lawrence. The police found cigar ash in the dashboard tray of the death car. Chemical analysis showed that the ash was from an El Adoro cigar. What have you got in your left hand, sir?
In my... an El Adoro cigar. And in my right hand, a Derringer.
Powerful and admirable little weapon, Lawrence.
I suggest you show proper respect for it by dropping all this here and now.
You don't wish to hear me say the rest, that you were horribly in love with Diana, your own adopted daughter? In love and hopelessly, eternally frustrated? You begrudge me the triumph of accusing you of having bribed Haynes to let you take his place at the driver's seat of the limousine? And further bribed and threatened him into putting on his show of merry pranks and false confessions to confuse us all beyond measure?
You said I loved Diana. Would I do all this to her if I did?
Oh, but of course, such love as yours is really hate. You were content to see her dead rather than relinquish her. Like all miserly, small-hearted men, you would rather kill the thing you love than muster the generosity necessary to seeing it attain happiness.
That's enough out of you.
I should think it was much too much.
It is.
Archie, my boy, I'm grateful to you, both for coming back into the house when you did and for being such a good shot.
Hope you remember that next time you feel like insulting me.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me, what's with that cigar ash routine? Who told you the ashes in the limousine were from an Eladoro, boss? I never heard anything about that.
As a matter of fact, neither did I. No one could possibly have determined the brand by any chemical means in existence. I knew that, you see, and I took the long chance that Lawrence didn't.
Oh. But I still don't get the mainspring of the deal. How did you know he was in love with Diana?
That was genius. I have to admit it. You see, it all hinged on the statue of Apollo and Ariadne. According to the Greek myth, Apollo fell deeply in love with the nymph, but because they were of different worlds, he was condemned to pursue her always and never to catch her.
Well, what's that got to do with the price of eggs?
Isn't it perfectly obvious? Didn't he tell you that Diana had posed for the Ariadne?
Yeah, but I still don't...
And you yourself remarked on the fact that the finished Apollo looked somehow familiar, didn't you, Archie?
Yeah, I did, boss.
Don't you know why that was?
You mean that...
I mean that Michael Lawrence unconsciously revealed the true state of his heart. He didn't intend to, I suppose. But precisely and accurately, he chiseled the features of the tortured God in his very own image.
Oh.
And speaking of torture,
yeah?
Will we be home in time for dinner?
Oh, boss, you can't be that hungry.
Oh, I am. Good heavens, Archie. Do you realize that I haven't eaten since lunch?
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by Peter Berry was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Larry Dobkin as Archie Goodwin and Gigi Pearson, Ted Von Elst, Bill Johnstone, Peter Leeds, and Jay Novello. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Brave Rabbit. Don Stanley speaking. There's fun and laughs later tonight when Ed Archie Gardner stars as Archie the manager in Duffy's Tavern. As usual, Duffy won't be there, but Archie will be there, armed with his own whimsical version of the English language. Another Friday favorite you'll hear later is The Delightful Life of Riley, starring William Bendix as Chester A. Riley. Stay tuned for Nero Wolfe. Saturday night chimes on NBC mean a full hour of fun with Dennis Day and Judy Canova. Dennis always appears perplexed and bewildered. But one thing that doesn't perplex him is how to make a popular ballad come to life in his thrilling tenor voice. And there's music also on the Judy Canova Show, plus comedy in the mischievous Canova manner. That's Judy Canova and Dennis Day, tomorrow night over most NBC stations.
My boss is the smartest and the stubbornest, the fattest and the laziest, the cleverest and the craziest, the most extravagant detective in the world, Nero Wolfe.
It's the transcribed adventure of The Case of the Careworn Cuff, with that brilliant, eccentric private detective, orchid fancier, and gargantuan gourmet, Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. The place is Nero Wolfe's office. At the moment, the world's greatest motionless detective is sitting in the chair which was built especially to support his 300 pounds. His eyes are closed, and he's making sounds through his nose.
Archie. Archie. Archie!
Yes, Mr. Wolfe, what is it?
The phone, if you please, Mr. Goodwin.
Well, it's on your desk, only 8 3/4 inches from your left elbow. All you have to do is lean forward.
Found it, Archie? What do you think I am, an athlete?
Hello. No, wrong number, mister. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Wolfe, if that old phone awakened you.
Wrong number, and I was not asleep. I was merely concentrating.
On what? We're out of work. There's nothing to concentrate on.
May have escaped your errant attention, Archie. But there are other subjects for thought besides murder.
Mm-hmm. Sure, blondes.
And blondes.
You're right at that. Brunettes.
Phooey.
That's not a nice thing to say about any girl, even if she does happen to be a brunette.
Archie.
Yes, sir?
Go away. You annoy me.
Suppose I did. Who'd get your beer for you?
Fritz.
Tonight happens to be Fritz's night off. However, you can always get your beer for yourself.
Don't be an idiot.
There are exactly 23 steps between here and the kitchen.
As you very well know, I abominate strenuous physical activity.
23 steps times 2 is 46. You could walk very slow.
Nonsense. Now that you mention it, I happen to be mildly thirsty, Archie. Would you...
Now that I mention it, you'd better let the beer go for tonight.
Why?
Our stock is running low.
You being careless?
I've been careful, because something else is also running low.
What?
Money?
Fiddlesticks, there's plenty in the bank.
Sure, but very little of it is yours. Mr. Wolfe, do you remember that batch of orchids you bought last week?
Of course I do. Magnificent and very rare specimen.
I got a magnificent bill for him this morning, too.
It was large?
It was large.
Confound it, Archie. I shall have to do some work.
You turned down half a dozen cases in the last few weeks.
One of them may still require me.
Most of them hired other detectives. However, there is a Mr. Wenceslas who might still be in need.
His problem is what?
As I remember, he's being followed by midgets. He wanted you to do something about it. Not that he minded the midgets so much. It was the elephants they were riding.
The man needs a psychiatrist, not a detective. Anyone else?
I can check my files, but I don't think... Ha-ha! Saved by the bell.
Another cliche like that, and I shall...
Answer the phone yourself?
Assassinate you. See what it is.
Okay. Hello? Yes, Mr. Wolfe is in. Yes, he'll be in. He always is. What? But... That was a Mr. Charles Porter. He was in a hurry. He's on his way over right now. Should be here in 10 minutes.
Prospective client, I trust?
$1,000 worth of prospective client.
Splendid, Archie, my beer.
Okay, but, look, I'm not sure you're going to accept his offer.
Indeed? What does he want me to do for his paltry fee?
That's the point. If I heard him right, he wants you to do nothing.
The door, Archie.
Yes, sir. I hear it. Mr. Porter?
Naturally, I'm Charles Porter. Who else would I be?
It's a large field. Never mind. Come on in. I'm Archie Goodwin.
Where is Wolfe?
Mr. Wolfe is in here. Mr. Wolfe, this is Mr. Porter.
Good evening.
Fat, aren't you?
It's moderately noticeable. Archie, a chair for Mr. Porter.
Don't bother. I'm too impatient to sit. When I've business to take care of, I take care of it quickly.
Very well.
Send him out of the room.
Mr. Goodwin, nonsense. He's my assistant. He remains.
I don't like it.
Archie, show Mr. Porter out.
Now, wait. There's no need to get temperamental. Perhaps I'm a little abrupt.
Rude.
I'm a worried man.
And impatient. You're wasting time, Mr. Porter.
I suppose I am. The reason I came to you... Young man, what are you doing with that notebook?
Getting ready to make marks in it.
But... Oh, never mind. Mr. Wolfe, you have a client named Dorothy Spencer.
Have I?
There's no need to be coy about it. I happen to know.
Then you know.
I want you to drop her.
Drop her?
Refuse to handle her case. Close the books on her. You know what I mean.
Why should I?
The girl has no money. I have.
That doesn't answer my question.
Perhaps this will.
Appear to be a small package of dollar bills.
It happens to be $1,000.
Archie, will you?
I will. It is $1,000.
Thank you. Mr. Porter.
Yes?
You're paying me $1,000 in order that I refuse to act for Miss Spencer. Nothing more.
That's right.
What does she suspect you of?
I said nothing about. Well, that is. You must know that as well as I do.
Possibly, and nevertheless, what does she suspect you of?
Being a blackmailer.
Whereas your occupation really is?
I'm a musician. Pianist. I'm appearing nightly at the Windsor Hotel.
Archie, have you made out a receipt for Mr. Porter?
Yep.
Give it to him and show him to the door.
Okay. Mr. Porter?
Mr. Wolfe, I want your assurance that the entire affair is definitely finished.
My association with Miss Spencer, you mean? You have my assurance that it is. You will forgive a classical illusion. The carver.
Thank you. Good night.
Mr. Wolfe, I have a secret about Mr. Porter. He smells.
Some perfume or other. More important, his right coat cuff is more worn than his left cuff. And a carver happens to be a musical term meaning start again from the beginning.
Oh? Porter thought it meant finished.
Therefore, Mr. Porter is a liar. His ignorance of common musical term indicates that he's not a musician. The worn right coat cuff, that he is an office worker.
That's kind of leaping to a deduction. But even if Porter's a liar, Mr. Wolfe, there is something else. He paid you $1,000 to drop a client named Dorothy Spencer. Mr. Wolfe, you never had a client with that name. Well, that's that. Dorothy Spencer is not in. Anyway, she's not answering her phone. Mr. Wolfe, I said...
I know what you said. Bah.
That a comment?
I'm worried. Mr. Porter may have assumed erroneously that Dorothy Spencer had employed or was intending to employ me. That does not explain why he lied about his occupation.
Maybe he didn't lie. After all, your deductions could be wrong.
Phooey.
Okay. Take care of that right now. I'm phoning her. Hello, Windsor Hotel? Get me the manager's office. Thanks. Could you tell me if a Charles Porter plays the piano at... Uh-huh. She sounds blonde. I see. Thanks a lot. What do you do after work? Oh, so long. She goes home and beats her husband.
About Porter, Archie.
Bad news. He does play the piano at the Windsor in the move room. So where does that leave your deductions?
Untouched, of course. Let me think. Yes, naturally.
Naturally what?
I came to the conclusion that Mr. Porter was an office worker. We have just discovered that Mr. Porter is not an office worker, therefore...
You were wrong.
I am never wrong. Therefore, the man who was here is not Charles Porter.
Mr. Wolfe, do you think a man of your weight should climb out on a limb like that?
Fiddlesticks. Look up Porter in the phone book and call him.
Okay. Take a second. Archie, the phone company's best friend. Yep, here he is. What do I ask him?
There'll be no need to ask Mr. Porter anything. Just phone.
You're the boss. Yeah. Have to say something to the guy. Hello. I'd like to speak to Charles Porter. So would you. Who's... Oh, Stebbins, huh? Yeah, that's right, Archie. Oh. No, don't bother why I called. It's a coincidence. Goodbye. You know who that was?
No.
That was Sergeant Stebbins, Sergeant Pearlie Stebbins. I might add, as though you didn't know, that Stebbins happens to be a sergeant in homicide.
Indeed.
You expected this.
I still don't know what your conversation was about.
It was about Charles Porter, who maybe was a liar, but who isn't going to tell any more lies on account of he was just shot to death.
Well, if it ain't Archie Goodwin. Come in, Goodwin.
Thank you, Sergeant Stebbins.
I've been expecting you.
Oh, that's sweet of you to say that, Pearlie.
Why did you phone Porter?
His right coat cuff was more worn out than his left.
So for that, you had to kill him?
No, actually, I killed him because he didn't know his da capo. Hey.
Yeah, hey. He don't look good anymore, huh? Guys who stop bullets with their face never look good.
Burley, you've been robbed.
I did.
That corpse is not Porter.
Now, relax, Goodwin, relax. His fingerprints were on file and they check. His girlfriend says he's Porter. If he could get up and talk, he'd tell you he was Porter. And what makes you think he isn't?
Well, because when he visited us earlier tonight, he looked different. Not much, but... You said girlfriend?
Yes, I said girlfriend. She's in the next room mopping up. She kind of broke down when we brought her here.
You brought her here? Now, don't tell me what her name is.
Why shouldn't I? It's Spencer. Dorothy Spencer.
Ooh, that's what I was afraid of.
Sergeant, Oh.
Ignore him. He comes with the woodwork.
His name is Goodwin, Miss Spencer. Archie Goodwin. Find what you were looking for?
What I was looking...
Somebody's gone through this place like a minor league hurricane. You?
What business is it of
Of
yours?
mine? None, maybe. On the other hand, Nero Wolfe might have other ideas. Matter of fact, I'm sure he'd have. Miss Spencer, why don't you go see him? The address is 601 West 35th Street.
I don't see why.
You want your boyfriend's murderer found, don't you?
Now listen, Goodwin, the police are working on this.
Sure, they'll see to it nobody harms a corpse. Goodbye, Miss Spencer. Don't forget that address, 601 West 35th Street. Believe it or not, you used to be a client of ours. Oh, Mr. Wolfe, you're getting to be so brilliant, it's boring.
Boy. That is,
All right, tonight you deserve it. I'll get you another can of beer. But this is the last one. Unless you promise to do some exercise, like maybe standing up and sitting down 5 minutes a day.
Thank you. And why should I indulge in such idiotic behavior?
Well, after a while, you might be able to see your shoes.
I've already seen them.
Oh, that was 20 years ago. Things have changed. No more buttons. Hey, that must be Dorothy Spencer.
She's undoubtedly young and beautiful.
You deduced that from the way she pressed the buzzer?
I deduced that from the gleam in your eye, Bah.
Bah, all you want. I'm going to keep that gleam shining. Hello, Miss Spencer. Come in.
Thank you. Mr. Wolfe.
Is the large sitting down gentleman behind the desk. This is Dorothy Spencer, Mr. Wolfe.
You will forgive me not rising. It is due to a necessary conservation of energy rather than rudeness. Archie, a chair.
Sure. Here you are, Miss Spencer.
Thanks.
Now then, Miss Spencer, have the police found anything but dust in Mr. Porter's closet?
Why, no.
You were engaged to Mr. Porter?
I was.
That ring you're wearing, he gave it you?
Yes.
May I see it?
Well, all right. Here.
Thank you. Expensive. Very expensive. You may have it back. Miss Spencer, why are you marrying Charles Porter?
I loved him.
Phooey. Mr. Porter, according to Archie's description, was twice your age with considerably less than half your attractiveness. Love may perhaps be blind, but it is not astigmatic.
I don't know what you mean.
What were you searching for under the nose of the police?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
How did your fiancé earn his money?
He played the piano at the...
Phooey. What he earned there in a year wouldn't begin to pay for the ring he gave you. Would you like to try again?
I don't know how he made his money.
I suggest that you do. I suggest that he earned money by the same method that he induced you to consider marrying him. Blackmail.
Oh, but...
Why was he blackmailing you?
Old letters I'd written when I was too young to know any better.
Your motives for murdering Porter would be twofold, then. Recovery of blackmail material and the avoidance of marriage to a man you dislike.
I didn't kill Charles.
No doorbell, Archie. Get Miss Spencer into the kitchen. Once. Must be the police.
Yeah, let's go, Miss Spencer. Right through that door.
And stay there until I call you. Front door, Archie.
Mr. Wolfe, do I know Dorothy Spencer's here?
You know nothing. A simple role for you to play.
I haven't got time to resent that insult right now, but wait until the next time you drop a collar button. Well, bless my soul, if it isn't dear old Inspector Kramer. How is the homicide department?
Where's Wolfe?
Big surprise. He's sitting.
Mr. Wolfe?
Good evening, Inspector.
Where's Dorothy Spencer?
This is not the Bureau of Missing Persons.
The district attorney would like to talk to her.
I shall tell her so the next time we meet.
Yeah, that could be right now. She's in this house.
I don't see her.
Mind if I look around for myself?
You have a search warrant, of course.
It so happens no, but...
Archie, the inspector's leaving.
Okay, I'm leaving. I suppose by the time I get back with a warrant, she'll be in Hoboken.
Hoboken? Where's that?
Look, Wolf, you can go too far. One of these days you won't be able to talk yourself out of it. Trail me to the door, Goodwin, to show what a good detective you are.
Ooh, Inspector Kramer doesn't love us anymore.
Unfortunate. Archie, take Miss Spencer to a respectable hotel. Register her under an assumed name. She is to stay there until notified otherwise. Luckily, the good inspector neglected to inform us that she was the leading suspect in a murder case. Hence, we're not accessories after the fact, and I don't want her arrested for murder as yet.
Her beauty has won you over.
You will then return here immediately.
Okay. What are you going to be doing in the meanwhile?
I, Archie, shall be thinking. Archie?
No. No, not Archie.
Our impatient and non-musical friend came in through the window. How are you, Mr. Not Porter, of course.
Where's the girl?
Question is beginning to bore me. I don't know.
I think she's here.
So did the police. I might add that they were slightly closer to the truth. Incidentally, what makes you think she was Porter's accomplice?
She must have been.
Nonsense, she wasn't. Porter was blackmailing her, just as he was blackmailing you. In her case, it was letters. In yours, a previous criminal record, perhaps, that your employers might be interested in.
I want to know where she is. Maybe this would help you remember.
Good heavens, don't point a pistol at me. It annoys me. The police, I should think, opened the door for them like a good fellow.
Oh, no. I'm leaving. But if I don't find that girl, I'll be back.
Knock the blasted thing down if it isn't open.
All right, well, I've got the search warrant.
Also, no doubt, a fine tooth comb. Bah. By the way, Inspector.
All right, boys, cover the house.
All right, Inspector.
Yeah, what did you want?
As your men go through the house, will you have one of them shut the back window? I've just had a burglar, and I suspect he left it open. Unless the matter is attended to, the house might be filled with fresh air.
Yeah, what's the matter with that?
Fresh air, deadly poison. It clogs the lungs. And may I point out that the warrant you're clutching in your hot little hand is not a lease on the house. Finish your search quickly, if you please, and then... why not try Hoboken?
So I just missed the inspector, huh?
You did?
That I can stand. I'm sorry about the burglar, though.
Perhaps we can arrange to have you meet him in the morning.
He left his calling card with name and address on it?
He dropped his handkerchief here on my desk.
Oh. It's a handkerchief.
It smells.
So it does. But,
all of our unknown friends' clothes carry the odor. Therefore...
Yeah?
You will go out immediately to the nearest drugstore, buy a specimen of every cake of soap manufactured in this country.
Mr. Wolfe?
Be still. No.
I never realized just how many different brands of soap are made in this country.
You should listen to the radio more often.
So far, we've sniffed at 37 cakes. None of them smell like porter. Let's see. 38.
Hey. Let me have it, Archie. Yes, the soap. It's labeled orchid ovals. I should say basely mislabeled. Orchids have no odor. Our task for the evening is finished.
Why? All we know is the guy washes with a basely mislabeled soap.
No, the odor would not have been so persistent in that case. Unquestionably, our visitor works for a soap company that makes orchid ovals. Every employee of a plant in which perfume in large quantities is used inevitably carries the odor on his clothes.
Oh. And you already deduced he works in an office. Uh-huh. I go see him in the morning?
You do?
You know, Mr. Wolfe, what with hiring rooms for girls and paying visits to a perfume factory, I'm beginning to feel like a maiden aunt.
No one would ever mistake you for a maiden aunt, Archie.
Thanks. Is that another deduction?
Midnights rarely need a shave.
Good morning. 1 moment, please. Oh, can I do anything for you, sir?
Yeah. That is, let's postpone that question and slip in another one. I'm looking for one of your office people. In his 40s, 5'10", brown hair and eyes, speaks in a sharp, quick voice.
He owes you money, too.
Who owes me money?
Mr. Wheeler, the man you were describing. He owes everybody money, in spite of the fact that he's office manager and makes lots and lots of money. How much does he owe you?
Oh, not an awful lot. It won't break me if I don't get it. Is he in yet?
Well, he was, but he went home. He was sort of sick.
Sort of?
He got a phone call from somebody and rushed out.
Too bad. Well, I better scram.
Well, you didn't answer my question yet. I'm off at 5. My name's Gwen.
Goodbye.
Wolf speaking.
Archie here. Unknown's name is Wheeler. He left the office this morning sick after he got a mysterious phone call.
That probably. Get to Dorothy Spencer at once and bring her here.
Right. I'm at Wheeler's house now. Thought I'd better check. His wife's here, too.
Blonde?
Uh-huh. How could you tell?
Fatuous smirk in your voice. Get out of there fast, and don't stop to console Mrs. Wheeler.
Room 909. Miss Dorothy Spencer. Nobody home.
Shut that door behind you, Goodwin.
Never mind pulling triggers. I'll shut it.
Oh, Archie.
I would prefer silence. Keep your hands high, Goodwin.
It's unhealthy. All the blood had run into my head.
Archie, he murdered Charles.
He did. Tut, Mr. Wheeler. You really shouldn't have. It's against the law.
Get into the bathroom, both of you.
I already shaved.
I phoned him. I thought maybe he had my letters.
Porter couldn't keep his mouth shut about his other
He
victims.
was going to force Dorothy to marry him. Did you find his material, Wheeler?
Yes, in an office. He read it as a front. It's all burned.
And why all the melodrama?
You know about me, so does she. I can't trust anyone. Get into the bathroom, I said.
Look, let's not lose our heads about this.
Get moving, Goodwin.
I like it here.
All right, then. Here is where you'll get it.
Hey, wait a minute. Something's wrong. I got shot and Wheeler fell down.
I shot him, Goodwin.
Stebbins. Dear Sergeant Stebbins. Oh, you little flat-footed angel.
It's lucky for you my flat feet got staked out here in time.
Just for that, I'll buy you a pair of arch supports for your next birthday. But I'm beginning not to believe this. You had it all figured out?
Well, not exactly. Well, that is...
Wolf sent you here.
Well, he kind of phoned in and suggested one of us shoot down here and do some rescue work.
That old devil.
Hey, you're not kidding.
What are you laughing about?
Wolf wasn't sure whether you'd need rescuing from Wheeler or...
Stop killing yourself with your own jokes.
Or whether Miss Spencer would need rescuing from you.
You've been a very foolish young woman, Miss Spencer. I suggest that in the future you exercise more care in your correspondence.
Oh, I shall, Mr. Wolfe, but how can I ever thank you?
Well, one way would be to listen wide-eyed while he explains how he solved the case.
I have no intention.
Oh, come on, Mr. Wolfe. Stop stalling.
Please, Mr. Wolfe.
Well, I'd be very happy to. As a matter of fact, I'd like to see anyone try to stop me. A man came to me, offered me $1,000 to drop a client I didn't have. Why? Because obviously he wished to direct my attention to that client.
Me?
You, Miss Spencer. Now then, he identified himself as Charles Porter, a musician. But I tested him and discovered that he knew nothing of music.
The da capo routine.
Precisely. Therefore, he was an imposter. His purpose?
Yeah?
To indicate by no means subtly that enmity existed between Porter and Dorothy Spencer.
Huh?
Thus, when Porter was found murdered, I would presumably be convinced that Dorothy Spencer balked in her effort to enlist my aid against Porter had resorted to most foul and bloody murder.
Most foul and bloody murder is very fancy, Dorothy. Shows he likes you.
I thereupon asked myself, why should an unknown seek to convince me that Dorothy Spencer was Porter's murderer?
And you answered yourself?
One reason only, because he himself intended to murder Porter, as he did. For which peccadillo he has, thanks to Sergeant Stebbins' accuracy with a revolver, already paid with his own life. Quodiat demonstrandum.
Latin for that's what you wanted to know.
I think you're wonderful, Mr. Wolfe, and I'm going to...
Be careful.
Kiss you.
Archie, Miss Spencer is a very dangerous young woman.
Today I feel brave.
Do you, Archie?
Very brave. What are you doing tonight?
Nothing.
Let's do it together.
Bah.
Oh, is that Mr. Wolfe?
I said bah. Would you very much mind conducting your romance elsewhere?
I would not.
And do so at once. I have a very important matter to attend to.
Goodbye, Mr. Wolfe.
Goodbye.
Night, sir.
Very important. Very important.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story was based on the characters created by Rex Stout, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Lamont Johnson as Archie Goodwin, and Jane Webb, Peter Leeds, Bill Johnstone, and Wilms Herbert. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Dear Dead Lady. Don Stanley speaking. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. The NBC chimes are excited about The Big Show, an hour and a half every Sunday night with Tallulah Bankhead as Femme C. Comedy with stars like Jimmy Durante, Fred Allen, Jack Carson, Groucho Marx, and a host of others. Music with Meredith Wilson, Mindy Carson, and many more. It presents drama with Mr. Jose Ferrer and many more leading stars of Broadway and Hollywood. It's The Big Show. Starts Sunday, November 5th on NBC.
This is Chester William Bendix Riley. The Man Called X follows on NBC.
Stay tuned for Nero Wolfe, which follows transcribed in 30 seconds. What's on the menu at Duffy's Tavern tonight? Well, there's a full serving of laughs with Archie the manager, played by Ed Gardner, and his unpredictable friends, Miss Duffy, Clifton Finnegan, and Eddie the waiter. It's Duffy's Tavern later this evening over most of these NBC stations. And this Sunday, The Big Show comes your way once again with Bob Hope, Jimmy Durante, Perry Como, Jose Ferrer, Mindy Carson, Eddie Cantor, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and many, many more. And, of course, your MC once again will be Tallulah Bankhead. That's this Sunday for The Big Show. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we take you to the most famous brownstone house in New York City. The one located at number 601 West 35th Street.
Oh, Mr. Wolfe. Mr. Wolfe.
Want something, Archie?
Would you be interested in taking on a case involving a woman who was found stabbed to death in one of New York's fancier men's clubs?
Can't you see I'm already occupied, Archie? My Oncidium hybrid is ailing.
But, sir, cash. C-A-S-H. Remember, you need it to live on.
Well, you're actually learning to spell.
You'd better learn to count. We're broke.
Thank you, Mr. Goodwin. Now, if you'll just go away and stop interfering. Oh, just a minute.
Yes, sir?
On your way out, switch on the fan.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's that one and only man of moves, the most famous detective in modern fiction, that corpulent, orchid-raising, beer-drinking gourmet who also happens to be a genius. Rick Stubbs' incomparable Nero Wolfe, starring Mr. Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight, Nero Wolfe's long-suffering assistant, Archie Goodwin, tells us of the case of the careless cleaner.
We didn't know Clay Michelson very well at the time, though Mr. Wolfe had hung one of the Michelsons' paintings on the library wall. But then I guess we should have considered ourselves lucky not to have known him or his wife, Phila. 2 weeks ago, they had a quarrel.
Oh, Clay, darling, I didn't expect you home so soon. I thought you were going to the museum to see the Van Goghs.
I decided not to, Phila.
Oh. Well, if you plan to paint this afternoon, I'll get out of the studio. I want to run some errands anyway.
Why don't you make your phone call from here, Phila?
Phone call?
Who is he, Phila?
He?
Who were you waiting for this afternoon?
Please, Clay, don't start that jealousy routine again.
Don't try to kid me.
You're being stupid, Clay.
I'm stupid, all right, but I'm getting wise pretty fast. I'm through, Phila. I've had enough. I'm leaving you. So stay out of my way and keep your boyfriend out of my way, too, whoever he is, or I'll kill him.
Jolly good fellow.
Yes? What can I do for you?
Sleepy. I want to have a drink and go to bed.
I'm sorry, sir. The Garrison Club's a private establishment. No rooms available to the public.
You think I'm drunk?
Oh, no, sir.
Why do you suppose I came here?
And I'm sure I wouldn't know, sir.
I'll tell you why. I came here to see my old pal Lou Saunders. That's why.
You know Mr. Saunders?
Do I know? Look, I paint him. Lou sells him.
Mr. Saunders is your agent?
I'm Clay Michelson. Just call Mr. Saunders.
Clay? What in the world?
Lou, tell this guy who I am.
But I'm sorry, Mr. Saunders.
It's all right, Mr. Martin.
You see? Let's go have a drink.
Yeah, sure, Clay. Yeah.
You know what, Lou? I left Phila. Yep, I walked out on her.
Is there something I can do, Mr. Saunders?
Yeah, have someone fix a bed in the other room of my suite. Mr. Michelson will be staying with me. At least for tonight.
Mr. Wolfe?
Yes, Archie?
It's Friday.
Good. Fish for dinner, then.
Nope. I was not referring to dinner.
You were not? I can think of nothing more interesting at the moment.
Oh, I can. My salary.
Of course, according to the Julian calendar.
We're on the Gregorian, so let's stick to it. Today is Friday. Today I get paid.
Archie, there's a drop.
Oh, don't exaggerate. You can't be getting the cold shutters just because I'm asking for my money.
I can distinctly feel fresh air flowing into the room.
Well, it's possible I might have opened a window 6 inches.
You're insane. Shut it at once.
Nope.
Are you trying to blackmail me?
Think it might work?
Never.
Then the window stays open.
You're fired.
I accept your offer. All you have to do is pay up.
I've hired you again.
Oh, Mr. Wolfe, you've cleaned out the bank balance again?
Well, that is... Well, had you seen those Miltonians?
Would I have voluntarily given up my paycheck for them? Orchids are very beautiful, Mr. Wolfe, but blondes are...
The door, Archie.
I am unemployed.
Found you'd maybe a client, and if it is, and we can extract a fee. You follow me, Archie?
I'm already on my way to the door.
Mr. Wolfe, I've got to see him at once.
Well, come in.
Thank you.
Mr. Wolfe, this is...
My name is Saunders, Mr. Wolfe. We've met before.
I remember. As a matter of fact, you sold me a painting of Michelson.
Yes, well, that's why I'm here. It's about Michelson, Mr. Wolfe, that I've come. Frankly, I think the man's about to go mad. He and his wife have split up, and
such a splendid artist, too. A pity.
I don't know what to do. He's drinking like a fish. For 2 weeks, I've been letting him live in part of my suite at the Garrison Club, but he's just steadily getting worse.
I try a hospital.
I can't. The publicity. Mr. Wolfe, Clay admired you so that time we all had dinner after the painting transaction. I thought maybe you could talk to him. Maybe you could get him on his feet again.
I'm not a doctor, Mr. Saunders.
But I'm sure he'd listen to you.
Excuse me a moment, Mr. Saunders. Nero Wolfe speaking.
Inspector Kramer.
Good evening, Inspector.
Got a guy called Lou Saunders at your place? Garrison Club said he'd gone to your place.
Yes, he's here.
Well, see to it that he doesn't leave until I get there.
I'd hardly do that, Inspector. I have no reason to detain Mr. Saunders.
There's plenty of reason. It so happens a woman's just been murdered in his suite.
Murdered?
Yeah. A Miss Hilda Lundgren.
What's happened?
Now will you hold him?
Do you know a Miss Hilda Lundgren, Saunders?
Hilda Lundgren? I've never heard of her.
She seems to have chosen your suite to be murdered in.
I'd better get right over there.
Mr. Saunders says to tell you he'll be right over, Inspector.
Now listen, Wolf.
Good day, Inspector.
Murdered? Murdered in my suite? Mr. Wolfe, you've got to come with me.
Mr. Goodwin will accompany you. After the formality of a retainer, Mr. Saunders.
Oh, anything you say. Here, I'll write a check.
Good. 500.
500? Fine.
My friend and assistant, Mr. Goodwin, will go with you. I have great confidence in his ability to bring back every detail of a murder, particularly where a woman's involved.
Okay, you photographers, picnic's over for tonight. Pick up your stuff and get out of here.
You sound real mean today, Inspector Kramer.
Well, if it isn't Nero Wolfe's favorite stooge. What are you doing here, Goodwin?
I got bored with my knitting.
Look, I wasn't asking for humor.
I'm Louis Saunders, Inspector.
Saunders? Ever seen that woman before?
Yes, I believe I have. I can't remember where, but the face looks familiar.
Lovely-looking woman. Blonde and really built.
Well, she ought to look familiar. She's one of the cleaning women here at the club.
She is? Cleaning? Well, since when have gals like this been reduced to cleaning floors? What's happening to the world? There ought to be a law.
Yeah, there is. She was killed with a knife, or haven't you had time to notice?
That's not a knife, Inspector Kramer. That's one of Clay's Chinese letter openers.
What was that?
Well, nothing. Nothing at all. Yes, it is a strange knife.
What were you saying, Mr. Saunders?
Just said that looked like one of the letter openers belonging to one of my friends.
Who is this Clay?
Clay Michelson, the artist. But you can't possibly think he'd do a thing like this.
I think everybody did it until we know otherwise. When were you last up here, Mr. Saunders?
Me? Why, just a little while ago. I changed my clothes just before I went to see Mr. Wolfe.
She wasn't here then?
Well, I don't know. I didn't come into this room, just in my part of the suite.
Your part? Who occupies this room?
Mr. Michelson. He's been staying with me.
Strange wound, no blood.
What do you think you are, Goodwin, a medical examiner?
Oh, but
Yeah. The killer probably wiped the blood away. Saunders, have you any idea where your artist friend might have run off to?
I haven't seen Clay all afternoon. He spends a lot of time down in the bar.
Well, he'd hardly sit in a bar if he's killed somebody.
Well, why would he pick on the cleaning woman?
Oh, this is no ordinary cleaning woman. Get a load of that figure.
Watch it, Goodwin, watch it. You're liable to stretch your brain.
But you're wrong. In spite of everything, Clay's still terribly in love with his wife. He wouldn't...
Hello, Lou. When did you get in?
Yeah, who's this?
Clay.
We're your friends, Lou. They won't serve me any more liquor down at the bar. I gotta find my flask.
Mr. Michelson, may I introduce you to Inspector Kramer of the police?
Who's this guy, Lou?
He's Nero Wolfe's assistant.
Wolfe? Police? Well, what do you all want? Somebody park overtime? Where's my flask? The one with my initials. I just bought it this morning.
Mr. Michelson, do you know that somebody was murdered here in your room?
Murdered? Why don't you guys go away and joke with somebody else? Where's my flask?
You better get hold of yourself. I said there's been a murder. Understand?
You serious?
Yep. And I wouldn't be surprised if Inspector Kramer here considers you top suspect.
Me? They think I did it?
You better pull yourself together, Clay.
Yeah, because I got a lot of questions.
Excuse me, the phone.
Sit down, Mr. Saunders. I'll answer it.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
This is Fila. Who is this?
This is Inspector Kramer. Hello? Hello? Who is Fila? Anyone know?
Well, that's my wife.
Your wife?
I want to speak to her.
Come back here, Michelson. Let me alone. You're not going anywhere. Now, stay back there.
You're wrong, Inspector. I am going somewhere.
Junior's got a gun.
Yes, Inspector. You should be more careful about your gun when you shove people.
Now, look, Mr. Michelson,
I'll see Mr. Wolfe myself. Stay back, Inspector.
You haven't a chance. We'll nab you before you get a block away.
Well, then I'll just jerk these phone wires. There. And I'll lock the doors. That should hold you long enough. Good night.
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Wolf, Kramer.
Indeed.
Clay Michelson may be on his way over there. Hold him until I get there.
Hold him, why?
Not more than 10 minutes ago, he held me up at the point of a gun.
He carries a gun?
It was my gun.
Careless of you, Inspector. Goodbye. Come in.
Mr. Wolfe?
Yes?
My name is Clay Michelson.
Yes, I was rather expecting you.
You've got to help me. They think I murdered someone.
You shouldn't have run away from the police.
I've been drinking a lot, but I wouldn't murder anyone. Fela'd tell you that.
Your wife. Was she the model in that painting of yours I purchased?
What difference does that make? I tell you, they're after me for murder.
You obviously loved your wife deeply at the time you painted her.
Oh, here you are, Mr. Wolfe. Michelson.
Clay. Good Lord, man. The police are on their way over here.
He came for my help, Mr. Saunders.
Oh, I'm glad he did, Mr. Wolfe. But we left Inspector Kramer talking from a phone booth. He'll be here any minute.
And we have only a minute to decide why anyone would want to kill a cleaning woman.
I didn't kill anybody.
She was a beautiful woman, Mr. Wolfe.
I gathered that, Archie, from your unusual interest in the case.
She was stabbed with a letter opener from Mr. Michelson's house.
Which might add Mrs. Michelson to our suspect list.
Fela? You can't suspect Fela.
You're very gallant, Michelson. Just how was this beautiful young cleaning woman, this Miss Lundgren, stabbed?
In the heart. Her eyes were wide open, pupils dilated with shock.
Details later, Archie. Kramer will be here shortly. At the moment, I would like to know where everyone was.
Well, Mr. Saunders was here with us, you remember? I don't know where Mrs. Michelson was, but I could go see her and find out.
No, it won't be necessary, Archie. Mr. Michelson, where were you?
Me? Why, I'm not sure. I can't seem to remember.
That's hardly what we would call helpful.
I was drunk. Maybe I went to Fela's. I've been over there lots this week trying to talk to her. Yes, I must have gone over there.
Have you ever seen the murdered woman before?
No, I never saw her before in my life.
I've seen her before, Mr. Wolfe.
Indeed, Mr. Saunders. I seem to remember your earlier statement to the contrary.
Well, I didn't know her name, but when I saw her, I remembered her. I understand she was quite an alcoholic.
Unfortunate woman. Beautiful and...
Well, look who's here, Inspector Kramer.
Oh, here you are, Michelson.
And as usual, you didn't have the courtesy to ring the bell, Inspector.
And give you a chance to get this guy out of here? Nothing doing, Wolfe. Now, come on. We're going to headquarters.
Mr. Wolfe, you can't let him take me. I didn't do it.
I'm afraid there's not much I can do about it, Mr. Michelson.
Come on. You come along too, Saunders. I got to get a statement from you.
Of course.
This way. Come on.
Very well.
All right.
I just got an angle.
Really, Archie?
Sure, it's simple. Saunders been going for this beautiful cleaning babe. Clay worms in. Saunders kills her.
Perhaps there was jealousy somewhere in this case, Archie. Nero Wolfe speaking.
Mr. Wolfe, this is Fela Michelson. You don't know me, but you once bought a painting from my husband. I've got to see you, Mr. Wolfe. You've got to help me.
Mrs. Michelson, have some of this delicious beer. Another can, Archie. And now, Mrs. Michelson, may I ask how you found out there was a murder in the first place?
A policeman came to see me. He told me what had happened, that they were looking for Clay. I don't know what to think. He's temperamental, he's jealous, and he's sometimes violent, but can't imagine anything like this, not Clay. Maybe some of those friends of his, but...
You don't care for your husband's friends?
No, they all live off him. They're leeches.
Mrs. Michelson, did your husband come to see you this afternoon?
This afternoon? No.
You're quite positive?
Oh, yes.
That was his alibi for the time of the murder. He said he went to see you. Of course, he was fuzzy, usual effect of alcohol on the brain cells, but... Mrs. Michelson, might I be a little indiscreet for a moment?
Indiscreet?
Have you been seeing some other man?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Please, Mrs. Michelson, I'm afraid your face gives away more than you tell.
I thought we were here to talk about a murder, Mr. Wolfe.
Indeed, but your husband's jealousy might well fit into that category.
Clay, imagine things.
You're a very beautiful woman, Mrs. Michelson. Now, if you'll try telling me the truth, perhaps we can accomplish something.
But I tell you... All right. So I thought I was in love with another man.
Your husband suspected but didn't know, huh?
No. Clay didn't know. He wouldn't have given me a divorce anyway.
You sound as though you want your husband back.
I did, but I didn't even know where he went.
Indeed, Mrs. Michelson. Archie informs me that the murdered woman was quite lovely.
What are you trying to suggest?
You said yourself you wanted your husband back.
Yeah, one woman jealous of another, that's always murder.
Why, that's stupid. Clay wouldn't play around with a maid. That's stupid. Clay loves me. I'm not jealous of anyone. No one, do you understand?
Archie, if you'll see Mrs. Michelson home...
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I can find my own way.
I'd prefer Archie took you, Mrs. Michelson. You wanted my help, didn't you? Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Michelson. If you will just wait outside for a moment, please.
What have you got in mind, Mr. Wolfe?
Try exercising your own judgment just once, Archie.
You mean she's the one who's jealous?
Perhaps, Archie. Perhaps she may want us to think she was jealous. Perhaps she actually doesn't want her husband back at all, only to pin a murder on him.
Oh.
You see, in this case, it would be simpler than divorce.
Yeah? Yeah, she might just be trying to get rid of him.
She might, Archie. But then she's a woman, so don't count on anything. She might even be telling the truth.
This is where I live, Mr. Goodwin.
Nice. Very nice. I like Greenwich Village.
I'm trying to figure out why Mr. Wolfe sent you along with me.
I'm a sucker for beautiful women.
I wonder. Archie,
Huh?
does Mr. Wolfe believe me?
He hasn't made an official statement yet. Nice furniture and things.
You sound like an appraiser or someone looking for something.
That's because it's November.
Mr. Wolfe sent you to search my
You
apartment.
could be wrong. I don't... Oh.
What's the matter now?
Thought you said your husband hadn't been here today.
He wasn't.
And what's his flask doing among these papers on the desk? Very prettily decorated with his initials. He was looking for it at the club.
Flask? I don't know what it's doing there.
Yeah, sure. You're trying to help, Clay. Right into the electric chair.
But...
His only alibi was his being here this afternoon, and you said he wasn't. Then what is his flask doing here? He said he just bought it this morning, so he must have been here today.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Where's your phone?
Well, you've got things wrong. I don't know anything about that flask.
Hey, the lights... Who switched off those lights? Fila, put those lights on. Put on those lights. Oh, the lights. Get to the lights. That flask. Gone.
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Wolf, where's Fila Michelson?
Fila, perhaps you might try the lost and found, Inspector.
Now, look, I know she was over at your place.
I thought you were interested in Clay Michelson.
Well, I let him and Saunders go for the present. They're clean until I get the medical examiner's report.
Oh, when will it be ready, by the way?
An autopsy takes time, you know that. Where's the Michelson woman?
I believe she had a date with Archie. Why do you want her?
I'm sure it never dawned on you, Wolf, but this cleaning woman who was killed was some dish. Maybe Mrs. Michelson was the jealous one.
Your thinking is beginning to bear an amazing resemblance to Archie's, Inspector.
Also, it maybe never dawned on you that Fila Michelson hasn't offered an alibi for the time of the murder.
You're right, Inspector. Yeah, you are.
Come on, Wolf, quit stalling. Where's Fila Michelson?
What? Oh, I really don't know, Inspector, but perhaps as a last resort, of course, you might try her home. Good night, Inspector. Inevitable. The moment I'm comfortable. Come in.
Mr. Wolfe. Oh, thank heavens you're here.
I always am. Where's Mr. Goodwin?
I don't understand how it happened. I swear I don't.
What happened?
I haven't got any idea how it got there.
Got where? Calm down, Mrs. Michelson. Now, just what got where?
Clay's new flask. Your assistant, Archie. He came home with me, and that new initial flask was there. He thinks Clay was there this afternoon, and that I'm trying to frame him or something.
Oh, here you are.
She's here, therefore.
This is our gal, Mr. Wolfe. She's been lying right down the line.
I tell you, Clay wasn't there.
Then why did you give me this clout on the head and grab the evidence and run?
I didn't hit you. I ran, but I didn't hit you. And I didn't take that flask either.
Oh, next thing she'll say there wasn't any flask.
Stop gaping at Mrs. Michelson, Archie, and open the door.
Yeah, sure.
Well, Mr. Wolfe, they let Clay and me go for the... Sheila, what are you doing here?
After your visit this afternoon, Mr. Saunders, she decided to come down and see me.
After my visit? What makes you think I was at Field's?
It was Mr. Saunders, not your husband, who came to visit you this afternoon, wasn't it, Mrs. Michelson?
I don't have anything to do with Mr. Saunders.
Then might I ask why you called him today?
I wasn't calling him. I was calling Clay.
You told me earlier yourself that you didn't know where Mr. Michelson was.
Well, all right. So what if it was Mr. Saunders who came this afternoon?
As he has for many afternoons.
What are you trying to get at, Mr. Wolfe?
Saunders? He and Fila?
Yes, Archie. Mr. Saunders, the artist's friend and agent, happens to be the one who was making a fool of the artist.
But that's all over. I told him. That's what I was talking to Mr. Saunders about this afternoon. I didn't want Clay to know. Clay would never have come back.
All right, so it was Fila and me. I admit it, but that's not murder.
I suggest that it is, Mr. Saunders. I suggest that one of you two murdered the cleaning woman. Whichever one of you carelessly left the whiskey flask in Fila's apartment.
This is murder, Mr. Wolfe. Not a joke.
Not at all a joke. You see, our cleaning woman was not murdered by the knife found in her body. She was poisoned.
What do you mean? Not by the knife?
Poisoned. She undoubtedly drank from Michelson's flask while she was working in his room at the Garrison Club.
But she was stabbed.
True. However, Miss Lundgren was an alcoholic. Saunders mentioned that, and I checked with the club manager.
But how does that prove there was poison in the flask? That she was poisoned?
Archie, would you mind repeating your description of the dead Miss Lundgren? First, as to the wound.
Okay. There was no blood.
Someone advanced a fantastic theory about wiping the blood away. And now, Archie, the description of the body of Miss Lundgren.
I mentioned the fact that her eyes were wide open, the pupils were dilated. Hey, dilated pupils?
Yes, Archie. The lack of blood had already made me wonder about the entire affair. When you added the dilated pupils...
What's special about dilated pupils?
In death, that is a common symptom of poison by a certain vegetable drug of considerable potency.
But what was the point of stabbing her?
The poison did the job. However, the killer later used the letter knife in an effort to deceive the police. However, he unhappily forgot that the dead don't bleed.
I think you're guessing, Mr. Wolfe.
Am I?
All I can say is that I was at the pool in the early afternoon.
You're very certain you were at the club pool when the murder was committed, Mr. Saunders?
Certainly. From 1 until 3.
Excuse me, please. Wolf speaking.
Inspector Kramer, medical examiner's report just came in this minute. And get a load of this, Wizard. The dame didn't die of stabbing at all.
I know.
You know?
She died of drinking a fatal dose of poison known as deadly nightshade.
What? How do you know that?
Inspector, do they know what time she died?
Time? The medical examiner says 2:30.
Thank you, Inspector. Oh, incidentally, if you care to drop over here, you may pick up the murderer. Goodbye.
I heard him, Wolf. She died at 2:30. As I told you, I was in the pool at 2:30.
Which is exactly how you prove yourself a murderer, Mr. Saunders.
Oh, I proved myself...
Even the police didn't know what time she died. Until just now. And the body wasn't found until the evening. How did you know she died between 1 and 3?
I didn't know, but...
You probably were at the pool at the time. The maid drank the poisoned whiskey you put in the flask of your friend Clay Michelson.
I tell you, you're crazy.
You planned to get rid of Clay, who stood in the way of your marrying Fila. When you came back to your room at 3 and found that the maid had drunk it instead, You stabbed her with Clay's letter opener to cover up the real cause of the murder and throw suspicion on Clay.
Oh, this is nonsense. Ridiculous.
And then, when you learned that the woman for whose love you were willing to commit murder was through with you, you took Michelson's new flask to Fela's home, confident that it would be found there.
Yes, and then he attacked me and stole that flask again in order to make it look like Fela had done it.
Exactly, Archie. Mr. Saunders, the chances are that your fingerprints will be found on that whiskey flask, and they'll be able to trace the poison to wherever you purchased it. The chances are...
Oh, no, you don't. Careful now, all of you.
Guns bore me, Saunders.
Oh, yeah? I'm leaving. You are
Clay!
Oh!
Clay.
Yes, Mrs. Michelson, your husband has been there for some time.
Clay, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Well done, Mr. Michelson. I think you proved that an artist's life may indeed be exciting.
I've been an awful fool, Mr. Wolfe.
Mr. Michelson, you might remember for the future that unreasoning and unjustifiable jealousy sometimes creates the very conditions that it fears.
You're being very kind to me, Mr. Wolfe.
How can we ever thank you?
By prompt remittance of your check on receipt of my bill in the morning. Good day, Mr. and Mrs. Michelson.
Good day, Mr. Wolfe.
Good day.
What's the matter, Archie? You look glum.
Yeah. I always have the lousiest luck.
Meaning?
A hectic case with two beautiful dames. Michelson gets one, the Undertaker gets the other, and what do I get? Hey, that reminds me. You got a fee. I get paid.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Cheryl Hendricks and based on the famous characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Larry Dobkin as Archie Goodwin, and Betty Lou Gerson, Howard McNear, Dan O'Hurley, Vic Perrin, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Beautiful Archer. Don Stanley speaking. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's fun and laughs with the chimes later this evening when Ed Gardner stars in Duffy's Tavern. As usual, Duffy won't be there, but Archie the manager will definitely be on hand to spread his whimsical advice where it'll do the most damage. Tomorrow night, there's action on NBC with Herbert Marshall starring as the man called X in another exciting battle against the forces of international intrigue. Next, Sam Spade. Later, William Bendix on NBC. Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. Just a moment, please. Hey, boss, Mr. Tom Wilcox wants an appointment. How about 1 o'clock?
Archie, no appointments today. I intend to pot some dendrobium offsets.
1 o'clock will be fine, Mr. Wilcox.
See the Tom Wilcox who was acquitted yesterday of the murder of that singer, Keith Hansen?
Mr. Wilcox, are you the Tom Wilcox who... Oh, you are. I see.
What does he want with me?
Mr. Wilcox, why do you seek Mr. Wolfe's services? I see. Well, our fee is $1,000 with a retainer of $500, okay? Oh, yes, Mr. Wolfe will see you. What's that? Hey, what was that? Hey, Mr. Wilcox.
Archie, stop shouting, hey.
He whispered someone was at the window. Then I heard a shot, and he dropped the phone. Boss, I'm afraid we've just lost a client.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that renowned genius who is the bulkiest, balkiest, most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chairborne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout, and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
This episode is one Nero Wolfe refers to as a slight case of perjury. It all started with a phone call from Tom Wilcox and the ensuing shot, which I was sure had brought our newfound income to an early end. Anyway, there was the shot, and... Hello? Mr. Wilcox? Hello? Oh, boss, I've certainly waited long enough for him to come back to the phone. We may have just lost a nice bankroll.
Nonsense, Archie. Other clients will rescue us. Now for a cold bottle of beer, Archie.
We're almost out of beer. I better get over there and see what happened to Mr. Wilcox.
The beer first.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. Oh, Wilcox, you all right? Well, was that a shot? It was, huh? I'm glad it missed.
Tell him to come right over here.
Yeah, you dug the slug out of the wall. Well, come right over. Boss, the police never found the gun that killed Keith Hansen.
No gun was found.
Wilcox said he thinks he was shot at with a .32. He dug the bullet out of the wall. The murderer of Hansen must now be after Wilcox.
If Wilcox is telling the truth.
He was acquitted. The society gal, Mrs. Patricia Park, established his alibi, said she was with Wilcox at the time the murder was supposed to have occurred.
I read the papers, Archie.
Where's last night's paper? Wow, boss, look at her picture. Ooh, she's a honey.
Archie, will you get me some beer?
Well, if you move your arm 6 1/4 inches, you can't possibly miss it. Mr. Wolfe, this is Tom Wilcox, our new client.
How do you do?
Well, Archie, the red leather chair for Mr. Wilcox.
Mr. Wolfe, I'd like your aid in finding the murderer of Keith Hansen.
Indeed. Why do you suppose you were shot at this morning?
I gave a statement to the press last night, which was printed this morning, saying that I was going to seek out the killer of Keith Hansen. The killer obviously wants me stopped. Here's the bullet, a .32, I'd say.
Why did you go to Keith Hansen's apartment on the day of his death?
I went there to tell him to stay away from my sister. We had a fight. The manager came and stopped us. I told Hansen I'd kill him if he didn't lay off. The manager heard this. Then I went home.
What time was that?
About 8:30. The police claimed I returned to Hansen's apartment and shot him. I couldn't prove I was at home all night. It was going rough for me until Patricia Park testified she was with me at the time when the crime was said to have been committed.
Why didn't you tell the police in the first place that this Patricia Park was with you?
Well, that's the whole trouble. She wasn't.
What?
Her claim that she spent the hours from 9 till midnight with me was a lie. In fact, I'd never met the woman in my life.
Have you contacted this Patricia since your release, Mr. Wilcox?
Yes, but she refuses to see me.
Archie, phone Mrs. Patricia Park and tell her that she must see you at once for her own good. Time is of the essence.
And what else can you tell me, Mrs. Park?
Mr. Goodwin, I haven't anything more to say than I've already said.
All I want is a simple answer as to why you lied about being with Tom Wilcox.
Well, Tom Wilcox is a very fine man, but he isn't telling you the truth.
Did you commit the murder and succeed in establishing your own alibi by swearing you and Tom Wilcox were together 10 miles from the scene of the crime?
I did not.
Do you own a gun?
Don has one around.
Who's Don?
Don's my husband.
Oh, is he here?
I doubt it. He's never here. Spends most of his time at the bookies, throwing away every cent he can get his hands on. I've had to cut his allowance to practically nothing.
Doesn't he work?
No. He studied medicine, but gave it up. He was an illustrator for years, but gave that up when his eyes were burned in a plane crash.
Mm-hmm. Where's the gun?
It's in the desk. It used to be in here.
What caliber?
I don't know.
Where were you at 10 o'clock this morning?
Why, I think I was with the cook.
Someone fired a shot at Tom Wilcox this morning through the window.
No. Oh, no. Archie, please don't continue with this investigation, please.
How well did you know Keith Hansen?
Not very well, but enough to realize he was no good. Mr. Goodwin, if you'll drop this case, I'll give you $1,000 cash.
Not interested. But I am interested in learning why you lied, why Tom was shot at this morning, and why you should try to bribe me.
You must stop for your own sake.
How will it benefit me to step out of it?
The killer tried to stop Tom Wilcox. You might be next, and he may not miss this time.
Go on. Why have you been protecting Wilcox?
I believed Tom Wilcox was innocent, and I didn't want him to be sentenced to die, so So I lied at the trial.
He told us today he'd never seen you before.
That's true. But he looked so innocent, so clean and good and decent.
That's not very believable. If you don't think Wilcox killed Hanson, who do you think did it?
Please believe me, Archie. I don't know. I tell you.
Hi, sis. Hey, what's the matter? Are we intruding?
Oh, hello, Marge. Brad, come in. This is Mr. Goodwin, my sister and brother-in-law, Marge and Brad King.
How do you do?
Hello. What gives, and who's Mr. Goodwin?
A private detective, Marge. I've just explained to Mr. Goodwin that I wasn't with Tom Wilcox at the time of Keith Hanson's murder.
Pat, why did you tell him that?
Mr. Goodwin, I hope you will not use this knowledge against Pat.
Did you all know Keith Hanson?
Yes. And my husband and Keith went to school together.
Keith, Don, and I were on the same polo team.
Where were you at the time of the Hanson murder, Mr. King?
He and Don were attending a horse show at Madison Square Garden. Marge and I didn't want to go. We stayed here.
Where were you at 10 this morning, Mr. King?
Why, I had an appointment with my dentist, Dr. Flagg, Rockefeller Center.
And you, Mrs. King?
I was shopping. Ilsa's salon, a sale on dresses. Why all this questioning?
Marge, someone tried to kill Tom Wilcox this morning.
What?
May I use the phone, Mrs. Park?
Yes, of course. First door to your left.
Suppose you try to find the gun.
Marge, that gun is missing from the desk.
I haven't seen it.
Do you know the caliber, Mr. King?
32, I think.
It must be in the house.
For your sake, I hope you find it.
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Archie, boss.
You should have reported long ago. She must be very pretty.
Pat Park admits she lied. She claims now she was with her sister, Marge King. Marge and her husband, Brad, have alibis, and all have alibis for this morning. I'll check them before I return.
Where were they the night of the Hanson murder?
Well, Brad and Don Park, that's Pat's husband, were at the Madison Square Garden horse show. Pat and Marge were together here at the house.
Impossible to verify the Madison Square alibi at this date. Check all the rest and come home for lunch. It's Oysters Rockefeller.
Has Inspector Kramer arrived yet?
He has, and left the police records on the Hanson murder. He has taken the bullet Wilcox brought to be checked at ballistics.
Good. Pat had a .32 caliber gun in the desk in the library. It's now missing.
Indeed.
And, boss, Pat just offered me $1,000 to quit the case. When I refused, she said if I didn't lay off, something might happen to me.
Oh, dear me. That would be most upsetting, eh? After lunch, I want you to visit the late Keith Hanson's apartment. Bye.
Before you join the others, Mr. Goodwin, I want to talk to you.
All right. Close the door, Marge.
Pat didn't mean anything when she offered you money, Archie. And she wasn't threatening you, honest.
I'm convinced. Why the pressure?
Well, why don't you sit down? Here, by me.
Okay. What's on your mind, huh?
Archie, I can add another 1,000 to what Pat offered. Wouldn't that be enough, Archie? I can give it to you right now. Brad will write a check.
Does Brad want me to stop, too?
He said you couldn't be persuaded.
Every one of you seems to have had a reason for killing Hanson. None of you apparently liked him. Now, be a good little girl, Marge, and stop trying to act like a Delilah. If you're innocent, you have nothing to worry about.
You're stuffy. I hope you do get hurt.
Thanks a million. Now let's join the others. Well, Pat, did you find the gun?
I can't find it anywhere. Oh, Mr. Goodwin, this is Don Park, my husband.
How do you do?
How are you?
Have you seen the gun, Mr. Park?
Not for ages. You're a detective, eh?
Yeah. May I ask where you were this morning about 10?
Why? Well, frankly, I was at my bookies.
Where's that?
I can't tell you, but I'll call them and you can check it.
Were you and Brad together at all times during the horse show the night of Keith Hanson's murder?
No. Brad wandered away a couple of times, and I saw some people I knew.
You know how it is. We'd meet at intervals.
Archie, you're wasting your time. None of us is guilty. I made a fool of myself, that's all. Tom Wilcox was such a decent man that I hated to see him have to pay for taking Keith Hanson's rotten life.
If a man's guilty, why should you butt in? You never use your head.
Pat is one person who thinks of others before herself.
Marge, forget it.
Now you've got private detectives snooping around. What are you after, Goodwin? Who are you working for? Why don't you let my wife alone? The case is closed, isn't it?
Maybe.
Don, this just makes it more interesting to Mr. Goodwin.
As a matter of fact, I think you all know more than you're telling. I still think Tom Wilcox killed him. And there's only one reason why Pat should protect him.
Don, that's enough.
Nice, happy family, suffering all the torments of a guilty conscience. Is that it?
What are you trying to do, Mr. Goodwin? Get your nose poked?
Not exactly.
If not, you'd better leave.
Okay, Mr. King, I'll run along. Mr. Wolfe will be anxiously waiting to hear about this. So long.
Pet Park's cook verified her alibi for 10 o'clock this morning, then. What about the other alibis?
Well, Brad's dentist said that he didn't get to Brad until about 10:30. His appointments had run over. He wasn't sure if Brad was there at 10 or not. The nurse was out at that time. Marge's alibi is no good. And at Mob at Ilsa's, the saleswomen wouldn't have known their own mothers. Don's alibi checks if we can take the word of the bookie.
Don and Pat, then, are the only ones who have alibis that checked, huh?
That's right. Are these the reports Inspector Kramer brought?
Hmm?
Keith Hansen's body showed obvious signs of battery. Lips were swollen and lacerated, clothes disarranged. Knuckles of the right hand were skinned, nose fractured. Major contusion over the right eye. The eyes were closed. .32 caliber bullet was embedded in the left chest wall. Wow, what a battle.
I am of the opinion that Hansen was battered by two different people. I think someone arrived after Wilcox was thrown out by the manager, and this someone gave Hansen another beating.
Really, boss?
Come, let's have dinner. Then you must get over to Hansen's apartment.
Boss?
Yes, Archie? What have you found at Hansen's place?
Well, the desk yielded one thing of interest. Keith's address book. And Marge's name is in there. Apparently, he'd known her before she was married, when she was Marge Van Cott.
I see.
Her married name, King, was added in a different colored ink. Pat's phone number's there, and of course, Don's and Brad's office numbers. There are a few bills, but no letters, no clues.
Sure?
Boss, I've combed the place, and there's no... Hey, wait a minute. I'll call you back. Who's there?
Archie, you know I dislike the banging of doors. Sign of ill breeding. Archie, what happened to you?
Target for tonight, Archie Goodwin.
Your forehead's bleeding. You better have Fritz fix it.
Well, my head can wait. Some guy certainly surprised me at Hansen's. Creased me on the forehead. Good thing I snapped off the lights. He emptied his gun at me. We scuffled and he got away. And then I dug his slug out of a chair. I think it's a .32. But look at this, boss. A little round piece of glass. Found it on the floor.
It's very small, very smooth, and concavo-convex in shape. Half an inch diameter.
Watch crystal?
Don't think so. The edges are too smoothly ground. I'll examine it under a magnifying glass.
I'll get it, boss. Oh, hi, Tom. Come in. It's Mr. Wilcox, boss.
Archie, hey, what's happened to you?
Somebody tried to scalp me.
Good evening, Mr. Wilcox.
The red leather chair, Tom.
Archie, please finish your report. Did you notice anything else of importance at Hansen's apartment?
Is that where this happened?
Yeah. Well, there were dozens of gals' photos scattered around.
Photos, eh? But no letters, Archie?
Not a one.
There must be some letters, Archie. Love letters. Wherever we have girls' photos and telephone numbers, I assure you there are bound to be love letters. That is what we must find. But then we'll have a motive.
Yeah, but where do I look, huh?
Go to Hansen's dressing room at the Club Diablo. I have just phoned the place. A female singer is substituting for Hansen, but she won't arrive until supper hour. Mr. Wilcox, accompany Mr. Goodwin, if you please. Keep your eyes open. I need the boy.
Then you do love me, boss? Come on, Tom. Let's look at this Club Diablo.
Well, I fixed it up with a stage doorman. Here, this is Hansen's dressing room.
What a layout. This dressing room's fancier than most of the Met stars get.
Hansen fixed it up himself. A bar, refrigerator, hot plate, television set. He could live here.
Some of this stuff could be the new girl singers.
I don't think so.
Well, let's get to work, Tom. Take the drawers in his dressing table first.
What are we looking for, Archie?
Mr. Wolfe says the motive. He means letters. There's nothing here. Nothing in the desk. New singer must have cleaned it out for her things.
Nothing in the books.
Don't pass up that refrigerator.
Nope. Empty. Hey, there is something here. Back of the ice cube trays. Come here.
Oh, wow. Mr. Wolfe said there had to be letters, and so there are letters. Lots of them. Hey, here's one from Marge. And another. And look here. Really confidential letters from a dozen society gals.
There's something else in the back.
Bank book. What do you know? A singer like Keith didn't make this much.
No, that kind of money didn't come from crooning.
This guy Keith was really shaking these babes down.
Archie, someone's coming. Listen.
Quick, behind the door and grab him. Douse the lights.
Run, Marge, run!
Hold it, Tom. Well, it's you two.
You dirty rat. Higgin woman. Tom, what are you and Archie doing here?
The letters.
Oh, Archie, you found them. Archie, please, give me those letters.
Don't touch. I'll just put them safely away in my pocket. Besides, you didn't write all of these.
Give them to me. At least give me my letters.
I'll tell you what. You go on home and stay there, and we'll leave it up to Mr. Wolfe. Tom, take him outside. I want to use this phone.
Come along, ladies. Let us oblige Mr. Goodwin. I'll meet you at the stage door, Archie.
Right. Hey, the lights. Who's there?
Put the phone up, Goodwin.
Who are you?
Archie, what happened? Are you hurt? Here, let me help you.
I'm all right. I guess. Ooh, my head. Did you see anybody?
No, I didn't. I shouldn't have left you.
Turn out the lights before I saw him. He whispered. Got away with all the evidence. Where are the girls?
I sent them home in a cab.
Well, let's get over to Mr. Wolfe. This is tough luck. If I'm not mistaken, his next move will be to have a little get-together with all concerned. Come on.
Archie, the door, I guess, are arriving.
Excuse me, Tom. Come in, Inspector Kramer.
Goodwin.
Good evening, Inspector.
Well, Mr. Wolfe, got the killer? You said you'd hand him over to me this evening.
In time, Inspector. You know Tom Wilcox, of course.
Mr. Wilcox.
Evening, Inspector.
What about the ballistics report, Inspector?
The bullet was shot from the same gun that killed Hanson.
And that gun, I am certain, came from the home of Pat and Don Parks. Marge and Brad King also had access to it. I have one more bullet here, Inspector, one fired at Mr. Goodwin. I am sure it was also shot from the same gun. However, it isn't important now.
Isn't important? It almost cost me my life.
You can make it into a charm if you wish. Inspector Kramer, before our other guests arrive, I must tell you that Mrs. Park lied on the witness stand. She was not with Tom Wilcox at the time Keith Hansen was murdered. In fact, they were absolute strangers.
What?
Sit down, Inspector. 4 other guests are due to arrive any moment.
Well, who are the other guests?
Patricia and Don Park, Marge and Brad King. One or all is involved in the Hansen murder. Archie, do any of these people wear spectacles?
Nope, none of them.
You know why this person killed Hanson, Mr. Wolfe?
First of all, Hansen was a blackmailer. The girl Marge was the current victim. The letters Hansen held were the threat. I'll explain later.
Well, then Pat must have thought that Marge killed Hanson to get the letters, and she lied on the stand to save Tom's life because she believed Tom was innocent.
Where's this Marge King? I'll have her picked up.
Sit down, Inspector. Archie, I believe our guests are arriving now.
Come in, come in.
How are you?
Good evening. Archie, cheers. Inspector Kramer, Patricia and Don Park, Marge and Brad King, and this is Tom Wilcox.
We met at the Club Diablo this afternoon.
All right, Mr. Wolfe. Which one is it?
Patience, Inspector. One of these 5 people is the murderer of Keith Hansen, a killer.
What is this nonsense?
Please sit down. Mr. Wolfe speaking. Go ahead, boss.
Any one of you had sufficient motive to have committed the Hansen murder. Not one of you has established a bona fide alibi. You who are actually innocent must tell the truth, or you shall all suffer as accessories after the fact.
Mr. Wolfe, you're wasting your time.
Marge, several years ago, you were secretly married to Keith Hansen. It lasted but 1 week. You gave Keith the money to get a divorce from you at Mexico. He didn't, which made you a bigamist when you married Brad. Keith was all set to blackmail you. He knew your husband, Brad, was wealthy.
Marge, is this true?
Yes. Oh, please, Brad, I thought he got the divorce.
If I'd known that, I would have killed Hanson myself.
Maybe you did kill him.
One moment, Inspector. Patricia, you lied on the stand to protect Tom Wilcox here because you believed your sister Marge was guilty of Hanson's murder. Why did you believe her guilty? Were you at the scene of the crime?
Marge, it's time to tell the truth and clear all this up.
You won't be satisfied until you're in jail. Will you shut up?
Quiet, please. Go ahead, Marge.
All right. Keith Hansen was shot from the bedroom while I stood talking to him in the living room.
You went there to buy back your letters?
Yes, Pat drove me to his apartment. There was no place to park, so she said she'd drive around the block until I came out. That's why she's never been sure whether I killed him or not.
That's right. Because I feel I might have shot him if I'd been in your place. Because of what Hansen did.
What was it he did?
Keith Hansen demanded $10,000 in exchange for the letters. Pat loaned me the money, so Brad wouldn't know.
What? Is that true, Pat? You loaned her $10,000?
I got to Keith's apartment about 9:30. He looked awful. He obviously had been in a fight. The room was mussed up and his nose was bleeding.
Yes, go on.
He went to the bedroom to get the letters and came back saying they were gone. I didn't believe him. Keith said he knew who had taken them and he'd have them back by morning. He grabbed the money from me and put it in his pocket. He was just about to tell me who took the letters when there was a shot from the bedroom door. Keith Hansen fell to the floor, but I didn't see anyone. I wanted to get my money from his coat pocket, Pat's money, but I couldn't touch him. His staring, wide-open eyes were horrifying. I ran.
Poor baby, why didn't you tell me?
I think you're lying, young lady. You took the gun from your sister's desk, and when Keith Hansen didn't produce the letters, you deliberately shot him. You didn't even offer him any money. You kept it yourself.
No, I didn't. Oh, Pat, don't believe him.
Inspector Kramer, she's innocent. I know who did it.
Oh, no, Brad, stop. Oh, Brad, what are you saying?
All right. Break it up.
Yeah, so do I know, Brad. That's why you left the horse show. I've thought you were guilty all along.
All right, Inspector. Now you know.
I don't get this, boss.
Inspector, ladies and gentlemen, please. First, which of you had some medical training?
Medical training? Oh, Keith Hansen and I both went to medical school. Why?
That is most enlightening, Mr. Park.
Marge and I were nurses' aides during the war.
Then perhaps you can interpret this medical phraseology for me. These few lines from this little medical book. Archie, hand it to Dunpop. Will you read it, please? Top of page 75.
It says the form of pernicious anemia commonly found in the human is...
Now, Don, hold your hand over your right eye and read on.
What? Also common to the many lower...
Now, cover the left eye and read with the other.
What is this?
Go ahead.
Well, many lower animals and this light isn't so good.
Step close to me. Yes, thank you. Mr. Park, here is the contact lens for your right eye. I'm sure you've been tremendously handicapped without it all day. Inspector Don Park is your murderer.
Don't move, Park.
Keep away, I warn you.
Drop that gun, Park.
Well, I got his gun. There you are, Inspector. He's all yours now.
Okay, come on.
Okay, Goodwin. But I'll get out of this.
You trapped yourself, Don, by your contact lens. It dropped from your eye during the scuffle with Archie in the Hansen apartment this afternoon. And the gun Archie just took from you is undoubtedly the murder weapon. And the gun that fired the bullets at Wilcox and Archie today.
Hey, Tom, are you all right? There's blood on the side of your head.
Just grazed my scalp. You and I must have hard heads.
Well, that's that. Thanks so much, Inspector, for dropping in. Come again, won't you?
This was a rough day's work, boss.
Some beer, Archie, please.
Right. Hey, what was that business about the medical training?
Marge said the body of Keith had staring, wide-open eyes, preventing her from touching the body. But the police found the eyelids closed. How did they get closed?
Well, he must have bothered Don, too, and he closed him, his medical training.
Right. A layman would never touch the eyes of the dead. Marge couldn't, not even to get back the $10,000.
Here's your beer. Why did Don do all this, boss?
Obviously, he learned of Hanson's blackmail scheme and was trying to force him to agree to split Marge's $10,000. Don was quite startled a minute ago to learn that Pat, his own wife, put up the money. However, when they heard Marge arriving, Don stepped into the bedroom, found Marge's letters in there, and must have hidden in the closet.
And then as Keith Hanson was about to speak Don's name, Don shot him and took Marge's money. Of course, he planned to carry on a blackmailing of Marge himself, thinking the money would come from Brad.
Yeah. And you are warming that beer with your hot little hands. Pour it, please.
There you are.
You've had a rough day, beaten twice and lost to interesting women. Tonight you may open your bedroom window. Good night, Archie.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by Gladys Williams was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman production, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin, and Mary Lansing, Gene Bates, Paul Marion, Barney Phillips, Ken Peters, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Lost Heir. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Rex Stout's Nero Wolfe. Starring Mabel Moore as Nero Wolfe and Don Franks as Archie Goodwin. Today's episode, Disguise for Murder, with special guest stars Lally Cadeau, Jack Creeley, Neil Monroe, Eric Peterson, and Fiona Reed.
I had made 2 mistakes. When the president of the Manhattan Flower Club persuaded Nero Wolfe to show his orchids to the members one afternoon, I should have fought it.
This is a Brasola, isn't it?
No, sir, that's not a Brasso. It's a Lilia.
Are you sure?
And after the date had been set and the invitation sent, when Wolfe had arranged that I should stay up in the plant rooms with him and Theodore to mingle with the guests, I should have put my foot down.
Could I grow that on my coffee table? Is that a pansy?
No, madam. I doubt if you could grow Miltonia on a coffee table. Sorry.
Well, it's near a very sunny window.
But I hadn't. As a result, it'd been up there a good hour and a half, grinning around and acting pleased and happy.
I'm so sorry. How clumsy of me.
Oh, it's quite all right, madam. Your sleeve just happened to hook it. It'll bloom again next year. It was understood that the Manhattan Flower Club was choosy about who it took in, but obviously its standards were different from mine. Oh, the men were okay as far as men go, but the women... It would have been a relief to spot just one who could have made my grin start further down than the front of my teeth. There had, in fact, been one. Just one. Excuse me, miss. Are there any questions I could answer for you?
About what?
Oh, say, about orchids.
I haven't any questions about orchids at all.
Eventually, feeling that the damn grin might freeze on me for good, I beat it down to the office. poured myself 2 inches of bourbon, and sat at my desk with my feet up. Well, hello. Did you think of some questions after all?
Could I have a drink?
Sure. I got scotch, rye...
Anything, quick. Give me yours.
Hey.
Oh, did I need that?
You like more?
No. You're Archie Goodwin?
And you're the Queen of Egypt.
I'm a baboon. I don't know why they ever taught me to talk. Look at my handshake. I'm all to pieces.
You do seem a little upset. When I saw you upstairs...
I want to see Nero Wolfe. Right away.
Well,
I want to tell him something before I change my mind. And then I'll get a job at Macy's or marry a truck driver. I want to see Nero Wolfe.
Well, I'm afraid that can't be done. Not until the party's over, at least.
Are people coming in here?
No.
May I have another drink, please?
Well, shouldn't you give that one time to settle?
I'll help myself.
You'll pardon me saying this, but for a member of the Manhattan Flower Club, you seem a bit of a screwball.
I'm not.
A screwball?
A member.
I see.
I could tell you.
Many people have.
I'm going to.
Good, shoot.
I'm afraid I'll change my mind, and I don't want to.
Okay. Now, ready, go.
I had a friend once, as close as a person like me ever comes to having a friend.
Mm-hmm.
And a man killed her, strangled her. And if I told what I knew about it, they could have caught him. But I was afraid to go to the cops, so he's still loose. And she was my friend. That's getting down toward the bottom, isn't it?
It's fairly low. Of course, I don't know you any too well. Why were you afraid to go to the cops?
Because I'm a crook.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, what do you do? Steal orchids?
No, certainly not. I wouldn't be small and I wouldn't be dirty. At least, that's what I thought. But once you start, it's not so easy. You meet people and you get involved, you know?
Yeah, I know.
I realized long ago that I'd made a big mistake. I wasn't what I thought I was going to be. A romantic, reckless outlaw. You can't do it that way. Or anyhow, I couldn't. About a year ago, I decided to break loose. A good way to do it would have been to talk to someone, the way I'm talking to you now. But I didn't have sense enough to see that.
So you didn't break loose?
No, I kept putting it off. And then I met this man in Florida who had a lead, and we followed it up here just a week ago. That's what I'm working on now. That's what brought me here today. Oh, God. If only I hadn't come here, I wouldn't have seen him.
Seen who?
I should have looked away from him, turned away, quick, when I realized who he was. But I was so shocked, I couldn't move. Oh, God, how dumb could I be? I just stood there staring at him, thinking I wouldn't have recognized him if he hadn't had the hat on. And then he turned and looked right at me. And he saw that I knew. Oh, God. Mrs. Orwin asked me what was the matter. And then I saw Nero Wolfe, and it gave me the idea of telling him. And then I saw you going out, and as soon as I could break away, I came down to find you. Oh, there. I feel better now.
Yeah, it's good bourbon. Is it a secret who you recognized?
No. I'm going to tell Nero Wolfe, then he can't touch me.
Why not?
Because I'll get Nero Wolfe to tell him that if anything happens to me, he'll know who did it. You'll know, too. You'll both know.
Well, we would if we had his name and address. He must be quite a specimen to scare you that bad. Speaking of names, what's yours?
Do you like Marjorie?
So-so.
I used Evelyn Carter in Paris once. Do you like that?
It's not bad. What are you using now? Hey, come on now. You're not in a vacuum, and I'm a detective. They took the names down at the door.
Cynthia Brown.
Cynthia Brown. I like that fine. Now, upstairs you were with 2 men and a middle-aged lady. That's Mrs. Orwin.
Yes.
And she's the current customer, then, the lead you picked up in Florida.
Yes, but that's finished. Since I'm telling you and Nero Wolfe, I'm through.
Oh, the job at Macy's or marry a truck driver. Who did you recognize upstairs?
Can anyone hear us?
No. No, that door goes out to the front room. Today it's the cloakroom. This room's soundproof, including the doors.
This has to be done the way I say.
Sure, why not?
I wasn't being honest with you.
Oh, well, I wouldn't expect it from a crook. Start all over again.
I don't just want Wolfe because I'm scared. I'm scared, all right, but I want him to get that man for murder. Will he do that?
Well, he might. Now, what kind of evidence have you got? Have you got any?
I saw him that day in her apartment.
Whose apartment?
My friend's, the one I told you about. I stopped in to visit her that afternoon. I was just leaving. Doris was inside the bathroom.
And as I got near the entrance door, I heard a key turning in the lock. And that man came in. When he saw me, he just stood and stared. I knew Doris didn't want me to meet her bank account, and of course I assumed it was him making an unexpected call, so I mumbled something about Doris being in the bathroom and got the hell out. Oh, God, if I'd known. I went and kept a cocktail date and then phoned Doris's number to ask if our dinner date was still on, considering the visit of the bank account. There was no answer. They found her body the next day. There wasn't a word about the man in the papers. No one had seen him come or go. And I didn't open my mouth. I was a lousy coward.
And you just saw that man again upstairs looking at the orchids?
Yes.
That's a pretty good script.
It is no script. I wish to God it was.
Okay.
He looked straight at me, and his eyes.
Yes.
Archie?
Yes, sir.
What the devil are you doing down there? Come back up here.
Soon. I'm talking with a prospective client.
This is no time for clients. Come at once.
I have to go upstairs. Mr. Wolfe sounds a little pressed. Do you want to wait here?
Yes.
If Mrs. Orwin asks about you...
I didn't feel well and went home.
Okay. Now, it shouldn't be long. The invitations say 2:30 to 5. If you want a drink, help yourself. Well, keep the door closed. Well, what name does this murderer use when he goes to look at orchids? Come on, damn it. What's his name?
I don't know.
You don't?
No.
Well, describe him then.
You wouldn't believe... Not now. I want to see what Nero Wolfe says first.
Look, if you can't trust me...
Oh, it's not that. Honest. Look, I might as well tell you. You'd never want any part of me anyway. This is the first time in years that I've talked to a man just straight. You know, just human. You know, not figuring on something one way or another. I've enjoyed it very much, Mr. Goodwin.
You just call me Archie. But describe him for me. Just sketch him out.
Not until Nero Wolfe says he'll do it. You'll understand why then.
I had to leave it at that. Upstairs in the plant rooms, Wolfe shot me a look of cold fury, and I turned on the grin. I found the party Cynthia, if that was her name, had been with Mrs. Orwin.
Yes. Well, how did you know my name?
The young lady that was with you.
My sister?
I guess so. You are...
Colonel Percy Brown.
Yeah, Miss Brown asked me to tell you that she went home. I gave her a little drink. It seemed to help, but she decided to leave.
Oh, dear. Was she all right?
She's perfectly healthy. There's nothing wrong with
For her, you should have made it 3 drinks. 3 big ones. Just handed the bottle.
Be quiet, Jean.
Certainly, Mama.
Percy, perhaps you should go and see about her.
It's not necessary, Mimi, really.
Yeah, she's all right. I left Mimi, Percy, and Jean and moved around among the guests, being gracious and keeping my eyes peeled. I had been known to have hunches, and it would be something for my scrapbook if I picked up the killer of Doris Hatton, and it turned out to be Sunfast. Cynthia Brown hadn't given me the Hatton, only the Doris, but that was enough. The papers had given it a big play, of course. Beautiful young woman, no visible means of support, strangled in exclusive Manhattan apartment. A great deal had been made of the fact that the yellow silk scarf she'd been strangled with had the Declaration of Independence printed on it. I kept on the go through the plant rooms, leaving all switches open for a hunch, but it wasn't till nearly 5 o'clock when it happened. A guy at the north bench leaned over to pick up a plant, and I got a buzz at the back of my neck. It was the way his fingers closed around the pot, especially the thumbs. No matter how careful you are of other people's property, you don't pick up a 5-inch pot as if you were going to squeeze the life out of it. Nice flower.
What color do you call the sepals?
Nankeen yellow.
Nankeen yellow. How very persuasive.
He put the pot back and marched off without another word. I followed him up to the landing and down 3 flights of stairs. There were only a few stragglers left in the hall, and Saul Panzer was at the door letting them out. My man went directly to the front room where Fritz was helping Mrs. Orwin with her coat.
Could you hand me the brown tweed, please?
Of course.
Excuse me, but we're checking guests out as well as in. Your name, please?
My name? Ridiculous. Stand aside, please.
Problem, Archie? I don't know, Saul. I'd like to know that man's name. What the hell?
In there! He's in there!
What?
On the floor!
What is it? What is it?
Sydney! Oh,
Take care of her, Fritz. Fritz! I'm here, Arch. It's too late, but send Fritz down the block for Dr. Vollmer. Right. Oh, and no one leaves, Saul. Keep everyone that's left.
Gotcha.
Yes?
Me in the office. You better come down. That prospective client is here on the floor, strangled. I'm sure she's gone, but I sent for Doc Vollmer.
Is this flummery?
No, sir. Come down and look at her and then ask me.
Hey, you can't go in there.
All right, don't come in here.
I insist on knowing what...
My God. Yes, sir. How did it happen? Don't know. Who is it? Don't know.
The man at the door won't let us leave.
No, sir, and you can see why. Now, outside,
I certainly
please.
can, but we know nothing about it. My name is Carlyle, Homer N. Carlyle, Executive President of North American Foods. This is my wife.
How do you do?
How do you do?
My wife is merely acting under impulse.
I wanted to see the office. I didn't even go in. I'm sorry.
We're both sorry. I'll do the talking, Ellen. Now, we have an appointment, and there's no reason why we should be detained.
Look, we're all sorry, but you can't leave.
I insist.
Look, if nothing else, your wife discovered the body. We're stuck worse than you are with a corpse in our office. We haven't even got a wife that had an impulse.
Please do it.
What's going on there, Saul?
This guy insists on leaving.
Of course I insist on leaving. You can't hold me here.
Colonel Brown, I'm afraid... Saul, stop him.
What the hell do you people think?
You were warned, Colonel. Now, if you'll all...
Guilt.
What?
Guilt. The compression got too great and boom, he exploded. I was watching him.
Who the hell are you?
My name is Morley. I'm a psychiatrist.
Well, that's swell. Now go back in the front room and watch all of them. With a wall mirror in there, you can include yourself.
This is illegal.
You can't hold me here.
Trying to...
My appointment is very...
Now listen to me.
Make me stand. Oh, here's Nero Wolfe.
My name is Homer N. Carlyle. I am president of North American Foods. Be quiet.
I only wanted to see your office, and there she was on the floor.
Archie, get this tigress off me. Ellen, stop it.
Oh.
Hush. Madam, you have torn my lapel. My wife is distraught, sir. It's because... shut up. Distinguished group of sincere and devoted gardeners. Phoy! Saul!
Yes, sir.
Are you armed?
Yes, sir.
Put them all in the front room and keep them there. Let no one touch anything around this door, especially the knob.
Yes, sir.
Archie, come in the office with me. Good God.
Yes, sir, it's not pretty. Sometimes you can do something, but it wasn't even worth trying.
Long ago, can you guess?
I saw her alive an hour ago. I would guess she's been dead about half an hour.
Finger marks?
No, something soft like a strip of cloth was used. Say a scarf.
You haven't called the police?
No, I wanted a word with you first.
Very well. Report quickly before we call Inspector Kramer.
Saul.
Yes, Inspector?
You and Fritz were in the hall all afternoon.
The hall and the front room, yeah.
Who did you see enter or leave the office?
I saw Archie go in about 4 o'clock. I was just coming out of the front room with someone's hat and coat. I saw Mrs. Carlyle come out just after she screamed. And in between those two, I saw no one enter or leave. We were very busy at that time.
What about you, Fritz?
I saw no one. I didn't even see Archie go in. Excuse me, Inspector Kramer.
Yes?
My duties here are of the household and not professional. Your men are still busy in the office. The front room is full of guests. And now here you are in my dining room. I need to know how long you are going to be in my dining room. Mr. Wolfe needs his dinner.
Well, I'll be goddamned.
All this disturbance.
It can't be helped, Fritz. How many people are left in the front room?
Mrs. Orwin and her party, the Carlyles, and that strange doctor, the psychiatrist.
Have we plenty of ham?
Yes, sir.
Sturgeon?
Yes, sir.
Later, probably. For the guests in the front room, but not the police. Are you through with Fritz, Mr. Kramer?
Yes. Saul, you were at the door with Goodwin when that woman screamed and came running out of the office. But you didn't see her enter the office. Why not?
We had our backs turned. We were watching a man who had just left go down the steps. Archie had asked him for his name, and he had said that was ridiculous. If you wanted, his name is Malcolm Vedder.
What the hell it is? How do you know?
I had checked him in along with the rest.
Are you telling me that you could fit that many names to that many faces after seeing them just once?
Hey, there's more to people than faces. I might go wrong on a few, but not many. I was at that door to do a job, and I did it.
You should know by now, Mr. Kramer, that Mr. Panzer is an exceptional man.
All right, that's all for now, Saul. Wait in the front room. Rowcliffe, you heard the name Malcolm Vedder. Check it on that list and send a man to bring him in.
Yes, sir.
Jesus, there are 219 names on that list.
Yes.
This house won't hold that many.
Not all at once. They came and went.
Oh, great. Goodwin's story. I mean, the girl's story as Goodwin told it.
You got it exactly as she told it to me.
Sure I did. Nothing saved, nothing held back?
No.
What do you make of the girl's story, Wolfe?
What followed seemed to support it. I doubt if she would have arranged for her death just to corroborate a tale. I accept it. I credit it.
What do you know about the killing of Doris Hatton?
Oh, newspaper accounts.
Love nest killing in Manhattan's most exclusive apartment building. Who paid the rent?
Something like that. Yeah.
Why can't police find him? Are they protecting
I
him?
don't read the tabloid.
3 of our best men spent a month trying to start a trail. One of them is still working on it. Nothing. Not .1.
Yes, I sympathize.
Oh, you sympathize. Great. Well, maybe you can sympathize with the way I feel about the fact that Goodwin sat there in your office and was told that that man was right here on these premises. And did he pick up a phone and call us? No, he went upstairs and watched to see if anybody squeezed some flower pot.
You're irritated, Inspector. Not that he was on the premises, but that he had been. Also, I was taking it with salt. The girl was a screwball. Also, she was saving specifications for Mr. Wolfe.
Also, I know you. How many of the 219 guests were men?
I'd say a little over half.
And how do you like it?
I hate it.
Mr. Kramer, something has occurred to me that does not seem to have occurred to you.
Naturally, you're a genius. What is it?
Something that Mr. Goodwin told us. I want to consider it a little.
We could consider it together.
Later. Those people in the front room are my guests. Can't you dispose of them?
Yeah, I'd like to dispose of them. Let's see the woman who found the body. What's her name, Carlisle?
Inspector, my wife and I have been held here now for 2 hours. I know you have your duty to perform, but citizens have a few rights left, thank God. Now, why are we being detained?
Mr. Carlisle, a woman was murdered here today.
Well, that has nothing to do with us. I warn you. If my name or my wife's name is published in connection with this miserable affair, I'll make trouble, and I'm in a position to.
Your wife discovered the body.
By accident.
May I say something, Homer?
It depends on what you say.
Oh?
What do you mean by oh?
I mean that I sent for your wife, not you. But you came with her. Why?
Well, to protect her, of course.
Does she need protection?
Certainly not. I mean...
Then why don't you just sit down while I ask her a few questions? You wanted to say something, Mrs. Carlisle.
Only that I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused.
There, do you see?
I wouldn't say you caused any trouble exactly, except for yourself and your husband. The woman was dead whether you went in there or not. Now, I have to ask you some questions, if only as a matter of form, because you discovered the body. There's no question of you being involved more than that, is there?
How the devil could there be?
How long had you been downstairs before you went into the office?
Oh, we had just come down. I was waiting for my husband to get his things.
Had you been downstairs before that?
No. Or only when we came in.
What time did you arrive?
A little after 3, I think.
At 3:20.
Were you and your husband together all the time, continuously?
Of course. Well, you know how it is. He would look a little longer at something sometimes, and I would move on a little.
We were together the whole time. Do you see what I meant, Inspector? My wife has a habit of being vague. This is
I'm
just
not
another...
actually vague. It's just that everything is relative. For instance, who would have thought my wish to see Nero Wolfe's office would link me with a horrible crime?
My God, you hear that? Link.
Why did you want to see Wolfe's office?
Why, to see the globe.
What globe?
Oh, yes, it's famous. I'd read about it, and I wanted to see how it looked. A globe 3 feet in diameter. Oh.
What?
I didn't see it.
Well, you were distracted. By the way, did you know her? Had you ever seen her before?
You mean her?
Yes, her name was Cynthia Brown.
We've never known her or seen her or heard of her.
Had you, Mrs. Carlisle?
No.
Inspector, surely you can see how this has upset my wife. Haven't you asked enough questions?
Oh, I suppose, for now. Thank you, both of you. We won't bother you again unless we have to. Rocliffe, pass them out.
Oh, Inspector?
Yes?
I don't suppose... would it be possible for me to look at the globe now, just a peek?
For God's sake, Ellen, come on.
Excuse me, sir.
What is it, Rocliffe?
We're all through in the office, sir. We've covered everything. Nothing is being taken away, and it's all in order. We were especially careful with the contents of the drawers of Wolfe's desk.
My desk? You went through my desk?
Oh, yes.
She was killed there. She was strangled with something, and murderers have been known to hide things. Did you get anything at all, Rocliffe?
I don't think so. Of course, the prints have to be sorted, and there'll be lab reports. How do we leave it?
Seal it up, and we'll see tomorrow. You stay here and keep a photographer. The others can go.
What?
Have that woman sent in, Mrs. Irwin.
Orwin, sir?
I'll see
Wait a minute. You're going to seal up what, the office?
Certainly.
You don't mean that. We work there. And we live there. All our stuff is in there.
Go ahead, Lieutenant.
Mr. Kramer, have you the effrontery
It's routine.
That's a lie. It is not routine.
It's my routine. Your office is not just an office. It is the place where more fancy tricks have been played than any other spot in New York.
When a woman is murdered, they're sealing it as routine.
No, Mr. Kramer, I'll tell you what it is. It is the malefic spite of a sullen little soul and a crabbed and envious mind. It is the childish rancor of a primacy too often challenged and offended. It is the feeble wriggle of a word.
I've been hearing about you for years. I'm Eugene Orwin. This is my mother.
Inspector.
My mother is not feeling well. At the request of your men, she went in with me to identify the body of Miss Brown.
Take this chair, Mrs. Orwin.
I would like to make a statement on behalf of my mother and myself. I hope you'll permit it.
Mr. Orwin, I sent for your mother.
I am a member of the bar.
A statement would be welcome if it's relevant.
I thought so. So many people have an entirely wrong idea of police methods.
We come across that.
Now, since Miss Brown came here today as my mother's guest, it might be supposed that my mother knew her well. But actually, she doesn't. That's what I want to make clear.
Go ahead.
Then here are the facts. In January, my mother was in Florida. You meet all kinds in Florida. My mother met a man who called himself Colonel Percy Brown. Colonel in the British Reserve, he said. Later, he introduced his sister Cynthia to her. My mother saw a great deal of them. My father is dead, and the estate, a rather large one, is in her control. She lent Brown some money. Not much. That was just an opener. But a week ago...
It was only $5,000, and I didn't promise him anything.
Mother. A week ago, she returned to New York, and they came along. The first time I saw them, I knew they were imposters. He didn't sound like an Englishman. Certainly she didn't.
I was in the middle of a yawn when Wolfe passed me a slip of paper on which he'd scribbled, "Bring sandwiches and coffee for you and me. Tell Fritz to serve those left in the front room, no one else." I left the room, filled the order, and returned to the dining room with trays for Wolfe and me.
Most of the others had gone because I wanted to persuade Mr. Wolfe to sell me some plants.
But after Miss Brown left you, your group was never separated at all?
My mother and I were never separated, but I believe Colonel Brown did wander off by himself once or twice.
I see. Well, I think that'll be all for now, Mr. Orwin. You and your mother can return to the other room.
You won't keep us much longer, Inspector.
I think we'll be through quite soon now.
I do appreciate your consideration.
Goodwin, you told me you had seen Orwin and his mother separated from each other during the afternoon.
Pass the Dijon mustard, would you please, Mr. Wolfe?
Here.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes, Inspector. I saw them separated several times.
So he lied.
Oh, yes.
The pepper, please, Archie.
Oh, of course, sir.
Thank you.
Is that imported ham?
Oh, no, it's Georgia. Fed on peanuts and acorns, cured to Mr. Wolfe's specifications. Smells so good, but it tastes even better. I'll copy the recipe for you. Oh, no, damn it, I can't because the typewriter's in the office. I am sorry.
Rowcliffe, get that Colonel Brown in.
Yes, sir. That man you wanted, Vedder, he's here.
The flower pot strangler? And I'll take him first.
Bring in Mr. Vedder, please.
You know I can't make up my mind which of these sandwiches is the best. Ham or sturgeon. So I like to alternate. First a bit of ham, then sturgeon, then ham, then...
Typical.
Typical of what?
Typical of police clumsiness. Pulling me into this. The newspaper men out front recognized me, of course. And the damned photographers, my God.
Why do they recognize you?
I am Malcolm Vedder.
Oh, yes?
I am not unknown. I am currently starring in The Primitives on Broadway.
Oh, an actor. Yeah. Oh, it'll be tough for you having your picture in the paper. We need help, us clumsy police, and you were among those present. You remember this flower club?
I am not, sir. I came at the kind invitation of a friend, Mrs. Arthur Beauchamp.
And were you with this Mrs. Beauchamp this afternoon?
I was not. Mrs. Beauchamp had to leave early to keep an appointment. I chose to remain to look at more orchids. If only I'd left with her, I would have avoided this dreadful publicity.
Were you acquainted with Miss Cynthia Brown or her brother, Colonel Percy Brown? Did you see them upstairs?
I saw no one that I had ever known or seen before, except for Mrs. Beauchamp.
Did you know Doris Hatton?
Who?
Doris Hatton.
Doris Hatton? She was also strangled. I remember now.
Yes?
God, imagine strangling a beautiful woman. Put out the light.
What?
And then put out the light.
Did you know Doris Hatton?
Othello. No, I didn't know her. I only read about her. Damn it all. I only came here to look at orchids. God.
A little more mustard, please, Mr. Wolfe.
Your name, please.
My name is Colonel Percy Brown.
Which army are you in?
I think it will save time if I state my position. I will answer fully and freely all questions that relate to what I saw or heard since I arrived here this afternoon. Answers to any other questions will have to wait until I consult my attorney.
Well, the trouble is, I'm pretty sure I don't give a damn what you saw or heard this afternoon. I want to put something to you. As you see, I'm not even wanting to know why you tried to break away before we got here.
I merely wanted to...
Forget it. Now, on information received, I think it's like this. The woman who called herself Cynthia Brown, murdered here today, was not your sister. She was working with you on an operation of which Mrs. Orwin was the subject. Now, as far as I'm concerned, that's only background. Otherwise, I'm not interested in it. My work is homicide, and that's what I'm working on now.
I'm listening.
For 2 months now, you've been on intimate terms with Cynthia Brown. She certainly must have mentioned an experience you had recently. A friend of hers named Doris Hatton was murdered. And she had information about the murderer. She must have mentioned that to you. Now you can tell me. Now, if you do, we can nail him for what he did here today, and it might even make things a little smoother for you. Well?
I'm sorry.
For what?
I'm sorry I can't help.
Do you expect me to believe that during all those weeks she never mentioned the murder of her friend?
I'm sorry I can't help.
Oh, I'm sorry, too. Okay. We'll go on to this afternoon. On what you said you'd answer fully and freely, do you remember a moment when something about Cynthia Brown's appearance, some movement she made, or the expression on her face, caused Mrs. Orwin to ask her what was the matter with her?
No, I don't believe I do.
I'm asking you to try. Try hard.
Well, I may not have been right there at the moment, in those aisles, in a crowd like... We weren't rubbing elbows continuously.
You do remember when she excused herself because she wasn't feeling well?
Yes, of course I do.
Well, this moment I'm asking about came shortly before that. She exchanged looks with some man nearby, and it was her reaction to that made Mrs. Orwin ask her what was the matter. Now, if you saw that look and can describe the man, I wouldn't give a damn if you stripped Mrs. Orwin clean and 10 more like her.
I didn't see it.
You didn't?
No.
You didn't say you're sorry.
Well, I am, of course, if it helps.
Oh, to hell with you. Levy, take him out and tell Stebbins to send him down and lock him up. Material witness. And he's got a record somewhere. Find it.
Yes, sir. I wish to phone my attorney.
There's a phone down where you're going. If it's not out of order, take him, Levy. And tell the men to start gathering up. We're leaving. Everybody out to my office.
But there's one more, sir.
One more what?
In the front room, a man.
Who?
His name is Nicholson Morley. He's a psychiatrist.
Oh, let him go. This is a goddamn joke.
Yes, sir.
Clear up, Rowcliffe. Oh, before I go, Wolf, earlier you said something had occurred to you.
Did I?
Something in Goodwin's report of what Cynthia Brown said to him.
Was that just before you ordered my office to be sealed?
Come on, Rowcliffe, let's get out of here.
Excuse me, sir. That man Morley insists on seeing you. He says it's vital.
What is he, a screwball?
I don't know. He may be.
Oh, bring him in.
Come in, Dr. Morley.
You have something to say, Doctor?
I have. Something vital.
Well, let's hear it.
The talk in the front room is that the murder of Cynthia Brown may be connected with the strangling some months ago of Doris Hatton. May I assume that is so?
If you want to, why do you ask?
And may I ask if you have a definite object of suspicion?
If you mean, am I ready to name the murderer? No. Are you?
I think I may be.
Go ahead.
Oh, not quite so fast. I must first make one more assumption, that these were not commonplace crimes with commonplace discoverable motives, or the murderer would have been vulnerable to your very efficient police techniques. Now, assuming those techniques have failed, we must ask why.
Must we? Okay, why?
Because the most powerful motives on Earth are motives of personality, which cannot be exposed by any purely objective investigation. If the personality is twisted, distorted as it is with a psychotic, then the motives are twisted too.
Get down to it.
Very well. You know the names of all the people who were here today. I am willing to offer my services. I don't think there are more than 3 or 4 men in New York qualified for such a job. All you have to do is have them brought...
Wait a minute. Are you suggesting that we deliver everyone that was here today to your office for you to work on?
Oh, no. Only the men, of course. There's an excellent chance that I can tell you who the strangler is, and when you know that...
Excuse me. Sorry to cut you off, Doctor, but I have to get downtown. I'm afraid your suggestion won't work. I'll let you know. Come on, Rowcliffe.
Mr. Wolfe, you are intelligent and literate. I should have had you more in mind. May I count on you to explain to that policeman why my suggestion is the only hope for him?
No. Mr. Wolfe's had a hard day, so have I. Would you mind closing the door after you?
But...
This way, please. They've all gone.
Everyone.
Go and look at the office door. I did. It's sealed. Malefic spite. Huh? Oh, this isn't a bad room to sit in. Archie, I want to ask you something. Yeah, shoot. Do you accept without reservation the story Miss Brown told you? In view of what happened, yes. All right, then assume it. Assume that the person she had recognized followed her downstairs and saw her enter the office to join you. That he waited until you came out and went upstairs. That he took an opportunity to enter the office unobserved, got her off guard, killed her, got out unobserved, and returned upstairs. All of those assumptions seem to me to be required unless we discard all that and dig elsewhere. I'll take it that way. All right. Then we have significant indications of his character. Now consider it. He's killed her and is back upstairs, knowing that she was in the office talking with you for some time. He'd like to know what she said to you, specifically whether she told you about him, and if so, how much. Yeah. Now, I put it to you, with that question unanswered, would a man of his character leave the house? Or would he prefer the challenge and the risk of remaining until the body had been discovered to see what you would do? I'll be damned. He would stick around till the body was found. And if he did, then he's one of the bunch Kramer's been talking with. So that's what occurred to you that Kramer didn't get, huh? No, by no means. That's a different matter. This is merely a tentative calculation for a starting point. If it's sound, I know who the murderer is. Well, if you want me to get him on the phone, I'll have to use one in the kitchen. I want to test the calculation. So do I. But there's a difficulty. Huh? The test I have in mind, the only one I can contrive to my satisfaction, only you can make. And in doing so, you'd have to expose yourself to a great personal risk. Well, since one of you flinched or faltered in the face of danger to me. No, this danger is extreme. Well, so is the fix you're in. The office is sealed, and in it are the book you're reading and the television set. Now, let's hear the test. Very well. The decision will be yours. Pass me the Manhattan telephone directory and an envelope from that bureau drawer there. Take paper for yourself. Here you are. Now, take this down while I look up the address. She told me who to send this to and more. I have kept it to myself because I haven't decided what is the right thing to do. Stop. I would like to have a talk with you first, and if you will phone me tomorrow, Tuesday, between 9 o'clock and noon, we can make an appointment. Please don't put it off, or I will have to decide myself. I gather from the grammar I signed my name. Oh, yes. Hell, we could forget the calculation and send this to every guy on that list and wait and see. I prefer to send it to only one person. The one indicated by your report of that conversation. The one to whom I am addressing this envelope. There. That will test the calculation. And save postage. The extreme danger, I suppose, is that I'll get strangled? I don't want to minimize the risk of this, Archie. I'll have to go to Times Square right away and mail this. May I have the envelope, please? Of course. There you are. I don't believe it. was with Wolfe in the plant rooms the next morning when the call finally came. Nero Wolfe's residence, Archie Goodwin speaking.
You sent me a note
Did I? What about?
about an appointment. Can you discuss it?
Sure, I'm all alone. There's no extensions on. But I don't recognize your voice. Who is this?
I have two voices. This is the other one. You made a decision yet?
No, I was waiting to hear from you.
That's wise, I think. You free tonight?
I can wriggle free.
Drive the northeast corner, 51st Street and 11th Avenue. Get there at 8 o'clock. Park in the corner. You got that?
Got it.
You'll be alone, of course.
Yeah, I still don't recognize your voice. I don't think you're the person I sent the note to.
I am. It's good, isn't it?
Mr. Wolfe, you saved a lot of postage.
Ah, you have an appointment?
For 8 o'clock.
Get Saul. We have planning to do.
By the time I left to keep the appointment, we had no less than 7 contingency plans. I parked at the meeting place at 7:47 and cranked down the window for a good view of the filling station across the street. At 7:59, exactly on schedule, a taxi pulled in and stopped by the pumps. And the driver got out, lifted the hood, and began fiddling around inside. Saul was in the passenger seat. I rolled up my window and waited. A kid, barely old enough for high school, was motioning to me to roll down my window.
You, Goodwin?
Yeah.
This is for you.
Hey, wait a minute. Come back here. Make no signal of any kind. Follow the instructions to the letter or there will be no meeting. Jesus. Goodbye, Saul Panzer. Hello, contingency plan number 2. The instructions that followed gave a driving route so complex that even Saul couldn't have followed without being spotted, especially since I had a chaperone. A dark blue sedan followed my every turn for a full hour and a quarter that I drove in circles around New York till I arrived at my destination, a dingy warehouse near the East River. I parked as instructed in the note and waited. The sedan pulled up behind me and a rat-like little man got out and opened my door. Well, we got here.
Yeah, you damn near lost me at one light. You come with me.
Contingency plans number 3, 4, and 5 went out the window when we entered the warehouse, went up 2 flights of badly worn stairs, and walked down a dingy hall to the rear of the building.
In here.
You sure that's him?
What do you think? He'd be here if I wasn't?
Okay, bud. Take off your hat and coat and sit in that chair.
Hey, hold it. I haven't explained yet. All right, now the idea is simple. The man that's coming to see you don't want any trouble. He just wants to talk. So we tie you in that chair and we leave. He comes, you have a private talk. He leaves, we come back and cut you loose. Plain enough?
It's too damn plain. What if I won't do it?
Then he don't come and you don't have a talk.
What if I walk out now?
Go ahead. We get paid anyhow. You want to see this guy? There's only one way. We tie you in a chair.
Look, I don't want any trouble either. How about this? I sit in the chair, you fix the cord to look right, so I'm free to move in case of fire. There's $100 in my wallet in my breast pocket. Before you leave, help yourselves.
A lousy sea. For Christ's sake, shut up and sit down.
All right, suppose I show you what else is in my pocket. Here, like this gun.
Ah, jeez.
And suppose we all go for a little walk down to the nearest police station.
Okay, wise guy. And then what do we do? Hey? Look. You either want to see this guy or you don't. Seeing how you got the gun out, I guess he's got to know you. I don't blame him for wanting your hands arranged for. Make up your mind.
Well, that was it. There were no contingency plans left. And I'd promised Nero Wolfe that if this should happen, I would turn around and go home. Okay, I'll do it, but don't you tie him too tight. You know, I've been around the block, and I can find you guys again if I care to. And don't think I can't.
Just put a gun on the table and sit.
How long will I have to wait?
You'll see. Not long.
They did a really thorough job of tying my hands to the back legs of the chair and my ankles to the front legs. Then they left. And I waited. But not for long. The door opened and my man entered. He was wearing a gray pinstripe suit and a dark gray Homburg with a topcoat over his arm. He had gloves on.
Hello, Mr. Goodwin. Would you have known me?
Not from Adam.
Let's talk. So she told you about me.
Yes.
What'd she tell you?
About that day at Doris Hatton's apartment, about recognizing you yesterday?
She's dead. There's no evidence. You can't prove anything.
Then you're wasting a lot of time and energy in the best disguise I ever saw. It's not too hard to get evidence if you know where to look.
Yeah, but you haven't told the police.
No.
No, Nero Wolfe.
No.
Why not?
I'd like to quit the detective business. For $100,000, I could do it. It could be arranged so you get what you pay for.
How could you arrange that?
We'll find a way. We'll have to, or you'll have me on your neck for the rest of your life.
You threaten me?
No. Believe me, I don't want you on my neck either.
No, I suppose you don't. Mr. Goodwin, let me explain my point of view.
Go ahead.
You're quite right, of course. I don't want you on my neck.
Good, of course.
But I don't want to pay you $100,000 either.
All right, 90.
I don't want to pay you anything.
Yeah, that's not being reasonable. I'll tell the cops.
I don't think so. Let me show you what I have in my pocket.
Is that the scarf you killed Cynthia Brown with?
Yeah, it is.
You come one step closer and I'll yell.
Oh, they're out of hearing.
Keep in front of me.
They won't be back for 15
Keep
minutes.
in front of me. Now look. Hey, look, it's no good anyhow. There's a note for you from Nero Wolfe. In my breast pocket. Now get it. But stay in front of me.
You can't trick me.
Don't you want to know what it says? All you have to do is reach. Hey, what can I do?
Very well.
There, now. You see, read it. Go ahead.
If Mr. Goodwin is not home by midnight, the information given him by Cynthia Brown will be communicated to police. And I shall see the day after immediately.
Right, see, it's no good. He did it this way because if you had known I had told him, you might have just sat tight. He figured that you might think that you could handle me. I admit you tried your best. He wants that $100,000 by tomorrow, 6 o'clock, no later.
Can't get that much by then.
Okay, he'll take your IOU. You can write it on the back of that note. My pen's here in my pocket. He'll be reasonable about it.
I'm not such a fool.
Who said you were? Now use your head, that's all. We've got you. A little thing like signing an IOU won't make it any worse. He won't press you too hard. Here, get my pen.
No, Mr. Goodwin, you haven't got me yet.
Keep in front of me. You use that scarf and Wolfe will tell the cops.
Unless I use it on him, too.
You keep in front of me.
Goodbye, mister.
Keep in front of me now, I told you.
What the hell's going on
here? You can't get away with it.
What time does your watch say?
9:32.
It's not 15 minutes. I told you to come back in 15 minutes.
Yeah? Yeah, well, we got to thinking. We want to be sure we get paid.
I told you to come back.
Yeah, well, we've had bad experiences before. $2,000 is a lot of money.
Here, take it. Take it and get out.
Don't take it.
What's the matter? It's got germs?
No, it's peanuts, you saps. It's peanuts. This guy's worth 10 grand to you, as is. 10 G's. That's a reward for him.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Do you know who you got here? That's the strangler the police are looking for. You read today's papers? You see the scarf in his hand? Look, he's trying to hide it.
Yeah, he's crazy. He's trying to make a fool.
Do you want to know his name? I'll give you his name. Mrs. Carlyle. Mrs. Homer N. Carlyle. You want her address?
Mrs. Did you say Mrs.?
That's a woman. Watch her now. Keep her away from me. Keep her away. Don't let her touch me.
Okay, pal, hold it right there.
Let me go.
Jesus, it could be a woman.
There's one way to find out.
Yeah.
Don't you touch me. No. Don't you touch me. Don't you touch me.
Well, I hope you're satisfied. You and Goodwin have got your pictures in the paper again. Got a lot of free publicity. And I got my nose wiped. But you got no fee.
No fee.
I suppose you thought you could pry a fee out of somebody. That's why you suppressed evidence.
Oh, now, Mr. Kramer, I suppressed no evidence.
Okay, I can't prove it, but I know it. If she hadn't been described to Goodwin, how did you know to send that blackmail note to her?
I explained to you. I concluded that the murderer was among those who remained.
Yes, but why her?
There were only 2 women who remained. Obviously, it couldn't have been Mrs. Alwyn. With her physique, she'd be hard put to pass as a man. Besides, she's a widow, and it seemed a sound presumption that Doris Hatton had been killed by a jealous wife.
Yeah, but why a woman? Why not a man?
Yeah. I told you in my dining room that something had occurred to me, and I wanted to consider it.
Yeah?
Later, I would have been glad to tell you about it if you hadn't acted so irresponsibly and spitefully in sealing up this office.
All right.
That made me doubt if you were capable of proceeding properly on any suggestion from me, so I decided to proceed myself.
Get to it. What occurred to you?
Well, simply this. Miss Brown told Mr. Goodwin that she wouldn't have recognized the murderer if he hadn't had a hat on.
So?
She used the masculine pronoun, naturally, throughout that conversation because it had been a man who'd called at Doris Hatton's apartment that October day, and he was fixed in her mind as a man. But it was in my plant rooms that she had seen him the other day, and no man wore his hat up there. But nearly all the women had hats on, so it was a woman.
I don't believe it.
You have a record of Mr. Goodwin's report of that conversation. Consult it.
I still wouldn't believe it.
Well, there were other little items. For example, the strangler of Doris Hatton had a key to the door. But surely the provider who had so carefully avoided revealment wouldn't have marched in at an unexpected hour to risk encountering strangers. And who's so likely to have found an opportunity or contrived one to secure a duplicate key as the provider's jealous wife?
You can talk all day. I still don't believe it.
Starring in today's episode were Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe, Don Franks as Archie Goodwin, and Cease Linder as Inspector Kramer. Lally Cadeau was Mrs. Carlyle, Jack Creeley, Malcolm Vedder, Neil Monroe, Colonel Percy Brown, Eric Peterson, Dr. Morley, Fiona Reed, Cynthia Brown, Denise Ferguson, Mrs. Orwin, Michael Tate, Gene Orwin, Henry Raymer, Homer N. Carlyle, Nick Nichols, Charlie, Jim Morris, Skinny, Alfie Scott, Saul, and Frank Perry was Fritz. Music was composed and conducted by Don Gillis. Technical operations by John Jessup. Sound effects, Bill Robinson. The production assistant was Nancy McElveen, and casting consultant was Ann Weldon Tate. Disguise for Murder was written and produced in Toronto by Ron.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. What? Who? Who is this? Who wants to speak to Mr. Wolfe?
Nobody.
Nobody?
I said that. Hang up. It's late and it's too cold. And even if it weren't, I would not consider for one moment moving from this room.
Please, Mr. Wolfe, I can't hear a thing this old gentleman's saying.
Does it matter? You heard what I said? No.
Now, what did you say? You were late because she was killed. Well, who was killed? I can't hear you.
What is it about, Archie?
He says he was due here an hour ago, but she was killed.
Who was killed? What does he want?
Do you want us to solve the crime? I say, do you want us to find out who killed her? Oh. He says he knows who did it, but he has an important message for you. Well, then come right over. We'll be waiting, Mr. Jenkins.
Archie, why do you insist on taking every silly little case?
Because, boss, we need to recover for March 15th.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that renowned genius who is the bulkiest, balkiest, most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chairborne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
This case I like to refer to as the case of the Telltale Ribbon. Perhaps a better title would be Wolfe Goes A-Hunting. For in a way, this was one of those unusual instances in which my boss, of his own free will and without any coercion, actually decided to leave the house and go to the scene of the crime. It started when the strange old gentleman who phoned us finally arrived. Well, there's our client, Mr. Wolfe.
Evening. It's me.
Who's me?
Oh, I just phoned you. I'm Jenkins. I got a dispatch for Nero Wolfe.
Oh, you're Jenkins. Well, come in. Mr. Wolfe, this is Mr. Jenkins. Says he has a dispatch for you.
Yep. Yeah. Are you Wolfe?
I am. Where is the dispatch from?
Don't know.
You don't know? How come?
Oh, I know, but I'm supposed to say I don't. See? That's my job.
What is?
Just to say I don't know.
What about the murder?
Yeah, who was killed?
Oh, my goodness. It was a terrible thing. We were just crossing the turnpike, and this fella come at us out of nowhere.
The killer?
Yeah. Must have been drunk, I guess.
Well, how did it happen? Did he shoot her, stab her?
Oh, no. He ran into her with his car. And she was only 9 years old.
Your granddaughter?
No, it was Bessie. But the police got him. I have to appear, I guess. Probably get 90 days, he will.
For murder?
Murder? Was somebody murdered? I must have missed something.
Look, we're talking about Bessie, and what do you want us to do about it?
Nothing. Bessie's my old horse.
Oh, no.
But say, who was it that was murdered?
Nobody yet. Good night, Mr. Jenkins. I thought you said it was important.
It might be. At least that's the way I was told.
What might be?
This here letter I was bringing to you. This dispatch. Well, gotta get along now. Goodbye.
Well, get him. What a pixie.
What is in the envelope?
Mr. Wolfe, look. 5 $100 bills. And the note says, Mr. Wolfe, your services are desperately needed. Come up this weekend as my guest. Signed E. Malott.
Edward Malott, the wealthy manufacturer.
Well, looks as though you're going out this weekend.
Well, Archie, pay my respects to Mr. Malott, and I hope you enjoy the weekend. Good night.
Something certainly phony about this. There's no party going on here tonight.
Yes? What is it?
Is this the Malott place?
It is. What do you want?
My name's Goodwin. I'm a guest of Mr. Malott's.
A guest?
Yes, he invited me down for the weekend.
Weekend? Oh. Well, you better step in, please, Mr. Goodwin.
Quite a bolt you've got on that door.
Yes, isn't it? Just sit down there, please. I'll get Mr. Malott. He's in the library. Oh, here he is. This is Mr. Goodwin, sir. Says he's come down for the weekend.
Mr. Goodwin? Good evening. You've come for the weekend, you say?
Well, yes, wasn't that the idea, Mr. Malott?
Well, I don't understand, Mr. Goodwin.
Didn't you send me this note asking me to come here?
Note? I did not. Oh, well, this is my personal note stationery, but I don't recall sending this. I didn't even type it. And I'm in the habit of signing my name with a pen, not with a typewriter. E. Malott.
You're certainly Edward Malott.
Yes. Services are desperately needed. What does this mean? What services? Who are you, Mr. Goodwin?
Are you serious? I'm a private investigator. I'm Nero Wolfe's assistant.
Oh, indeed. Nero Wolfe, eh? I know of him, yes, indeed.
And you really don't know anything about this note?
I do not.
Are you having a weekend party here?
I most certainly am not.
Then who sent this? And there were 5 $100 bills as a retainer.
I haven't the slightest idea. Oh, Dorothy.
Yes?
Will you step in here, please? Miss Davis is my private secretary. She may know something about this.
Yes, Mr. Malott. What is it?
Dorothy.
Oh.
Dorothy, this is Mr. Goodwin.
How do you do, Mr. Goodwin?
Well, how do you do, Miss Davis?
Yes. Well, Mr. Goodwin is assistant to Nero Wolfe.
You don't say. Nero Wolfe, the detective? Well, I've heard a great deal about him. And about you, too, Mr. Goodwin.
Well, now I'm mighty glad to hear you say that, Miss Davis.
Mr. Goodwin has a note here.
Is anything wrong, Edward? I heard voices. Oh, do we have company?
Nothing is wrong, Eva. I was calling Dorothy, that's all. Oh, this is Mr. Goodwin, Eva. My wife, Mr. Goodwin.
How do you do, Mrs. Malott?
Mr. Goodwin, yes. How do you do?
Now, as I was about to say, Dorothy, Mr. Goodwin...
What's going on?
Mr. Goodwin, this is my son, Larry.
Good evening. What's wrong?
Mr. Goodwin has been invited here for the weekend. He has an invitation supposedly written by me. At least it's on my stationery. Look at this, Dorothy. Know anything about this note?
No. I certainly didn't write it.
But it's my personal notepaper, and my signature is typewritten. I'd never do that.
Well, somebody sent it. Who's Jenkins?
Jenkins? Never heard of him.
A little dried-up old man. He delivered it to us. Yeah, maybe it didn't even come from this house.
I'm positive that it didn't. Never heard of Jenkins.
You have a typewriter here, of course.
Yes?
I'd like to see it.
Certainly, Mr. Goodwin, in the library.
How far have you come, Mr. Goodwin?
From New York, Manhattan.
Oh, and it's such a dreadful night, too.
Yes, and it is rather late.
Late? It's only 7:30.
Why not stay here for the night? Plenty of room?
Yes, Mr. Goodwin, plenty of room.
Well, I don't really think that's necessary. On the other hand, it would be a tough drive back to the city in this storm. I'll accept your hospitality, Mr. Malott.
Very good. Oh, Jeffries, show Mr. Goodwin to the East Wing. And take care of his car.
Yes, sir.
Good night, Mr. Goodwin.
You mean you're all going to retire now? I haven't even had my dinner.
We retire very early here. But Jeffries will prepare anything you want. Good night.
Oh, dear, who moved that phone? Hello, Wolf speaking.
Archie, boss. Well, I'm here at Malott's place, but there ain't no party.
What happened? Are you in the right house?
I'm afraid I am. They've all gone to bed. Weird bunch. His wife, who looks very sickly and I think wants to say something to me alone, and Larry the son, and Malott's secretary, Dorothy Davis. She has me bothered a bit.
How unusual, especially if she's pretty.
A beauty. But she seems to know all about me.
You'd better come home, Archie. I can see you're in no condition to handle this case properly. Give them the money back.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. They don't want me here. Malott didn't send the note. No one here knows anything about it, so we can keep the dough.
Interesting indeed. The circumstances would indicate that you should stay there and wait for it to happen.
For what to happen?
For whatever it is the fates have conspired to have happen there while your shining little ego is in the midst of it. Bye.
Who is it?
It's Archie Goodwin, Mrs. Malott.
Come in, please.
I saw you give me the eye when I was about to leave. I've been waiting till I felt sure they were all asleep. Now, what's up?
I wrote you that note. I sent for you.
How do I know that?
Old man Jenkins is a scissor and knife sharpener who happens along every month or so. They wouldn't know him. I put 5 $100 bills in the envelope.
Okay, why?
My life is in danger. I've been threatened. I received 3 notes through the mail. They were all postmarked in New York City.
Could I see them?
Here they are.
All typewritten.
The first one reads, "There is no love for you in Grey Gables." The second, "Why stay on in the face of death?"
And the third, "The time is shorter than you think." Do you think this is an inside job, Mrs. Malott?
Well, at first I didn't. But lately I've come to think it is.
What caused you to think that?
For some time I've been having severe spells. I thought it was indigestion. But then it occurred to me that I always broke out in cold perspiration. I was left horribly weak and terribly thirsty.
Thirsty? You fear you're being poisoned?
Yes. And since the thought came to me, I've been living in fear. Fear of every bite of food or drink. It's so shattered my nerves that I have to take these yellow sleeping capsules to even close my eyes.
Well, as your husband and his secretary and your son Larry...
Larry is my stepson.
Which one do you suspect?
The secretary, Dorothy, or my husband, or both.
What's the motive?
Well, they're in love. She's been here over 2 years, and they've spent most of their time together. The idea never occurred to me till last week. And when I watched them, it was quite obvious.
Anybody else know about these 3 notes?
Oh, no.
Then I'll keep them for a while. Good night, Mrs. Malott. And don't worry.
What are you doing, Mr. Goodwin, snooping around in Father's library?
Well, Larry, I was just trying to find out if this Remington was the machine you used to type those notes.
What? What notes?
The notes you sent your stepmother.
Why, I don't know anything about any notes.
Then why were you so startled?
I'm not startled. I just, why would I threaten her?
So you do know about them. I didn't mention the contents of the notes.
I just happened to see them on the table in her sitting room.
You don't care too much about your stepmother, do you?
Oh, she's all right.
You don't care too much about Dorothy either, do you?
I certainly don't.
Why not?
Well, I don't like her tactics making a fool out of my father. If anybody here sent those notes, she did.
You think Dorothy would have a motive?
I certainly do.
Of course you wouldn't have a motive, would you?
No.
Well, I'm inclined to think you would.
Well, just what motive would I have?
You don't seem to like any woman who's too close to your father. Maybe because you'd resent anyone sharing in the estate if your father died.
If I were you, Mr. Goodwin, I'd leave. Tonight. And the sooner the better. Good night.
Oh, Archie. Archie. Oh, confounded boy. Yes, Archie?
You have the wrong number. This is Sherlock Holmes speaking.
Why didn't you go to bed like the others? You don't have to push it. It'll happen.
Eva Malott thinks she's being slowly poisoned. Suspects her husband and his secretary.
She could be right. What are the symptoms she suffers?
Gastric disturbances, weakness, thirst.
Indeed. What about the son? Have any ideas?
He doesn't like his stepmother and is decidedly against his father's secretary, Dorothy. He knew all about the notes Mrs. Malott had received, saw them on her dressing table. He believes Dorothy's the culprit.
Then I should say that Dorothy should be the next on your list.
You can say that again.
Be careful, Archie. Use your head this time.
Incidentally, Larry advised me to leave the place tonight. Bit of a threat it was, too. What shall I do, Mr. Anthony?
Do nothing. The trouble will come to you. Bye.
Oh. Hello there, Mr. Malott. I thought you'd turned in for the night.
It's quite obvious you thought so, Mr. Goodwin. What are you doing in the library?
Why, just looking for something to read.
You'll find the books all around the walls, not on my desk.
Well, I was looking for a particular kind of book. I'm very much interested in poisons.
Poisons?
Yeah, a hobby of mine. You happen to have any books on toxicology?
I do not.
And what's that book on the fourth shelf right beside you?
Why, Where did that come from? Never saw it before. Perhaps it was in that assorted collection I bought a couple of weeks ago. I hadn't noticed it. Larry probably put them on the shelf.
Mr. Malott, how long have you known Dorothy, your secretary?
A little over 2 years.
Did it ever occur to you that she might be, well, infatuated, in love with you?
What? Well, of all the... Now, see here. I don't know what you're up to, and I don't know how you got hold of my stationery to write that fake note.
It isn't a fake note, Malott. I'm only trying to find out what's back of it.
Mr. Goodwin, there is nothing going on here that requires the services of a detective, and Dorothy is not in love with me.
I didn't say she was. I asked you if you thought she might be.
Well, since this conversation seems to concern me, I suppose I am at liberty to come in.
Oh, you're still up too, Miss Davis.
Did you hear what this man said, Dorothy?
Yes, I did, Mr. Malott. And I'd like to have a few words alone with Mr. Goodwin, if you don't mind. Mr. Goodwin, would you mind coming with me for a few minutes?
No, not at all.
And... well, it's rather late, Mr. Malott. Don't you think you should retire? It's a heavy day tomorrow.
Well, yes. Yes, I suppose I should.
And please, don't let this upset you. Mr. Goodwin has been misinformed. I'll straighten him out. Come on, Mr. Goodwin. The bar is right across the hall. I'll fix you a nice, soothing drink.
That'll be nice.
Well, now, what would you like, Mr. Goodwin?
In the way of drinks? Oh, well, some 7-Up.
Really? Well, just sit down over there.
Okay, what do you want to talk about?
Well, where did you get the idea that I was in love with Mr. Malott?
First, suppose you tell me if you are in love with him.
Yes, I am. But until a few minutes ago, he wasn't even aware of it. I worship him and his work. I never wanted him to know because he's married. It would have caused trouble, and I'd have had to leave here. But now he knows it's true.
Well, now that he knows, what will happen?
Well, I'm going to leave tonight. Now.
I see.
And since I don't own a car, Mr. Goodwin, I'm going to ask you to do me a very great favor. Would you run me into New York? I want to leave without a word. If I wait till morning, I'll have to explain to Mr. Malott, and... well, that would be most embarrassing, Archie.
Oh, now it's Archie.
You don't really mind, do you?
No, I guess I don't. I should, maybe, but...
Don't you like your drink?
What'd you put in this drink?
What do you mean?
What'd you dope it with?
Archie, why would I do that?
Might be several reasons.
There's nothing in that drink.
No? Then suppose you drink it.
Why? Give it to me. I'll throw it out. If you want another drink, fix it yourself. I'll have my things ready in 5 minutes. Are you going to take me?
Sure. Certainly I'm going to take you. But are you sure you have to go tonight?
I must go tonight. Now.
Wish I knew why. Mr. Wolfe's always so right.
What?
Just talking to myself.
Dorothy! Larry! Jeffries! Come upstairs.
What's happened?
Call Dr. Hauser. Something terrible has happened to Eva.
Well, Dr. Hauser?
Poor Mrs. Malott. No, there's nothing to be done now. It's all over.
Eva.
You'd better lie down, Mr. Malott. I'll phone and take care of everything. I'll be here if you need me. I have to make out the certificate.
Yes, come along, Mr. Malott.
Just a minute. You too, Larry. I don't want to make this any more unpleasant for you, but, Doctor, just what are you going to put on the certificate as the cause of death?
Acute gastritis.
Is that what you've been treating her for?
Well, she's had several attacks lately. I'd warned her to be cautious of her diet.
And that was wise advice, too. Did you know about these attacks, Mr. Malott?
Yes, I did.
And you, Dorothy?
Yes, I knew.
And you knew also, Larry?
No, I knew she hadn't been feeling well.
How long had Mrs. Malott been suffering from insomnia?
Oh, a year at least. I prescribed Nemitol.
In yellow capsules?
Of course. I wrote a prescription every so often calling for 12 capsules.
You all knew about that, of course. I thought so. And would this be the prescription, this little box of capsules here on... Well,
What's the matter, Mr. Goodwin?
that box was open on this nightstand when we stepped into this room. All right, let's have the box, Mr. Malott. Thank you. Why'd you pick it up?
Because I didn't want the stigma of suicide on Eva's name, nor mine.
Suicide?
Yes. Eva had this prescription filled yesterday morning. The dose is 1 at bedtime, 12 capsules. She took 1 last night. I glanced at the open box when I came into the room, and there were only 8 capsules left. I knew instantly what had happened. She'd taken an overdose.
Doctor, do you think 3 capsules would be sufficient to cause her death?
I doubt it very much.
So do I. Mrs. Malott didn't die from an overdose of sleeping capsules. She was poisoned.
Poisoned? Are you crazy? By whom?
By you, or Dorothy, or Larry.
No, I didn't do it. I didn't write those notes.
What notes?
Mrs. Malott had received 3 notes threatening her life if she didn't leave this house. Each of you had a motive, so I'm sending this body to the coroner for an immediate autopsy.
I won't permit it.
The police will see to it. You have no choice.
Yes, Archie. What now? Do you know who did it?
How do you know anything's happened?
Let us call it extrasensory perception.
Well, Mrs. Malott was right. She's dead. Her doctor knew nothing about the spell she was having as being caused by anything but indigestion.
How about an autopsy?
It's all in the works. Looks like a metallic poison, all the symptoms.
Oh? Did you search the house carefully for such a poison?
I did. And I'll check the drugstores in the morning.
Somebody in that house will purchase some poison. Let me know when the autopsy report is in.
Right.
Let's see now. We have Mr. Malott, Dorothy Davis, and Larry the son.
He's Mr. Malott's son, but not the child of Eva Malott, remember?
Yes. Is it true that Dorothy is in love with Malott?
Yeah. Dorothy admitted it to me, but claimed Malott wasn't aware of it until tonight. And earlier this evening, Dorothy tried her best to get me out of the house, insisted that I drive her into town. She tried to give me a drink, which I think might have contained knockout drops.
You don't say. Archie, I should have Fritz drive me up to the Malott place at once. Archie, are you there?
No, boss. I just fainted. And that, Mr. Wolfe, is most of the story up to now.
Very interesting. Yes, indeed.
But it isn't true. I did not put anything in Mr. Goodwin's drink.
Then did you ask him to take you into town?
Yes.
And I might have been found in a ditch.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Why did you try to get Mr. Goodwin to take you to town?
Because I felt it would be too embarrassing to remain until morning.
Maybe you'd already given Mother the big dose of poison and wanted Goodwin out before it was discovered.
Well, you
Wait a minute.
Now, Mr. Malott, you claim that you knew nothing about Dorothy being in love with you. Should we believe that?
You can believe it or not.
Dorothy had a motive to get rid of Mrs. Malott. It seems that Mr. Malott had one, too.
And so did Larry.
What?
You admitted to me that you didn't like your stepmother.
And that you disliked Dorothy even more.
I didn't say that.
You said Dorothy was making a fool of your father. You resented the possibility of any woman sharing in the estate.
You knew about the sleeping capsules, and you could have put poison in some of them. You could have written those threat notes. And by getting rid of your stepmother and placing the blame on Dorothy, you'd be getting rid of them both.
But I didn't. I did not write those notes.
You were the only one who knew about them.
I was not the only one. I saw Dorothy coming out of Mother's room. It was this afternoon. Mother was out taking his son bath. Dorothy did it. She's the one.
I think you're the one.
No, Dorothy wrote those notes.
That's a lie.
No, she probably slipped into Mother's room and wrote those notes on Mother's portable.
What? Hey, just a minute. Archie, come here.
I never heard of such
No,
lies.
I didn't do it. You can't send me to jail. I'll kill you first.
Larry, drop that gun.
Don't come near me, any of you.
You're such a fool, Larry.
Give me that gun.
I'll shoot. I'll shoot.
Come on. There. Now, you better quiet down, kid. Or Inspector Kramer will take care of you when he arrives.
Well, Mr. Wolfe, what goes on here? Where's Goodwin?
I sent him upstairs, Inspector Kramer, upstairs to Mrs. Malotte's room to check on something. Here he is.
Yeah? What have you been doing, Goodwin?
This, Inspector, is the pièce de résistance. This is what Mr. Wolfe has been waiting for. This little black box contains a typewriter, a portable noiseless Remington.
Mrs. Malotte's typewriter.
What? I didn't even know she had a typewriter.
Larry knew she had one. And this is undoubtedly the very typewriter the threat notes were written on. All three of them.
You were right, boss.
Oh, I knew she had a typewriter, but I didn't write those notes.
Oh, shut up. Archie, how do you know the notes were written on this typewriter?
I've compared the type and the ribbon. They're both the same. These notes were written on this Remington.
It was Dorothy.
Larry, I don't believe a word you've been saying. Dorothy couldn't possibly be guilty of such a thing. If anyone is guilty, you yourself certainly have all the earmarks.
Everybody's against me, even my own father. But I'm innocent, I tell you.
Let me get it. I think I know who it is. Hello? Yeah, just a second. You better take it, boss.
Wolf. Oh, yes, go ahead. Let's have it. Yes? He's here, but he won't mind. Yes? I see. Uh-huh. You just finished? Oh. Good. Right. Bye.
Was it the coroner?
The coroner, reporting that poison was found in the sleeping capsules.
And the body. Did they find poison?
They did.
You were right again, boss.
I'm going up to Mrs. Malotte's room for a while. I want you to come along with me. Find anything yet, Archie?
No, mostly bills and invitations to bridge parties and so on.
Ah.
You find something, boss?
Yes and no. This pocketbook detective story.
What about it?
I was just flipping through the pages, and I find this corner turned down. Well.
What is it?
Look and read.
Why stay on in the face of death?
Interesting.
The very words used in one of the notes.
Give me the book. Of course, this doesn't prove a thing either, but it does confirm what I was... Oh.
What now?
This cinches it. Get them all up here, Archie. Tell Kramer to bring them all to the bedroom.
Well, Mr. Wolfe, what now?
As you all know, Mrs. Malotte was poisoned by someone who had an opportunity to put it in the sleeping capsules. Someone in this household.
Yeah, but which one? The kid?
I never bought any poison in my life.
Be quiet, will you?
No, Inspector, it wasn't Larry.
And I suppose you think I put the rest of that rat poison in your drink, Mr. Goodwin.
No, Dorothy, it wasn't you. But how did you know it was rat poison?
I didn't. I just guessed. I can think, too.
Then if it wasn't Dorothy or Larry, you must mean me.
No, Mr. Lott?
No, wait a minute. It had to be somebody.
Yes. This is going to be painful for you, Mr. Malotte.
Well, you mean that Mrs. Malotte did commit suicide?
It was more than suicide. It was suicide with an attempt to have both you and Dorothy convicted of murder.
She planted things?
She did?
I can't believe it.
Show him the pocketbook, mystery.
Here's the proof.
Some of the threat notes were lifted bodily from this novel. But look on the back cover. Isn't that Mrs. Malotte's handwriting?
Yes, and this is the other note, the one to you, Mr. Wolfe, composed in pencil before she typed it out on her machine.
Then, Wolfe, the note you received was the same typing as the threat notes.
See for yourself, Inspector.
Then why the dickens didn't Archie compare them right away?
Just one of those things, Inspector. There are times when even a good detective is a bit on the, shall we say, dull side. Don't you find that often true, Inspector?
Nice of you to go all the way out there, boss. I was a bit stuck.
Quite all right, Archie.
Yeah, there's something that still bothers me.
So?
How can such a sweet, motherly type as Mrs. Malotte cook up such gruesome ideas?
She was a very sick woman, mentally as well as physically. She probably felt she was going to die. And her warped mind seized on the opportunity to make sure that this Dorothy didn't get her man after she was dead.
And speaking of Dorothy, she's a mighty pretty...
Yeah. Some beer, please, Archie. If you were so certain that Dorothy wasn't guilty, what was the idea of spending so much time questioning her?
Huh? Why, I...
Never mind the raised eyebrow department. Answer the question.
Well, there are certain rules a good detective always follows. Some are in the book, others aren't.
You mean there's nothing in the book which says a good detective shouldn't spend a few minutes with an attractive brunette, even though she is a murder suspect? The author of that book can be none other than the incomparable Archie Goodwin. Good night, Archie.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by John Edison was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman production, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin, and Gene Bates, Irene Winston, Ted Von Eltz, Jerry Hausner, Vic Rodman, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you the case of the shot in the dark. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's music in the air tomorrow evening, music and fun, brought to you by Dennis Day, Judy Canova, and Grand Ole Opry. Charming and boyish Dennis gets himself tangled in another bewildering situation, while Judy Canova gets together with her comedy pals for some mountain-style goings-on. And Saturday also means a kilocycle trip to Nashville for Grand Ole Opry. Friday's fun includes Sam Spade and, of course, the magnificent Montague on NBC. Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. Who? Oh, yeah. Hello, Doc. How are you? What? In trouble? You?
More trouble. You attract trouble, Archie. Hang up.
It's our dentist, Dr. Thrummig.
Let him wait. We never can find him when we need him. Tell him it's after office hours.
Doc, you're talking so fast I can't make head nor tails of it. Look, listen, Doc. Come on over here and we'll be able to hear you. It'll only take you a few minutes. Right.
You consistently disobey me. I want to work on my paper about odontocosms.
Doc Thrummig has a friend who's in some trouble, and he needs our advice. Besides, we owe Doc a fair-sized little bill, remember?
Money again, Archie. Money is the curse of our times.
Yeah, man. Bring on all the curses that is available.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that renowned genius who is the bulkiest, balkiest, most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chair-borne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
This story is one we refer to as the case of the Midnight Ride. Oh, yeah, there was a ride, all right. But it would never have happened if we hadn't received another phone call a few minutes after our Dr. Thrummig phone. It was late in the evening, and Nero Wolfe was studying his paper on orchids while I was absorbed in playing some phonograph records.
Archie, not so loud. I can't possibly think when you play that infernal thing at such volume.
What was that you said, boss?
I said I can't understand why you can't get music from a phonograph without vibrating the top of the instrument.
That's right.
I can't understand why the neighbors haven't called the police. Do you hear that? Archie!
All right, I'll answer.
You're fired.
Naturally. Hello?
Hello. Is Is this Archie Goodwin?
I know, Mr. Wolf's... What? Me?
Archie,
Yeah, who is it?
I need help, Archie, please. Come at once. Please, oh, please. You and Nero.
Who is this?
This is Gloria, but... No, don't.
Gloria who?
Ronaldo West.
Hello? Hello? Well, did you hear that?
Another female bar. What happened?
Boss, who do you know named Gloria?
Gloria? I know nothing about anyone named Gloria.
She said her name was Gloria something. I couldn't quite get the last name. But she did say Ronaldo Road.
Well, it's quite possible that she resides on Ronaldo Road.
First, she asked if this was Archie Goodwin speaking, and before I had a chance to say anything, she asked me to come to her at once. She needed help. And for you to bring me along. For me to bring Nero along.
You don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, she said she was Gloria Bar or Mar or something like that, and then she said Ronaldo Road West, and then the scream, and that's all there was.
The usual pattern of your experience with women.
Sounded like a hand was slapped over her mouth, or she was grabbed by the throat. Bring Nero with you.
I am taking no more assignments this week.
Ronaldo Road West, where is it?
I don't believe there is a Ronaldo Road West. If I remember correctly, Ronaldo Road runs north and south and is approximately 12 miles long.
But she said west.
What she probably tried to say when she was interrupted was Ronaldo Road West Chester.
Westchester, of course.
Asked Inspector Kramer to try to check on that phone call.
I'll ask him to try.
By the way, do you expect to find this Gloria alive, Archie?
Well, I certainly hope so.
And are you aware that if someone strangled her, then they must have heard her speak your name?
Yes, and yours, too. Shall I open it, boss?
Why not? Let us face it, Archie, huh?
It's me, Archie.
Wait till I slide the night chain off, Dr. Thrumming.
My nose.
I forgot all about you, Doc. Where have you been?
It's only been 3 or 4 minutes. I've never had such a disturbing night since I had my first patient. But at first I was afraid to leave the house.
And why were you so afraid, Dr. Thrumming?
There were 2 men sitting in front of my place in a car. Oh, good evening, Nero.
Were they waiting for you, Doctor?
Well, why not? It's very likely. Since she called me, I've been so completely unnerved.
Here, Doc, here. Have some brandy.
Oh, no. You know, I never... well, that is... a small one. I am upset. You understand, Archie. Well, that's better.
Just who called you and upset you so?
Oh, hello, Nero. Did someone call me? When?
You phoned me frantically that a woman called you. I couldn't understand you on the phone.
Oh, yes, poor Gloria. She was cut off.
Oh, Gloria. Did you say Gloria?
Well, didn't I? I thought I did. Oh, dear. What did you say?
I said Gloria.
Oh, my, isn't that strange? I thought that's what I said. No more, please.
We just had a call from Gloria. Who is Gloria?
Why, you remember. We all went to school together. That is... you do too remember. Gloria, you know, she was...
Just what is Gloria's last name, Dr. Thrumming?
Well, it was Gloria Barnsworth. I don't know what it is now.
That's what she was trying to say to me, Barnsworth.
Did she tell you where to find her?
No, she didn't. Oh, dear me. She was just about to tell me when I said I'd call you and Archie and get your help. And then she was cut off.
How do you know she's the Gloria Barnsworth you knew and I'm supposed to know?
My. Could you open the windows?
Why, yes.
Archie.
Oh, sorry, Doc. The air outside's contaminated.
Oh, is that so? With what?
Oxygen.
These factories. Oh, well, I found her picture in an old class photo. Here it is.
Oh, yeah, now I remember. But, Doc, you and this gal were several years ahead of me in school. I'm not in this picture, so she must be about 40 now.
Well, gentlemen, you both seem to have the situation well in hand now. So, if you'll excuse me, I will retire to my room.
Oh, yes, but we don't have anything figured out yet.
But you will. Let me know in the morning how successful you have been. Good night.
Well, anyway, a woman called here, and just as she was about to tell me who she was and her address, she was cut off as though she was strangled.
Yeah, Archie, did you say someone strangled her?
I don't know, Doc. I hope not. Well, let's start our search along Ronaldo Road.
Archie, don't answer it. They're after me. The men in the car, they saw me come in here.
After you, nonsense.
They found out Gloria phoned me. Don't let them in.
Now, how could you know all that?
Oh, dear me. Do you mind? A short one? I'm so weak tonight. Please, Archie, don't open it. I warn you.
Now, just relax, Doc. I'll handle this. Good evening.
Evening. Are you Archie Goodwin?
No, he is.
Yes. No, I'm not. He is.
Put up your hands. Unhook the night chain. Now just turn off this light.
Oh, I told you.
Where's Wolfe?
Oh, he's been in bed for hours.
And who is this little man?
Why, I'm...
Don't you know? This is my brother Cuthbert.
Yes, he's quite right. I'm a bit older than he is.
Shut up, Cuthbert.
All right, get your coats and hats off that rack.
What for?
We're all going for a little ride along the river, and it's a bit chilly.
Oh, dear me. I feel faint. I'm getting dizzy.
Get your hat.
Yes, sir.
And put that bottle down.
Yes, but it's so cold out
Get
tonight.
along. Here's the car. Now, Mr. Goodwin, hand over that gun in your pocket.
But I haven't got... Okay, there you are.
Thank you. Now get in the car. You get in the front seat with the driver, Goodwin. Your brother can get back with me. Okay, you know where we're going, driver.
Yeah,
but what? Get going.
But do you know who this guy is?
I do. Why?
Well, now, look, Well, this guy is Archie Goodwin.
What if he is?
Well, this won't work. I mean, I didn't know it was going to be Goodwin. He's with Nero Wolfe.
What's your name, pal? I can't see you, but I seem to recognize your voice.
Well, you see, it was like this. I was in on...
Are you going to shut up and start driving?
Okay, I'm going.
Now, see here, it's getting very late. I don't like this. Where are you taking us?
Keep calm, Doc.
Yeah, don't get excited. Just take it easy. Listen, Goodwin, I got a record
Shut
for
up,
you.
you two.
What's the idea back of all this, friend?
Pull off the road here, driver.
Yes, but we're way out in the country.
Now, we'll all get out here.
Now, wait a minute.
I said get out. You too, driver.
Oh, now, wait a second. What's the big idea?
Now, all of you start walking over to that clump of trees. Go on.
What's he going to do?
What do you think?
Okay, that's good. Just stand there. Now get out your gun, driver.
Oh, now, wait a minute. This isn't
Get
the
out
way
your
you
gun, and don't turn around, driver. Now let him have it. Go on, or I'll kill you.
I don't go in for this kind of stuff. Besides,
shoot and empty your gun into them. Go on. Now just drop your gun on the ground. There. Now, I will take Goodwin's gun, and after I finish with it, I'll just toss it over beside his body.
You what? Hey, now, wait a minute.
You'll notice I have gloves on.
Hey, Doc. Dr. Thrumming. You all right, Doc?
Oh, Archie, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I got you into this. I can't last long.
Where are you hit?
Tell Nero I make him a present of his new bridge work I put in.
Let me have a look at you.
I wanted to die in my bed with my friends around
You're
me.
not bleeding.
I wanted the choir to sing. What? I'm not bleeding?
No.
Are you?
No. Your driver was a bad shot. He missed both of them.
Then what am I doing down here on the ground?
You fainted at the first shot. I dropped purposely on the second shot. He missed every time. Come on, get up from there. We're very lucky people.
What became of them?
Hand me my gun.
Oh, is this your gun?
Wrap it in his handkerchief. Come over here. Yep. Here he is, the driver.
And he's dead. This is dreadful, Archie. What do we do now?
You got a lighter?
Here's my pocket flash.
Well, here's his gun beside him. Don't touch it. Have a look through his pockets. Wish I knew what he meant when he said he had a record for me someplace. A picture of a girl. Says, to Mike from Violet. Mike. This fellow's face is certainly familiar, but I can't... Hey, wait a minute. Mike Jordan, that's it.
Mike Jordan?
Yeah, Wolf cleared him on a frame-up 3 years ago, and this girl Violet is an entertainer in a nightclub downtown.
Violet, yes, but what does all this have to do with Gloria?
Strange, there's no other identification on him. Maybe the other guy took it off of him. Well, now we got to find Violet.
How? We can't even find Gloria.
I think now that this guy Mike Jordan missed us deliberately. Let's start hoofing it back to that last crossroad. There was a telephone there. I'll call Nero. So that's the story so far, Mr. Wolfe. Sorry to wake you up, but we wanted you to know.
Yes, we did. Oh, such a night.
What was your reason for telling the man that Dr. Thrumming was your brother?
Well, I didn't want him to know that it was Doc because Gloria had called Doc, and he must have known about it.
And the driver turned out to be Mike Jordan. And what did Mike say to you in the car?
Well, he didn't finish, but he said, I got a record for you, Goodwin. And then the man shot him up.
And when you located Violet at her place, she was cataloging recordings, Bring it in here now, Archie. Sit down, Dr. Thrumming.
Yes, I am a bit weary.
Come in, Violet. Violet, this is...
Hey, wait a minute. You're Nero Wolfe.
Sit down, Miss Violet.
Oh, what's the idea, Mr. Goodwin? Why'd you bring me here?
Will you look at this photo? It says to Mike from Violet.
Where'd you get this?
I got it, Violet. What we want to know is, where's Mike now? What's he doing? Can you tell us where he lives?
What's Mike done now?
Can you tell us his address?
Maybe.
Do you know who he has been working for?
Yeah. A guy with a big car and a lot of dough.
You've seen this man?
Yeah, kind of a good-looking guy. I think his name is Durant or something like that.
I understand you've been occupying yourself with cataloging some phonograph recordings.
Yeah, that's what I was doing when Mr. Goodwin came in. Mike's got a home recorder over at his place.
Do you have all the records that have been made on the machine so far?
No, just what we made in the last week. Lots more at his place.
Do you and Mike know of a woman named Gloria?
No, at least I don't remember.
It was on Rinaldo Road. Gloria Barnsworth was her maiden name.
Where is this Rinaldo Road? I don't know.
It's in Westchester, we think.
I've never been there. What has Mike done, Mr. Wolfe? Is it bad?
As a matter of fact, Mike is in the clear. Good. There is no charge against him, and there never will be. You haven't seen him for a couple of days?
No. And I never go to his apartment unless him and some guests are there. Do you know where he is?
Will you give me the address of his apartment?
Okay. 324 East 35th Street.
Thank you very much, young lady.
What's all so mysterious? Oh, something's happened to Mike. I can tell by the way you talk.
Very well, Archie. You have a special visit to make. Look for the machine, and it's quite late, so you had best hurry.
Well, I'm going with you, Archie. Good night, Nero. Good morning. Oh, I don't even know what day it is.
Come along, Violet. We'll drop you at your place first. Well, here we are, Doc.
Yes, has his name right on it. Mike Jordan.
No, we're fairly certain that no one's in there. Hey, what do you know? It isn't locked. The lights are on.
I know.
Listen.
Yes, a light humming noise. Huh. But where is it coming from?
Over in that corner, those wall cabinets.
There it is. A radio. And a phonograph combination.
Yes, and a recording machine. And the recording arm's still down on the record. Just lift it off and put the playback needle on. Yeah, there we are.
But look, I don't go in for that kind of stuff. You've been working for me for several weeks now, haven't you? Well, sure, boss, but I never went in for no kind of... We're going to pick this guy up and take him for a little ride. It ain't my line. All you do is drive the car. Okay, I'll take a chance, but remember, I'm just the driver of your car. If anything happens, I didn't know nothing. You'll do just as I say. Incidentally, I know a lot about you. Things the police would like to know. Okay, I'm working for you. I came out to Rinaldo Road to make an honest living. But I see I'm right back where I started. And worse. Guy just ain't got a chance. Oh, remind me. I've got to phone the place. Hello? How is it? I see. Yes, tonight. Yes, tonight, just as planned. Oh, yes, he's all right. All right, don't worry. Goodbye. Have you got a gun? Sure, but I never used it. You won't need it. But I want you to bring it along just in case I do. Now, you've got nothing to worry about. I'll take care of everything. And nothing will be traced to either of us. You got your money? Let's go, Mike. It's getting late.
Well, Doc?
He did say Rinaldo Road.
That's where our Gloria called from, so they're all tied in together. Come along, Doc. We're going back to Mr. Wolfe again, and we'll just take this record with us.
Well, Archie, I guess this phonograph was worthwhile after all. Yes, indeed.
Don't you find this a very interesting recording, Nero?
I'm sure we're going to add it to our collection.
And these are the two men who took you on the ride.
That's right. But we're really no further along in our desire to help Gloria.
That's right. We're on Ronaldo Road. Boss, if we can find the address, will you go with us down there or over there or wherever it is?
I might. And you already have the clue to the address.
We have? Where?
In that phonograph recording. Play it again, Archie. Just the part where he uses the telephone. And slow the speed way down. Then take down the numbers I call off.
Okay, boss.
Six. 5. 3. 2. 2. 3. That's enough. By slowing down the record, we were able to count the clicks of each number he used on the dial. Now, there's the number the man called. We hope it is on Ronaldo Road. Have Inspector Kramer get the address of that number combination, and we are ready to make our assault.
I'll call Kramer, and then I'll get the car out. It hadn't been out for weeks. Maybe it won't start.
No such luck, Archie, I assure you. No such luck.
Oh, here it is. I think we must go through this big gate.
Yes, there's the number. 23 Ronaldo.
Slip up to the entrance as softly as possible. Turn out your headlamps.
Well, here we are, boss. Easy now getting out.
Don't pull, Doctor. Don't pull on. There we are. Now come along.
Yeah, spooky sort of place, isn't it?
All big houses are like that. Must be 20 rooms.
Yeah. There's not a light in the place.
Use the knocker, Archie.
Uh-oh, stand back. Here comes somebody.
Yes?
Is Gloria in?
What? Gloria? And who are you?
We are here to see Gloria. Come.
It's this hour of the night? Certainly not.
Just a moment. She's an old friend of mine. Yes, and his too. He's Archie.
My good man, what is your name?
Jennings, sir. And the household is in bed at this hour.
What is it, Jennings? Who's at the door?
They're asking for you, Miss Gloria.
For me? Well, come in, gentlemen. You may go, Jennings. Please.
Very well, miss. Just as you say.
Now, what did you want?
Say, Doc, is this the Gloria?
Well, I don't know. It doesn't seem...
Are you Gloria?
Yes.
Well, why did you call us?
Oh, then you're Archie Goodwin.
Yes, and I'm Dr. Thrumming. But you are...
I called you because I need your help. Desperately.
Gloria, what is going on here at this hour? Oh, and who are these gentlemen?
Well, you see, Uncle, Mr. Goodwin came...
Came to see you? Why?
Well, because
I think you'd better go to your room, my dear. Don't you think that is best? Your room and rest?
No, I don't want to. I won't.
Go to your room.
No, I won't. I can't. All those people walk in and out. They want to kill me.
Jennings, take her to her room.
Yes, sir. Come along, miss.
No, I won't. Let me go. There are hundreds of people. They'll kill me.
Come along.
No, please. No.
I'm so sorry, but there's nothing we can do with her. Now, Mr. Goodwin.
Yeah?
What is it you wish?
The girl called you Uncle. Oh, pardon me. I'm Nero Wolfe.
How do you do, Mr. Wolfe? Yes, she called me Uncle, but I'm not really a relative. I'm Dr. Gunther, retained by the family. As you can see, the girl is quite ill.
Oh, well, we're old friends of Gloria's, and we'd like to see her.
But you just saw her.
We don't refer to this young lady. We have in mind the elderly Gloria. Now, come, Dr. Gunther. You know to whom we refer.
What? You You mean the girl's aunt? Well, it's very strange. If you are a friend of the aunt's, that you are not aware of her condition.
Her condition?
Yes. The aunt has been bedridden for nearly a year. Paralysis. And it seems to be most coincidental with your visit, but she passed away this afternoon.
Died? Gloria?
This afternoon? But how could that be?
We'd like to see the remains, Dr. Gunther.
Yes, we'd like to see the remains. Just where are they?
They are here, Mr. Goodwin. And if you and your brother and Mr. Wolfe will step this way to the small parlor. There you are, gentlemen. I'll leave you alone. I'll be in the library.
Well, gentlemen, there she is. What do you say? Do you recognize this woman?
Well, yeah. It's been many years, but that is Gloria Barnesworth.
Well, good heavens, yes. It's Gloria, all right. Poor woman. I remember now. She married a very wealthy manufacturer named Kenton, who died. She's remained a widow, I guess.
He said she died this afternoon. Are you sure it was an elderly woman who called you this evening? And by the way, just feel her forehead.
It's warm. She couldn't have been dead more than an hour.
She isn't dead. No signs of pulse. Your cigarette case, please. Very slight moisture. Respiration barely perceptible. She's under heavy narcosis. You've given her a heavy dose lately.
Let's get out of here.
Wait. Do you recognize the uncle, Father Dr. Gunther?
No, do you, Thrummy?
No.
Does he look like the man who took you for a ride?
It was too dark, boss, and he was all bundled up in heavy clothes.
Let's get out of here.
The door was locked after we came in.
He's right. Come on, Doc, let's put our shoulders to it. 1, 2...
Go!
Well, gentlemen, what on earth does this mean?
Why'd you lock the door?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a spring lock. I had no intention of locking the door.
And I suggest, Archie, that you have it repaired. And now, Archie, will you step to the door and let Inspector Kramer in? He followed us up the driveway.
Yeah, about time. Getting cold out here.
Inspector Kramer, this is Dr. Gunther. In that room is a woman he claims is dead. She is actually under the heavy influence of narcotics.
Yeah? Well, who is she?
Mrs. Gloria Kenton, widow of the wealthy shoe manufacturer.
And this attractive young lady coming down the stairs is supposed to be mentally ill, which I do not believe. Her name is Gloria, too. A niece of the elder Gloria.
But Archie and I both knew Gloria Barnesworth. Kenton.
Yeah, I get it.
And I suggest that this man is not a doctor, but is young Gloria's husband, and they're attempting to force the Aunt Gloria to change her will in their favor.
This is utterly ridiculous.
The aunt was able to phone Doc Thrummig and me tonight, but she was apparently caught in the act.
And this man, who is posing as the uncle, hired Mike Jordan to drive his car while he picked up Archie with the intent of killing him.
Well, this is the same man?
The same. And if Mike Jordan hadn't recognized Archie, both of you would be quite dead. This man double-crossed Mike and killed him, believing that the whole thing would be blamed on Mike. Mike deliberately missed.
All right, so what's he going to do about it? Come on, let's get out of here fast.
Look out, he's a cop. All right, now get those hands up and keep them up.
Come along, Archie. I have another appointment. The inspector can handle it from here on.
Oh, dear me. What happened? Am I all right?
Yeah, you just fainted again when the shooting started.
It's really quite fortunate that Mike Jordan recorded that conversation. Fortunate indeed.
How did you know this uncle was the same guy who took us for a ride?
First, by his speech pattern, he is undoubtedly a Canadian. But you must have missed the most important slip-up.
What was that?
When he escorted us to see the body, he said to you, Archie, if you and your brother and Mr. Wolfe will step this way... Now, how would he believe that Dr. Thrummig was your brother? No one mentioned it.
Of course, the clue I planted and then missed myself.
Quite right, Archie, quite right. What time is it?
8 a.m. I certainly appreciate your coming out for me on this deal.
Oh, but I didn't do it just for you. There is an Orchid Lovers Convention this morning at 9 o'clock.
What? And you mean...
Yes. I'm sure you'll enjoy it tremendously. Both of you.
Oh, brother.
What's that? What's that?
Nothing, Doc. Nothing at all.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by John Edison was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin and Howard McNear, Gene Bates, Peter Leeds, Bill Johnstone, Grace Leonard, and Jay Novello. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Final Page. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Rex Stout's Nero Wolfe. Starring Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe and Don Franks as Archie Goodwin. Today's episode, The Squirt and the Monkey, with special guest stars Jack Creeley, Patricia Collins, Shari Flett, David Hemlin, Richard Monette, and Eric Peterson.
I was doing 2 things at once. With my hands, I was getting my armpit holster and the Marley 32 from a drawer of my desk, and with my tongue, I was giving Nero Wolfe a lecture on economics. The most you can hope to soak our client is $500. Deduct the overhead and expenses, that leaves $300. Take off 85% for income tax, and that leaves you with $45 clear for the wear and tear on your brain and my legs, not to mention the risk.
Risk of what?
Complications. Playing games with a gun is sappy. Mr. Coven is sappy. And I resent my gun being used as a prop in his sappy schemes, not to mention me.
Foy! It's a thoroughly conventional proceeding. Mr. Coven has engaged us to find who stole his gun. You're merely out of humor because you don't like the cartoon strip he draws.
Dazzle Dan. And for God's sake.
Perhaps you prefer Betty Boop or Blondie.
Well, get you. I look at the comics occasionally just to be cultured. It wouldn't hurt any if you did the same. It was true that I didn't care for Dazzle Dan, even though it was syndicated to 2,000 newspapers, and I didn't care for its creator, Harry Coben, who had called at our office Saturday evening. Also, I didn't care for the job he wanted us to do, because Harry Coben had programmed it so he was going to do the detecting himself. The only difference between me and a messenger boy was that I was taking a taxi instead of the subway to his house on 76th Street.
Yes?
I have an appointment with Mr. Coven.
Are you the man from Fernari's?
No. My name is Goodwin.
Mr. Coven isn't available yet. Call back later.
Just excuse me for a minute. My appointment is for noon. It is now about...
Is that my dress?
No, it's Archie Goodwin, expected by Mr. Coven at noon. It is now 2 minutes past 12.
Oh, come on now. Bring him up, Pete.
Interruptions, shouting, noisiest goddamn place. Come on, then, up this way.
Thank you.
When you have an appointment with Sir Harry, always at an hour.
Dearest Pete, you are going to stop calling my husband Sir Harry.
You're wrong. It's a plan. I haven't got the guts to quit churning out this crap and starve for a while, so I call him Sir Harry to make you sore, working myself up to calling him something that will make him sore. And eventually I'll come to a boil and figure out a way to make Adrian Getz sore, and then I'll be fired, and I can be an artist again instead of doodling out Dazzle Dan. It's a plan.
There's no need to bore our guest with your plan. Hello, Mr. Goodwin.
Good afternoon.
There's every need.
I'm more apt to go through with it if I announce it in front of a witness. You're the witness, Goodwin. My name's Jordan.
Peter, darling,
Hello,
you're
Mr.
acting like a brat, and you're too old to be a brat. Why not grow up?
I look on you as a mother.
Peter!
Now, excuse me, but I am not a professional witness. I came to see Mr. Coven at his request. Shall I go hunt for him?
Good morning, Mrs. Coven. Am I too early?
Good morning, Byron. Yes, it's too early. This is Mr. Hildebrand, Mr. Goodwin.
Pete left the workroom, so I thought it must be time. Oh, are you unable to work unless I'm there? I give you inspiration. Is that it? What you give me, Pete, isn't inspiration. It's a headache. Then why don't you take a pill? You are a royal pain.
It was all very informal and homely. I'd had enough of the three people in that room even before the monkey in the cage in a corner decided to join the fun. Also, the room was like an oven. So I walked to the far side of the room and opened a window.
Who opened that window?
I did.
Well, please shut it at once. Rukaloo will be dead in an hour.
Certainly. And now that I have your attention, finally,
Rukaloo's coughing. Are you all right, baby? Listen to him. Pneumonia already. That's an idea. That's what I'll do when I work up to making Getz sore.
You
Open
must
a
be
window.
Archie Goodwin.
Hmm.
I'm Pat Lowell, Mr. Coven's manager.
Hello.
I was going to phone you this morning to warn you that Mr. Coven is never on time for an appointment, but he arranged this himself, so I didn't.
Well, never again pass up an excuse for phoning me.
I won't.
Hmm.
You're early, anyway. He told us the conference would be at 12:30.
I was told to come at 12.
Oh? To talk with him first?
I guess so.
Well, I handle all his business. Everything from endorsements of cough drops to putting Dazzle Dan on scooters, and this is the first time he's ever done this.
Done what?
Called someone in without consulting me. I understand it's something to do with Dazzle Dan starting a detective agency.
We'd better wait and let Mr. Coven tell her. Right? As I understand it, I'm only here as a technical advisor. Of course, you would handle the business end, and that would mean you and I would have to have lots of talks.
Oh, here's Mr. Coven now with Mr. Getz.
Good morning, my little dazzlers.
Good morning, Harry. Mr. Goodwin, you know Harry,
Yes,
but
hello,
this
Harry.
is Adrian Getz.
Mr. Getz, it seems cool in here. I opened a window.
With Rukaloo in the room? Good heavens.
So you got here, Goodwin. Don't mind the squirting his damn monkey. Loves that damn monkey. I call this the steam room. How is he, Squirt? Okay?
I think so, Harry. I hope so.
I hope so, too, or God help Goodwin. Byron has 7:28 come.
No, I phoned Funari, and he said it would be right over.
Late again. We may have to change. When it comes, do a revise on the third frame, where Dan says, not tonight, my dear, make it not today, my dear. Got it?
But we discussed that.
I
yes.
know, but we changed it. We'll change 7:29 to fit if you finish 7:33.
No, but it's only a matter
Then what
of...
are you doing up here?
Why, Goodwin came, and you said you wanted us.
I'll let you know when we're ready, sometime after lunch. Show me the revise on 7:28. How is everybody? Blooming, see you all later. Come along, Goodman. We'll go to my study. Sit down.
Thanks. This room's a little more comfortable.
What?
It's cooler.
Oh, yeah. I'm eating my breakfast now. You had yours.
Huh? Yeah, oh, yeah. Is this where it happened?
What?
The theft.
Oh, yeah. Did you bring the gun?
Yeah.
Let me see it.
It's the one we showed you at the office. Marley 32. It's just like your stolen one. Is this the desk where you kept it?
In the left-hand drawer in the back.
Loaded?
Yes, I told you so.
Yeah, so you did. And it's been there in that drawer for 2 years.
But last Friday when I looked, it was gone.
And you think it was taken by one of the 5 people whose names you gave?
I think it may have been.
You didn't put it like that, but skip it. You gave us the 5 names. Your wife, Marcel, your manager, Pat Lowell, the 2 artists who draw Dazzle Dan, Pete Jordan, and Byron Hildebrand, and Adrian Getz out there, the one you call Squirt.
Yes.
Well, then they're all here, and we can go ahead and get on with it. As I understand it, I am to put my gun there in the drawer where yours was, and then you get them up here for a conference.
Right. I ask you to show us how a detective searches a room to give us an idea of the picture potential.
Mm-hmm.
You better not start with the desk. Start maybe with the shelves back there. And when you come to do the desk, I'll push my chair back to be out of your way. And then I'll have them right in front of me. Then you open the drawer and take the gun out.
I thought you were to do that.
I know, that's what I said, but this is better because they'll be looking at the gun and you, and I'll be watching their faces. The one that took my gun is going to have a surprised look on his face, and I'm going to see it.
And if there are 5 looks of surprise?
What do you mean?
At seeing me take the gun out of your desk, those who don't know you had a gun there.
But they do know.
All of them?
Certainly. Everybody knows everything around here. They thought I ought to get rid of it. Now I wish I had. You understand, Goodman, all there is to this. I just want to know where the damn thing is and who took it. I'll handle it myself from there.
Yeah. Okay, the gun was here.
Yes, the rear compartment.
Like this.
Yes.
Okay, get him up here.
Just a minute.
What's the matter?
I'm going to have to get my nerve up. I'm never much good until late afternoon.
You called the conference for 12:30.
I know I did. I do things like that. But I've got to dress. I'm still in my bathrobe. Don't try to rush me, understand?
Now, look. Let me explain how Mr. Wolfe charges. If it takes more of my time than he thinks reasonable, he adds an extra $100 an hour. Now, keeping me here until late afternoon would be expensive.
Well, it only might take an hour or so.
An hour or so, yeah.
Do you know how much I make an hour? Over $1,000. More than $1,000.
Oh, excuse me.
What do you want, Marcel?
Going to get dressed now, are you, dear? I came to see if Mr. Goodwin was staying for a while.
Yes.
I thought you might be, Mr. Goodwin. You ought to have something to eat. We don't do any cooking. We even have our breakfast sent in, but there are some sandwiches.
Oh, well, I don't want to be rude, but are they in the room with the monkey?
Oh, no. Well, wouldn't that be awful? Downstairs in the workroom. I'm sure you'll be much more comfortable there. As you see, there's smoked turkey, sturgeon, caviar, and that's hot corned beef on the warmer. Just help yourself.
Thanks. Well, why doesn't someone turn the radios down?
What?
I said, why doesn't someone turn the two radios down or off?
Oh, one's Byron's and the other's Pete's. They like different programs when they're working, so they have to go for volume.
That's grand.
Adrian, what are you doing? I'm trying to work here. What the hell are you doing? Why did you turn my radio off, Mr. Getz?
That was uncivil, I know. It was only that I wanted to ask Mr. Goodwin something.
Shoot.
Did you know when you opened that window that cold drafts are dangerous for tropical monkeys?
Sure. I was trying it out.
That was thoughtless. You may turn your radios on again.
Goodwin, God help you.
Why, does he sting?
Don't ask me why, but watch your step. I think he's a kobold.
Oh, yeah? What's a kobold?
A sort of goblin. Well, the muse calls. Want to see an artist create? Come and look.
No, thanks, I think...
What? What did you say?
I said no thanks. I think I'll go and chat with the monkey. And I did go and talk with the monkey for a while. When the heat got to me, I went back to the workroom and watched the artist for a while. Nothing I saw changed my opinion of Dazzle Dan. But I had to admire the way they did him. Working from rough sketches, which all looked alike to me, they turned out the finished product in 3 colors so fast they could barely keep up. Then I sat down and concentrated on the experiment of listening to 2 radio stations at once for a while. When my brain started to curdle, I got out. A door toward the front of the house was standing open. I stepped inside when I saw Pat Lowell was there. Look, you listen a minute, Miss Lowell. We're here on a desert island, and for months you've been holding me at arm's length, and I'm desperate. It is not mere propinquity. In rags and tatters as you are, without makeup, I've come to look upon
I'm
you
busy. Go play with a coconut.
Then I spent another half an hour or so looking through the glass of the front door at the outside world. The view was nothing to brag about. And the afternoon passed like that. Eventually, when I was thoroughly fed up, I went upstairs in search of Lord Harry. The study was empty, so I tried next door. Mr. Coven? Oh, sorry. Mrs. Coven was lying in the middle of a king-size bed there. I needn't have apologized. She was sound asleep, so I quietly closed the door. In the room across the hall, Harry Coven was standing at the window with his back to me.
Well, what do you want?
It's going on 4 o'clock. I'll be going soon and taking my gun with me.
I was standing at the window thinking.
Oh, yeah? Any luck?
Fame and fortune aren't all man needs for happiness, even with a loving wife. Marcel is my third, you know, and she's wonderful. She's 14 years younger than me, but that still isn't all that's needed for happiness.
Look, it's 4:15, and it's getting dark. I would call it late afternoon. Now, what do you say we go ahead?
I want a drink. Will you join me?
It's a bit early for me.
I'm not supposed to drink until 5 o'clock, but I'll make this an exception. Bourbon, all right? Say when. Cheers. Oh, I need this today.
Suppose we take the refreshment into the study and go over our act.
Don't rush me.
Oh.
Oh, all right. Come on, bring your glass. Goodwin, you don't understand the pressures on a man in my position, the responsibilities.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. Okay, then here we are. You sit at the desk there.
You're right.
I search the shelves back here, and then I come to the desk, and I open the drawer, and there's a gun, and you watch the expression on everyone's faces. Then I go and get... Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
We have found your gun.
What?
It's empty. Take a look.
That's the gun you put in.
It isn't. Mine was clean and bright. Is it yours?
I don't know. It looks like it. How in the name of God...
How do you think? Someone with hands took mine out and put yours in. It could have been you, wasn't it?
Me? No. How could it have been me? I didn't even know where mine was.
Yeah, you said you didn't. I had to stretch you out and tamp you down, keeping me here the whole goddamn day, and now this. If you ever talk straight and to the point, now is the time. Did you touch my gun?
No.
Do you know who did?
No, but you're...
All right, shut up, damn it, shut up. I'm going down there and I'm going to get them. You stay put right here. If I find when I get back that you've moved from that position, I'll either slap you down with your own gun or I'll phone the police.
My God, don't call the police.
I said shut up and stay put.
This is my house, Goodwin, and
God damn it, don't you know a raving maniac when you see one? Me. Maybe the best thing would be for you to call a cop. I want my gun. By the time I got down to the ground floor, I had myself well enough in hand to calmly tell them that Coben was ready for them upstairs. I found Pat Lowell at her desk and Hildebrand and Jordan still at their drawing boards and herded them upstairs. Where will I find Adrian Getz?
He may be in his room, over there. He takes his afternoon nap in there with Rukalu, but not this late usually.
Thank you, I'll check. Mr. Getz, are you in there?
Why, there's a draft. Adrian never opens a window. Put on the lights. Adrian,
Adrian Getz, the squirt, was lying on the couch, but he wasn't taking a nap. The hole in his skull was just northeast of his right ear, and the blood had run over the edge of the couch onto the floor. I stuck my hand inside the V of his vest and held it there for 8 seconds. Adrian Getz was through taking naps.
My God, look in the cage over there. Look at Rukalu. What's he holding to his chest?
That's a gun he's holding to his chest, a Marley 32. I suspect he's holding it to his chest because it's the only warm thing in this room, having recently been fired. Over the years, I haven't told the cops more than a couple of dozen barefaced lies. Maybe not that many. Well, on the other hand, I can't recall any murder case where Wolfe and I have simply opened the bag and given them everything we had. Except one. And this was it. On the murder of Adrian Getz, I let Inspector Kramer have it all. And it worked just fine.
You're a liar, Goodwin.
Oh, sir. You got it exactly as it happened, everything.
You lied about that gun. If you don't want to get taken downtown to think it over, think now. Tell me what you came here for and what happened.
Look, what do you mean, take me downtown? On your order?
That's right.
You've already questioned me for 2 hours.
On a charge.
What charge?
Sullivan Act. Oh, we have to. You have no license for the gun we found.
Ha, ha. Ha, 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 and ha. Okay, there, you got your laugh. It's a very fine gag. Ha!
Bring in Coben, will you, Doll?
Yes, sir.
I told you where and how I got that gun.
You had the gun in your holster, and you have no license for it.
Oh, I get it. You've been hoping for years to hang something on Nero Wolfe, and here's your chance to get at him through me.
I want to know why you came here and what happened.
I told...
Oh, sit down, please, Mr. Coben. Mr. Coben, I told you that I would ask you to repeat your story in front of Goodwin, and you said you would?
That's right.
We won't need all the details. Just answer me briefly. When you called on Nero Wolfe last Saturday evening, what did you ask him to do?
I told him I was going to have Dazzle Dan start a detective agency in a new series, and I needed information on how an agency was run.
That's all you wanted from him? Information?
Essentially, yeah.
Did you say anything to Wolfe about your gun being taken from your desk?
Well, certainly not.
What?
Why should I? Besides, it hasn't been taken.
No, wait a minute.
Shut up, Goodwin. What arrangement did you make with Wolfe, Mr. Coben?
Oh, he agreed to send Goodwin to my place today for a conference with my staff and me.
And Goodwin came?
Yes. The conference was for 12:30, but I had a little talk with Goodwin and asked him to wait. I wanted to think it over some more. I'm like that. I put things off.
Was your talk with Goodwin about your gun being gone?
Certainly not. Oh, I did mention the gun, actually. I told him I didn't have a license for it, and I asked him how to go about getting one.
Did you show him the gun?
Oh, I pulled the drawer open and we glanced in at it, and he said he had one of the same make.
Did you or Goodwin take your gun out of the drawer?
No, absolutely not.
Did he put his gun in the drawer?
Absolutely not.
When I took my gun from my holster to show it to you, did you...
Nothing doing, you're listening. Just the high spots for now. Did you have another talk with Goodwin later?
Yes, around 4 o'clock up there in my office. I told him I was ready for the conference, and he went to call the others.
Then what happened?
Well, after a while, he came back alone. And without saying anything, he came to the desk and took my gun from the drawer and put it under his coat. And then he went to the phone and called Mr. Nero Wolfe. When I heard him tell Wolfe that Adrian had been shot, I got up to go down there, and Goodwin jumped me from behind and knocked me out. When I came to, he was still talking to Wolfe. I don't know what he was telling him, and then he called the police. He wouldn't even...
Hold it. That covers that. One more point. Do you know of any motive for Goodwin's wanting to murder Adrian Getz?
No, I don't.
Then if Getz was shot with Goodwin's gun, how do you account for it? Now, you're not obliged to account for it, but if you don't mind, just repeat what you told me.
Well, I told you about the monkey. Goodwin opened a window, and that's enough to kill that kind of monkey, and Getz was very fond of it. I understand Goodwin likes to kid people. Of course, I don't know what happened, but if Goodwin went in there later when Getz was there and started to open the window, you can't tell. When Getz once gets aroused, he's apt to do anything. He couldn't have hurt Goodwin any, but Goodwin might have taken out his gun just for a gag, and Getz tried to get it away, and it went off accidentally. That wouldn't be murder, would he?
No, that would be only a regrettable accident. That's all for now, Mr. Coven. Take him out, Doyle, and bring in Hildebrand.
I want to use that phone.
The lines are all busy. There's one downtown. Do you want to hear Hildebrand before you comment?
Oh, well, I'm crazy to hear Hildebrand. No doubt he'll explain that I tossed the gun in the monkey's cage to frame the monkey. Yes, let's just wait for Hildebrand. Oh, here he is now.
This will only take a minute, Mr. Hildebrand. I just want to check on Sunday morning. Yesterday, you were here working?
I often work Sundays.
You were in the workroom?
Yes, Mr. Getz was there, too, making some suggestions. I was doubtful about one of his suggestions and went upstairs to consult Mr. Coven. But Mrs. Coven was in the hall and...
You mean the big hall, one flight up?
Yes. She said Mr. Coven wasn't up yet, but Miss Lowell was in the study waiting to see him, and I could wait, too, if I wanted.
And you did it?
Yes.
While you were waiting, you had a conversation with Miss Lowell?
Yes. We discussed various matters, and mention was made of the gun Mr. Coven kept in his desk drawer. I pulled the drawer open just to look at it, with no special purpose, just to look at it.
Was the gun there in the drawer?
Yes.
Did you take it out?
No. Neither did Miss Lowell. We didn't touch it.
But you recognize it as the same gun?
I can't say that I did, no. I can only say that it looked the same as before.
So yesterday morning, in Miss Lowell's presence, you opened the drawer and saw the gun, which you took to be the gun you had seen there before. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, that's all. You can go now. Got anything to say, Goodwin?
Sorry, Inspector, I lost my voice.
You're not funny, pal. You're never as funny as you think you are. This time you're not funny at all. I've got you. I'll be leaving here before long to join you downtown. And on my way, I'll stop in at Wolf's place for a talk. He won't climb up on this one. At the very least, I've got you on the Sullivan Act.
Why fiddle around with the Sullivan Act? Make it a big one and really make a fool of yourself.
I've warned you. Even a suspended sentence, you lose your license.
Ah.
You goddamn mule. Take him downtown, Doyle.
It was after 9 o'clock before they finally let me use the phone at the cop shop.
I know where you are and how you got there. Mr. Kramer is here.
Really?
I have phoned Mr. Parker, but it's too late to do anything tonight. Have you eaten yet?
No, sir. I'm afraid of poison, and I'm on a hunger strike.
You should eat something. Mr. Kramer's worse than a jackass. He's a demented jackass. I intend to persuade him to release you at once.
Wolfe couldn't budge Kramer, because it wasn't until 2 p.m. the next day before Parker finally got bail posted and I arrived back home.
Are you all right?
No, don't you smell me?
What the devil is that smell?
Disinfectant for the bloodhounds in case you escape. I'm going to go up and rinse off.
Not yet. Have you eaten?
Enough to hold me.
Then we'll get started.
Look, it'll help if we first get it settled about my leaving that room with my gun in there in the drawer.
Shut up and sit down. I deny that you were in the slightest degree imprudent. Even if you were, this has transcended such petty considerations. Your notebook, take a letter.
Yes, sir.
Dear Mrs. Baumgarten, thank you very much for your letter of the 13th, requesting me to undertake an investigation for you, paragraph. I am sorry that I cannot be of service to you. I am compelled to decline because I've been informed by an official of the New York Police Department that my license to operate a private detective agency is about to be taken away from me. Sincerely yours.
What happened in your talk with Kramer?
Type that at once and send Fritz to mail it. If any requests for appointments come by telephone, refuse them, giving the reason and keeping a record.
The reason given in the letter?
Yes. Did Mr. Parker go back to his office?
That's what he said. Shall I get him for you?
No, you start typing. I'll call him. Send Mr. Coven a bill for recovery of his gun, $500. It should go today.
What, no extras?
No,
considering all...
$500 flat. And I want you to call your friend at the Gazette. I want the last 3 years of the Dazzle Dan comic strip. Can you get them?
I can try.
Do so. Mr. Parker. How long will it take to enter a suit for damages and serve a summons on the defendant? Can you do it by noon tomorrow? Then do your best, please. Mr. Coven has destroyed by slander my means of livelihood. I wish to bring an action demanding payment by him of the sum of $1 million.
Whoopee! Sir. Mission accomplished. 30 pounds of Dazzle Dan with the best wishes from the editor of the Gazette.
Mr. Cohen was cooperative.
He thought it was a bargain. Front page will carry a few paragraphs exclusive to the Gazette, stating that Nero Wolfe is out of the detective business because Inspector Kramer is taking his license away.
Satisfactory.
Kramer will be real pleased. Also, scuttlebutt. Lonnie Cohen and I discussed the murder from the point of view of the press. What the boys in the business are saying, but can't print yet. You want it?
I am a primate and therefore curious.
Okay, first of all about Miss Lowell. Juicy. It is said that Getz learned that she was chiseling on royalties from makers of Dazzle Dan products and intended to hang it on her. That could have been big money.
Any names or dates, evidence?
No, nothing repeatable yet. But there are some facts about Hildebrand.
Oh, yes?
He's been drawing Dazzle Dan for 8 years. Now, last week he was told he could leave at the end of the month. Now, he might or might not get another job at his age. He's been talking about it openly and blaming Getz.
What about Mr. Jordan? Anything on him?
No, this I don't like. They say Jordan has painted some pictures, modern stuff, and twice he has tried to get a gallery to show them. Now, both times Getz has somehow kiboshed it. Whether because Getz was a born louse or whether he wanted to keep Jordan
I'll do my
alive,
own speculating, thank you, Archie.
Sir.
Mr. Getz may not have liked the pictures. Mr. Coven.
Oh, well, what better could you ask there? Getz ruled the roost. Plenty of evidence about that. So the only question is what he had on Coven. The house on 76th is registered in Getz's name.
Oh, indeed.
Mm-hmm.
And Mrs. Coven?
Well, husband and wife are one, aren't they?
Oh, yes. Man and wife make one fool.
Hey, Lonnie will want to print that one. Can I tell him?
It was printed more than 300 years ago. Ben Jonson wrote it.
Oh.
Another errand for you, Archie. Contact LeVay Recorders Incorporated. Have them send over a man before noon tomorrow.
It wasn't till nearly dinner time that I got to take that much-needed shower. After dinner that evening, we were all hard at it in the office. Fritz unfolding gazettes, finding the right page, and tearing it out. I was banging away at my typewriter on a detailed report for Mr. Parker in the slander suit against Harry Coven. And Wolfe was at his desk concentrating on a methodical study of 3 years of Dazzle Dan. It was well after midnight before he pushed back his chair and got up.
This morass of fatuity has given me indigestion.
Yes, sir. Culture can be hard to take.
Read this strip, Archie.
Oh, yummy. The Sunday section in color. Well, boys and girls in the first picture, Dazzle is scooting along this country road on his motorcycle, passing a sign that says Peaches right from the tree. Aggie Ghoul and Haggie Cruel proprietors.
It isn't necessary to read aloud.
Comics are meant to be read aloud. And in the second picture, Dan says, give me a dozen.
Notice how the two women are dressed.
The old one is wearing a potato sack, and I think that's supposed to be a mink coat on the young one.
Look at frame 5.
The old one is handing the young one a coin and saying, "Here's your 10%. Haggy," and Haggy says, "Thank you very much."
Well, go on.
All right. And Dazzle asks Haggy, "Why don't you split it even?" And Aggie tells him, "Because it's my tree." Huh? Well, am I supposed to comment?
If it would help, yes.
All right, if you mean the mink coat, Pat Lowell's may not be paid for.
There have been 2 similar episodes, one each year with the same characters.
Then it may be paid for.
Is that all?
Well, that's all for now. I'm not a brain, I'm a typist. I gotta finish this damn report. The next day, the phone nearly rang off the hook. Reporters wanting the latest on the Gazette story. Kramer, absolutely apoplectic, wanting Wolfe's hide. I had the pleasure of hanging up on him. The Livet Recording Company. And Parker, to say that the summons had been served to Coven. But it wasn't until after 6 that our first visitor arrived. Pat Lowell was red-faced and hard-eyed.
So you're Nero Wolfe? I'm scared to death.
Uh-huh.
I hope I don't look it. I'm trying not to. I was sent here by Mr. Coven. My God, don't you ever say anything?
Oh, on occasion. Give me one. You say something.
Mr. Coven sent me about your ridiculous suit for damages. He intends to enter a counterclaim for damage to his reputation through actions of your acknowledged agent, Archie Goodwin. Of course, he denies that there's any basis for your suit.
Oh.
That's the situation.
Thank you for coming to tell me. Archie, show Miss Lowell up.
Yes, sir.
Wait. Mr. Coven thinks lawyers would just make this more of a mess than it is, and I agree with him. He thinks you and he should settle it between you. Now, is that possible?
Oh, we can try. There's a phone. Get him here.
He's too upset. I'm sure he'll find it more practical to deal with me, and if we can come to an understanding, he'll approve. I guarantee that.
I doubt if that will get us anywhere. For one thing, a factor in both claims is the question, who killed Adrian Getz and why? I'd have to begin by considering that aspect. I'd have to ask you some pointed questions, and I doubt if you'd dare to risk answering them.
Oh, what kind of questions?
Well, for example, how's the monkey?
Oh, I can risk answering that. It's sick. It's at the Spire Hospital. They don't expect it to live.
Exposure from the open window?
Yes, they're very delicate, that kind.
Last August and September, a monkey had a prominent role in Dazzle Dan. At first, it was depicted maliciously, on a conjecture by someone with a distaste for monkeys. Thereafter, it was drawn sympathetically. The change was abrupt and noticeable. Why? On instructions from Mr. Coven?
Well,
You hesitate.
Well, I was thinking back. Mr. Getz objected to the way the monkey was drawn, and Mr. Coven had Mr. Jordan do it instead of Mr. Hildebrand.
Mr. Jordan likes monkeys?
Yes.
But Mr. Hildebrand does not.
Oh, no, not that one anyway. Rookaloo bit him once. Isn't this pretty silly, Mr. Wolfe? Are you going on with this?
Unless you walk out, yes. How did you feel about the monkey?
I thought it was an awful nuisance, but it had its points as a diversion. But it was my fault it was there since I gave it to Mr. Getz.
Oh, indeed? When?
About a year ago. A friend returning from South America gave it to me, and I couldn't take care of it, so I gave it to him.
Mr. Getz lived in the Coven house?
Yes.
Then actually, you were dumping it onto Mrs. Coven. Did she appreciate it?
I know I should have considered that. I apologized to her, and she was nice about it.
Did Mr. Coven like the monkey?
He liked to tease it, but he didn't dislike it. He teased it just to annoy Mr. Getz.
I am told that it's generally believed, though not published, that the conception of Dazzle Dan was originally supplied to Mr. Coven by Mr. Getz. That Mr. Getz was the continuing source of inspiration for the story and pictures, and that without him, Mr. Coven will be up a stump. What about that?
Talk, just cheap talk.
Good, I'm glad to hear you say so. If that belief could be validated, I admit I'd be up a stump myself.
I don't understand.
Well, to support my claim against Mr. Coven, I need to demonstrate that Mr. Goodwin did not kill Mr. Getz. If he didn't, then who did? One of you 5, huh? But all of you had a direct personal interest in the continued success of Dazzle Dan. And if Mr. Getz was responsible for the success, why kill him? So, you see, I'm not silly at all. We've been at it only a few minutes, and already you've helped me enormously.
I didn't say Getz had nothing to do with the success of Dazzle Dan. After all, so do I. I didn't say he won't be a loss. Everyone knows he was Mr. Coven's oldest and closest friend. We were all quite aware that Mr. Coven relied on
Please,
him.
Miss Lowell, please don't spoil it for me. Don't give me a point and then try to take it back. Next, you'll be saying that Coven called Getz the squirt to show his affection, as a man will call his dearest friend an old bastard, whereas I prefer to regard it as an inferiority complex, deeply resentful, showing its biceps. Or telling me that all of you, without exception, were inordinately fond of Mr. Getz and submissively grateful to him. Phooey!
Look, Mr. Wolfe, I
You
don't see
should
what
know
this
that I
has
had
to
a
do-
talk with Inspector Kramer Monday evening and learned from him some of the plain facts, such as the pillow lying on the floor, scorched and pierced, showing it had been used to muffle the sound of the shot, and the failure of all of you to prove lack of opportunity.
We aren't getting anywhere. This is pointless.
You're quite right. We've gone as far as we can, you and I. It's time for you to call Mr. Coven and tell him so. Tell him to be here at 8:30 with Mrs. Coven, Mr. Jordan, and Mr. Hildebrand.
Are you trying to be funny?
I now know who killed Mr. Getz. I'll have to tell the police, of course, but first I want to settle the matter of my claim with Mr. Coven. And you can tell him that. Tell him that if I have to inform the police before I have a talk with him and the others, there'll be no compromise on my claim, and I'll collect it.
This is a bluff.
Then call it.
I'm going to. I'm not such a sap.
Archie, get Inspector Kramer.
Yes, sir.
They'll be there by the time you are, Miss Lowell.
Hello. Yeah, homicide? Inspector Kramer, please. Yeah, this is
Hang
a very...
up, damn you. Hang up.
Okay.
Get Mr. Coven's number for her, Archie.
Well, Mr. Wolfe, we're all here. This time you can't cook up a fancy lie with Goodwin. There are witnesses.
We won't get anywhere that way, Mr. Coven. The situation is this. You don't want to pay me $1 million. I don't want to lose my license. The police don't want to add another unsolved murder to the long list. The central and dominant factor is the violent death of Mr. Getz, and I propose to deal with that at length. Now, if we can get that settled...
You told Miss Lowell you know who killed him. If so, why don't you tell the police? That ought to settle it.
You don't mean that, Mr. Coven.
You're damn right I mean it.
Then there's a misunderstanding. I heard Miss Lowell's talk with you on the phone, both ends of it. I got the impression that my threat to inform the police about Mr. Getz's death was what brought you down here. Now,
It
you
wasn't
seem
any
to have...
threat that brought me here. It's that blackmailing suit you started. I want to make you eat it, and I'm going to.
Oh, indeed. Then I gather that you don't care who gets my information first, you or the police. But I do. For one thing, when I talk to the police, I like to be able to... Archie, if you will.
Yes, sir. I went to the hall and switched on the porch light for a look through the one-way glass of the front door. One glance was enough. I stepped back into the office. Excuse me, sir, the man above the chair.
Tell him to... No, wait. I'll see him. If you'll excuse me a moment.
Wolfe strode to the front hall, peered through the glass, and opened the door. The chain bolt stopped it at a crack of 2 inches.
Well, Mr. Kramer.
I'm coming in.
I doubt it. What for?
Patricia Lowell entered here at 6 o'clock and is still here. The other 4 entered 15 minutes ago. I told you your license was suspended. I'm coming in.
I still doubt it. I have no client. These people are here to discuss an action for damages which I brought against Mr. Coven. I don't need a license for that. I'm shutting the door.
My God, this does it. You're through.
I thought I was already through. But this sort
I
of thing...
can't hear you. The wind.
Oh, this is preposterous. Talking through a crack. Descend to the sidewalk and I'll come out. Do you hear that?
Yes.
Very well. To the sidewalk. Archie, my coat. I don't like fighting a blizzard, so let's get to the point. You blundered and you know it. You arrested Mr. Goodwin on a trumpery charge. You came and blustered and went too far. Now you're afraid I'm going to catch a murderer and toss him to the district attorney, so you...
I'm not afraid of a goddamn thing. I told you to lay off, and by God, you're going to. I want to go in there.
You may.
What? Well, you just said...
Under one condition. You know the peephole in the wall of my office concealed by a picture? Standing in the nook at the end of the hall, you can see and hear us in the office. The condition is that you enter quietly, take your post in the nook, oversee us from there, and Give me half an hour.
What kind of elaborate...
I'm after a murderer, and there's one chance in 5 I'd say that I'll get him.
You said you were discussing an action for damages.
We are. I'll get either the murderer or the damages. Now, I'm going in. If you come along, it must be under the condition the stated. Are you coming?
Yes.
You accept the condition?
Yes.
Come along, then. I apologize to you all. That was unavoidable. Now, suppose we start over, Mr. Coven, with your surmise to the police that Getz was shot by Mr. Goodwin accidentally. That's absurd.
I don't know how else it could have happened.
Do you really dare, sir, in front of me, to my face, to cling to that fantastic tale you told the police, that rigmarole?
You're damn right I do.
Phooey! I had hoped here together we were prepared to get down to reality. It would have been better to adopt your suggestion to take my information to the police. Perhaps...
I made no such suggestion.
In this room, Mr. Coven, some 15 minutes ago.
No.
I see. Oh, it's impossible to get on solid ground with a man like you, but I still have to try. Archie.
Yes, sir.
Play back the tape.
Yes, sir.
Tape? What? You made a tape?
You'll see. We sometimes find it necessary.
But you can't do that, can you?
We have done that. Are you ready, Archie?
Yes, sir, just about. There, that should do it.
It's not that, Mr. Coleman, not at all. I only doubt if it's worth it to you, considering the size of my minimum fee, to hire me for anything so trivial as finding a stolen gun.
No, Archie. What was said today?
I shouldn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I rewound it too far.
Must have do it myself.
Well, I said I'm sorry. It's hard to be accurate in such a hurry. There, that should be right.
Use my license. The police don't want to add another
Is that what you
unsolved
wanted?
murder
That
to
should
the
do,
long
yes.
list. The central and dominant factor is the violent death of Mr. Getz, and I propose to deal with that at length. Now, if we can get that settled...
You told Miss Lowell you know who killed him. If so, why don't you tell the police? That ought to settle it.
You don't mean that, Mr. Cole.
You're damn right I mean it.
Then there's a misunderstanding.
That's enough, Archie. Now, Mr. Colvin, I'd call that a suggestion that I take my information to the police, wouldn't you?
You recorded it when I came here the first time.
You heard the tape?
Well, then...
Why haven't I given it to the police? On Monday evening, when Inspector Kramer came to see me, I still considered you as my client, and I didn't want to discomfort you until I heard what you had to say. Before Mr. Kramer left, he'd made himself so offensive that I was disinclined to tell him anything, ever. Now, you are no longer my client.
What are you going to do?
Well, to begin with, I'm going to unmask a murderer, so let's get at it, shall we? What do we know about him or her? We know a great deal. First, he took Coven's gun from the drawer sometime previous to last Friday and kept it somewhere, because that gun was returned to the drawer when Goodwin's was removed shortly before Getz was killed.
Wait a minute. Mr. Coven's gun was in the drawer Sunday morning. Byron and I saw it.
That's right. We'll come to that in a moment. Second, he knew the purpose of Coven's visit to me and of Goodwin's errand at the Coven house on Monday, and he knew the details of the procedure planned by Coven and Goodwin. Only
I don't know them even yet.
Neither do I.
None of us do.
The innocent can afford ignorance. Enjoy it, if you have it. Third, his mental processes are devious but, defective. His deliberate plan to make it appear that Goodwin had killed Getz, while ingenious in some respects, was witless in others. Going to Coven's office to exchange guns, proceeding to Getz's room, shooting him in the head, using a pillow to muffle the sound, all that was competently conceived and daringly executed, but then what? Wanting to make sure that the gun would be found on the spot, he slipped it into the monkey's cage. That was probably improvisation, but it was utterly brainless. Mr. Goodwin couldn't possibly be such a vapid fool. Fourth, he hated the monkey deeply and bitterly, either on its own account or because of its association with Getz. Having just killed a man and needing to leave the spot with all possible speed, he went and opened a window from only one conceivable motive. That took a peculiar, indeed an unexampled malevolence. Well, I admit it was effective. Miss Lowell tells me the monkey is dying. Fifth, he placed Coven's gun in the drawer on Sunday morning, the day before the murder, and after it had been seen there, took it out again. Why? It could only have been that he'd already planned what was going to happen on Monday
and he was arranging in advance to discredit Mr. Goodwin's story. So he not only put the gun in the drawer Sunday morning, he also made sure its presence would be noted. You saw the gun in the drawer, Mr. Hildebrand?
Yes, but I didn't put it there.
Your claim to innocence has not been challenged. You went upstairs to consult Mr. Coven.
Yes.
You encountered Mrs. Coven one flight up. We're told by her that Mr. Coven was still in bed.
Yes.
You went into the office, found Miss Lowell there.
Yes, but...
And you pulled the drawer open, and both of you saw the gun there.
That's right.
I didn't go there to look in that drawer.
Well, stop meeting accusations that haven't been made. It's a bad habit. Had you been upstairs earlier that morning?
No.
Had he, Miss Lowell?
Not that I know of. Our looking into the drawer was only incidental.
Had he, Mrs. Coven?
Had he what?
Had Mr. Hildebrand been upstairs earlier that morning?
Earlier than what?
Well, you met him in the second-floor hall and told him that your husband was still in bed and that Miss Lowell was up in the office. Now, had he been upstairs before that morning?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Then you don't say that he had been.
I don't know a thing about it.
There's nothing as safe as ignorance or as dangerous. Now, to complete the list of what we know about the murderer, sixth and last, his repugnance to Getz was so extreme that he even scorned the risk that by killing Getz he might be killing Dazzle Dan. How essential Getz was to Dazzle Dan...
I make Dazzle Dan. Dazzle Dan is mine. I am Dazzle Dan.
For God's sake, shut up, Harry.
Well, I've identified the murderer for you by now, surely?
You have not.
Then I'll specify. But first let me say a word for the police, particularly Mr. Kramer. What flummoxed Mr. Kramer was Mr. Coven's elaborate lie, apparently corroborated by Miss Lowell and Mr. Hildebrand. If he'd proceeded on the assumption that Mr. Goodwin and I were telling the truth, he would have found it simple. This should be a lesson to him. Now then, the murderer. Mr. Jordan.
Yes?
You're eliminated because you weren't there Sunday morning to place the gun in the drawer. Mr. Hildebrand.
What?
You were there Sunday morning, but you had made no earlier trip upstairs. Miss Lowell.
Oh, for God's sakes, will you get to the point?
You didn't know why Mr. Coven had called Mr. Goodwin there.
Hold it.
Inspector Kramer, what
Damn
is he...
you, Wolf, you and your game. If you'd only given it to us.
I can't give you what you won't take. You can have her now. You want more help? Mr. Coven was still in bed Sunday morning when two of them saw the gun on the drawer. More? Spend some time with Mr. Hildebrand. I'll stake my license against your badge that he'll remember that when he spoke with Mrs. Coven in the hall, she said something that caused him to open the drawer and look at the gun. Still more? Take the contents of her room to your laboratory. She must have hidden the gun among her intimate things, and you should find evidence.
Take me home, Harry.
Marcel.
I said, take me home.
Sit down, Marcy. I'll handle this. If you've got a record of what I said here Saturday, all right. I lied to the cops. So what? I didn't
Be
want...
quiet, Harry. Get a lawyer and let him talk. Don't say anything.
That's good advice, especially Mr. Coven, since I hadn't quite finished. It's a matter of record that Mr. Getz not only owned the house you live in, but also that he owned Dazzle Dan and permitted you to take only 10% of the proceeds. In one episode repeated annually, he buys peaches from two characters named Aggie Gould and Haggie Cruel. And Aggie Gould, saying that she owns the tree, gives Haggie Cruel 10% of the amount received and pockets the rest. It's a childish allegory. A.G. are the initials Adrian Getz. Haggie Cruel has the same initials as you, Mr. Coven. Now, it's not credible that that's coincidence, not repeated annually. Mr. Getz must have had a singularly contorted psyche, taking delight as he did in compelling you each year to publish that for a meager 10%.
Not of the net. 10% of the gross. Over $400 a week.
You
here.
worm.
What?
I said you worm. Not even a worm. Worms have guts, don't they? The one time you ever acted like a man and you didn't have the guts to see it through.
I don't know what you're talking...
You're right, Mr. Wolfe. Getz owned Dazzle Dan. He took Harry in years ago to front it and draw it. Harry should have insisted on an even split right then, but he didn't. When Dazzle Dan caught on and kept getting bigger and bigger, Getz didn't mind Harry having the name and the fame as long as he owned it and got the money. He was a vampire.
Yeah, I'll accept that.
When I found out how it was, I tried to talk some sense into Harry. I told him his name had been connected with Dazzle Dan so long that Getz would have to give him a bigger share, at least half, if he demanded it. But Harry just wasn't man enough to do that. I didn't let up. I kept after him. I admit that. I'll admit it on the witness stand if I have to. And I admit I didn't know him as well as I thought I did. I didn't know there was any danger of making him desperate enough to commit murder. I didn't know he had it in him. Of course he'll break down, but if he says I knew that he decided to kill Getz, I'll have to deny it because it's not true. I didn't.
Marcy. Oh, I see. First you planned to put it on a stranger, Mr. Goodwin, and failing that, you put it on your husband. No, madam. Your silliest mistake was opening the window to kill the monkey. But there were others, including underestimating my confidence in Mr. Goodwin. Mr. Kramer?
Starring in today's episode were Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe, Don Franks as Archie Goodwin, and Cecil Linder as Inspector Kramer. Jack Creeley was Harry Coven, Tricia Collins, Pat Lowell, Shari Flett, Marcel Coven, David Hemblin, Adrian Getz, Richard Monette, Pete Jordan, and Eric Peterson was Hildebrand. Music was composed and conducted by Don Gillis. Technical operations, John Jessup. Sound effects, Bill Robinson. Production assistant was Nancy McElveen, and casting consultant, Ann Weldon Tate. The Squirt and the Monkey was written and produced in Toronto by Ron Hartman. Next week.
Is that a siren, Archie?
Yeah. It's a Parkway police car coming up behind us.
You know, when you were having the car sent down, I phoned home. Fritz said there'd been 4 calls, one from an officer of the court, one from the DA's office, and 2 from Inspector Kramer.
Oh,
Would
swell.
Kramer have sent out an alarm?
Well, the way he'd like to pin your scalp to his wall, I wouldn't put it past him. And we're about to find out. Hey, no, that's no way to do it. Open a valve and let it out.
He'd see.
Unger.
Oh, God, help me. It would be wonderful if someone could put his arms around me and tell me, all right, my darling, I'll take care of everything. Just leave it to me. Oh, that would be wonderful.
I may try it if you'll brief me on what I'd have to take care of.
God, I'm a fool. You saw my car out front.
The Yellow Jag.
I am going to burn it. How do you set fire to a car?
If you're sitting on a lid you don't want open, my advice is to move. Now, the sooner the better, or you may get hurt.
I am already hurt.
Mr. Wolfe, you knew you were to be called yesterday, but you left the courtroom.
Yes, sir.
If your reason for leaving is unsatisfactory, you are in contempt of court. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Then, why did you leave? You are under oath.
Your Honor, I respectfully ask your indulgence. My reason for leaving is inherent in my testimony, and therefore I would rather plead on the charge of contempt afterwards, if the court will permit. I'll still be here.
Indeed you will. You're under arrest.
No, I'm not.
You're not under arrest?
No, sir, I came here voluntarily.
Well, you are now. Officer, this man is under arrest.
Next week, The Next Witness, with guest stars Terry Tweed, Robert Christie, Michael Ayub, and Dixie Seatle.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. No, I'm sorry. Mr. Wolfe is busy planning a menu. I'll see if he can talk to you. What's the name again? You want to talk to a dame named Mrs. Collins?
Hang up, Archie.
Do we know a Mrs. Collins?
No.
I don't suppose you care, but I think her voice is very charming.
Doubtless. Every female has a charming voice to you. Hang up.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mrs. Collins, but at the moment, Mr. Wolfe is too involved with his digestive system to be interrupted. However, if I may introduce myself, Archie Goodwin, Mr. Wolfe's assistant, if I can be of any help.
Archie.
Yes, Mrs. Collins, I'll ask you. Cocktail party.
Hang up, Archie.
Mrs. Collins, I'm afraid it would be better if you didn't expect Mr. Wolfe. Goodbye. Cocktails. Phooey.
Absurd. Perfectly absurd.
She says you promised to come to her cocktail party, and why aren't you there?
Because you are going to attend the cocktail party and the probable unpleasant ending.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that genius who is the bulkiest, balkiest, the most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chair-borne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
Mr. Wolfe and I refer to this as the case of the party for death. Nero Wolfe really should have gone to the party since he'd accepted, but I was delegated. I can't complain now since it was there that I met Georgia, the most beautiful redhead. Well, that's my weakness, redheads. Yeah, and blondes and brunettes. Well, anyway, Mr. Wolfe was adamant about going to the party.
I've never been to a cocktail party in my life. You know, I drink nothing but beer.
You could take your beer with you, couldn't you?
I could not.
Do we know a Mrs. Collins whose cocktail party you said you'd go to?
The phone rang and I picked it up.
Where was I?
Exactly.
Okay. So a Mrs. Collins with a beautiful, seductive voice conned you into accepting an invitation to a cocktail party that you knew you weren't going to.
Archie.
Yes, master.
Just a little less sarcasm, perhaps.
Sarcasm?
Call it impertinence, then.
Impertinence, master?
Exactly. Less of that. Much less.
Okay.
Continue now.
Where was I?
You were reading the duck recipe.
Oh, yes, the duck. Oh, here we are. Dodine de canard. The dodine is one of the oldest dishes in the repertory of French cooking, being mentioned in books of the 14th century. Le Grand Cuisinier de Toute Cuisine.
Hooey, what time is it, Archie?
Almost 6:30.
Oh, in that case...
You going to get up?
Here on this card are your instructions, Archie. If you are still alive tomorrow, you may make your report.
I helped the huge bulk that was Nero Wolfe out of his specially built desk chair and walked with him to the elevator that would take him upstairs to his orchids. I stepped back to the desk and found the card which bore my instructions. In his small, perfect handwriting, I read, Mrs. Albert Collins, Empire Towers. Arrive at 7, say I sent you. After the murder, telephone me before the police arrive. At exactly 7, I rang Mrs. Collins' doorbell. Mrs. Collins?
I'm Mrs. Collins.
I'm Archie Goodwin. We talked on the phone a little while ago.
Oh, yes. Well, come in, Mr. Goodwin.
Mr. Wolfe begs to be excused. At the last moment, he was unable to attend.
Well, I'm glad you could come.
You're not disappointed?
No, I don't think so. I'm rather upset. I'm afraid, Mr. Goodwin, for my life. That's why I called Mr. Wolfe. Oh, just drop your hat and coat there, Mr. Goodwin.
May I tell you something, Mrs. Collins?
Well, of course, Mr. Goodwin.
Archie will do.
Archie?
When I spoke to you on the phone, I thought I knew what you'd look like.
And?
You do.
Well, is that good?
It's not bad, Mrs. Collins.
Janie will do.
Janie will do.
Archie,
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be best if I say you're an old beau of mine.
From where?
In Hollywood. When I went to Hollywood High School and you went to USC.
Okay, but don't expect me to remember much about it.
I'll be flattered if you remember anything about it. I want you to keep your eyes and ears open. Observe everything tonight. Well, now shall we join the party? Oh, Albert, this is Archie Goodwin. Archie, this is my husband, Albert.
How do you do?
Hello. And this is Joe Boyce, my husband's partner.
How do you do? Boys?
I've told you about Archie, Albert, but well, I guess you probably don't remember, do you?
No, I don't.
When I was in high school and he went to USC.
Oh, yeah, sure. What'll you have, Goodwin?
I'd like a plain lime and soda.
Oh, now, really? A teetotaler now?
Yes, I used to overdo it, remember?
So you knew my wife in Hollywood?
Quite a while ago, though.
Uh-huh. Been here long?
Oh, a while.
Did you and my wife run into each other again just lately?
Yeah.
A few days ago?
About.
Joe Boyce here is my partner, chemical business. Makes this sort of an old home week, doesn't it, Joe?
In a way, Al. I guess it does it that.
Joe knew my wife back in those days, too. And they're still very friendly. Yeah. Yes, indeed. You two have got something in common to talk about, haven't you, Goodwin?
Mrs. Collins, you mean? We never knew each other very well.
No? Okay, Goodwin, let it go.
Why, look. Look what I found. A new man. Just what I need. I'm Georgia.
Archie.
Archie, dear, will you fix up my drink, please?
Anything for a lady.
Let's go to the bar. Eh, Archie?
I'm determined, Joe. If it were only the money, or only Jane, I might listen.
Oh, Al, can't we talk about it later?
I like talking about it now, Joe.
You're going to be sorry about this, Al.
I am already. But you'll have 20 years or so in prison just being sorry. I've got the papers you forged right here.
You're hysterical, Al. Let's face it. The firm went broke, but I suffered too. So let's forget it.
Yes, Joe. The firm went broke, but you didn't. And I don't think my wife did either. The two of you had everything figured for yourselves. Well, I'm turning the papers over to the DA tomorrow.
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Archie, what do you know about this expected murder, if anything?
Has it happened yet?
No, but who's supposed to get killed?
I haven't the faintest idea, Archie.
Then why don't you stop it?
That is impossible. I don't even know who's there.
You want me to tell you?
Not in the least.
How am I supposed to prevent it if I don't know what I'm looking for?
You're not supposed to prevent it, Archie. I don't think you could. I don't think anybody could.
You want to hear what I found out already?
No?
I'll tell you anyway. Collins thinks his wife and his partner Boyce have been stealing his dough, and he's threatening to send Boyce to the clink.
Archie.
Yeah?
You're wasting our time. Go back to the party. There is nothing you can do to prevent the murder. But I want you to be there when it happens.
Now that all the guests have gone, let's sit down here, Georgia.
When Janie was in Hollywood, she must have had more good-looking boyfriends.
Let's get personal about this, Georgia.
Yeah, let's.
When you say good-looking, do you mean me?
I don't mean anybody else, Archie.
You know, I think you're pretty, too.
You'd better not let Jane hear you say that.
You think she'd care?
I thought you knew Jane.
Only slightly. You don't like Jane too well, do you?
Why?
Why? Why what?
Why don't you tell the truth about it? No man as attractive as you ever knew Jane slightly. Either they knew her or they didn't know her. Maybe you think I'm getting a little tipsy.
The idea never occurred to me.
No? Well, it has to me.
Refill your glass?
I'll come with you to the bar.
Here's your drink, Georgia. Oh, I find there's no ice left in the ice bucket.
Janie. Hey, Janie, no ice.
Oh, well, I'll get some. Here, give me the bucket.
Mrs. Collins, Janie, I mean.
Yes, Archie.
May I use the phone in the bedroom again?
Oh, of course.
Will you excuse me for a minute, Georgia?
I'm coming with you.
Why don't you just stay here until Jane brings the ice? Well, why don't you go talk to Joe Boyce?
I don't want to talk to Joe Boyce. I don't want to talk to Joe Boyce ever.
Now, look, Georgia.
I'm coming with you, Archie. Is that clear?
Okay, come on.
Here's where the phone is.
I could have found it myself.
You don't want me with you, do you?
Just sit down here on the edge of the bed and listen, if that's what you want to do.
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Archie, boss.
Well, Archie, what?
Just a bit of a report.
Go on.
At this moment, I am sitting on the edge of one of two twin beds in the apartment of Mr. and Mrs. Albert Collins. Sitting next to me is a gorgeous redhead named Georgia. Georgia what, dear?
Boyce.
You mean you're the wife of Joe Boyce?
Of course. Didn't you know?
I am sitting next to the gorgeous redheaded wife of Albert Collins' partner, Joe Boyce.
Archie, you annoy me.
From what I just learned, I can see there's another friction going on.
You mean Georgia and Jane?
Yep, fireworks between them. This one no like other one.
Have you anything more to say?
When I called, I was going to ask if there's any reason why I shouldn't come home now.
I wrote your instructions for you, Archie.
After the murder, call you.
Yeah, that's perfectly clear, isn't it?
But what if there isn't any?
Don't call me. Simple, isn't it?
Hello. He hung up.
Archie.
What?
That was a strange conversation.
Do you want me to explain it to you, honey?
What was that business about murder?
Shall we join the party?
Murder. Archie, wouldn't you be surprised if there was one?
Yeah? Who's going to do what and to whom?
I don't know. Maybe I will.
Elucidate, honey. Do you intend to figure as the killer or the corpse?
I don't intend to figure as anything. But you never know. Archie, do you think Jane Collins is better looking than me?
Nope.
Honestly?
Honestly.
Then what's the matter with me?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Oh, yes, there is. Look, do you want to kiss me?
Well, I'll tell you. When I graduated from Sunday school, I took a vow.
That's what I mean. But if I were Jane, you'd want to kiss me, wouldn't you?
No, frankly, no.
Why not?
Well, when I graduated from Sunday school,
Okay, Archie. Let's go back. You boys have such happy faces. Where's Jane?
In the kitchen getting some ice. Where have you been?
With Archie.
Is he an old school chum of yours, too?
Do you care, Joe?
No.
Mr. Boyce.
What?
How much do you weigh?
187. Why?
Then I'll be giving you 5 pounds. Shall we step outside?
This I have got to see.
Shut up. Mr. Goodwin, you seem angry.
Just terribly, terribly hurt.
Would it do any good if I apologized? Today I'm a little upset. If I said anything to offend you, I do apologize. Now, if you still want me to give you a boxing lesson, I'm at your service.
Let's forget it. I'm sorry, too. Jane Collins came in from the kitchen with a bucket of ice cubes, a tray of fresh glasses, and the strapless gown she'd been wearing.
There. I never thought I'd make it. Now I'm going to mix my own drink, and you can take care of yourselves. Ice first. Huh? Whiskey. And soda. It's a simple recipe, isn't it, Archie?
All it needs is the ingredients.
Well, I drink to the ingredients. Nice.
Janie, darling.
What, dear?
Would you mind very much if I took Archie away from you?
Haven't you done that already, dear?
To listen to those girls, you'd think, wouldn't you, Goodwin?
Me, I never think.
What do you do, Archie?
I concentrate.
On what?
On not thinking. I did some serious concentrating on not thinking about Nero Wolfe or about the conflict of the partners, Albert Collins and Joe Boyce, about the jealousies of Jane and Georgia. The next 5 minutes hardly seemed an hour. Jane and Boyce murmured to each other. Collins drank gently but firmly.
Why can't you be honest, Archie? What's the matter with me?
What, Georgia?
You weren't listening, were you?
To every gorgeous word you said.
What did I say?
I want to hear it again, just the way you said it before.
I said, why shouldn't there be a murder? Why not? It's an order.
It's just not considered the thing to do.
Thing to do. Can you think of anything better?
No, frankly.
I can. My glass is empty.
My glass is empty, too. Jane. Jane!
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not much of a hostess, am I? Oh, don't answer that. Oh, you're all empty. But I've only drunk half of mine.
You don't usually drink so slowly, Jane.
I'm just not in the mood tonight. I usually drink faster to keep you from drinking mine. See, Albert always gulps his and then reaches for mine.
What's the difference?
Well, I'll fix you some fresh drinks, but put my drink over there by you, Georgia, and lay off, Albert. I only had about 3 swallows of it. Besides, you don't need any more.
I suppose we know what dear Jane is going to do, don't we?
Lay off, will you?
Lay off. It's my husband who said that, Archie. Archie, meet my husband, Mr. Boyce. I will now explain why dear Jane took our glasses away to the kitchen when she could have poured a drink right here.
Listen, Georgia, will you...
Mr. Boyce is speaking, Archie. What, Mr. Boyce?
Nuts.
Mr. Boyce says nuts, Mr. Goodwin. What do you say, Mr. Collins?
I think Joe has covered the field.
We were talking, weren't we, Archie?
Possibly.
We were talking about dear Jane. She's got to be always the prettiest, always devastating. Right now, she's putting on a completely new face. And in about 20 minutes, when our tongues are hanging out, she'll come back, all horsed up and bright and smiling, with another tray of drinks.
Yeah, she'll take all night to fix them.
Well, I'm going to get some air on the balcony.
Don't jump off. Al, you're drinking too much lately.
I shouldn't worry you, Joe. Especially now.
When you start drinking, not only your drinks, but everybody else's too, well... Jane's right.
Is that what worries you? Slide Jane's glass down. The ice is all melted.
You see what I mean?
Okay, Joe, let's not be nasty until tomorrow. That gives me an idea. Think I'll propose a toast. Until tomorrow. And you know, it may be rather fitting that I should drink a toast from the glass that Janey left. Until tomorrow.
Go! Al. Al? Jane? Janey!
Albert! Oh, Albert.
Nero Wolfe speaking.
May I come home now?
Oh, hello, Archie.
I said, may I come home now?
Have you sent for the police, Inspector Kramer?
Of course.
Who was killed, Archie?
Albert Collins.
How, Archie?
I don't know. You were right, though, weren't you?
Naturally. About what?
Murder.
Oh, that. We can talk about it tomorrow. Good night, Archie. Come home when you can.
What do you mean, come home when I can?
You'll be held as a witness, won't you? Try not to wake me with the elevator when you come in.
Well, Inspector Kramer, you've had me here at headquarters for a long while. For quite a long while. Haven't you asked me enough questions?
Goodwin, you say you never saw these people before, Collins or Boyce or their wives. Yet when all the other guests had gone, you were still there.
I guess I just don't know how to say goodbye.
You didn't know they were partners in a chemical company. You didn't know that Boyce had forged a lot of papers with Collins' name.
All I know is what you tell me.
Goodwin.
Yes, sir?
I'm trying to be nice.
Yes, sir.
Now, I know, of course, that you went to that party because Nero Wolfe told you to.
Do you?
My question is, how did Wolfe know it was going to happen?
Why don't you ask him?
I already have.
He told you?
He says he never heard of Collins or Boyce.
Did he say he'd ever heard of me?
He says he isn't responsible for you or your shady friends. Maybe he knows I found a poison pellet in George's bag.
Inspector, may I make an important call?
Go ahead.
Archie. Confounded light. Hello?
What time is it, Master?
Confounded, Archie.
I'll tell you what time it is. It's a little after 4 a.m. I'm at Central Headquarters, and Inspector Kramer has been chatting with me about my shady friends.
Kramer is a jackass.
Just a second. Pick up the other phone, will you, Inspector? Sorry, Mr. Wolfe. What was that you were saying about Inspector Kramer?
I said Kramer is a jackass.
Thank you.
Wait a minute.
Oh? Eavesdropping, Inspector.
I was just talking about bringing you down here for a little questioning, Wolf.
Fooey.
What's that?
Fooey. It can be spelled in several ways. I spell it P-F-U-I. Fooey.
You think I won't bring you down here as a material witness?
Yes, I think you won't. I think you'd be making a great mistake if you did.
A great mistake? Why?
Because I might not tell you who killed Collins. Then you wouldn't know which one of these people to prefer charges against. Now send Archie home. Even he needs an occasional night's sleep.
He hung up.
So it seems. Busy? He's probably left the phone off the hook, Inspector. By now, he's probably asleep again.
You know I can go out there, don't you?
Sure you can. More important men than you have tried it. And where are they now?
Goodwin?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to let you go.
I'm sure Mr. Wolfe and I are very grateful, Inspector.
You want to know why I'm letting you go?
I know why.
Why?
Because if you're nice and cooperative and don't make too much trouble, Mr. Wolfe will solve this case for you and tell you whom to prefer charges against.
Goodwin.
Sir?
Get out.
Thank you, Inspector. Good morning, Inspector. At 3 o'clock the next afternoon, I was rearranging the furniture in Nero Wolfe's office while the great man sat behind his desk watching me perspire.
Are you finished now, Archie?
I guess so.
And tell me where they sat.
There were 2 couches, like this, in front of a fireplace. Collins and Boyce were sitting together on one couch. When Georgia and I came in, they were looking at some canceled checks.
Where was Mrs. Collins?
I told you she was getting ice and fresh glasses.
Why was she getting fresh glasses, Archie? Where were the empty ones?
I don't know. Maybe they were the same ones she brought back, washed and polished.
Archie, I trust your powers of observation absolutely. That's why I sent you to Mrs. Collins' cocktail party.
Okay, how did you know there was going to be a murder? If it was a murder.
It was a murder, Archie. But isn't it obvious?
How is it obvious? Suppose Collins slipped a few drops of the poison into his drink himself.
It's very strong, very deadly poison, with a remarkably strong odor.
Like almonds, I know. I smelled it when I picked him up.
Archie, was anything found on the body that might have contained the poison? A fountain pen? Whatever?
Not even that.
Inspector Kramer found a poison pellet in Georgia's handbag. He thinks she poisoned Collins' drink.
Say, could be. But it wasn't his drink, it was his wife's. Then Georgia was trying to kill Jane, and Collins got it by mistake.
We shall soon see, Archie.
I was expecting a murder because you told me to expect it. I watched every move that everybody made. There's no possibility that Jane's glass, the glass with the poison in it, was tampered with by anybody.
Yes, I believe.
Okay.
Archie, you're sore, aren't you?
Have you ever spent the night with Inspector Kramer? He's really a good man, too. Why did you say he was a jackass?
Because he didn't know who killed Collins.
Do you?
Of course. Was there ever any question about it?
Just a moment, please.
The only trouble is it may be difficult to prove. That's why we are giving this little cocktail party this afternoon with the help of Inspector Kramer. By the way...
Yes?
Call Mrs. Collins and tell her to bring a bucket of ice from her refrigerator.
Why?
Because our refrigerator's broken down.
No, it hasn't. I was just out in the kitchen a minute ago.
Our refrigerator has broken down. And it would be very helpful if Mrs. Collins would bring a bucket of ice cubes.
What makes you think she'll do it?
She will. Call her.
6:45. There we were in Wolfe's office doing a repeat performance of last night's smash hit. 2 couches faced each other, a cocktail table between them. On one couch, red-headed Georgia and me. On the other couch, it was a big one, Joe Boyce, Jane Collins, widow of the lately defunct Albert, and Nero Wolfe. Jane had been drinking a little slower than the rest of us. Our glasses were empty. Hers was still half full. Wolfe said...
Archie.
Yeah?
At this point in last night's party, Mrs. Collins got up and left to get some fresh drinks. Repeat what she said.
Approximately?
Approximately will do.
I think she said something like this. She said, put my drink over by you, Georgia. Lay off, Albert. I've had about 3 swallows of it. Besides, you don't need any more, Albert. Am I right, Jane?
Close enough, Archie. But what of it?
Now, what is this nonsense all about, Wolf?
Mr. Wolfe is trying to make something out of nothing.
I think Mr. Wolfe is going to turn up something mighty interesting. Don't look so perturbed, Joe.
Since I'm playing the part of the late Mr. Collins, pass me Jane's glass.
I'll keep my glass, Mr. Wolfe. I haven't finished my drink.
You're a very clever woman, Mrs. Collins.
Would it be too much if I ask what this is all about?
What worries you, Archie?
You make it sound as if that drink she's holding is poison. But it can't be, because as yesterday, she's already drunk half of it herself.
When our freezer broke down, she was more than willing to bring a bucket of ice cubes, wasn't she?
So?
What would happen, Archie, if you froze a gelatine-coated pellet of poison in the center of one particular ice cube? Mrs. Collins hasn't finished her drink. Notice the ice is all melted now. She hasn't taken one sip since the ice melted completely. She came prepared in case she was exposed. Smell it, Archie.
No, Archie, stand back. I can easily swallow this before you can reach me. Mr. Wolfe, in a few seconds, I'll drink it. But tell me something first. Tell me how you knew.
Jane, listen to me.
I knew there was going to be a murder last night because you said so. I knew that it was you who would commit the murder because it was you who invited me. You hoped an expert witness would prove that you couldn't have killed your husband. So I sent Archie Goodwin, whose observations are always exact, even when he doesn't know the import of what he's observing.
She brought back clean glasses. She poured the drinks out of bottles already open. And if anybody had put anything in or touched one of those glasses, I would have seen it.
Exactly. The poison pellet was frozen in a certain ice cube. Mrs. Collins put that cube in her own drink, drank it until the ice had almost melted down to the poisonous pellet center. And then she took all the other glasses away, leaving only hers half full. And as usual, her husband drank it.
No, Jane, don't.
Too late, Joe. Too late.
Well, boss, Jane didn't get away with the suicide try. That was clever thinking you did.
I prepared a cube of ice in which I had frozen a gelatine capsule containing nothing more than a vitamin compound. I substituted for the cube in which Jane had placed the poison for herself.
Wonder why Jane Collins wanted to have Joe. He'd stolen practically all the money in the company. He was just a crook.
Birds of a feather, Archie. I don't believe Joe Boyce had any idea that Jane was planning a murder. And he still had all the money.
Well, the forgeries will put him away for a long time. And poor Georgia could have had it pinned on her if it hadn't been for me.
Yes. You knew all along, didn't you, that Jane had planned to have Georgia accused by planting another pellet of the poison in Georgia's handbag. Jane would have gotten rid of her husband and Joe's wife in one stroke. You knew all that, didn't you?
Well, how about a bottle of beer, boss?
Could you spare the time?
Georgia. Beautiful redhead. Wonder where she is tonight.
I'm sure I haven't the slightest idea, but in case you do... well, just be quiet with the elevator door when you come in.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by Mindred Lord was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin, and G.G. Pearson, Herb Butterfield, Peter Leeds, Evelyn Eaton, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Malevolent Medic. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. You're invited every Saturday over most of these NBC stations to a 1-hour concert by the renowned NBC Symphony. Tomorrow's symphony performance features Metropolitan Opera star Helen Trouble as guest soloist. For tomorrow's broadcast, The orchestra will be under the baton of the widely acclaimed conductor, Wilfrid Pelletier. For the world's great music, hear the NBC Symphony, brought to you tomorrow and every Saturday. Transcribed. Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. Yes, who's calling? Mr. John Blake? Well, is this a matter of business? That's fine, Mr. Blake. I'll just call him.
Archie, I'm not here. Tell him I'm up in the plant room with the orchids.
I was going to call him to the phone, but he's up in the plant room with his orchids. What sort of a case is this, sir? Really? Really, is that so?
Is it a man or a woman?
Oh, I understand perfectly. It's a man.
Well, at least that's something different.
Yes, sir. Very urgent. I understand. And I assure you, Mr. Wolfe will be here waiting for you. The fee? Shall we say about, 1,000?
I will not see any client until after dinner. Fritz is having mountain quail on toast.
Yes, Mr. Blake. Come at once. What were you saying, boss?
Confound you, Archie. Nothing but business. All the time. What's the problem?
I don't know. And at $1,000, considering our bank balance, I'll help him poison his great-grandmother.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that renowned genius who is the bulkiest, balkiest, most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chair-borne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
What we chose to refer to as the case of the hasty will began, of course, with an urgent phone call from the mysterious John Blake. At the moment, Nero Wolfe was seated in his chair, which was specially built for his 300 pounds, and I was giving him a lecture on the importance of money.
Archie, that will do. I'm not interested.
You will be when you learn you can make no more purchases of beer and Skittles. You've passed up 2 cinch cases now. Each would have meant a healthy fee. Let us hope this Mr. Blake has a nice, fat problem that will take us days to solve.
Archie.
Yes, sir?
Answer the door.
Good evening. I'm John Blake.
Oh, yes. Come in, Mr. Blake. You have no idea how welcome you are.
Archie, show Mr. Blake in and close the door. That draft is unbearable.
This way, sir. Mr. Wolfe doesn't care for anything resembling air. Oh, I'm Archie Goodwin.
Good evening, Mr. Blake.
Mr. Wolfe, I have a little business for you. Now, before you say anything, I know you're not a lawyer.
I'm not a member of the bar, let us say, Mr. Blake.
Of course.
What kind of business, Mr. Blake?
I have here a short will, which I have typewritten myself. I haven't signed it yet. Also, I have here a sealed envelope containing a letter which I want you to be prepared to deliver to the addressee.
A will and a letter. Very well.
Yes. Do you know who I am?
Seems that I've certainly seen you before.
Same here. I just can't place you.
Well, I'm John Blake, president of the Plymouth Building and Loan.
Oh, of course. I've seen your picture many times.
You have a staff of the best attorneys in the city, Mr. Blake, and this is most assuredly the business of attorney.
Perhaps. But in this particular instance, I wanted an individual who had no interest in me, nor previous knowledge of my affairs.
I see.
Also, I wanted a person who was, shall we say, not too well fixed.
Well, you certainly couldn't
Archie.
Imagine Mr. Wolfe being in need of money.
Just why can't your attorneys handle this?
You'll know in a moment. But when I leave here, I want you to forget the whole thing, for the time being.
Indeed. You have said it.
Here's the will. You may read it.
Archie.
January 25, 1951. To my daughter, Anita Blake, I do hereby bequeath all my property, personal and real, including the portrait painting of her mother, my dear deceased wife, Marcia Blake. This will supersedes any and all instruments previously drawn.
So, simple enough, isn't it?
That's all. Now, the pen, please, and I'll sign it. Now then, you sign as witness, Mr. Goodwin. You retain the will, Mr. Wolfe, and the envelope here, which is addressed to Hilary Blake, my brother, who is now living in this city.
Your brother?
He's just recently returned from 25 years in Australia.
Though Hillary has written me several times, I have not favored him. We've been estranged these many years over, a certain unpleasant situation which this enclosed letter will clear up.
Are you in fear of your life, Mr. Blake? Murder?
No, Mr. Wolfe. There was a time, yes, but, not now. You will know what to do with the will and the letter, though, when the time arrives. Now, as to your fee, you said, 1,000?
Well, we usually receive...
1,000 will do.
Well, here's a check, all made out.
If you're thinking of suicide, Mr. Blake, we must warn you.
If you don't care to go through with this, please say so. I'm not planning on suicide, I assure you.
We have taken the job, Mr. Blake.
And good evening, gentlemen, and thank you for your kind indulgence.
Well, that's the simplest little 1,000 we ever made.
I believe, Mr. Goodwin, you're going to be quite surprised. I want you to get acquainted with John Blake's secretary. You will more than earn this 1,000, young man. Archie. Archie, is that you?
Yes, boss.
What time is it?
It is 6 p.m. The clock is right in front of your eyes.
I'm thinking, Archie, it's very interesting. Very. An entire day has passed since the visit from John Blake. Did you learn anything from Blake's secretary?
I did. He left his office late yesterday, she said. His daughter Anita is quite upset because he didn't come home.
Check his club?
Yup. I didn't talk to the daughter, but I learned that she's engaged to a young fellow named Wilbur Martin. She told the secretary that her father had been acting strangely of late, a bit morose.
And what does the daughter feel has happened?
Anita's afraid he's been kidnapped.
You haven't met nor talked to any other than the secretary?
Not yet. And so far, no one's called the police.
Good. We must, for the time being, prevent that. What did you learn of Blake's brother from Australia?
He's been here only a year. They've met only once or twice since his return. The secretary thinks the breakup was because of their love for the same woman. Hillary became very wealthy in Australia.
Very well, Archie. It is time for you to visit Miss Anita Blake at her home.
I'd love to, boss. She's a mighty purty gal.
Phooey. Archie, you can do me a great service.
Anything.
Be sure to close it tightly as you leave.
Close what?
The coal chute, of course.
I'm awfully glad you could come, Uncle Hillary. Wilbur seemed to think you might know something about Father's disappearance.
No, I don't know, Wilbur. I'm just as nonplussed as you are.
When did you see your brother last?
Oh, it's been 4 or 5 months. Why?
Oh, I just wanted to know.
What do you two think has become of him? Surely you know his recent actions better than I.
Well, at first I thought he'd been kidnapped. Now I'm afraid it's suicide.
Oh, I say, really now. Have you been putting such ideas into her head, young man?
On the other hand, could have been murder.
Oh, indeed. Well, I suggest that the police be called. Hospitals, the morgue, every place. Have you thought of doing that, young man?
I was going to.
Oh, really? Then what are you stalling about? I'll just step into the library and do it myself.
Oh, it can't be, Wilbur. It just can't be.
Miss Blake, there's a Mr. Goodwin to see your father.
Oh, I'll see him.
Thank you, Miss Blake. I'm Archie Goodwin.
This is my fiancé, Mr. Wilbur Martin.
Mr. Martin?
How do you do?
What is it you want, Mr. Goodwin?
Is your father here, Miss Blake?
Why, no. No, he isn't.
What is your business, Mr. Goodwin? Why do you want to see Mr. Blake?
As a matter of fact, I don't really want to see Mr. Blake because I don't think he's here. I came to see Miss Blake.
Just who are you?
I'm a detective.
Police?
Private investigator with Nero Wolfe. John Blake has disappeared. I know you're trying to keep it out of the press because you think he's been kidnapped.
We have called the police.
Oh, what do you think has happened to my father?
I think he's dead.
Oh, dear. Why do you think that?
Yes. Just what do you know, Mr. Goodwin?
Oh, Anita, I want to ask you a few questions. I think it's advisable.
Mr. Blake.
Yes?
I thought you were done for. That is.
I don't think I.
This chap is a detective.
I'm sorry about this, Mr. Blake, but curiosity got the better of me. I hope I haven't wrecked things.
What are you talking about?
You remember the agreement.
What agreement?
Mr. Goodwin, do you know who you're talking to?
Why, yes, John Blake.
Oh, no, Mr. Goodwin. This is my Uncle Hillary, my father's brother.
Hillary? Hillary Blake?
Yes, my father's twin brother.
John and Hillary were twins.
Of course.
It's news to me. I didn't know that.
What did you know about him?
Well, now that I look at him, now that I can recall his speech, there is a difference.
And now, why do you think John Blake is dead?
I've just come from police headquarters.
You mean he's been murdered?
No. From all indications, he's committed suicide.
Suicide? Are you sure?
Poor father. Oh, I was afraid of this.
This morning, a hat and an overcoat were found on the East River docks near Pier 9. In the coat was a typewritten copy of a will made yesterday. The hat bears the initials J.B.
There was a will?
Yes. Could you identify the hat and coat, Miss Blake?
Well, yes, of course.
Very well. Come in, Sergeant. This is Sergeant Hanlon. Miss Blake, do you recognize this coat and hat?
Yes. Oh, yes, I do. They were father's. Oh, Wilbur.
Suicide? I can't understand it.
But the hat and coat are not conclusive evidence. What about the will found in the pocket?
Show them the will, Sergeant. Read it, miss.
You read it, Wilbur?
To my daughter, Anita Blake, I do hereby bequeath all my property, personal and real, including the portrait painting of her mother, my dear deceased wife, Marcia Blake. This will supersedes any and all instruments previously drawn. But no signature.
I have the original. Here you are.
Where did you get this?
Notice the signature of the witness?
Archie Goodwin. You witnessed his signature?
In Nero Wolfe's office.
But Mr. Blake had his own attorneys.
Nevertheless, he came to Mr. Wolfe to take care of the will. If we hadn't recognized him from his photos in the papers, I wouldn't have witnessed the signature.
Anita, is this your father's handwriting?
Yes. Yes, it's his, all right.
But this still isn't proof that he's dead, nor that he committed suicide. No corpus delicti.
And the body may not be found for days. But this evidence we have here certainly indicates that a body will be found eventually.
Maybe not, Mr. Goodwin. It's possible they could have...
What were you going to say?
Nothing.
Miss Blake, in a way, I blame myself for your father's death.
How do you mean?
I had a sort of premonition. It's obvious now why he came to Nero Wolfe.
Is it?
He wanted someone who didn't know him personally. His own attorneys would have been able to see through his plan and prevent his carrying it out.
But he made a will. Why did he draw this new one?
Yes, that's what I don't understand.
Well, I still am not convinced that he committed suicide.
Mr. Blake, here is a letter he asked to be delivered to you.
Oh, well, now.
Perhaps it will shed some light on the problem.
What does it say, Uncle?
Jove. It says, Hillary, 25 years now, jealousy and bitterness have kept us apart. I know why you stayed in Australia all these years. I know you loved Marcia. She was rightfully yours. But I loved her, too, and I couldn't go on without her. I know you've despised us both, and I've pretended to despise you. I had to pretend, because I lied to Marcia. I told her you were engaged to marry a woman in Sydney. Marcia was innocent. I was to blame. When Marcia died last year, and you wrote that you were coming back, I knew then that your resentment had faded, but I didn't answer you, and I've kept away from you because I couldn't face you. I've told you all this because things have happened which you will learn soon enough that have decided me to close my book and write fini. I have made a new will, leaving everything I possess to Anita. Anita is young, Hillary, and I beg you to watch after her as though she were your own, which, but for my selfishness, she might well have been. Forgive me, Hillary. Well, this certainly indicates suicide.
But what does he mean by things have happened?
That, Miss Blake, is the motive, for which we'll just have to wait.
Yes, for that and the body.
Well, boss, up here in the conservatory a bit early, aren't you? How are the orchids?
Oh, it's a nice sunny morning. Even though it is around 0 outside, the sun is fine for them. And behold, Archie.
Huh? What is it?
The Dendrobium sclerostel.
Yes, indeed. What about it?
Showing 2 buds. Most encouraging.
Indeed so. Boss, I can't take the steam heat here.
Tell me, this painting of Marcia Blake, is it large?
It hangs over the Blake mantle, about 3 by 4 feet.
I find it most intriguing that John Blake should mention the painting in so short a will. And Hillary, does he seem to offer any suggestion on this problem?
He has very little to say. Wilbur has definite ideas, and he's in there pitching all the time. He has a rather unpleasant way about him, though.
You have talked with Inspector Kramer?
I have.
And asked Miss Anita and Hillary to meet you at the morgue to look at the body?
Right. And I left Wilbur out of this gathering.
This body is practically unidentifiable, huh?
In Kramer's opinion, it is.
After you're finished down there, I'd like to have a chat with this Wilbur Martin.
Okay, but you'll get nothing out of him. I've tried.
Archie, you're becoming so conceited. Soon I fear I'll have to fire you.
If it were summer, I would forthwith resign.
Run along and close our coal chute behind you.
Morning, Inspector Kramer. Up early.
Yeah, Goodwin. I'd just love to come down to this morgue.
This is Miss Anita Blake and her Uncle Hillary Blake.
Howdy
How do
do.
you do? Good morning, Mr. Goodwin. I hope you don't object too much to my joining the proceedings.
Oh, I know, Wilbur. I suppose it's all right.
Please, Mr. Goodwin, what's happened?
There's a body here. Rather badly bruised and cut and in a bad condition, but I think you should look at it.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Miss Blake, but I'm afraid it's necessary.
very well. I'll be all right.
Now, I'd like to come along.
Oh, yes, Wilbur, you must.
Well, come on. This way. Well, here we are.
Wilbur.
What do you say, Miss Blake?
Now get hold of yourself, Anita. Please, you must.
Yes. Yes, that's Father.
And you, Mr. Blake?
It's certainly hard to say. It looks as though it might be John. Was there no means of identification on the body? No jewelry or...
Father never wore any jewelry.
There was nothing but this suit here. Nothing in the pockets.
That's Father's suit, all right. I know. Oh, why? Why did he do it?
Come along now. That's all for today. Mr. Wolfe, this is Mr. Wilbur Martin.
Ah, yes. How do you do, Mr. Martin? Sit down.
Thank you, sir.
No. Take the red leather chair. That's right.
So glad you could come. Archie, beer first. Tell me, Mr. Martin, you saw the body?
I did. Whether it was John Blake or not, I'm not sure. But Anita feels positive enough.
You are skeptical about the suicide theory, huh?
Well, yes, I am.
Are you trying to cast suspicion on someone else?
No.
He thinks he was murdered.
I do?
But not by you, of course.
Certainly not.
But who would know that John came here, signed the will, and gave us the letter to his brother? He must have contemplated suicide, don't you think?
Are you positive it was John Blake who signed the will?
How interesting. You think it was his brother Hillary who came here, posing as John, huh?
It could have been.
But the man was quite gray and had no Australian accent.
Hillary could have dropped the accent for a short while and grayed his hair, and they were twins.
So enlightening, Mr. Martin. Do go on.
After he left you here, he could have killed John and thrown him in the river, and left his overcoat and hat on the wharf.
And why would Hillary kill John?
Well, there may have been several reasons. Maybe because of Marcia. Well, several reasons.
Tell me, did John Blake object to your engagement to Anita?
No, why should he?
I don't know. I merely asked. Anita Blake identified her father's handwriting. She identified the body. You still believe it's murder?
Maybe she only thought it was his handwriting.
You had best be careful, Wilbur. In trying to make a murder out of this, you might place yourself in a most unhappy position.
I checked the letter and the will with papers at John's office, and the handwriting is identical, in my opinion.
Maybe Hillary is clever at forgery.
Maybe.
Did you have the experts check the writing?
Not yet.
Then how can you tell unless you had a bona fide sample of Hillary's writing?
I take it that you found a sample of Hillary's writing? Some letters from Hillary to John?
Yes. I found a package of them in John's desk at his home.
That, Wilbur, is most encouraging.
Here they are. Several of them tied together. Some written in 1928 and a couple in 1948.
Now, we'll tell you something. We never thought John committed suicide either.
You didn't?
No. And before you go, Wilbur, write your name here on this pad.
Very well.
Thank you so much. I hope we shall see you tomorrow. Well, I'm surprised, Inspector Kramer, to see you out in such inclement weather.
I like the cold spells.
Sit in the red leather chair.
Thanks.
Good. Have your experts finished checking the will and the letter?
Yep, but not all through with a package of Hillary's old letters that Wilbur found.
What's the verdict?
If this is forgery, it's the cleverest bit of forgery we've ever come across. My men say the will and the letter you received appear identical with the specimens from John's office.
Indeed. The will and the letter then do seem to have been written by John Blake.
Yes. But on the other hand, and this is unusual, by comparing this letter from John with a letter Hillary wrote from Australia in 1948, we found characteristics in both men's letters which were definitely similar.
Then, Inspector, you feel that Hillary might have written the letter and signed the will. That it was Hillary who came to my office?
It's a tough thing to prove, but I think that's being on the right track.
Inspector, what about the rest of the package of letters I got from Wilbur Martin?
They're still working on those down at headquarters.
What about young Wilbur?
So far, can't see much in him to worry about, but it's a bit early.
Archie, phone out to the Blake mansion and tell Wilbur Martin that we've uncovered the whole thing. And if Wilbur's in on it, he'll be gone before you get there. We can pick him up later.
Okay. I'll let you know about the rest of Hillary's letters.
Good. We won't phone out there until you're finished.
I'll call you as soon as possible.
Archie, I want you to look into the affairs of the Plymouth Building and Loan Company. See what you can learn about the actual stability of the company.
Okay. Boss, please put on your muffler and overcoat and open a window. A candle couldn't burn in this place. Yeah. I'm on my way.
Anita.
What is it, Wilbur? What's happened?
I came out as soon as I heard.
Well, what's happened? Speak up, man.
You haven't heard? You don't know?
No, what?
Look at these headlines.
Plymouth Building and Loan crashes. Wilbur, what does this mean?
It means your father embezzled the funds of the company and he has gone to the wall.
What?
Yes, close the doors.
Oh, no, Wilbur, no, I can't believe such a
I'm
thing.
sorry, Anita, but there it is in black and white.
Then this is the motive for John's suicide.
Why?
Why? Because he knew he was caught. What else?
He could have put the money back, couldn't he?
Yes, but maybe he lost it by trying to make more to cover up the shortage.
I don't think he lost it.
You don't?
No.
Oh, nonsense. He must have. Else why would he kill himself?
Maybe he didn't kill himself.
Oh, this is awful.
Oh, please, Anita, you mustn't worry. I know this is very embarrassing for you, but it isn't your fault. Now, let me take you away for a while. We can run down to Mexico until this blows over.
You won't take her to Mexico. You won't take her any place.
Just what do you mean?
What's wrong with you, Wilbur? You're acting stupid.
Your father may have fleeced the company, but I don't believe he lost the money.
Wilbur.
He hid the money, and your Uncle Hillary found the hiding place. And he set up the suicide to cover your father's murder. Hillary killed him.
Oh, you're crazy. You're out of your mind.
Why, this doesn't make sense. I have all the money I need.
Yes, you have now.
Pack your things, Anita. I'll phone the airport for reservations.
You can't leave at a time like this. You won't leave this room.
Do you know what can be done to you for threatening people with firearms? I'll call the police.
You don't need to call the police. I've just talked to that detective, Mr. Goodwin. He's on his way here. The police have uncovered everything. I know you killed John, and you have the money.
Wilbur, you're out of your mind.
I know what I'm talking about.
Get out of here. Get out.
I won't leave. No one will leave till Goodwin comes.
Archie, come in, Miss Blake. Mr. Blake, Mr. Martin, glad you were all able to accept my invitation. You too, Inspector Kramer.
Yeah, I know how glad you are I could be here, Wolf.
Please be seated, folks.
Hillary was going to Mexico on the next plane and taking Anita with him.
Mexico?
John Blake stole the money from the company, but Hillary found out about it and killed him.
Mr. Wolfe, this is utter nonsense.
Mr. Blake, Inspector Kramer's handwriting experts have examined the will and the letter left with me. They have also checked them with your recent letters from Australia.
Indeed.
And your letters from Australia show a definite resemblance, having the same characteristics as the letter and the will you've given me.
You mean you think that I signed the will and wrote the letter?
Definitely.
Ridiculous.
But there's something else. The will mentions a painting of Marcia Blake, Anita's mother. Archie, where is that painting? Did you bring it?
It's here.
Bring it in here, Sergeant.
Just a moment.
I hope you don't mind, Miss Blake.
What are you doing to it?
Tearing off the paper backing of the picture?
Yes, and there you are. There's the reason for the whole thing.
Bonds. Pasted in the back. Thousands of dollars in negotiable bonds. Then Hillary did know about the money. He killed John for all this. He had Anita order the picture to be credited for shipping.
I did no such thing. Nevertheless, you didn't kill John Blake.
Certainly he did.
Look at these two letters from Hillary Blake to John here in America. What are the dates?
September and November 1948.
Those were supposedly Hillary's most recent letters to John. And look at these letters, June and July 1928. Notice any difference?
All are signed by Hillary, but the ones dated 1928 are not at all like the ones written in 1948.
Not the least similarity. The ones dated 1928 were written by Hillary. But those dated 1948 were written by John.
By John? How do you mean?
Carry on, Inspector.
You're under arrest, Mr. Blake. Not for murder, because there's been no murder. You're under arrest on a charge of embezzlement.
Embezzlement? Oh, but how can
And you, Miss Blake, are under arrest as an accomplice.
What? I don't understand. Mr. Wolfe.
Wilbur, you yourself unearthed the old 1928 letters, really written by Hillary from Australia. The recent letters are not in the same handwriting. They were poorly forged by John in 1948. Furthermore, we checked with Australia and learned that Hillary Blake died in Sydney 10 years ago.
And this man here is really John Blake, posing as Hillary to escape the penalty for looting the company.
Anita. It just doesn't seem possible.
Anita knew all about it, and they might have gotten away with it if they hadn't come to us, Archie.
What a fantastic plan.
I'm giving you back your $1,000, Mr. Blake, but I'm afraid it won't do either of you much good now. Thank you so much, Inspector Kramer, for dropping in.
Well, boss, that was a clever bit of deduction.
You really think so, Archie? It was quite a blunder for so clever a man as John Blake.
Why did he make the mistake of coming to us?
There are many holes in the plans of the criminal mind. He must have forgotten about the 1928 letters, or he would have destroyed them.
And he underestimated Wilbur's intelligence. And I thought he was a dope, too. But he was half right.
He really slipped up on the body in the morgue. Inspector Kramer was most kind to cooperate with us in that little act. Anita was too eager to identify the first body she saw.
And the painting. You sensed there was more importance attached to it than the fact that it was a work of art.
True. Some beer, please, Archie.
Coming up, boss?
Now, that brings me to an unpleasant subject.
What's that?
You were talking about resigning. Are you still in that frame of mind?
Resigning? When did I say anything like that?
Then you're going to be content with conditions as they are?
Why, of course. What are you saying?
And you don't mind it a bit as long as this dreadful weather continues?
Well, not at all. Don't mind what?
Going in and out of the house through the coal chute.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by John Edison was based on the characters created by Rex Stout and produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In tonight's cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin, and Victor Rodman, Louise Arthur, Hal Gerard, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Disappearing Diamonds. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Rex Stout's Nero Wolfe. Starring Mabel Moore as Nero Wolfe and Don Franks as Archie Goodwin. Today's episode, Man Alive. guest stars Lynn Griffin, Neil Monroe, August Schellenberg, Michael Tate, Marion Waldman, and Sandy Webster.
Everything about Carla Nieder was graceful. The way she angled her chin to show off her long neck, the way she perched on the edge of the red leather chair with her legs crossed at the ankles, and the way she managed her voice when she suspected me of kidding her.
You want me to spell it?
No, just the Domery part, please. I already have the Nieder.
D-A-U-M-E-R-Y.
D-A-U.
Well, that's what we get for being so cocky about how famous we are. Now, what if somebody asked you how to spell Nero Wolfe?
Well, go ahead and try it. Put your fingers on my pulse and ask me, but don't ask me how to spell Archie Goodwin, which is me. That would hurt.
Anita, you made an appointment to see me. I suppose you needed a detective. Now, if so, tell me what for without encouraging Mr. Goodwin to start caterwauling. It takes very little to set him off. Who or what are Domery and Nieder?
Domery and Nieder is as good a name as there is on 7th Avenue. But, of course, if you're not in the garment trade and know nothing about it, I imagine your wives would know the name, all right?
Why?
No wives, neither of us. That's why we caterwaul.
Well, if you had one, she'd know about Domery and Nieder. The business was started 20 years ago by two men, Jean Domery and my uncle, Paul Nieder.
Excuse me. Will it save time to tell you that I don't do industrial surveillance?
Oh, yeah, I know you don't. Now, look, it's about him, my uncle. Uncle Paul was the designer, the creator, and Jean Domery was the businessman, the manager. And they own the business as a 50-50 partnership. Now, I inherited my uncle's half when he killed himself. Anyway, that's how it was announced that he committed suicide a little over a year ago. Boy, that was a surprise to me.
What, suicide, you mean?
No, that I inherited.
Oh.
Even though I was his only living relative. But I suppose he wouldn't have made me his heir if he hadn't known I had an unusual talent.
What kind of talent?
As a clothes designer, of course. You know, I wasn't surprised about the suicide, not really. And maybe I should tell you why.
Maybe you should.
Because I knew how unhappy he was. You see, my uncle was in love with Helen Domery, his partner's wife, and she just died. She was thrown from a horse and killed. It broke him up completely. He didn't leave his apartment day or night for 3 days. It was right in the middle of getting ready for the showings of the fall line. Then he says he's going away for a rest. 4 days later, the news came that he committed suicide. Under the circumstances, it didn't occur to me to question it then.
Huh. And do you question it now?
Yeah, I certainly do. You know, I wasn't surprised either at the way he did it. He was always keyed up and dramatic about everything. So you'd expect him to do something startling about killing himself.
Well, just what did he do?
He took all his clothes off and jumped into a geyser in Yellowstone Park.
What?
Huh?
You know, under the surface of that geyser, the temperature would be far above the boiling point.
Yes, it would seem to be conclusive. Why do you now question the suicide?
Well, because I saw him last week, here in New York, alive.
Oh, indeed.
Last Tuesday. We were showing our fall line to the press, and there was a large audience. Now, I was modeling one of my own designs when I saw him in the 5th row. Now, if you ask me how I recognize him, I can't tell you. I simply know it was him.
Why shouldn't you recognize him?
Because he had a bushy beard and he wore glasses, and his hair was slick and parted on the left side.
Oh, an attempt to disguise.
Yeah, and it worked at first. None of the others recognized him. In the dressing room, Paulie Zarella asked Bernard, that's Bernard Domery, Jean's nephew, who was the man that was growing his own wool. Bernard said he didn't know, probably from the Daily Worker.
But you recognized him?
No, not until I went out again to model our headliner, which is another of my designs. I took him in without being obvious about it, and, well, all of a sudden I knew who he was. I just knew. My God, I had to get off quicker than I should have. And in the dressing room, well, it was all I could do to keep them from seeing me tremble.
And no one else recognized him?
Well, I'm sure they didn't. Well, there would have been a noise. A dead man come back to life?
Yeah. Many of those present had known him?
Yeah, nearly all of them. Well, he was famous, you know, as famous as you are.
Did you speak to him?
No, the minute the show was over, I hurried out front, but he was gone.
Have you seen him since?
No, just that one time.
Whom have you told about this?
No one. Not a soul. I've been trying to decide what I should do.
Now, you say you inherited a half interest in that business from your uncle. Is the business solvent?
Oh, very. Business is very good.
Then why not just erase it? If you find your uncle and make him wash his hair and shave his beard, you'll have no inheritance. Your uncle will own half the business.
No, I have to know what's going on, and I have to know where I stand. I'm upset.
Then you should reserve decision. Never decide anything while you're upset. And, in spite of your dogmatism, you may be wrong. It's true, you might have recognized him when others didn't, but others knew him intimately, too, like his business partner, Mr. Domery. Was he there that day? Did he see the man with the beard?
Oh, didn't I? I thought I'd mentioned that. Well, of course, Bernard Domery, the nephew, was there. I know I mentioned him. But Jean Domery, my uncle's partner, now he's dead.
The devil he is. Jumped in a geyser?
No, in an accident. He was drowned. He was fishing and fell from the boat.
Where was this?
In Florida, off the West Coast.
When?
A little over 6 weeks ago.
Who was in the boat with him?
Bernard, his nephew.
Anyone else?
No.
And the nephew inherited that half?
Oh, yes, but that's all right.
Why is it all right?
Well, that's a silly question. I merely mean that if there'd been any question of anything wrong, well, the Florida people would have attended to it.
Yeah, perhaps. Only it's quite a long list, isn't it? Mrs. Domery killed in a riding accident. Mr. Nita propelled into a geyser and boiled. Mr. Domery hurtled into an ocean and drowned. It's not my affair, thank heaven, but if it were, I should want better testimony than that of what you call the Florida people. About your uncle, what did you want me for?
I want you to find him. I want to see him.
No, it could take time. It would be expensive.
Oh, yes, I know. I'll give you a check now. I suppose it's understood that this is extremely confidential. No reports are to be mailed or phoned to me. Everything must be done in person.
Well, that'll present no problem, Miss Nita. The problem is where to look for a man resurrected from the dead. I'd need to know all about his former associates.
No, that won't help. He had no really close friends. The only person he ever really loved was Helen Domery, unless he had some affection for me. I have a suggestion, though.
Yes?
The one thing he loved was his work, the business. Now, I believe he came there last Tuesday because he couldn't stay away. So why wouldn't he come again? Now, our next showing is this afternoon, so if Mr. Goodwin or you could come, I could arrange tickets and we could plan a signal for me to give if I spot him.
Which explains what I was doing sitting in the third row when Domery and Nieder showed their fall line to buyers.
293. 293. 293.
My seat gave me a clear view of the 200 customers, but there was no one answering the description of Carla's uncle. Carla appeared about a dozen times, but she didn't signal me once.
So the afternoon was a waste of time for you?
Oh, no, sir. No, it's not a waste. I saw, let's see.
Yes?
6 of the girls that I've been waiting to marry, if you count Carla Nieder, and I don't see why you shouldn't. As to making a choice, well...
Look, type up a report and keep it in the client's file. I'm going to read now, Archie.
Nope, I can't do it.
You can't do what?
Make a choice. The only way I can see to handle it is to send in an order for one of each. I'd have to marry all 6. Imagine it. After the weddings, I will, of course, have to take a good-sized apartment between 5th and Madison in the fashionable 60s. On a pleasant autumn evening, I'll be sitting in the living room reading the newspaper. I'll toss the paper aside and clap my hands, and in will come Isabel. She will have on a calf-exposing kitchen apron with a double hemline and will be carrying a tray of ham sandwiches and a pitcher of milk. She will say seductively, 293. Make interesting motions and gestures without spilling a drop. Then she'll go, and in will come Francine. She will be wearing slim silhouette pajamas with padded shoulders and a back-flaring hip line. She'll walk and wave and whirl and say, 931. Light me up a cigarette and dance out. Enter Delia. She'll be dressed in a high-styled bra of handmade lace with a billowing sweep right up to...
Enter another naked, carrying a basket full of bills and your checkbook.
You have a very personal slant on women, sir. Sometimes I think Nero Wolfe's main objection to atom bombs would be that they might interrupt people while eating. So when the doorbell rang during lunch the next day, Fritz answered it and...
Oh, no, Mr. Kramer. Mr. Wolfe can't be disturbed at a meal. If you would be good enough to wait in the office. He's just having his dessert now. Please, Mr. Kramer.
Sorry to break in on your mail.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wolfe. I couldn't stop
It's
him.
all right, Fritz. I heard. Inspector Kramer, if you haven't had lunch, we can offer
No,
you
thanks.
some
I'm in a
very-
hurry. A woman named Carla Nieder came to see you yesterday.
I'll have another rice cake, please, Fritz.
Yes, sir. Well,
Well, what? You stated a fact. I'm eating lunch.
fine. It's a fact. What did she want?
Now, you know my habits and customs, Mr. Kramer. I never talk business at a meal. I invited you to join us, and you declined. If you'd be so kind as to wait in the office.
No, I'll get this one, Fritz.
Oh, thank you, Archie.
Look, I don't give a damn about your habits and customs. I asked you a straight question. I want a straight answer.
You had it.
I don't have time to wait for you to finish stuffing your face.
Of course, my ears were burning at the mention of our client, because Kramer only handles one kind of case, homicide. But I figured I'd better not let Fritz try to handle another interruption. What I saw through the one-way glass panel in the front door relieved me a lot. Our client, alive and unhurt, was standing on the stoop.
I have to see Nero Wolfe right away.
Don't turn around.
What?
Don't. There's a car pulling up to the curb with city license plates. Do you know if you're being followed?
Followed? Oh, I don't think so.
Listen,
Why would anyone
listen to me. When I let you in, we're going across the hall to the front room. I don't want you to make a sound until we're there, all right?
Well, yes, but
Come on. Come in. Come in.
What is all this?
Quiet.
What's the point of that?
The point is that a police inspector named Kramer is here. He's in the dining room asking about you. Now, do you want to see him?
No, I've already seen him.
What?
They've been asking me questions for hours.
Why? What happened?
My uncle,
Yeah. No. Take a deep breath. Come on. That's it.
I want to see Nero Wolfe.
All right, you stay here and sit tight till we get rid of Kramer. This door connects with the office, and they may go in there, so please don't make a sound. Are you feeling all right? Huh?
Yes. Yes, I'm all right now.
It's all right. I have not finished my gobbling yet, as you put it. I would have eaten 2 more cakes, and I've not yet had my coffee. Come into the office. You broke in, and you're still here. If you weren't an officer of the law, Mr. Goodwin would knock you unconscious and drag you out.
Okay. Come on, forget it, all right? All I want is to find out why Carla Nieder came to see you.
You know perfectly well.
I know you have a right to be told why I'm asking, and I would have told you if you hadn't lost your temper just because I arrived while you were stuffing it in.
Mr.
There has
Kramer.
been a murder.
Oh, indeed.
Indeed. Last night, between 8 and midnight, at the office of Domery and Nieder on the 12th floor at 496 7th Avenue. Carla Nieder was there last night between 9 and 9:30. She admits that. And nobody else as far as we know now. She says she went to get some drawings, but that's got holes in it. The body was found this morning lying in the middle of the floor of the office. He'd been hit in the back of the head with one of those hardwood poles used to raise and lower windows. At the end of the pole has a brass hook on it. Been jabbed into his face a dozen times or more, like spearing a fish.
Well, you haven't said who he was.
A complete stranger to all the world, apparently. And nothing on him to tell. You described him.
Oh, nuts. Who was it?
The medium-sized man around 40 with a brown beard and slick brown hair parted on the left side with glasses that were just plain glass. Can you name him?
Sorry, never met him.
Under the circumstance, you may concede that I have a right to ask what she came to you for. It was only after she tried 2 lies on us about how she spent yesterday morning that we finally got it out of her that she came here. She wouldn't tell what she came for, so I came to ask you.
Is Miss Nieder under arrest?
Nero Wolfe's residence. Archie
Let me talk to Inspector Kramer, Archie.
It's for you, Inspector.
Me? Thanks. Yeah, Levy. Here.
Answering your question,
How
Mr.
long
Wolfe,
ago?
Miss Nieder is not under arrest. They turned her loose and put a tail on her, and the tail was just on the phone telling Kramer that she came here. She's in the front room. I put her there because I know how you are about having your meals interrupted. Shall I bring her in?
You snippy little bastard.
I am not little.
So the minute we let her go, she comes here.
Archie?
Yes, sir.
Did Miss Nieder say why she came?
No, just said she wanted to see you. She spent hours down at the station, and her tongue is tired.
Bring her in here.
Yes, sir. Inspector Kramer is here asking about you, Miss Nieder. Will you come in, please?
I told you I'd already seen him.
Miss Nieder, I am working for you, and you have paid me a retainer. Is that correct?
Yes, certainly.
Then first, some advice. The police could have held you as a material witness, and you'd have had to get bail. Instead, they've let you go to give you an illusion of freedom, and they're following you around.
But
Now, should you at
why?
any time want to go anywhere without their knowledge, Mr. Goodwin's an expert on that, and he can tell you what to do. I understand that Mr. Kramer and his men have dragged it out of you that you came here yesterday. but that you have refused to tell them why. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was sensible. You are suspected of murder. But that puts you under no compulsion to disclose all the little secrets you have locked up. My position, though, is quite different from yours. What you said to me was not a privileged communication. In my business, I need to have the goodwill, or at least the tolerance of the police, in order to keep my license. And besides, I respect and admire Mr. Kramer and would like to help him. I tell you all this so that you will not misunderstand what I'm about to do.
What?
Mr. Kramer, since your army has had several hours to poke into corners, you've learned, I suppose, that Mr. Goodwin went to that place yesterday and sat through a show.
Yeah, I know about that.
You didn't mention it.
I hadn't come to it.
Oh, you're reserved, eh? Well, you heard what I just told Miss Nita. She came yesterday morning to consult me about her uncle.
Yeah? What uncle?
Mr. Paul Nita. He's dead. Miss Nita inherited half of that business from him. Back files of newspapers will tell you that he committed suicide a little over a year ago by jumping into a geyser in Yellowstone Park.
What?
Miss Nita told me about that and many other things. I don't remember everything she said, and I don't intend to try. The only thing I can furnish that might help you is the conclusion I formed. You want to hear it?
Yes.
I concluded that Miss Nita had pushed her uncle into the geyser and, becoming fearful of exposure, had come to me to get her out of it.
Why, you...
Shut up. Archie, was that the impression you got?
Precisely.
Thanks for the conclusion. Did she tell you that she had killed her uncle?
Oh, no, indeed.
Exactly what did she want you to do?
Well, that's why I came to that conclusion. She left it vague about what I was to do. I couldn't possibly...
Try telling me what you told Goodwin to do when you sent him up there.
You remember, Archie?
Oh, sure. Sure, I remember. You told me to keep a sharp lookout and report everything that happened. And what happened was I saw 6 of the girls that I had been waiting to marry. Now, after the wedding...
You're a goddamn liar,
get a nice
Mr.
apartment.
Kramer, I'm tired of this. Mr. Goodwin can't throw you out of here once you're in, but we can leave you here and go upstairs, and you know the limits of your license as well as I do.
I said you're lying.
Prove it! For less provocation than you've given me by your uncivilized conduct in my dining room, I'd lie all day and all night. Regarding this murder of a bearded stranger, where do I fit? Oh, Mr. Goodwin, connect us if you can. Should you be rash enough to constrain us as material witnesses, we'd teach you something of the art of lying, and we wouldn't squeeze out on bail. We'd dislocate your nose with a habeas corpus and a sub judiceandum. Now, will you leave my house at once, or do we leave you here and go upstairs?
You won't get away with this, Wolf. Believe me, you won't.
Good day, sir.
Oh, well, we won't invite him to lunch again, will we, sir?
Shut up, Archie. Miss Nita,
Yes.
did you kill that man?
Did I? Did I kill my
Archie.
Oh, she'll be all right. I think she just...
Well, stop her. How do you stop her?
Oh, I could slap her or kiss her. I think I'll try kissing her.
What the hell? Why did you do that?
To stop you. See? Now, you can't blame her. I doubt if it's fear or despair or anything normal like that. It's probably hunger. I'll bet she hasn't even had breakfast yet.
Is that true, Miss Nita? Haven't you had lunch?
No. They kept me there, and then I had to see you.
Archie,
Sir?
have Fritz bring some sandwiches and beer at once. Beer, Miss Nita?
I don't have to eat.
Oh, nonsense. Beer? Claret? Milk? Brandy?
Scotch and water. I could use that.
Right. And Archie, have Fritz bring in the coffee and the rest of the rice cakes. Do you feel better now?
Yeah, much better, thanks. I guess I was pretty empty.
Good. You came to me as soon as the police let you go. Does that mean that you want my help in this new circumstance?
Well, it certainly does. Now, what I want to do is...
We'll go faster if I lead. Mr. Kramer's quite capable of sending men here with warrants, so let's compress it. There are 2 points in which I must be satisfied before we can proceed. First, did you kill that man?
No, I want to...
Just the no will do if it's the truth, is it?
Yes, it's no.
I'm inclined to accept it. Archie?
I vote no. I wouldn't have had the impulse to kiss her if she jabbed a window pole into a man's face. No, definitely no.
Then that's settled. The other point, Miss Nita, is this. Was the man you saw a week ago your uncle, and was it he who was killed last night?
Oh, yes, it was Uncle Paul. I saw him. I went right
You
up...
certain?
Look, I made myself go close to look at him. Oh, his face was dreadful, but he had the beard and the slick hair. I wanted to do something, but I didn't have the nerve enough, and I had to sit down to pull myself together. Now, they say I was in there 15 minutes, but I wouldn't think it took me that long to get up my nerve, but maybe it did. Anyway, I went and I pulled up the right leg of his trousers, and I pulled his sock down. He had 2 little scars about 4 inches above the ankle where he'd been bitten by a dog once. I looked at them close. I had to sit down again. Oh, well, now that's why it took me 15 minutes. I'd forgotten all about that. I sat down again.
And then you left?
Yes, I went home to my apartment and phoned Mr. Demarest.
Who's Mr. Demarest?
He's a lawyer. He was a friend of Uncle Paul's, and he's the executor. So I thought I'd better phone him.
Yeah. Confounded, why didn't you phone me?
Well, I didn't know you well enough for that, did I? I mean, how could I tell what you would or wouldn't believe?
Yeah, indeed. So you decided to keep it from me, running the risk that I might glance at a newspaper. What is the lawyer doing? Reading up?
No, I didn't get him. I phoned again at 11:30, but he still wasn't in. I intended to phone again, but I lay down on the couch and... Well, it may be hard to believe, but I went to sleep and I didn't wake up till nearly 7 o'clock. Then I thought it over, and I decided not to tell Mr. Demarest or anybody else. Well, I figured during a show season, there are lots of people going up and down in those elevators after hours, and I thought, well, they won't remember about me, and my name wasn't in the book because they know me so well, and they're not strict about it. Oh, boy, that was dumb, wasn't it?
It was...
Yeah, well, of course I had to go to work as if nothing had happened. And the place was full of police and detectives when I got there. I'd only been there a few minutes when they took me into a fitting room to question me, and like a fool, I told them I hadn't been there last night when they already knew about it. When they were through with me, I phoned Mr. Demarest's office, and he was out at lunch. So I came here.
Yes, well, you said you want my help in this new circumstance. What do you want me to do? Keep you from being convicted of murder?
Convicted? Of murdering my uncle? Now, I told you...
I suggest, sir, that you lay off unless you want to make me kiss her again. She's not a crybaby. Your direct approach is something.
Well, look, Miss Nita, if you're on the defense and intend to stay there, get a lawyer. I'm no good for that. If you want your uncle's murderer caught, whoever it is, and doubt whether the police are up to it, get me. Now, which do you want, a lawyer or me?
I want you.
All right, then we know what we're doing. In 20 minutes, I must go up to my Yorkies. I spend 2 hours with them every afternoon from 4 to 6. The most urgent question now is this. Who knows that the murdered man was Paul Nita? Who besides you?
Nobody.
As far as you know, no one has said or done anything to indicate knowledge or suspicion of his identity.
No, they all say they never saw him before, and they have no idea how he got there or who he is. Of course, the way his face was, you wouldn't expect anybody
No, I suppose not. But we'll assume that whoever killed him knows who he was. We'd be donkeys if we didn't. Also, we'll assume that he thinks no one else knows. That gives us an advantage. Now, are you sure you have given no one a hint of your recognition of your uncle last week?
Yes, I'm positive.
Good. Now, do you think you know who killed your uncle?
Well, no, of course not.
You've no idea at all?
No.
How many people work there?
Right now, about 200.
Oh, phooey. Can any of them get in after hours?
Not unless they have a key, or they're let in by someone who does have a key.
Well, who has keys?
Well, let's see now. I have one. Bernard Domery, Paulie Zarella, Ward Roper. That's all. Oh, no. Mr. Demarest has one. As my uncle's executor, he's in legal control of the half-interest.
Who opens up in the morning and locks up at night?
Paulie Zarella. She's been doing that for years, since before I came there.
So there are just 5 keys?
Yeah, that's all.
Then we know of 4 people with keys besides you. Now, can you get them here this evening?
What? You want all 4 of them here this evening?
Yes.
Oh, good Lord, I can't just order them around. What can I say? But they're much older than I am. All but Bernard. Anyway, they think I'm just a fresh kid. I'm only 21. That is, I will be. My God.
What now?
Tomorrow's my birthday.
Really?
I'll be 21 tomorrow.
You will? Oh.
Yeah. Happy birthday.
Archie.
Yes, sir.
Go up there with Miss Nita. Get those people here by 8:30.
minute. Now, listen.
Oh, I'm listening.
Now, the trouble with Bernie is that he can't bear to decide anything, especially if it's important. You might think he had to consult a crystal ball or something. And then when he does make up his mind, he's as stubborn as a mule. So now what I do when I want him to agree about something is I act as if it isn't very important. I keep very calm.
Very calm.
I'm sorry, Carla. That was Miss Doherty from Bloomingdale's on the phone. She thinks your work is better than ever. She's completely lost her head over you three... Oh, who's this?
Mr. Goodwin of Nero Wolfe's office. Mr. Bernard Domery.
How do you do?
Nero Wolfe, the detective?
Are there two?
Where does Nero Wolfe come in?
Well, I went to see him. I've hired him.
Well, what for? To do what?
Well, I think I need somebody. The police came within an inch of arresting me.
You're joking.
No, I'm not. They kept me there all morning, and then they even had me followed.
Then you need a lawyer, not Nero Wolfe. Have you seen Demarest?
No, not yet, but I will.
Well, damn it, you should have seen him first.
Bernie, I'm not taking your time to ask you what I should have done. I'll tend to that, thank you.
Miss Nieder.
I want to ask you to do something.
May I join in this calm discussion?
This thing is crazy, absolutely crazy. I think what we ought to do is just ignore it. Just simply ignore it.
Yeah, that would be innocent and brave, but it might get complicated if one of you gets charged with murder.
Charged with murder?
That's right.
How could we be Why would any of us kill a man we never saw before? That's nonsense. Carla, what you want is Demarest. I'm going to phone him right now.
Bernie, don't tell me what I want. I know what I want, thank you, and it's not Demarest.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Henry, I was just saying...
Yes, I heard. Have I come at an awkward moment?
No, certainly not. I was just about to phone you. Carla thinks she's in trouble with the police about the body that was found here this morning.
I was nearly arrested because I came here last night and stayed 15 minutes.
My dear child, you should have called me at once.
I tried to phone you last night, but you weren't at home, and I couldn't get you this morning either, so I went to Nero Wolfe instead.
Nero Wolfe?
Maybe
Why?
I can clear this up, Mr. Demarest. I'm Archie Goodwin, Nero Wolfe's assistant. Miss Nieder has engaged Nero Wolfe primarily to keep her from being arrested. She is...
How would Nero Wolfe do that?
He sent me to arrange a meeting tonight to discuss it. Miss Nieder, Miss Zarella, Mr. Domery, Mr. Roper, and you.
The 5 people who have keys to this office.
That's right. You figured that quickly.
I spent most of the afternoon at the DA's office.
Then I guess you can see the point to this meeting. 8:30 would suit him fine. Refreshments served.
We're summoned.
I wouldn't dream of putting it that way.
No, but we are. We who have keys. I offer a comment. You say that Wolfe's primary function is to prevent Miss Nieder's arrest.
Yes.
Obviously, he intends to perform it by getting someone else arrested. That may prove to be difficult and expensive and possibly quite unnecessary.
Oh?
I would engage with the situation as it is now to get the same result with 1/10 the effort and expense. It's only fair to her, isn't it, to give her that alternative?
You could try it, yes.
What about it, Carla? It's your money. Do you want to pay Wolfe to do it his way?
Yes, I do.
Did you say 8:30, Mr. Goodwin?
That would be best. Mr. Wolfe works better when he isn't looking forward to a meal. You'll come?
Certainly I'll come to save energy.
To save energy?
It will take less to attend the meeting than it would to argue Miss Nieder out of it.
Good. How about it, Mr. Domery? You'll be with us.
I don't know. I'll think it over.
Oh, Bernie!
Carla, it may be inadvisable. I don't know.
How long do you think you'll need to think? An hour, half an hour? By 6:30.
I'll let you know.
There are 2 more to invite, Miss Zarella and Mr. Roper. It might help if you would get them in here, or would that require some thinking, too, Mr. Domery?
You do your thinking, and I'll do mine. Polly, Ward, would you come in here right away, please?
Just as soon as I finish this.
No, now. I need you both now.
But I am behind already, all day long.
Well,
The
what
police
is it?
are-
What's so important? This is Mr. Goodwin. He wants to ask you something.
How do you do? You're very busy. I can see that. I'll cut it short. Miss Nieder has hired my boss, Nero Wolfe, because she's in danger of being arrested. Mr. Wolfe would like to have a talk with you.
Why?
He wants to talk with everyone who carries a key to this place at his office at 8:30 this evening. Will you come?
No.
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 I lose my time today. I will be here all evening with Carter scouting.
This is pretty important, Miss Zarella.
I do not think so. He was here, he is gone, and we forget it. I told that to the police, and I tell it to you. Miss Nieder is not danger. If she was danger, I would fight it off with these hands, because she is the best designer in America or Europe or the world.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, but she is not danger. No, I go back to work now.
Polly, I'll wait.
Yes, I think you want to wait for Mr. Roper's vote. Mr. Roper.
Well, it doesn't seem to me that this is exactly the proper step to take under the circumstances.
Huh? What's wrong with it?
Of almost everything, I'd say.
Oh.
It assumes that we, the five of us, are involved in this matter, which is ridiculous. One, indeed, may be involved, deeply involved, but not the other four, not the rest of us.
What the hell are you getting
Oh,
at?
nothing, Bernard. Nothing specific. Just a comment expressing my reaction.
This is a joke, and if you ask me, it's a rotten one. Have you gotten around to your thinking yet, Mr. Domer? Made up your mind?
No, I haven't. And who do you think you are, anyway?
Just at present, I'm Miss Nieder's hired man. Now, who do you think Miss Nieder is? Some little girl asking you to please be kind and help her out? You damn fool. She owns half this outfit. Mr. Domery, you're her business partner. What couldn't she do to you if she felt like it? And the rest of you are just employees, her hired help. As Miss Nieder's representative, I hereby instruct you to report to the office of Nero Wolfe at 8:30 this evening. You confirm that, Miss Nieder?
Yes, I confirm it.
Good. You'll be there, Miss Zorella.
But certainly I will be there with bells on.
Fine. You, Mr. Roper.
Well, the way you put it, I hardly know what to say.
Is that right?
It is true. Yes, it is true that at some future time Miss Nieder will probably own a half interest in this business, in the success of which I have had some part for the past 14 years. That is, she will if she's available.
What do you mean, available?
Well, isn't it obvious? Of course, you can't be expected to be objective, Bernard, but the police are usually right about these things, and you know what they think, so I merely ask. What if she's not available?
Look, I warned you
As
last
for
night,
your...
Ward. I told you to watch your nasty tongue.
Oh.
Apologize to Carla and do it quick or I'll break your neck.
Apologize? For
I
what?
said apologize.
Don't fire him. Don't fire him. Miss Nieder doesn't want him fired. She wants him there tonight.
He'll be there.
Oh.
You'll be there, Ward. Do you understand? Answer me.
Yes. Fantastic. Which leaves only you, Mr. Domery. You'll be there too, won't you?
I'll decide later, and I'll let you know.
Oh.
Thank you all for coming.
We had to. Your man Goodwin dragooned us.
Oh, not you, I understand, Mr. Demarest.
Oh, yes, me too. Only I saw the compulsion a little ahead of the others.
Well, anyway, you're here. I believe Mr. Goodwin has explained the circumstances to all of you, so I think we might start by clearing up one point. How you spent your time last evening from 8 o'clock to midnight. Will you begin, Mr. Demarest?
If your man had asked that question this afternoon, it might have simplified matters.
Oh, indeed? Well, it's been asked now.
And now I'll simplify it. You want it all, of course.
Please.
The showing of the fall line yesterday brought a situation to a climax. For 2 years now, it began even before Paul Nieder's death, Mr. Roper here has been getting increasingly jealous of Miss Nieder's talent as a creative designer.
That's not true.
The reactions to this new line have made it evident that she is vastly superior to him, and this enraged him. He wanted to quit. Since his services are still valuable within the limits of his abilities, it was desirable to calm him down. And for that purpose, Bernard Domery, Polly Zarella, and Ward Roper dined with me in a restaurant last evening. We were together continuously from 7:30 to well after midnight.
What? All four of you? For the entire time?
Yes. It does simplify things, doesn't it?
You verify that, Mr. Domery? All of it, as told?
Yes, I do.
Do you, Miss Zarella?
Oh, yes.
Mr. Roper?
I do not.
Oh.
To say Miss Nieder is vastly my superior is absolutely absurd. I have in my possession 3 books of clippings from Women's Wear Daily, Vogue, Harper's Bazaar.
Yes, no doubt, no doubt. We'll allow your exception to that part. Do you verify Mr. Demarest's account of what happened last evening?
No. There wasn't the slightest necessity of calming me down, as he put it. I merely wanted to
confound
make
it.
the
Were
point...
you 4 people together from 7:30 till after midnight?
Oh, that? Oh, yes, we were.
I see. Naturally, the police are especially interested in Miss Nieder, since she alone of those who have keys is vulnerable. Oh, by the way, Mr. Domery, how did it happen that Miss Nieder wasn't invited to that conference? Isn't she a half-owner?
I represented her interests.
But before long, she'll probably be representing herself. Shouldn't she be consulted on important matters?
Oh, damn it. Isn't it obvious? If she'd been there, we couldn't have handled Roper at all. He can't bear the sight of her.
I deny
Even so, isn't it true that Miss Nita has been deliberately and consistently ignored in the management of the business?
Yes.
No.
Oh, yes, it is
Oh,
so.
please,
Yes,
please.
You are...
This will finish sooner if you let me dominate it. I'm not implying that Miss Nita is unappreciated. You all admit her designing talent, all but Mr. Roper. And just this afternoon, one of you was quick and eager to resent an aspersion on her. No, I refer, Mr. Domery, to your assault on Mr. Roper. You leapt, hot-headed, to Miss Nita's defense. Now, it isn't easy to reconcile that with your reluctance to come here this evening at her request.
Well, I wasn't reluctant. I had to think it over, that's all.
You, often have to think things over, don't you?
What's it to you if I do?
Oh, it's a great deal to me. I have engaged to prevent Miss Nita's arrest for murder, and I suspect that your habit of thinking things over is going to show me how to do it. Mr. Demarest, how long have you known Mr. Domery?
6 years, ever since he started to work in his uncle's business.
Please give me a considered answer to this. Has he always had to think things over? Have you noticed any change in him in that respect at any time?
I don't have to consider it. He was always a very decisive young man, even aggressive, until he became the active head of the business some weeks ago. But that was only natural, wasn't it? A man of his age suddenly taking on so great a responsibility?
Perhaps. Miss Zarella, do you agree with what Mr. Demarest has said?
Oh, yes. Bernard has been so different.
And do you, Miss Nita?
Well, I suppose people might have got that impression.
Oh, you're
but...
hedging. Was there a change in Mr. Domery as stated about 6 weeks ago?
Well, yes, there was, but Mr. Demarest has explained why.
He thinks he has. Now we're getting somewhere. Mr. Domery, I wish to ask you some questions as Miss Nita's agent. They may strike you as irrelevant or even impertinent, but if they're not actually offensive, will you answer them?
What are the questions?
Are your parents alive?
Yes.
Where are they?
In Los Angeles. My father is a professor in the university there.
Is either of them conversant with your business affairs?
Not especially. Well, in a vague, general way.
Have you any other relatives that you see or correspond with frequently?
Carla, do you want me to go on with the autobiography?
She has no opinion in the matter because she doesn't know what I'm after. Can you object that my questions are offensive?
No, they're only silly.
Ah. Then humor me. Or humor Miss Nita through me. Any other relatives that you see or correspond with frequently?
None whatever.
For help in making decisions, manifestly it's not Mr. Demarest you turn to, nor Miss Zarella, nor Mr. Roper. Is there a banker, a lawyer, a friend, any other person or persons on whose judgment you rely for guidance in your business? Anyone at all?
Well, no special person. No, I discuss things with people, naturally, including Mr. Demarest.
Oh, not Mr. Demarest. He has noticed a change in you. Now, this is your last chance, Mr. Domery, to drag somebody in.
I don't have to drag anybody in. I'm sound mind and body and over 21.
I know you are, and of a decisive and aggressive temperament, and that's why I'm making progress. Thank you, Mr. Domery.
What for?
Well, up to a few minutes ago when I got my head battered in by being told that you four people spent last evening together, I'd no idea where my target was. Now I know. Where is he?
What?
Where is he, Mr. Domery?
Who?
No, sir, it's no good. I know. Even if I only guessed it'd be enough, I could give it to the police as a suspicion deserving inquiry. How long do you think it would take the police to find him? Mr. Domery, I cannot stress this strongly enough. Miss Nita is in serious danger of being arrested for a murder she did not commit.
Look, I've had enough of this. I'm leaving.
No, sir, you will not be permitted to leave this room until either you've told me where he is, or I've given the police time to start on his trail and cover my door.
Oh, unlawful restraint with witnesses.
Where is he, Mr. Domery? You can't take time to think it over now to consult him on this one. Where is he?
This is awful. This is an awful thing.
Stop it. You can't do this. You can't threaten and keep him here. It's unlawful. Now, just stop it now.
It's too late, Carla. You hired him. And I must admit you're getting your money's worth. You'd better tell him, Bernard. It may be hard, but the other way's harder.
Where is he, Mr. Domery?
The address is 816 East 90th Street. Look, I want to phone him.
No, you will be unlawfully restrained if you try. What is it, an apartment building?
Yes, apartment 10C. I rented it for
Is he there now?
Yes, I was to phone him there when I left here. I said I'd go to see him, but he said I might be followed, and I'd better phone from a booth.
What is the name?
Dixon. George Dixon.
Thank you. Archie?
Yes, sir.
Get Fritz in here and give him a revolver. I don't know how some of these minds might work. Then get Mr. Dixon and bring him here. The address...
I have it written down, sir.
Don't alarm him any more than you have to. I don't want you killed, and I don't want a suicide.
Mr. George Dixon?
What do you want?
I have a message from Mr. Bernard Domery.
Yes?
Are you George Dixon?
I'm Dixon. Hand it through to me.
I can't. It's verbal.
Then say it. What is it?
You'll have to open the door all the way. I have to see you first. You were described to me. Mr. Domery's in a little trouble. Thank you.
Okay, what kind of trouble?
He'll have to tell you about it. I'm just a messenger. All I can tell you is I was instructed to ask you to come to him.
Why didn't he phone me?
A phone isn't available to him right now.
Where is he?
At Nero Wolfe's office on West 35th Street.
Who else was there?
Well, several people. Mr. Wolfe, of course, and men named Demarest and Roper, and women named Zorella and Nieder. That's all.
I think you're lying.
What?
I don't think Mr. Domery sent for me at all. I think this is a put-up job, and you can get the hell out of here and stay out.
Hey, okay, brother. Now, where'd I get your name and address from? A mailing list? Mr. Domery phoned you earlier to ask your advice about his going to see Mr. Wolfe. Now, my understanding was that if I didn't get you there by 11 o'clock, they'll all pile into a taxi, including Mr. Domery, and come here to see you. My car's waiting out front. I took it for granted that by the time I got back, everyone there would know who was coming with me, even if one or two of them hadn't caught on before I left. I thought it would be interesting to see how they would welcome Mr. Dixon. But he took charge of the script himself as he entered the office.
What the hell's the matter with you, Bernard? Can't you handle anything at all?
Not this, I can't. This man Wolfe is one for you to handle. I only hope to God that you can.
Well, I'm back, everybody. I would have been back soon anyway, but Bernard has hurried it up a little. Ward, you're looking like a window display in a fire sale. Surprised to see me? Still putting up with them, Paulie? Now you'll have to put up with me again. Carla, I hear you're on the way to lead the whole pack. You're all so quiet. Can't got your tongues. Where's Henry? I thought he'd be here.
He's in the other room with Wolfe.
I don't know this gentleman.
This gentleman is Inspector Kramer of the New York Police.
You didn't tell me the police would be here.
Now, believe me, I didn't know.
Nero Wolfe called and invited me. I just got here. What's going on, Goodwin?
I'm still catching up. You'll have to ask Mr. Wolfe.
Who's this man?
George Dixon, so I'm told.
What kind of charade is Wolfe pulling now?
Oh, why don't you ask him? Here he is.
Ah, Archie, you're back.
Yes, sir.
Excellent. And Mr. Kramer, your timing was impeccable. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Mr. Demarest and I needed to discuss something.
Nero Wolfe? I'm Jean Domery. This is a real pleasure.
How do you do, Mr. Domery? Please sit down.
I was told that my nephew sent for me. He didn't. You got me here by a trick. What do you want?
Sit down, sir. This may take some time.
I can't give you much time. What do you want?
I want to present some facts, offer my explanation of them, and get your opinion. There's a chair beside your nephew.
What facts?
You all have a right to know, I think, that the man who was killed last evening was a former partner in the business, Mr. Paul Nieder.
What the hell?
Why, my mother's milk, it was.
Now, this time you've gone too far.
Be quiet. Everyone be quiet.
You have deliberately withheld knowledge of the facts.
Nonsense, Mr. Kramer. I have withheld nothing.
You knew that when I was here this morning?
No, sir, I did not know it then. I was given reason to suspect it later.
You could have told me then.
Oh, phooey, if I told you then what I suspected but didn't know. You'd quite reasonably have focused on the most likely seeming culprit, my client, and been led straight down a blind alley. I'm saving you time, Mr. Kramer. I'm giving you something.
You said on the phone you could name the murderer.
And I will, sir, if you'll sit down.
Go ahead.
We have here a situation that reads like a Wilkie Collins novel. Two men presumed dead, both returning to life. Now, some explanation is needed. Mr. Dixon Domery, won't you help us?
You were going to give us some facts. So far, you've given us fantasy.
I see. You won't help, then?
Certainly not. Why should I? It's your fantasy.
Well, we'll have to go about it the other way, then. When did you last see Paul Nieder?
About a year ago. just before he left for a vacation.
Well, that's not a very intelligent lie, sir. It can be checked. Mr. Kramer here has an army of men whose job it is to check such things. I'll ask you again. When did you last see Paul Nida? You won't answer, eh? Then I will. Mr. Kramer, if you put your men on it, I think you'll discover a meeting between Mr. Dixon and the deceased sometime after last Tuesday's showing of the Domery and Nida fall line. Quite possibly it was at Mr. Dixon's apartment. The address...
He won't find anything.
Oh, indomitable, are you? Ah. Then how about your meeting with Mr. Nida last evening at the offices of Domery and Nida when you killed him?
Killed him?
You accuse me in front of all these witnesses of killing that man?
Oh, yes, sir. I'm certain of my ground. A record was kept of everyone that went into that building after hours last night. How did you do it, huh? A false name? A different floor given as your destination? Well, your face is known now. The elevator operator or the commissionaire will be able to recognize you. And, of course, there's the key.
What key?
The one that got you into the Domery and Nida office. The one presumed to be at the bottom of the ocean in the pocket of a drowned man. Is it in your pocket now, Mr. Domery, or did you leave it in your apartment? Oh, I see. I'm making you nervous. Look at his face, Mr. Kramer.
I'm not nervous.
And perhaps you'll explain about your return from a watery grave. Why was it necessary to perpetrate such an elaborate hoax?
I can explain that, and I will, at the proper time and to the proper persons, not to you.
It's no good, Mr. Domery. You're caught. Mr. Kramer and his men will find evidence to convict you even without this letter I have in my hand.
What have you got?
I'll read it to you. I suppose you all know, or most of you, that tomorrow will be Miss Nida's 21st birthday.
Oh, yes.
Well, I persuaded Mr. Demarest to anticipate the delivery date of this paper by a few hours. It was intended, as you'll see, only for Miss Nida, but as Mr. Kramer would tell you, evidence in a murder case has no respect for confidences. This letter is handwritten, as you can see. Yellowstone Park, May 16th of last year. It reads, My dearest Carla, I'll send this to Henry, sealed, and tell him to give it to you unopened on your 21st birthday. You're going to get news that I have killed myself, but I'm not going to kill myself. I fully expect to be with you again and with the work I love. I'm writing this to explain what I'm doing just in case something goes wrong. I think you suspected that Helen and I loved each other. Jean found out about us and killed her. He intended to kill me, too, and he still intends to. And as you know, Jean always does everything he intends to. That's why I wouldn't leave the apartment those 3 days. That's why I came away, and why I have to pretend to kill myself. Once he thinks I'm dead, I'll find time to think straight again and see what I can do. It may be that I'll find a way of dealing with this and that I'll be back with you before your 21st birthday. And if so, I'll get this back from Henry and you'll never see it. But if I don't get back, I want you to know the truth by this letter. If Jean should find me and kill me, I don't want him to get away with it. Your Uncle Paul. Well, Mr. Domery, nothing to say?
Nothing.
It offers a remarkable field for speculation. What, for instance, made you suspect that his suicide was a fake? Possibly you were as well acquainted with his character as he was with yours. He was certainly right about you. You didn't forget or abandon your intention. To coax him out, you went on a fishing trip with your nephew and staged a drowning. Another speculation. How much did you tell your nephew? Did you have to let him in on all the...
Listen to me, Carla. Whatever my uncle has done, that's up to him, but this is my part, and you've got to get it straight. He told me that someone had it in for him, and his life was in danger. He said nothing about Paul Nida. Of course, I thought he was dead.
Shut up and sit down.
You lied to me. You said your supposed death would force this person to take certain steps and that the situation would soon be changed so that you could reappear. You lied to me.
Yes, I lied to you because you're a weak-natured fool. Could I have told you the truth? But it isn't necessary to lie anymore, since that other fool, Paul, seems to have gotten the last word. But I got him. I got Helen, and I got him.
Take him away, Mr. Kramer. I'm through with him.
I'll have that letter.
No, sir, I'll keep it. Or rather, I'll destroy it.
What?
No, it's mine.
Like hell it is.
Certainly it is. It's in my writing. I wrote it while Archie was going for him. With Mr. Demarest's help. You won't need it. Just take him out of here and get to work.
You...
I hope you won't cop, Mr. Kramer. Surely the end justified the means. You got your murderer.
Starring in today's episode were Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe, Don Franks as Archie Goodwin, and Cease Linder as Inspector Kramer. Lynn Griffin was Carlin Nieder, Neil Monroe, Bernard Gomery, August Schellenberg, George Dixon, Michael Tate, Ward Roper, Marion Waldman, Polly Zarella, Sandy Webster, Henry Demarest, and Frank Perry was Fritz. Music was composed and conducted by Don Gillis. Technical operations, John Jessup. Sound effects, Bill Robinson. Production assistant was Nancy McElveen, and casting consultant, Ann Weldon Tate. Man Alive was written and produced in Toronto by Ron Hartman.
Mr. Wolfe, I've come to you because I'm going to be murdered by a man called Conroy Blaney.
Indeed.
Yes.
Mr. Poor, I suppose 200 men and women have sat in that chair and tried to hire me to keep someone from killing them. How many, Archie?
209.
Have I taken the job?
No, sir, never.
For $2 million a year, you can make it fairly difficult for a man to kill you. That's about what it costs to protect a president or a king. And even so, consider the record.
I don't expect you to keep him from killing me. That's not what I came for.
Then what the devil did you come for?
To keep him from getting away with it.
Oh, I see.
Con Blaney is so damn clever that it isn't a question whether he can kill me or not. The question is whether he can manage it so he's in the clear. I'm afraid he can.
Next week, Instead of Evidence, with guest stars Lally Cadeau, Sean Sullivan, Martha Gibson, Eric Peterson, and Danny Bucos.
Stay tuned for Nero Wolfe. This Sunday marks the premiere of The Big Show on NBC. Not just any big show, it's the big show. NBC's hour and a half of comedy, music, and drama. The best of each. The Big Show will be heard every Sunday afternoon over most of these stations, with Tallulah Bankhead as Mistress of Ceremonies. Your stars for this Sunday's broadcast include Jimmy Durante, Fred Allen, Ethel Merman, Frankie Lane, Mindy Carson, Meredith Wilson, Danny Thomas, and hosts of others. All this and Tallulah, too. No wonder it's The Big Show.
My boss is the smartest and the stubbornest, the fattest and the laziest, the cleverest and the craziest, the most extravagant detective in the world, Nero Wolfe.
It's the adventure of The Case of the Dear Dead Lady, with that brilliant, eccentric private detective, orchid fancier, and gargantuan gourmet, Nero Wolfe. Starring Sidney Greenstreet. Nero Wolfe had just come downstairs, having tended to his precious orchids. He was, as usual, seated in the library, which served as the office. He had just dialed a phone number, and, with his eyes closed, was leaning back in his specially built chair, which was big enough for two, but not two of him.
Halsbecker's Market, domestic and imported delicacies.
Mr. Halsbrecker, this is Nero Wolfe.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Wolfe. I was just about to ring you.
Well, I have need of 2 pounds of duck liver. I do not, of course, refer to the commercialized Strasbourg pate.
Well, I appreciate the order, Mr. Wolfe, but...
Next, my cook Fritz informs me that we require 3 fine fat geese.
Look, Mr. Wolfe, there's a little matter of an unpaid
You
bill.
might add 12 cases of beer, a bushel of Vermont apples, green for stuffing, and a gallon of Marquesa Patricia Roman oil.
Mr. Wolfe.
In addition, Fritz has listed 6 dozen eggs, 4 braces of Sussex woodcock, and a few pounds of Westphalian ham. You have all that?
Well, I can get it, Mr. Wolfe, but my bookkeeper...
Thanks very much, Mr. Halsbrecker. That will be all. Now, now then, Archie.
Yes, boss?
You seem to be worried.
Oh, I am. This means naturally that I'm supposed to handle Halsbrecker's delivery boy when and if he shows.
I had thought of leaving that simple matter to you.
And what about the simple matter of the money?
Money?
I hate to bring up a vulgar subject, but where is it coming from?
Oh, of course. You're right, Archie. I should have said...
Said what?
Charge it.
Boss, look, you don't realize I know, but we're into that truffle broker for $500 bucks and change.
All right. Then give him a check.
Okay, I will give him a check. And I hope they'll let you keep the orchids in your cell.
You're a wit, Archie.
Mm-hmm. You know, I'm on the bank's mailing list. We got a notice this morning.
Don't mean...
Oh, but I do.
Again?
Yeah, you just can't take money out of an account, boss. Sometimes you gotta put some in. This is the only way to deal with the man I work for, and if I hadn't thrown him that scare, he wouldn't have been willing to listen when the door buzzer rang, and a prosperous-looking young guy in the kind of clothes that don't grow on trees came in and stood in front of the boss's chair, fiddling with the brim of his pork pie.
My name is Oliphant, Mr. Wolfe.
Oliphant?
Yes, sir, Oliphant. I am the spiritual leader and guiding head of a small religious group known as the Seekers of the Inner Power.
I see. Also a man addicted to marrying neither wisely nor well, but often.
You read the papers?
I do.
Mr. Wolfe, I am as aware of my sin-ridden past as anyone else is. The point is that I'm no longer that kind of man. Even a person such as I can see the light in time.
Good. Might I ask why you've come to see me, Mr. Oliphant?
I need your help, Mr. Wolfe.
Concerning?
A certain young lady with whom I'm deeply in love. Oh, I beg you not to confuse the present emotion with any of my earlier escapades. What I feel for Miss Dana is the pure and righteous glow of an upright seeker of the inner power.
I promise to look on you as thoroughly redeemed, Mr. Oliphant. Proceed. Oh, by the way, do I recognize the name of your young lady as a Park Avenue socialite, an amateur swimming champion?
Yes. But she's sweet, wonderful, beautiful. I've asked her to marry me, and she's given me some hope. In time, I fully expect to make her my wife.
Well, then where's the problem?
The problem is the presence of another man in her life.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm a detective, not a matchmaker.
This isn't a question of making a match, Mr. Wolfe. I have much too much respect for your talents to think of offering you such an assignment.
Exactly. What do you want me to do?
I want you to save Ilse Dana's life.
Her life?
Mr. Wolfe, this other man I spoke of is insanely jealous. Not only of Ilse's present, but of her past as well. He has threatened to kill her.
I don't doubt your earnestness in this matter, Mr. Oliphant, but how would you know?
I was listening on an extension in Miss Dana's apartment a few days ago when Hunter called.
Hunter?
Yes, sir, Jack Hunter. Known as Jack the Babe Hunter.
Wait a minute. I know that canvasback.
Huh?
Sure, he's a coffee and cake prelim waltzer.
Oh, he's not. He's a boxer.
Archie is being fancy. Overlook it, Mr. Oliphant. Is Hunter in love with this lady of yours?
I doubt it. He's a man of complete moral and spiritual corruption, I believe.
Naturally you would. But what are the facts?
In my opinion, he's after her for her money.
She has money?
To burn.
And you, Mr. Oliphant?
Me?
Can you also afford to burn?
How much do you want?
The answer to that would be astronomical. However, if you leave a check for, say, $7,000, I shall look into your matter the very moment I have completed a little research into the nutrition of the Polynesian orchid.
Oliphant's check gave our bank account a slight blood transfusion. I think it was the boss's plan to spend a week or two in the plant rooms before he got busy on the case. And he'd have done it, too, if that phone call hadn't come in about a little after 9, just after Wolfe had polished off one of Fritz's dinners and was settling back with a stein of beer in his hand.
Don't disturb yourself, Archie. I'll get it.
Yeah, well, look out you don't strain yourself, boss. You got to straighten out an elbow to reach that receiver.
You have an unfortunate flair for mixing humor with impertinence, my friend. Hello, Nero Wolfe speaking.
This is Ilsa Dana, Mr. Wolfe.
How do you do, Miss Dana? We were discussing you only this morning.
So I've heard.
Through whom?
Ted Oliphant.
I see. The young man seemed to be quite worried about you.
The young man should tend to his own affairs.
Said you were in some danger.
I know what he said, and not one word of it was true.
Oh?
I'd like to talk to you, Mr. Wolfe.
I'm sure it'll be an immense pleasure. Where do you live?
I have an apartment at 22 Blanton Street. Could you be here soon?
I could be there in a quarter of an hour, Miss Dana. By proxy, of course.
The proxy, naturally, was yours truly. 10 minutes later, at 20 past 9, I walked up to Ilsa Dana's door with a nosy elevator boy giving me the 00. The reason for his interest was that her door was open and the room inside was empty except for a little twisted pile of pale pink satin, which at close range turned out to be a woman. Which woman turned out to be Ilsa Dana. And Ilsa Dana was dead.
She used to be pretty. She isn't now.
Yeah, strangulation doesn't help any girl's looks, son.
Make anything of it?
Well, the position of her body and the bloodstains on her pointed fingernails tells me that she put up a tough struggle before somebody succeeded in smothering her with a pillow from the sofa over there.
Yeah, that figures. When did it happen, I wonder?
Yeah, the last 15 minutes, I'd guess. Say, who's been up in the elevator this evening?
Nobody for her.
Well, somebody came up.
Well, who says not? They could have used the stairs, you know.
Yeah. How well do you know Miss Dana?
I know exactly zero about Miss Dana.
How could you write her up and down every day and know nothing about her?
It's a rule of the house to keep your mouth shut. The rule also goes when being questioned by a cop.
A cop? Who's a cop?
Oh, I guess you're a cello player from the Philharmonic.
Look, I happen to work for a guy named Nero Wolfe.
Oh.
Heard of him?
Maybe.
Well, if your memory comes alive, son, I might see my way clear to spend a few dollars with you. Understand?
I'll keep you in mind. Going down, mister?
I spent time trying to get sense out of the superintendent and a set of chambermaids, but they were as quiet as a ballpark on Christmas Eve. Then I called the cops and told them about Oliphant and Hunter. By the time I got home, the house was dark and Nero Wolfe was sleeping. Next morning, I gave him the details while he drank 3 bottles of beer. When I finished, he sat for a long time and then started another bottle.
The prize fighter. What about the prize fighter, Archie?
Hunter? Well, I phoned the hotel he lives in before you got up.
And?
They told me he wasn't in.
You know, I begin to think that Mr. Oliphant brought us a more absorbing case than he suspected.
You know, I'm glad you like it.
I don't like it. I don't like work of any variety. But this thing has its points.
Well, what do we do next?
Next, we investigate my client.
What?
Merely because a reformed playboy employs a detective doesn't exempt him from suspicion, Archie.
Oh, now who's that?
I'm afraid we have no choice but to open the door and see.
My name is Young. Barstow Young.
It's nice meeting you, Mr. Young. What do you want?
I want to see Nero Wolfe.
About?
About a certain young lady with whom I am deeply in love.
What? Will you repeat that?
I want to see Mr. Wolfe about a certain young lady with whom I am deeply in love.
Her name, please?
Ilsa Dana.
Is it possible that you entertain plans of making her your wife?
Why, yes, but there's a problem involved.
Another man?
Yes.
Well, do come in. Do come in. I think we've been waiting for you. Oh, Mr. Wolfe, here's another one.
Ah, Mr. Wolfe.
You've come to me about Miss Ilse Dana, sir?
I have come to you, more specifically, about a man who has threatened her life.
How unusual.
He's the treacherous kind. Mild-mannered, you know. As we say in my profession, he underplays it.
Your profession, then, is the stage.
It is, sir.
Go on, you interest me deeply.
I was present recently when he told her that he would certainly kill her unless she mended her sinful ways.
Sinful?
No one denies that Ilse has had, shall we say, a checkered career. But the man's attitude is totally fanatical.
What's his particular brand of fanaticism, Mr. Young?
Theodore Oliphant is a religious maniac.
Well, what do you know? He's come to give Theodore a bad report card.
I don't understand. I've come to ask Mr. Wolfe to prevent his murdering Miss Dana.
Am I allowed a direct question, sir?
Why, of course.
Where were you between 9 and 9:20 p.m. last night?
9 and 9:20. Why do you ask?
You said I was permitted a direct question.
Oh, well, I was walking in the park, as I remember.
Do you make a habit of walking in the park?
I have lately. I'm preparing for an important role in a forthcoming production. What's so important about last night?
From your point of view, a great deal, sir.
What do you mean?
Last night, Miss Ilse Dana was murdered.
What?
Mr. Goodwin here discovered the body.
No.
I'm afraid I must insist, Mr. Young.
Why are you looking at me like that? Are you accusing me of...
I have accused you of nothing, my dear sir.
Well, now, look, you're making a mistake. Oliphant killed her. You may be sure of that.
I have your word.
I know him. He was trying to reform her, wanted to make her a devout follower of his cult, the Seekers of Power. I heard him tell her to her face that if she refused redemption, he would see to it that she didn't live on in her wickedness.
You could produce other witnesses?
Do you know, in your own smug way, you're as detestable a character as I have ever had.
All right. Let's everybody take 5. Yeah?
Nero Wolfe?
He's busy. This is Archie Goodwin.
You'll do, Goodwin. This is Jack the Babe Hunter.
Oh? How are you?
Great. Except the cops seem to want to talk to me about some murder fandango because, as I get it, you named my name.
You got it wrong.
I doubt it, and I'm coming over there to set you straight. Why'd you ring me in on this mess, Wolf?
You knew the girl pretty well.
Me and how many more? Besides, what time was she murdered?
Last night between 9 and 9:20.
I see.
So if you will inform the police where you were at the time, that should be that.
Yeah.
By the way, Mr. Hunter, where were you at the time?
I don't see your badge, Wolf.
I was only wondering.
I haven't been near the Dana woman for over a month. But if you're really interested, I'll give you the name of the killer.
Please do not keep us in suspense, Mr. Hunter.
A couple of years back, Ilse financed a guy in a big and lousy Shakespearean play that closed like a clam and nothing flat.
Go on.
It was money down the drain. The guy's got nerve. And he was in love with her, and he figured she'd do anything for him. So he comes back to her to finance him again. This time in Hamlet, no less.
I see.
I don't have to tell you what a flop that would be.
You needn't tell me the actor's name either.
You know?
Mr. Barstow Young just left here.
Yeah? Well, he's your man, Wolf. He got so sore when she told him she wouldn't toss any more moolah into his broken-down career, he went off his rocker and tore it down.
Your reason for thinking so?
I met him on the street one day, and he started beefing to me with blood in his eyes. That's all I could do not to punch him.
The results might have been less fatal if you'd followed your instincts, sir.
I couldn't. Guy's built like a broomstick. He's weak as a cat. Hit him once, he'd crack like dry plaster.
I see.
What's on your mind?
This man you're accusing of Miss Dana's murder, Mr. Hunter, he was very much in love with her. She was thinking about marrying him, he said.
He said?
Yes, he did. I heard him, too.
He was talking through his skull cap. Ilse wasn't going to marry anybody.
No?
No, she couldn't.
Why couldn't she?
Well, but she just couldn't, that's all. So long.
Well, now we got a perfect circle with everybody pointing at everybody else and nobody able to prove a thing.
What Hunter says isn't impossible, Archie.
You think Young did it?
I don't think at all yet. But if there's anything more dangerous than a woman scorned, it's an actor scorned. We have another visitor.
Yeah, who are you expecting?
At this point, anybody.
Hi.
Oh, you.
Yeah, I told you might hear from me.
Come on in.
Who's this?
Fellow runs the elevator at 22 Blanton Street. What do you got for me, kid?
Postcard?
Postcard?
Here, the cops missed it, but I spotted the edge stuck under a rug.
Nice of you to have delivered it.
Or maybe he was just being curious.
Curious?
It's not every elevator boy who has a chance to see Nero Wolfe in the flesh.
Oh, him? Come off it, High Pockets. I'm here because you mentioned something about spending a few bucks.
Oh.
I wouldn't cross the street to see the best gumshoe that ever breathed.
Look, gumshoes don't breathe, and how would you like a sock?
Archie, pay him and let him go.
Yeah, pay me and let me go.
Sure, Mr. Wolfe. Here you are. Thanks.
Don't mention it. Anytime, pal. Anytime.
How do you like that fresh little punk?
Archie, the lad has done us nobly.
Yeah?
Typewritten card addressed to Miss Ilse Dana.
What's it say?
Rather peculiar message. Have you prayed tonight? It's signed with a single letter O.
Have you prayed tonight?
Yes.
Signed O?
Exactly. Weird, isn't it?
Well, what's weird about it? What could be plainer? Have you prayed tonight? Now, I ask you, who is the man in this deal who's interested in praying?
All of us, I hope, are God-fearing.
All right. But I ask you again, what does O stand for?
It could stand for O'Brien, Obituary, Omaha.
What about Oliphant?
Oliphant, too.
Look, what's with this indifference? The case is cracking and you slough it off. You remember what Young said? Oliphant threatened to kill her because she wouldn't join that cockeyed movement of his.
Don't exhaust yourself, Archie. We have a hard night ahead.
Yes, but I don't understand.
But I don't mean to stifle your imagination, my friend. But if you'd reserve your deductions for a little while, you could lend me some much-needed assistance.
What do you want?
I want you to become a burglar.
A burglar?
I want you to hurry over to the dead woman's apartment on Blanton Street and ransack it.
For what?
How do I know? We need help. Anything may help us. Go through the place with a fine-tooth comb.
I tore the late Miss Dana's apartment to shreds, but I saw nothing. Then, just as I was about to give it up as a bum job, I noticed a little writing desk in the living room. Pried loose the lock and spotted something among a pile of papers that belonged to no well-to-do flat. It was a pawn ticket, lot 8N046, and the address was a pawn shop around the corner on 6th Avenue. It wasn't more than 90 seconds later that I walked into the joint and tossed the ticket across the counter.
Oh, yeah, this, want to redeem it.
And fast, huh, Pops?
Yeah, it's nothing that's worth much, mister.
No?
No.
Oh, what is it?
This? Small steel filing box.
Oh. Anything in it?
I don't know. Come to me locked, never been able to get it open.
We got it open, Wolfe and I. Smashed the front end with a poker. There were some odds and ends inside, old earrings, some thumbtacks, a cigarette lighter, just trash. Then the boss stuck his fingers in and pulled out a plum.
This is it?
What do you mean, this is it?
You fail to recognize this classic document?
Huh?
A marriage license, Archie. A marriage license.
Yeah, well, whose marriage license?
The wording is self-explanatory. Listen. This is to certify, etc., thus licensing on this 3rd day of May, 1946, the marriage of Miss Ilse Dana to Mr. Johann Jaeger.
Johann Jaeger?
Exactly.
Well, who in the world is Johann Jaeger?
We'll soon see.
I don't get it.
I can understand. It's a befuddling little puzzle. It'll be very easy for one to make a fatal mistake here.
But, of course, you won't.
I won't.
3 hours later, I'd herded all the suspects into the office, and he sat in his chair and glared at them. Oliphant, Young, and Hunter. It was tense and tight, and the boss let it stay that way, saying not a word to anybody while he calmly sipped his beer. It was Oliphant who cracked first.
I didn't kill Ilse. I couldn't have.
Jealousy is a very compelling motive, Mr. Oliphant. And you came to me, remember, complaining that there was another man in Ilse Dana's life?
Whatever I complained about, and jealous as I was,
I didn't kill her as the sacred power is my holy judge.
Being unacquainted with your sacred power, I'll have to ask you for a better authority.
Sacred power.
It simply wouldn't have been possible for me to have done it.
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Because I was at Mickey's Night Owl Club last night from 7 until 4 a.m.
Contemplating the sacred power, no doubt.
That can be proved, Mr. Oliphant?
Let me call now. Let the head waiter tell you.
Well, you take your embarrassment as an indication that you're telling the truth.
Hey, wait a minute. You can't let him off like that.
Don't be bothersome, Archie.
Yeah, but we got that card he wrote, the one about have you prayed tonight, signed with his initial.
He didn't write that card, Archie.
Now, look.
And the O is not his initial, is it, Mr. Barstow Young?
I'm afraid I don't understand.
On the contrary, I am afraid you do. But for the record, I'll explain. Oh, Archie.
Yes, boss?
Hand Mr. Young that large red volume off the shelf behind Mr. Hunter's head.
This one?
That one, thank you. Now then, Mr. Young, you will favor me by opening the volume to page 1133.
But why?
Open it, sir. Good. You will now count 6 lines down from the top and read what you see.
Have you prayed tonight?
Thank you, Mr. Young.
What the devil is going on?
Mr. Young has just given us a reading from a tragedy. The line, have you prayed tonight, is spoken by the hero to the heroine just before he murders her. The name of the heroine is Desdemona. And the hero, as I'm sure you all know, is Othello.
Othello?
Yeah, the O was not Oliphant, Archie. Othello, I think, was a Shakespearean play which Miss Dana financed for our Mr. Young. And knowing she would recognize the quotation as well as the threat behind it, he sent it to her to warn her that he meant to murder her. You won't have the unmitigated gall to deny that, will you, Mr. Young?
No. No, I don't deny it.
Do I call the police?
But I didn't kill her. The fact that I sent the card doesn't mean I killed her.
Well, it'll do for my money.
But not for mine, Archie.
What?
Mr. Young couldn't have killed Miss Dana.
Why not?
Because he lacks the strength to strangle such a healthy young woman, a champion athlete. Wide awake and full of fight. He's rather a frail person, as we know, and smothering Miss Dana with that pillow was no easy task. She struggled. Therefore, she clawed the wrists of the murderer. I'm sure that if you examine Mr. Young's wrists, you will find no scratches or scars.
Here, let me see that.
Go ahead.
Well, Archie?
Yeah, you're right. Nothing.
I was sure there wouldn't be. The person who actually killed Miss Dana was a powerful physical specimen.
Yeah?
Yes, Mr. Hunter. In all probability, a professional athlete. A muscular man in good condition.
You pointing at me?
Seems quite likely, doesn't it?
You're out of your head.
Am I?
Yeah.
Ilse Dana war Ehefrau. Nicht wahr?
Jawohl. I mean...
You said yeah, Mr. Hunter. And you meant yeah, yes. I asked you in German if Ilse Dana was your wife, and you, in the heat of emotion, answered me yes in your mother tongue.
Look, what's going on here?
Allow me to present Mr. Johann Jaeger, Archie.
Him?
I've known it since we first saw that marriage license. You see, Jack Hunter is the English translation of our friend's real name back in Germany, where he comes from, Mr. Johann Jaeger.
Oh, what do you know?
So you proved nothing. Yeah, I was married to Ilse. That's why I said she couldn't marry anybody else. But I didn't kill her. She was my wife. I loved her.
Oliphant told us you were insanely jealous of her.
What if he did? You know better.
Do we?
Sure you do. Ilse told you herself over the phone that every word Oliphant said was a lie.
Interesting.
What is?
How you could possibly know what Ilse Dana told me over the phone. I haven't mentioned it to you or anybody else.
Oh, well, you see...
I see most clearly, Mr. Jaeger, that you must have been in the apartment with her listening on the extension phone, or you couldn't possibly have that information. And it was only a few minutes after that telephone call that Ilse Dana was smothered to death.
And I see it's about time I said good night.
Wait a minute, Jaeger. Wait a minute.
Good work, Archie. I advise you to sit still, Mr. Johann Jaeger Hunter.
I was right. I told you he threatened to kill her.
But why?
I've only guessed at the story. Reconstructed it, so to say. But I think you and Mr. Young are to be congratulated.
On what, sir?
On not having won your fair lady. You've always thought of her as a sweet, demure society girl. But actually, she was a vicious person, as bad as the man who killed her, if not worse. She tortured him cruelly for 4 long years.
How can you say that about her?
How can you doubt it, Mr. Oliphant? There must have been a great many men in her life. We know at least 2 definitely, you and Mr. Young.
But she was in love with me.
She was in love with me.
I'm sorry to shatter your illusions, but she was not in love with either of you. She was using you for her purpose.
What was her purpose?
Tormenting the man she married. That was her preoccupation day and night. She delighted in tyrannizing over him, as one might in breaking a bull or taming a wild mustang. Do I come near the truth, Hunter?
Yes. Until I couldn't stand it any longer.
May I ask then why you married her?
Why? Because I couldn't help myself. I crawled for her. I married her on the terms that nobody should ever know I was her husband. She was too good for me, she told me that to my face over and over. That we belonged to different worlds. But I was crazy about her, so I took it. What I've taken you wouldn't believe.
Oh, I'm sure I would, Mr. Hunt. I'm a very understanding man. The question is, will a jury believe you? And that we must begin to learn immediately. Archie.
Yes, sir?
Phone for Inspector Kramer.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by Peter Berry was based on the famous characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Herb Ellis as Archie Goodwin and Lee Millar, Marna Keneally, Larry Dobkin, Barney Phillips, and Jerry Hausner. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Headless Hunter. Don Stanley speaking. And don't forget, this Sunday marks the premiere of The Big Show on NBC. Not just any big show, it's The Big Show. NBC's hour and a half of comedy, music, drama, and the best of each. The Big Show will be heard every Sunday afternoon over most of these stations, with Tallulah Bankhead as mistress of ceremonies. Your stars for this Sunday's broadcast include Jimmy Durante, Fred Allen, Ethel Merman, Frankie Lane, Mindy Carson, Meredith Wilson, Danny Thomas, and hosts of others. No wonder it's The Big Show. And Theater Guild on the air this Sunday presents Judy Garland in Miss Alice Adams. So don't forget, Tallulah Bankhead brings you The Big Show Sunday on NBC.
Rex Stout's Nero Wolfe. Starring Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe and Don Franks as Archie Goodwin. Today's episode, Cordially Invited to Meet Death, with special guest stars Barbara Hamilton, Terry Tweed, Lynn Darragon, Ken James, and Tom Harvey.
When Bess Huddleston phoned to ask Nero Wolfe to come up to her place at Riverdale right away, I know I should have cut her off short. But I suggested that if she came up to our office about 3, Mr. Wolfe would be delighted to see her, which was a lie. After her other visit to him, Wolfe would not be delighted to see Bess Huddleston at any time. But what the hell? The August heat had made him even lazier than usual, and it had been as dull as a blunt instrument since our last case. He needed stirring up.
My God, with all your weight in this heat, I should think you'd sweat more. You remember me, Mr. Wolfe?
Oh, indeed I do.
You're the woman who came here 2 years ago and tried to bribe me to play the clown.
Bribe? That's silly. I offered you $2,000 to come to a party and be the detective in a murder game. $2,000 and all the beer you could drink for a few hours' work. Now, surely that was a reasonable offer.
If you have come, madam...
Relax. I don't want you for a party this time. I wish I did. Someone is trying to ruin me.
Ruin you? What, financially, physically?
Just ruin me. You know what I do? I do parties.
I know what you do.
Very well. My clients are rich and important people. So what do you think the effect would be? Wait, I'll show you.
Oh, you dropped something.
Oh,
down there.
That's nothing. Just toss it in the wastebasket.
Oh, into the wastebasket.
Here it is. What do you think of this letter?
Archie.
This is confidential.
So is Mr. Goodwin. Read it to me, Archie.
The envelope is addressed to Mrs. Jervis Horrocks, New York City, and the message reads, was it ignorance or something else that caused Dr. Brady to prescribe the wrong medicine for your daughter? Ask Bess Huddleston. She can tell you if she will. She told me. It's all in fancy type and there's no signature.
There was another one, but I haven't got it. It was sent to a very rich and prominent man, and it said, where and with whom does your wife spend most of her afternoons? Ask Bess Huddleston. She told me. The man showed it to me. His wife is one of my
Please. Are you consulting me or hiring me?
I'm hiring you to find out who sent those things.
It's a mean kind of job. Often next to impossible. Nothing but greed could induce me to tackle it.
Certainly. I know how to charge, too. I expect to get soaked. But where will I be if this isn't stopped, and stopped quickly?
Very well. Your notebook, Archie.
I can save you some time. The paper and envelopes are the kind used by my assistant, Janet Nichols.
Your assistant at...
At arranging parties. Very clever girl, really. She thought of the Stryker Giant and Dwarf party.
Giant and Dwarf... Go on, please. Both messages were typed?
On my typewriter, owned by me, I should say. It's used by my secretary, Mariella Timms. Both of the girls live in my house.
And both had access to the typewriter?
Oh, yes. My office is never locked.
Anyone else? Servants?
No use to bother about servants. No servant ever stays long enough to develop a grudge.
Yes, the newspapers are full of the stories of the alligators, bears, and other disturbing elements in your home.
Publicity is important in my line of work. You grow plants.
I grow orchids, but not for publicity. Does anyone else live in your house?
Well, there's my nephew, Larry. He's on my payroll, too, but there's no point in even thinking about him. He'd never do a thing like that.
What about the insinuations in the letters, the wrong medicine and the questionable afternoon?
I know nothing about those things, and anyway, they're irrelevant. The point is that some malicious person is trying to ruin me by spreading hints that I'm blabbing secrets about people. Whether the secrets are true or not has nothing to do with it.
Okay. Now, forget about where Mrs. Richman spends her afternoons. Maybe at the ball game. But just as a matter of record, did Mrs. Jervis Horrocks have a daughter? And had she been sick and had Dr. Brady attended her?
Yes, Mrs. Horrocks' daughter died a month ago, and Dr. Brady was her doctor.
Died of what?
Tetanus. She scratched her arm on a nail in a riding academy
There is
stable.
no wrong medicine for tetanus.
It was terrible, but it has nothing to do with this. The point is that someone is trying to ruin me, and it's got to be stopped. And if you're as smart as you're supposed to be, you can stop it. Of course, I ought to tell you, I know who did it.
You know?
Well, yes, I think I know. No, I do know.
Well, then why, madam, are you annoying me?
Because I can't prove it. And she denies it.
What, you charged her with it?
I discussed it with her. And also with Mariella, my nephew, and Dr. Brady, and my brother. I asked them questions. I saw I couldn't handle it, so I came to you.
By elimination, the culprit then is Miss Nichols.
Yes.
But you have no proof. What do you have?
I have a feeling.
Oh, phooey. Based on what?
I know her.
Do you? By divination? Phrenology? What specific revelations of her character have you observed? Does she pull chairs from other people?
Cut the glitter. You know quite well what I mean. I say I know her, that's all.
I see. Flatly, you don't like her. She must Be either remarkably stupid or extremely clever to have used her own stationery for anonymous letters. Had you thought of that?
Certainly. She's clever.
How long has she worked for you?
3 years.
You pay her adequately?
I certainly do.
Then why does she want to ruin you? Sheer cussedness?
She thinks she has a grievance.
Which is?
A private matter. Wouldn't help you any. Look, I'm willing to pay you for finding out who sent those letters and getting proof.
You mean you pay me for fastening the guilt on Miss Nichols?
Not at all. On whoever did it.
No matter who it is?
Certainly.
But you're sure it's Miss Nichols?
I'm not sure. I said I have a feeling. Oh, look, I have to go. I'll be late for an appointment. Can you come up to my place tonight?
No, I cannot. As you know, I rarely leave this house.
Then how can you...
First, I'd like to see the young women. Send them here. I'll be free at 6 o'clock.
Oh, God. You would have made a wonderful party. If I could sell it to the Crothers, I could make it $4,000.
Good day, Miss Huddleston.
Don't bother to see me out. You couldn't move fast enough to suit me anyway.
Archie.
The reason I gave her an appointment was quite simple. You haven't accepted a case
Bring
since...
me that thing that she dropped.
Well, the thing I threw in the wastebasket?
Yes. What is it?
Well, it's a snapshot of a girl's face. Nothing special in my taste. Trimmed off so it's six-sided in shape. It's about the size of a $50.
Interesting.
You want it for your album?
See that those young women are here at 6 sharp, Archie.
I'm Janet Nichols.
And I'm Mariella Timms.
We have an appointment with Mr. Wolfe.
For 6 o'clock. You're late.
I'm sorry. It's my fault.
Well, come in. We'll go into the office. Since it's 20 minutes past 6, Mr. Wolfe has gone to the kitchen and started operations on some corned beef hash.
You mean he's eating corned beef hash?
No, that comes later. He's concocting it.
Now, I really am sorry. I didn't get back until after 5, and I was in riding clothes and had to change.
If you ladies will, just wait a minute. Make yourself comfortable, please. I'll see if I can pry him out of the kitchen.
Seasoning, Fritz. It's only the dryness, the texture.
Mr. Wolfe, you won't let me use olive oil.
Well, if I could interrupt this cabinet meeting, Miss Nichols and Miss Timms are here.
They're late. Tell them to come back tomorrow. Fritz, I will not allow you to put olive oil.
Well, I hear y'all making corned beef hash.
Archie.
I asked them to wait in the office.
Excuse me, but corned beef hash is one of my specialties. Well, now, let's see. Well, there's nothing in this bowl but meat, is there?
As you see.
Why, it's ground too fine.
Ground too...
This is Miss Timms, Mr. Wolfe, Mr. Fritz Brenner, our chef.
Ground too fine for what? This is not a tender fresh meat with juices to lose.
Oh, now, honey, you just calm down. It's not ruined, only it's better if it's coarser. Oh, and that's far too much potatoes for that meat. But if you don't have chitlins, well, then you can...
Chitlins?
Fresh pig chitlins, of course. That's the secret of it. Fried shallow in olive oil with onion juice.
Good heavens. I've never heard of it. It's never occurred to me. Fritz?
It might go. We can try it as an experiment.
Yeah. Archie, go to Kretzmeyer and see if he has pig chitlins. 2 pounds.
Oh, you better let me help, Fritz. It's sort of tricky.
Slight change of plans, Miss Nichols. Oh.
What's the matter?
What did you do with it?
What did I do with
The
what?
snapshot you took from my desk. It's the only picture I've got of you. Where'd you put it?
I don't know what you mean.
That picture is my property, and I want it. Let's say fluttered into your bag. Now look in your bag.
It isn't
then
there.
I'll look into your bag.
No! It isn't there. It's down my blouse.
Okay. You have an alternative. Either you dig it out yourself, or I will. Now, first way is the most ladylike. I'll even turn my back.
Please, it's my picture.
It's a picture of you, but it's not your picture.
Miss Huddleston gave it to you, didn't
Let's
she?
say she did.
And she thinks I sent those awful letters. I know she does, and I didn't.
Good.
Only
good.
a skunk would send letters like that.
That is another matter which Mr. Wolfe is handling. I'm handling the picture, and I want it back. Now, do I take it?
No. Just turn around.
I'll count to 3. 1, 2...
All right. There you are.
Thank you. Now, You'd like to come with me?
Where are you taking me?
Miss Nichols, you and I are about to hunt the wild pig chitlin in its lair.
What? I won't have any hash, thank you.
No hash?
No, thank you.
Could I have Fritz slice some ham for you?
Oh, yes, thank you. You won't eat the hash because I cooked it. That is not so. I just don't like corned beef. But it has pig chitlins. I don't like pig chitlins either. Mr. Wolfe, I thought we came here to discuss those letters.
After dinner, Miss Nichols, I never discuss business at a meal.
I have an engagement at 9.
Now, that was what I call a truly productive evening. We have them here for 3 hours, and what do we got? Janet doesn't like corned beef hash. Mariella doesn't like Janet. Fritz doesn't like Mariella. I think Mariella's kind of cute. I just love the way she pops her eyes when she says corned beef hash.
Oh, shut up.
That's what the whole evening has been. Hash. If you think you're going to solve this case...
Look, go up there tomorrow and look around. Check the servants, the typewriters. Talk to the nephew and decide if I must see him, and if so, bring him. And get Dr. Brady here. After lunch would be best.
Right.
Around 2. Now, please get your notebook and take a letter. Get it off tonight's special delivery.
Yes, sir, I'm ready.
To Professor J. Martingale of Harvard.
Harvard?
Dear Joseph, I have made a remarkable discovery stop. You may remember our discussion last winter regarding the possibility of using pig chitlins in connection with the...
Oh, boy. If I had taken a gun with me that afternoon, I swear I would have found a use for it. Since I read newspapers, the trick fence at Bess Huddleston's estate in Riverdale was no surprise to me. I parked the car, walked up a path through the trees and bushes towards the house. I don't know what warned me. I suppose I was aware of being watched. Nice. Nice, fella. Easy, boy. Easy. Nice orangutan. Easy now. Easy, boy. I'm a friend. Honest. I was invited. If this is your private path, why didn't you say so? All right. Okay, I'm going.
He wants to play tag.
What?
He wants to play tag.
I don't.
Well, if you offend him, he'll bite you.
Oh.
Start past him and dodge when he goes to touch you.
Huh?
Dodge a couple of times, then let him tag you and say Mr. in an admiring voice. That's all.
Mr.
Mr. is his name.
Oh. Well, I could turn around and just go home.
No, I wouldn't try that. He'd resent it.
Well, then I could sock him one.
You might. I doubt it. Besides, if you hurt him and my aunt ever catches you... I suppose you're Archie Goodwin?
Uh-huh.
I'm Larry Huddleston. I didn't send those letters and don't know who did. My aunt is upstairs arguing with her brother Daniel, but I can't invite you in until you get past Mister.
Does everyone who comes here have to play tag with this damn overgrown orangutan?
He's not an orangutan. He's a chimpanzee. He doesn't often play with strangers. It means he likes you.
Oh, swell. Here, mister. Come on, catch me. You missed. Ha, ha, ha. Try again. Whoa, look, you caught me. Oh, mister. Nice, mister. Oh, God, I feel like a damn fool.
Very good. You've made a friend for life.
Oh, great. My heart beats. So is my hand.
Oh, did he bite you?
No, he must have just scratched me, I guess. It's just a scratch.
Come on up to the house. I'll get you some iodine.
You keep a first aid outfit beside the front door?
We keep iodine in every room.
Why?
On account of Mister. He never bites deep, but he often breaks somebody's skin. Then Logo and Lulu, sometimes they take a little nip.
Logo and Lulu?
The bears?
Oh, yeah, the bears, yes. Where are they now?
Having a nap somewhere. They always nap in the afternoon. They'll be around later.
Great, I can't wait.
That's all there is to This is my aunt now.
1,000 times. Oh, you've come. How are you?
Fine.
This is my brother Daniel, Mr. Goldwyn.
Goodwin.
What?
The name's Goodwin.
Of course. How did you make out?
Shouldn't we go up to your office?
Heavens, you can talk in front of Daniel and Larry. We've discussed the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
We talked with Janet and Mariella.
Mhm.
Dr. Brady was requested to call at our office at 2 o'clock today, but he was too busy.
Huh. He wasn't too busy to come up here and ride one of my horses. They ought to be back soon. He's with Janet now. You can meet him then.
Okay, now, if I can see where Janet keeps her stationery and take a sample from that typewriter...
Daniel, will you show Mr. Gordon to the office?
Goodwin.
And when you're finished, please join us on the terrace for cocktails.
Thanks.
Larry, you come with me. We need to settle about the Furstenberg.
There's nothing to settle until...
So, you're a detective.
That's what they tell me.
Anyone who sends letters like that deserves to be immersed to the chin in a 10% solution of hydrofluoric acid.
Why, would that be painful?
Well, yes, it would. Do you want to ask me anything?
Well, what should I ask you?
Well, that's the trouble. There's nothing I can tell you. I have no information to offer or even suspicions, but I could offer a comment. 2 comments.
Number 1?
It is worth considering that 4 people would be injured by anything that might happen to my sister. I'm her brother, and I have a deep and strong affection for her. The young ladies are employed by her, and they are well paid. Larry is also well paid. Frankly, too well. But for his aunt, he might earn $4 a day as a helper on a coal barge. I know of no other occupation that would not strain his faculties beyond their limit, except maybe a gigolo. But the point is, his prosperity depends entirely on hers. So it is conceivable, and I offer this merely as a comment, that we 4 may properly be eliminated from suspicion.
Okay, that leaves 1.
1?
Sure. Doc Brady.
By no means. You misunderstand me.
Hmm?
Now, I know very little about Dr. Brady, though it so happens that my second comment concerns him. I insist it is merely a comment. You have the letter received by Mrs. Horrocks?
Yes.
Then you have probably realized that while it purports to be an attack on Dr. Brady, it is so manifestly absurd that it couldn't possibly damage him. Mrs. Horrocks' daughter died of tetanus. There is no such thing as a wrong medicine for tetanus, nor a right one either. The antitoxin can prevent tetanus, but if the toxin has reached the nerve centers, nothing can cure it. So the attack on Dr. Brady was no attack at all.
Gee, that's interesting. Are you a doctor?
No, I'm a research chemist, but any standard medical...
Sure. I'll look it up. What reason do you suppose Doc Brady might have had for putting your sister on the skid?
So far as I know, none. None whatever.
Then that lets him up. With everyone out, there's no one left but your sister.
My sister?
She must have sent the letters herself. Should we look at the office?
And just in time. Haskell will bring drinks out in a minute. You know the girls and Larry, of course, and I hear you've met Mr.
I've had the pleasure.
So the only one you don't know is Dr. Brady. This is Mr. Goldman.
No, the name is Gulenwangle.
Don't mind her, Mr. Goodwin. It's a pose. She pretends she can't remember the name of anyone not in the social register. Since her entire career is founded on snobbery...
Oh, snob yourself. You were born to it and believe in it. With me, it's business. But for heaven's sakes, let's not... Oh, mister! Oh, mister, you devil! Oh, mister! Don't you dare tickle my feet! Give me back my slipper!
Now, don't mind them, Mr. Goodwin. It's a game they play. Mr. loves to tickle her feet.
Yes, I know how playful he is.
Mister, now you stop it! Stop it! Oh, now here comes Haskell with our drinks. Now you be a good boy or Mummy won't. Look out! Oh. Now, see what you've done, you naughty boy. You've upset Haskell's tray and smashed the glasses. Oh, Haskell, for God's sakes, don't leave now with guests coming for dinner. Go to your room and have a drink and lie down. We'll clean this up.
My name is Hoskins.
Oh, so it is. Of course it is. Go and have a drink, Hoskins.
Yes.
Oh, it's all right, baby. It's all right. Mommy's not mad at you. You just wanted your drink, didn't you? Oh, there's a baby.
You give him a drink?
Oh, yes. Just fruit juice, of course.
Oh, good. I can imagine him with a martini under his belt.
cleaned up, and Mummy's big boy has his drink. Everything's better now. It seems to be a day for breaking things. Someone broke my bottle of bath salts, and it splattered all over the bathroom. And whoever did it just left it that way.
Who, mister?
Oh, I don't think so. He never goes in there. I didn't care to ask the servants. Oh, well, I better go and see if there's going to be any dinner or anyone to serve it. Where did Mister put my slipper?
Oh, there it is, under the hammock.
Ah, I see it. Oh, damn!
What is it?
A piece of glass in my slipper. Cut my toe.
I'll get the iodine.
Here, have a look at that. Not too bad.
Oh, ouch! It's bleeding a lot.
Well, we'll stop that in a minute. Just a shallow gash in the bottom of your toe.
Oh, well, mister, for heaven's sakes, be quiet. Mummy's all right.
Here's the iodine and bandages, Doctor.
Thank you. Now, this will sting for a moment.
Ouch! Ooh. It's all right, mister. Dr. Brady isn't hurting Mummy. The iodine is making it better, see? Hey, bring that back, mister.
Give Mariella the bottle, mister. Give it here. Oh, my. Does iodine kill grass?
We'll find out soon enough, won't we?
That was Tuesday, August 19th. On Wednesday, the 20th, Dr. Brady came to the office for an interview with Wolfe. The next day, Brother Daniel and nephew Larry came. But all we got out of that was that among the men, nobody liked anybody. Wolfe was fed up and refused to budge further on the case. The call came from Mariella on Monday morning, and I went straight upstairs to the plant rooms to tell him. Bess Huddleston is dead.
Oh, let me alone, Archie. I've done all I can. I've seen them all, and it's nothing. Someone will probably get another letter before long.
Sir,
and
there'll be no more letters. I'm stating facts. Friday evening, tetanus set in from that cut in her toe, and just about an hour ago, she died. Mariella just called to tell me.
Tetanus?
Yes, sir.
That would have been a large fee.
Well, it would have been if you'd seen fit to do a little work.
Oh, it was no good, and you know it. I was waiting for another letter. Well, filed it away, including the letter to Mrs. Horrocks to be delivered to her upon request. I'm glad to be rid of it.
Funeral service was on Wednesday afternoon, and of course there was a big crowd, even in August, for Bess Huddleston's last party. Cordially invited to meet death. I decided to go. Call it a hunch. Not that I saw anything criminal, only something incredible. There it was at the foot of the casket, 8 black orchids that could have come from nowhere else in the world, and a card with his initials the way he scribbled them, N.W.
Inspector Kramer, this is a surprise. What can I do for you?
Well, you can tell me what you were doing for Bess Huddleston.
You? The Homicide Bureau? Why do you want to know?
Because a guy is making himself a pest down at headquarters, her brother. He says she was murdered.
Murdered?
Yes.
Offering what evidence?
None at all.
Well, then why bother me about it, or yourself either?
Because we can't shut him up. There's an argument.
Oh, yeah?
Look, I don't need to tell you about that cut on her toe, since Goodwin was there.
Yes, I've heard about it.
The brother Daniel says she couldn't have got tetanus from that cut. He says it was a clean piece of glass that dropped into her slipper when that tray of glasses fell on the terrace. He saw it.
Yeah, so did I.
And the slipper was nearly new and clean. And she hadn't been walking around barefooted. Now, he claimed there couldn't possibly have been any tetanus germs in that cut. At least not enough to cause so violent an attack so soon.
You had the slippers tested?
And the bandages, even the iodine in the house. No tetanus. So, under the circumstances...
Subsequent bandages?
No. The dressing Brady found on it when he was called up there Saturday was the one he had put on it originally.
Wait, well, listen. I know. When that damn orangutan tickled her
No,
feet...
we went into that, too. Highly unlikely. Now, even if it could have had enough germs on its paw, Dr. Brady cleaned the wound and applied iodine.
Yeah, but he didn't give her antitoxin.
No, and he regrets he didn't. But he doesn't blame himself because no doctor alive would have done so. By Saturday, the poison had reached the nerve centers, and it was too late for antitoxin, though he tried it.
I ask you again, Mr. Kramer, why do you bother me with all this, or yourself?
Well, I'm satisfied it was an accident, and I want to cross it off. But before I do, I'd like to know, what was the job you were doing for her?
No doubt. Oh, didn't any of those people tell you?
No.
None of them?
No.
Then how do you know she'd hired me?
The brother told me, but he doesn't seem to know why.
You say you're satisfied that the death was accidental? You've no evidence of a crime?
That's right.
Then I can't answer you. Miss Huddleston hired me for a confidential job. Her death does not release me. It merely deprives me of the job.
My God, you can be honorable when you want to be.
Inspector,
Let me ask you a question, a plain question. Do you think she was murdered?
No.
What the hell do you think?
Nothing at all about that. I know nothing about it. I have no interest in it. The woman died as all women do, may she rest in peace, and I lost a fee. Now, why didn't you ask me this? If you knew what I know, if I told you all about the job she hired me for, would you feel that her death required further investigation?
Okay, I ask.
The answer is no, since you've discovered no single suspicious circumstance. Now, do you have some beer?
No, I don't want any beer, damn it. And don't bother to see me out.
You know, I think he's miffed. Well, you were a little patronizing after all. He was just being thorough.
Phooey. Either he didn't have sense enough to learn everything that happened that afternoon, or he missed his best chance to expose a crime if there was one. It hasn't rained the past week, has it?
No.
Then he wasn't being thorough.
Now, that ruined my night for me. Instead of going to sleep in 30 seconds, it took me 30 minutes trying to figure out what the devil he meant. Next morning, I got stubborn. I sat at my desk and went over that party at Riverdale in my mind second by second as I reported it to Wolfe. And I got it. Suddenly, there it was, as obvious as lipstick. And that's when Brother Daniel arrived.
My sister was murdered.
Mr. Huddleston, Mr. Kramer was here. He told me what you believe.
It's not just what I believe, not anymore. It's what I can prove.
Indeed. What have you
see,
found?
this morning, everything fell into place for me. My brain seemed to be working again. You know, it'd been such a shock.
Mr. Huddleston, I
luckily it
understand
hadn't
your concern,
rained.
but... What did you say?
I said luckily it hadn't rained.
Go on.
So I got a garden trowel, and I lifted out the piece of turf where the orangutan poured the iodine. I also took pieces from each side of it for comparison.
That was sensible. But did you analyze them yourself?
Well, certainly not. I took them to Fisher Laboratories and had them do it. Now read this report. Not a trace of iodine and millions of tetanus bacilli, hundreds of millions, all concentrated in that one piece of turf. The other two pieces had no sign of tetanus.
Mr. Huddleston, why did you bring this to me? Take it to the police.
Because Inspector Kramer thinks I'm a nuisance. He doesn't listen to a word I say. I can't get any satisfaction from him.
Oh, Archie, what the devil's going on out there?
Now.
See what it's all about.
Nuisances, sir.
I might have known.
That's all right, Fritz. I'll take care of it. Mr. Kramer, what do you want?
Come along, Huddleston. You too, Wolfe, Goodwin. You're all coming to the station with me.
If you ever find time to glance over an interesting document, it's called the Constitution.
Shut up, Archie. Mr. Kramer, what in the name of heaven is the matter with you?
Not a thing, not a damn thing. Listen, last night, sitting right at this desk, what did you say? What did you tell me?
Your tone and manner.
You said, in case you've forgotten, that you weren't interested in the death of Bess Huddleston. Weren't interested?
I did.
Well, this afternoon, somebody in my office got an idea. We do that once in a while. I sent a man up there. And young Huddleston showed him where the monkey poured some of that iodine, only to find the turf had already been taken by Daniel Huddleston, who told Janet Nichols he was on his way here.
That was foolish of you, Mr.
This is the rawest one you've ever pulled, Wolfe. Removing evidence, destroying evidence.
Nonsense, and stop shouting. Mr. Huddleston came here of his
Save
own
it.
accord.
Look,
I
I'll
have
get it from him
nothing to
and
do
from Goodwin
with...
and from you, but separately. I'm taking you all downtown.
Nonsense, Mr. Kramer.
I am.
You strut and bluster, yes, but we're under no obligation, moral or legal.
Tell it to the DA.
You
This
anywhere.
time we've got you for tampering with evidence. How do I know what you're
I
doing?
honestly think the murderer of Bess Huddleston might never have been caught if Inspector Kramer hadn't been so foolhardy as to take us all down to the station. I've never seen Wolfe so furious. From the moment he set his large bulk inside the police car until Nathaniel Parker, our lawyer, got him released, maybe 2 hours in all, not one word crossed Wolfe's lips. But the scowl on his face would have scared Joe Louis out of the ring. They kept me at the station longer, of course, because I had seen Bess cut herself and the chimp pour the iodine. I got home about 10 o'clock.
Have you eaten, Archie?
Sort of, sir. Kramer sent out for hamburgers about 7 o'clock. Very greasy.
Yeah. And Mr. Huddleston's been released, too?
Yes, sir. I gather they let him go before they released me. Is that amphagel you're taking?
It is. I haven't had to take this stuff since that hideous experiment with eels in the spring.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Kramer will pay for this. Oh, report.
Nothing. Routine. Questions and a signed statement.
Malevolent spite. He'll pay. I want you to go to Riverdale tomorrow before Kramer's men get there.
Sure. What do I do?
Tetanus bacilli and spores are more or less around everywhere. But, of course, especially in the neighborhood of horses. The soil around the barnyard reeks with it. Now, consult the stableman and learn...
I doubt if there is one. I gather the horses are gone.
Find him. Or speak to the butler if he's there. I wish to know whether anyone has removed anything, any material from the vicinity of the stable. A small paper bag filled at the manure pile would have been ideal.
The only container I could find was a candy box. Dr. Brady said that would do. The stableman helped him fill it.
Where'd he take it from? The stall?
No, sir, from the pile.
Oh.
He dug into the middle of the pile.
Did he say why he wanted it?
He did explain, sir. He said he wanted it for a test. One of his patients had died of tetanus. I forget her name.
When was this?
About a month ago. Perhaps a little more. I remember rather clearly. It seemed such an unusual thing to do.
Mm-hmm. Who was with him that day? One of the girls?
No, he was alone when he did that. I forget who he had been riding with.
Who's that?
There's nobody in but Miss Nichols. She's in her room.
Where?
Last door on the right.
Come on, Hoskins. Janet? Janet?
Who is it?
It's Archie Goodwin. What happened? Can I come in?
No, I'm not dressed, sir.
We heard a scream. Do you need any rescuing?
No, I'm all right now.
What happened?
Well, it's nothing serious. I was having a bath and I cut my arm with a piece of glass.
You what? I'm coming in.
No.
Don't look,
I'm not
Hoskins.
dressed.
No, sir.
Here, now put this towel around yourself, Janet.
I'm
It protects
all right,
civilization. Now, let me see that arm.
It's not much, really. It's barely an inch long.
Are you going to faint?
No. I'm all right
you?
now. I never scream, really. I never do, but it just seems so, cutting myself with glass so soon after Miss Huddleston.
Yeah, well, just take it easy.
I didn't scream when I cut myself. I'm not quite that silly, really.
I
I'm not.
know.
But I screamed when I saw the piece of glass lodged in the bath brush. It seemed so...
Here, let me see that.
There.
Gee. Have you got any idea how this could have gotten in the brush?
No, none. Nothing's been broken in here.
I'll take it.
No.
And let me have that iodine bottle.
It's all right, really. I've already put some on.
Yeah, I can see that. I'll take this iodine, too. Hoskins, I want you to bandage your arm as tightly as possible to stop the bleeding. Girlie, I do like you in that towel, but I think you better get dressed. I'm going to take you for a shot of antitoxin.
Antitoxin?
Just a precaution. It's nothing to worry about. I'll be making a phone call downstairs.
Did you smell the iodine?
I did. There's no odor at all. Whatever's in that bottle isn't iodine.
Then get her away from there.
Yes, sir. This is my intention.
At once, and Archie...
Please, she's naked. Now, I haven't got a white horse, and she hasn't got that much hair, so as soon as she's dressed, we're off.
I'll phone ahead to Dr. Vollmer to have the antitoxin ready, and also to the Fisher lab to prepare for a test of that iodine. Now, go straight there after you leave Dr. Vollmer.
Yes, sir.
Stay there while they do the test and phone me as soon as they have the results.
Okay, here it is. What was in the bottle is a substance called argyrol, which stains like iodine. And it's alive with tetanus bacilli.
Argyrol, of course.
And I didn't tell you earlier because of all the rush, but Dr. Brady took a sample of that barnyard soil about a month ago.
Satisfactory. Come home at once, Archie, and bring Miss Nichols with you. Miss Timms, Dr. Brady, and the two Mr. Huddlestons are on their way here now at my urgent request. I'll delay proceedings until you arrive.
Proceedings? What's going on?
I am about to unmask a murderer. Please hurry.
How long will this take? I'm due at my office at 1 o'clock.
I'm afraid you may be a little late at your office, Dr. Brady. I'm
what
sorry.
What kind of a performance is this? You send him the telephone.
Please, I said that to get you here. The situation is no longer as I represented it on the phone to any of you. I told you that it was definitely known that Miss Huddleston had been murdered. Now, we're a little further along. I know who murdered her.
The hell you do?
I do. That's one change in the situation. The other is that an attempt has been made to murder Miss Nichols.
What?
All right, please, there's no cause for alarm. The attempt was frustrated.
What kind of an attempt?
This will go more quickly and smoothly with no interruptions. I'll make it as brief as possible. I assure you I have no wish to prolong the unpleasantness, especially since I find less than enjoyable the presence in this room of an extremely unattractive person. I shall call that person X. Now, as you all know, X began with an effort to injure Miss Huddleston by sending anonymous letters.
Nothing of the sort. We don't know that one of us sent those letters, and neither do you.
Put it this way, Mr. Huddleston. I make statements. You suspect beliefs. In the end, there'll be a verdict, and you will concur or not. Now, X sent those letters. Then I am forced us to exclude women, at least temporarily, by the pronominal inadequacy of our language. Then he became dissatisfied with the results, or something happened, no matter which. In any case, X decided on something more concrete and conclusive: murder. The technique was unquestionably suggested by the recent death of Miss Horrocks by tetanus. A small amount of material procured at the stable, immersed in water, furnished the required emulsion. It was strained and mixed with argyrol, a substance that stains like iodine but is odorless. The mixture was put in a bottle with an iodine label, and the bottle was substituted for the iodine bottle in the cabinet in Miss Huddleston's bathroom.
In a bathroom? Well, you mean just in case?
Yes, Miss Timms, yes. But X was not one to wait indefinitely for some accidental disjunction in Miss Huddleston's skin. He carried the preparations further by smashing her bottle of bath salts and leaving slivers of glass all over her bathroom.
That did happen. She told us about it that day.
Please. A beautifully simple method for murder. If she cut herself, there was the iodine bottle. If not, no harm done. Try again.
Nuts. How can you possibly know
Those were the preparations. Now, as we all know, the first attempt failed. But chance presented itself again that very afternoon on the terrace. A tray of glasses was upset, and the pieces flew everywhere. X conceived a brilliant improvisation on the spot. Helping to collect the broken glass, he deposited a sliver in Miss Huddleston's slipper, and entering the house on an errand, as all of you did in connection with that minor catastrophe, he got the bogus bottle of iodine and placed it in the cupboard in the living room, removing the genuine bottle kept there. It would take only half a minute, and as you know, it worked. Miss Huddleston stuck her foot in the slipper and cut her toe. Her brother brought the iodine, Dr. Brady applied it, and she got tetanus and died. By the way, Doctor, that suggests a question. Is it worthy of remark that you failed to notice the absence of the characteristic odor of iodine? I merely ask.
There was a breeze on the terrace. It would have been difficult to notice any odor.
Oh, no, I'll accept that, Doctor. So X's improvisation was a success. From his standpoint, it was next to perfect. Might indeed have been perfect, invulnerable to any inquest, if the chimpanzee hadn't poured some of that mixture on the grass. And if X hadn't been foolish enough to try again. Yesterday, he put some of the bogus iodine in the cabinet in Miss Nichols' bathroom and wedged a piece of glass in her bath brush.
I just can't believe it.
And this morning, Miss Nichols got in the tub, cut her arm, took the bottle from the cabinet, and applied the iodine.
Good God, then she must get some
calm yourself, Doctor. Calm yourself. Antitoxin has been administered.
By whom?
By a qualified person. Please be seated. Thank you. Miss Nichols does not need your professional services, but I'd like to use your professional knowledge. Archie, have you got that brush?
Yes, sir. Here it is.
Now, you use a bath brush, don't you? Show us how you manipulate it. On your arm.
Well, up and down like this.
Yeah, that'll do, thank you. No doubt all of you, if you use bath brushes, wield them in a similar manner. Not with a circular motion or around the arm, but lengthwise, up and down. So the cut on Miss Nichols' arm, as Mr. Goodwin described it to me, runs lengthwise about halfway between the wrist and the elbow. Is that correct, Miss Nichols?
Yes.
And it's about an inch long, a little less?
Yes.
Thank you. Now for you, Doctor, your professional knowledge to establish a premise invulnerable to assault. Why did Miss Nichols carve a gash nearly an inch long on her arm? Why didn't she jerk the brush away the moment she felt her skin being ruptured?
For the obvious reason that she didn't feel it.
Didn't feel it?
Certainly not. I don't know what premise you're trying to establish, but with the bristles rubbing her skin, there would be no feeling of the sharp glass cutting her, none whatever. She wouldn't know she'd been cut until she saw the blood.
You're sure of that? You'd testify to it?
I would, positively.
And any other doctor would?
Certainly.
Then we'll have to take it that way. Now, Miss Nichols, you have no idea who tried to kill you this morning.
No, I haven't. None.
You, Mr. Huddleston?
I don't know a damn thing.
You don't. Dr. Brady?
No, certainly not. But you said you know who murdered Miss Huddleston, so if you would just
I
explain...
prefer to do it this way, Doctor. Have you anything to tell me?
No.
Nothing with any bearing on any aspect of this business?
No.
What about the box of stable refuse you procured for the purpose of extracting tetanus germs from it?
Oh, I admit I should have told you that.
Well, is that all you have to say about it? Why didn't you tell the police when they first started to investigate?
Because I thought there was nothing to investigate. I continued to think so until this morning when you phoned me. It would have served no useful purpose.
What did you do with the stuff?
I took it to the office and did some experiments with the help of two of my colleagues. We were settling an argument. Then we destroyed it. All of it.
Did any of these people here know about it?
I don't know. Oh, yes, I remember I discussed it, telling them how dangerous any small cut might be.
Not me. If I'd known you did that...
So, all but one of you know of Dr. Brady's procuring that box of material from the stable, and all withheld the information from me. You're hopeless. Let's try something more specific. The day Miss Huddleston came here, she told me that Miss Nichols had a grievance against her, and she suspected her of sending those anonymous letters. Now, I ask all of you, including you, Miss Nichols, what was that grievance? No one? All right, I ask you individually. Miss Nichols?
Nothing. It was nothing.
Mr. Daniel Huddleston?
I have no idea.
Miss Timms?
I don't know.
You hesitate?
I don't know.
Dr. Brady?
If I knew, I would tell you.
Mr. Larry Huddleston?
I told you before that I don't know a damn thing. That goes right down the line.
Indeed. May I have your watch a moment, please?
What?
That hexagonal thing on your wrist. May I see it a moment?
What do you want with my watch?
I want to look at it. It's a small favor. You haven't been very helpful so far.
Okay. Here. What can it do me?
Thank you. Now, the Huddleston folder, Archie.
Yes, sir.
You are a very silly young man, Mr. Huddleston. Incredibly callow. Thank you, Archie. Here is a picture of Miss Nichols, trimmed to 6 sides, apparently to fit the back of this watch. This point could be definitely determined by opening the watch case, but I'm not going to do it because it'll be opened later and microscopically compared with the picture to prove that it did contain it.
You give me that.
Stop him, Archie.
All right. Sit down, Bud.
I suggest that it's time for you to help us a little, Mr. Huddleston. When did your aunt take that picture from you?
You fat bastard.
I'll try once more, sir. You are going to answer these questions. If not for me, then for someone less fat but more importunate. Would you rather have it dug out of your servants and your friends and acquaintances? It's shabby enough as it is. Now, when did your aunt take that picture from you?
It's none of your damn business.
Call Inspector Kramer.
Damn
Archie.
you! You know damn well when she took it. She took it the day she came down here.
That's better. But it wasn't the first time she objected to your relations with Miss Nichols, was it?
No.
Did she object on moral grounds?
Hell no. She objected to our getting married. My aunt was very possessive. She ordered me to break off the engagement. It was secret, but she got suspicious and questioned Janet. And Janet told her, and she made me call it off.
And naturally you were enraged. You burned for revenge.
I did not. You can come off that right now. You're not going to pin anything on me. I never really wanted to marry Janet, and what's more, I never intended to.
No.
I could prove that by a friend of mine.
A man like you has friends. But after your aunt made you break the engagement, you still kept the picture in your watch?
Yes, I had to. I mean, I had Janet to deal with, too, and it wasn't easy living right there in the house. I was afraid of Janet. You don't know her. I opened the watch case purposely in front of my aunt so she'd take that damn picture. Jenna seemed to think that the picture meant something, and I thought when she knew it was gone...
Did you know that Miss Nichols sent the anonymous letters?
No, I didn't. Maybe I suspected, but I didn't know.
Did you also suspect when your aunt...
Stop it.
A little too much for you, is it, Miss Nichols?
Stop it.
As I expected, you're all rubble inside. There's nothing left of you. Huh. Well, the simplest way is for me to dictate a confession and you sign it. And I'll send a copy of it to a man I know, the editor of the Gazette, and it'll be on his front page this evening. He'd like an exclusive picture of you to go with it, and Mr. Goodwin will be glad to take it. I know you'll like that.
Stop it.
For your satisfaction, I ought to tell you that your guilt was by no means obvious. I became aware of it only when Mr. Goodwin telephoned me from Riverdale this morning. Your performance today was the act of a nitwit. I presume you were struck with consternation yesterday when you saw that piece of turf being removed and realized what the consequences would be. So you attempted to divert suspicion by staging an attack on yourself.
No, that's not true.
Did you know what I was getting at a while ago when I asked Dr. Brady why you didn't jerk the brush away the instant you felt the glass puncture your skin? And he replied, as of course he would, that you didn't feel the glass cutting you. That was precisely the point. You see, the cut should have been much longer. You jerked the brush away when you pulled it along your arm less than an inch because you knew this piece of glass was there and was cutting you. You put it there yourself.
Give me that.
Archie.
Stop her. Keep away from me.
I'll show you. I'll show you.
Come on, hey. I got her.
Let me go. Let me go. My face is bleeding.
Only
Let me go.
Here, hold this handkerchief against it.
By God, if it leaves a scar.
That was a lie. You lied.
What?
She means that you lied when you said you neither desired nor intended to marry her. I agree with her that the air in here was already bad enough without that. You fed her passion and her hope. She wanted you, God knows why. When your aunt intervened, she wrote those letters. Revenge? Yes. Or as a way of saying to your aunt, let me have him or I'll ruin you.
She wouldn't let him go. She wouldn't let me have him.
And when did you decide that you had to kill her?
She took my picture out of his watch. And I found it here, on Mr. Goodwin's desk. She had no right. I had to stop her. I had to.
Your notebook, Archie.
Starring in today's episode were Maver Moore as Nero Wolfe and Don Franks as Archie Goodwin. Barbara Hamilton was Bess Huddleston, Terry Tweed, Janet Nichol, Lynn Darragon, Mariella Timms, Ken James, Daniel Huddleston, Tom Harvey, Dr. Brady, Alan Fawcett, Larry Huddleston. Cease Linder was Inspector Kramer, and Frank Perry was Fritz. Music was composed and conducted by Don Gillis. Technical operations by John Jessup. Sound effects, Bill Robinson. Production assistant was Nancy McElveen, and casting consultant was Ann Weldon Tate. Cordially Invited to Meet Death was written and produced in Toronto by Ron Hartman.
surprised about the suicide, not really. I wasn't surprised either at the way he did it. He was always keyed up and dramatic about everything. So you'd expect him to do something startling about killing himself.
Well, just what did he do?
He took all his clothes off and jumped into a geyser in Yellowstone Park.
Archie goes to a fashion show.
Nope, I can't do it.
You can't do what?
Make a choice. The only way I can see to handle it is to send in an order for one of each. I'd have to marry all 6. Imagine it. After the weddings, I will, of course, have to take a good-sized apartment between 5th and Madison in the fashionable 60s. On a pleasant autumn evening, I'll be sitting in the living room reading the newspaper. I'll toss the paper aside and clap my hands, and in will come Isabel. She will have on a calf-exposing kitchen apron with a double hemline and will be carrying a tray of ham sandwiches and a pitcher of milk. She will say seductively, $2.93. Make interesting motions and gestures without spilling a drop. Then she'll go, and in will come Francine. She will be wearing slim silhouette pajamas with padded shoulders and a back-flaring hip line. She'll look and wave and whirl and say, $9.31. Light me up a cigarette and dance out. Enter Delia. She'll be dressed in a high-styled bra of handmade lace with a billowing sweep right up to...
Enter another naked, carrying a basket full of bills and your checkbook.
The latest fashion was murder.
It's quite a long list, isn't it? Mrs. Domery killed in a riding accident. Mr. Nita propelled into a geyser and boiled. Mr. Domery hurtled into an ocean and drowned. It's not my affair, thank heaven.
Was Wolfe's client the murderer?
Miss Nita.
Yes.
Did you kill that man?
Did I kill my
Archie.
She'll be all right. I think she just...
Well, stop her. How do you stop her?
Well, I could slap her or kiss her. I think I'll try kissing her.
Next week, Man Alive, with guest stars Lynn Griffin, Neil Monroe, Sandy Webster, and August Schellenberg. Rex Stout's Nero Wolfe. Starring Mabel Moore as Nero Wolfe and Don Franks as Archie Goodwin. Today's episode, Counterfeit for Murder, with special guest stars Joy Coghill, Brent Carver, Gilly Fennick, Lynn Griffin, and Sandy Webster.
I was on my way out to deposit a check in Nero Wolfe's bank account when I saw her through the frost on the one-way glass panel of the front door. Now, my rule is never be rude to anyone unless you mean it. But when I saw her there on the stoop, her gray hair straggling all over her dirty face and her coat missing a strategic button, well, I meant it. I don't want any, thanks.
You would have once, Buster. 30 years ago, I was a real treat.
My, how time flies.
Hey, wait! I want to see Nero Wolfe, the detective.
Sorry.
Do I gotta walk right through you?
There are difficulties, lady. 1, I'm bigger than you are. 2, Mr. Wolfe only sees people by appointment. 3, he won't be available till 11 a.m. 4, my watch says 10.
I'll come in and wait.
No.
I'm half froze.
No go.
Listen, are you nailed down?
I'm just fascinated. What's your name?
My name's Annis. Hattie Annis.
What do you want to see Mr. Wolfe about?
Listen, I'll tell him when I see him.
You'll have to tell me, Mrs. Annis.
Miss Annis.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name's Archie Goodwin. I'm Mr. Wolfe's assistant.
I know who you are.
Oh.
And if you think I look as if I can't pay Nero Wolfe, There's going to be a reward, and I'll split it with him.
Now, you want a reward, you go to the police.
Listen, I wouldn't trust no cop if he was a baby and stark naked. I got it. Right here in my purse.
What have you got?
I'll tell Nero Wolfe. Listen, Buster, I'm no Eskimo. Let the lady in, will you?
No, it's no-go. We got strict rules around here. Go around the corner and have a coffee, or duck into the cleaners and have them fix that coat button.
What?
Come back at 11:15, and maybe Mr. Wolfe will see you. That's all I can do.
Okay, I'll be back. You keep this package for me, Buster.
Oh, what's in it?
It won't bite. And don't you open it till I get back. I don't want no cop to get hold of it.
I don't know why I took it, except that she trusted me, which meant she had fine instincts and no sense at all. Could have been a bomb, but it didn't tick, so I just stashed it under the couch in the front living room and went off on my errand, thinking maybe it was the Hope Diamond and I should have put it in the office safe. I was so worried by the time I got back to the front door of the old brownstone that I almost tripped on a fur coat on the top step before I noticed somebody was sitting in it.
It's a terrific idea, this outdoor waiting room. But you ought to install a magazine rack.
She was the kind of girl Hattie Annis might have been 30 years ago. Right age, right face, right legs, so far as I could see. I decided to invite her inside so she could take her coat off. Welcome to the office. I'll sit here. You can sit there.
A man told me through a crack in the door that Mr. Wolfe was engaged and Mr. Goodwin was out. Mr. Goodwin, I presume?
You do, but it's okay by me. Your turn.
My name's Tammy Baxter, short for Tamiris. I haven't decided yet which one to use in the marquee when I'm a star.
Well, that would depend. If it's a musical, Tammy.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's Lady Macbeth, Tamiris.
Hey, thanks.
Don't mention it.
Why don't you ask me what I want?
I'm putting it off because I may not have it.
Oh, that's nice. I like that.
Hmm.
That's a good line if you knew how to read it.
Okay, how's this? What do you want?
Don't call us, we'll call you. I'm not an actress yet, only gonna be.
Oh.
I don't want much, just ask about my landlady, Miss Annis. Hattie Annis. Has she been here?
Here? When?
This morning.
I'll ask Fritz, the housekeeper. Fritz!
A male housekeeper.
He's also the chef. Mr. Wolfe doesn't like women around the house.
Can I be of assistance, Mr. Goodwin?
Oh, Fritz. Mr. Brenner. Did anyone besides this lady come in while I was out?
No, sir. No one.
Any phone calls?
No, sir.
Oh. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, thank you, sir.
No, thank you, sir. Well, apparently not, Miss Baxter.
That's funny. She said she was going to take something to... I'm worried.
Why should you worry?
You would if you knew her. She almost never leaves the house, never goes more than a block away. She's no loony, you know, but she's not quite all there. And we all feel responsible for her.
All?
It's a boarding house.
Oh.
A dump, almost. But anybody in show business or trying to be can get a room there, even if you don't pay every week. I only hope she's... Well, if she comes, will you phone me?
Oh, sure. If you'll give me your phone number.
Oh, my, you read that line wrong, too. Got your little black book handy?
I don't care if it is the Hope Diamond in that package, Archie. I will not see your Miss Annis.
But when you see her, Mr.
I'm
Wolfe...
not going to see her. I have letters to dictate to you, one about a rare orchid they found in Brazil, and no unpunctual elderly delinquent is going to interrupt...
Maybe a witch can be 20 minutes late.
A what?
Maybe something happened to her broomstick. Now, no, of course, nobody believes in witches anymore. Certainly I don't. But now I'm not so sure. She has this strange fascination. You know, have I got a screw loose?
Yes. A witch, you say?
Oh, she must be. I'm bewitched.
All right, I'll give her 2 minutes, but not unless she flies here within the next 5. Otherwise, I shall go and sample Fritz's chestnut soup.
That'll be her now. I'll go and get it.
Remember, 2 minutes.
It was her, all right, looking as if she'd been hit by a car. Turned out she'd been hit by a car. I caught her as she passed out and carried her onto the couch in the front room. Now, there's no chair in there big enough to hold Nero Wolfe's 1/7 of a ton, but he was a good sport about it.
I am perfectly capable of standing for 2 minutes, Archie.
Oh, you don't look it. You do fine for Falstaff.
I take it you are feeling better, Miss Annis.
Yeah.
You told Mr. Goodwin a car came up over the curb and hit you.
Not hard enough to knock me down. The curb spoiled his aim, and I jumped.
And the car went on.
Yeah. I just gone home to sew that button back on my coat after your crack about my appearance, Buster. And I almost got back here when that...
Did you see who was driving the car?
No, he come up behind me. Or she did. So I stumbled back here and I rang the bell.
And I got you before you hit bottom.
And I missed out again.
What?
Carried in the arms of a man, and I didn't even know it. Oh, what's life up to?
Madam, I told Mr. Goodwin I would give you 2 minutes. Let us make the most of them.
Oh, some wonderful day. Buster here carries me over the threshold, and Falstaff gives me 2 minutes. Hey, and here's another one with coffee.
Oh, thank you, Fritz.
You're quite welcome, sir. For the lady.
Yeah, if you please, Fritz, yeah.
Hey, I like him.
Miss Annis, Mr. Goodwin tells me you have something you think is good for a reward. What is it?
Do you happen to know that all stage people are crazy?
They have no monopoly. Thank you, Fritz.
Yes, sir.
Hey, that's good coffee, Fritz.
Thank you, madam.
I like him. I was born in this house on 42nd Street. I always lived there. And my father owned a theater. You see, stage people are special. They always have been. And that house is only 8 minutes walk from Times Square. Hell, I only need 1 room and a kitchen, so they can live there. They pay me when they can.
Well, who lives there now, Miss Annis?
5 of them.
Huh?
3 men and 2 girls. And they all use the kitchen and keep their rooms decent. At least they're supposed to. I never go in. My room's on the 2nd floor front.
If you please, madam, to the point.
I'll get there, Falstaff.
Oh.
That's good coffee.
Yeah, it is.
The ground floor is the parlor. And nobody goes in there much since my mother died 2 years ago. But once a week, I go in and I take a look around. When I went in yesterday, a mouse run out from under the piano and went in back of the bookshelves. You believe a mouse can run up a woman's leg?
No.
No, neither do I. No. So I got my umbrella from the hall, and I poke around behind the shelves. But he didn't come up.
Oh, must we listen to a Beatrix Potter tale?
So I took some books out. And in back of them was a little package I'd never seen before.
Aha.
And I opened it. And that's what I brought.
Yeah, it's under the sofa, sir. I'll get it.
We can split the reward 3 ways. You, me, and Buster here. Open it, Buster.
All 20s, Mr. Wolfe.
How much?
2 inches, 250 to the inch. That would make it about
$10,000. Very tidy, madam. It belongs in the hands of the police.
Hey, no, you don't. You take it to the cops and goodbye. Listen, whoever drove that car knew I had it and tried to kill me.
I'll get it. All of a sudden, Grand Central Station. Yes, sir?
My name is Albert Leach, U.S. Treasury Department, Secret Service Division. Here's my badge.
Uh-huh. That checks out.
I'd like to speak with Mr. Wolfe and Mr. Goodwin.
Mr. Wolfe isn't available. I'm Mr. Goodwin.
Want to ask about a woman named Baxter. Is she here?
Around 25, 5'4", light brown hair, 120 pounds, fur coat.
That fits.
No.
What do you mean, no?
She's not here.
Then how do you know?
She was here this morning for about 10 minutes.
Has she been back?
No.
Another woman, Hattie Annis. She been here?
You know, Mr. Leach, I don't mind being polite, but what the hell? Mr. Wolfe is a licensed private detective, and so am I. And we don't answer miscellaneous questions just to pass the time. I've heard of Hattie Annis because Miss Baxter asked if she'd been here, and I told her no. She asked me to phone her if she came, but I probably won't.
I'm an officer of the law, Goodwin, and an agent of the U.S. government.
As I said, that checked out. And
I want to know if Hattie Annis has been here today.
Why don't you ask her?
Miss Baxter gave me the phone number. Here, you want it?
I have it. I know your reputation, Goodwin, and Wolfe's.
Good.
You may get away with a few fancy tricks with the New York City Police Department, but I advise you not to try any with the Secret Service. We'll be seeing you.
Hold everything, Mr. Wolfe. Those bills are counterfeit.
Yes, we know that.
You do? How'd you find out?
Miss Anna's just told me so.
You knew they were phonies?
Of course. Why would he hide real money in my parlor? And why would I bring it to Nero Wolfe?
How did you find out, Archie?
That was a T-man at the door.
A what man?
A T-man, a Secret Service agent of the U.S. Treasury. That's their job, counterfeiters. He wanted to know if a woman named Baxter was here this morning.
Tammy Baxter? Tammy Baxter was here?
That's right, and he wanted to know if you were here, too, and I insulted him, so he left.
You insulted a T-man? Why didn't you show him in?
And have her accuse me of substituting phonies for the real money she walked in here with?
Hey, what did you say?
Call the Secret Service at once, Archie, and tell them it's here. If Miss Annis leaves before they arrive, keep the package and give her a receipt. Good day, madam, and please don't get up.
Hey, don't you madam me. You mean that? Call the cops and hand it over?
Not the cops, Miss Annis, the Secret Service. I have a responsibility as a citizen. Counterfeit money is contraband. I can't let you walk out with it.
I'll get up when I like, and I'll walk out when I like.
Steady.
Bootlicker.
Here, let me help you.
The great detective Nero Wolfe, just a flunky for the cops.
Hey.
If full staff was here, I'd apologize.
Madam, I
cannot.
cannot...
you can't glare me down. This lady is going to talk. Now, don't you touch me, Buster.
Take it easy.
You know better, thinking I pull a switch on you. It may be counterfeit money, but it's not your counterfeit money, it's mine. I find that stuff in my house. I'd rather burn it than turn it over to the cops. So I think I'll get a detective to find out who put it there. So I go to Nero Wolfe, and this is what happens. You want to suck up to the cops. I spit at you. I don't spit, but I spit at you.
Miss Annis, you have a point. I reject the charge of civility, but you have a point. Has a private citizen the right to confiscate contraband? I doubt it. That counterfeit money is yours until seized by public authority, which I am clearly not. I confess to error, but I was prompted by expediency, not sycophancy.
What?
I merely wanted to get clear of the muddle. Now, I offer a suggestion. Mr. Goodwin will put the bills in my safe and go with you to your house to investigate. You say you wanted to engage me to find the counterfeiter. Well, he will decide if that is feasible without an expensive inquiry. If it isn't, I'll return your property to you, but I'll notify the Secret Service that I am doing so. And in either case, I shall expect no fee.
We split the reward 3 ways.
I have no interest in a reward. Archie, be good enough to escort Miss Annis home.
Okay, there it is on the corner. Let's go.
No. You wait for the green light. Can't you see that cop over there?
That's all they're good for, waving their arms.
Okay, now we can go. Why do you hate cops, Hattie?
Now, don't you call me that. Not till I know I can trust you.
Okay, Miss Annis. Why do you hate cops?
My father. The cops shot him down.
Huh?
No provocation. He was just in the way. Never even apologized. Said it was a mistake. Mistake. That's all they ever make, mistakes.
I'm sorry I opened the wound. Listen, tell me about this Tammy Baxter. She must be involved somehow because that T-man...
That could have been Tammy, Buster.
Why not?
Well, she only has 1 suit, 2 dresses, 3 blouses, 2 skirts, and her fur coat was rabbit. A counterfeiter would have had more clothes.
I thought you said you never went into their rooms.
Well, only when they arrive here.
When did she arrive?
3 weeks ago.
What do you know about her?
I don't ask for references. I just size them up, you know what I mean? Hey, here we are. Come on in.
Hattie, is that you?
Yeah, it's me.
Where on earth have you been, or above it or beneath? Without you, this house is a sepulchre. There are no oranges. Oh, how do you do, sir?
Archie Goodwin, Raymond Dell. Mr. Dell plays Shakespeare.
Oh, good for you, Sir Raymond.
Oranges here in the kitchen, Ray. I went out and got some. Oh, listen, Hattie, do you know where... Oh.
Martha Kirk, Archie Goodwin.
And what do you play, Juliet?
Thank you, kind sir. But I'm not ready for that yet. Hattie, do you know where Tammy is? 2 phone calls, a man.
No, I ain't seen her.
Are you looking for a room, Mr. Goodwin?
Mr. Goodwin ain't in the theater, Raymond. He's a reporter. He come to write a magazine piece about me and my house.
You mean we'll all be famous?
Something like that.
Come on, Mr. Goodwin. He wants to see the house. I hope the beds are made.
We'll see you both later.
Come and have brunch, Ray. Listen, have you seen the kitchen knife anywhere?
How was that? Was that okay?
Just fine. They're interested, and that'll help. Is this the parlor?
Yeah, I got the blinds down so it's dark.
Oh.
Hey, mind the sofa. I'll get the light.
Oh, that's better. Hey, nice fireplace.
Now, here we are. I put the books back like they were, but everything else is just...
Hold it.
What's the matter, Buster?
Come here. Behind the sofa. Easy.
Oh, my God. It's Tammy.
Yeah.
Now you'll never get your name up in lights.
Yes? Me. Calling for Miss Annis's house to report a complication. Went into the parlor to look at the bookshelf and found Tammy Baxter on the floor with a kitchen knife in her chest. The girl who came in this morning and the tea man was interested in. I'm keeping my voice low because this phone is in the hall and there are people in the kitchen with the door open. I have my eye on it.
Have you called the police?
Miss Annis won't, so I'll have to. I suppose I ought to contact Leach, the tea man.
Why him?
To tell him the lady whose health he was inquiring after is dead. But I need instructions. When I start answering questions, what do I save?
Oh, not again.
Again what?
Again you. Huh? Your talent for dancing merrily into a bog is extraordinary.
I am not dancing, and I am not merry. It would be a nuisance to have to explain why we postponed reporting that counterfeit money.
Oh, that.
I could omit the detail that we knew it was phony, at least until they find my fingerprints on it.
Phooey! That woman has got us into the worst kind of...
She says she's not going to see any cops and has locked herself in her room. Even if they break the door down, I doubt if they'll hear much. Now, one will get you 10. She won't even tell him where she went this morning. But if you prefer me to confess that we know all
prefer to
about...
obliterate the entire episode. Found the woman. Oh, all right. Omit that detail.
Okay. Now I'll call the Marines.
I know you, Goodwin. And I know Wolfe. You say Wolfe told her he wanted no fee and no reward, but he sent you here with her and you paid for the cab? Nuts.
Inspector Kramer, I was just helping a nice old lady.
Quit your clowning.
It's nice to see you again, too, Mr. Leach.
I told you we'd meet again, Goodwin. I want to know.
Look, I'm in charge here, Leach. Now, exactly when did you discover the body?
I didn't look at my watch.
That's a lie. With your training, you'd look automatically. Raymond Dell and Martha Kirk say you and Miss Annis left the kitchen just after 1. And you call my office at 1:34 for half an hour. What were you doing?
Getting Hattie Annis up to her room and talking her down off the ceiling so I could call you. She has a personal attitude toward cops. A cop shot her father.
Yeah, 15 years ago. Hasn't she any sense?
No. Oh, then I went to the John. Is that okay?
No, it is not okay. You're getting into deep trouble, Goodwin.
I warned you not to try any tricks with the Secret Service, Goodwin.
That you did, Mr. Leach.
And at that very moment, when I was asking you if Hattie Annis had been there, she was inside with Wolfe. You just admitted it. You withheld information required by an agent of the federal government in the performance of his duty, and you'll answer for it.
I'll answer now. Why should I tell you anything about anybody? If you had any proper ground for asking me about Hattie Annis, you didn't mention it. She and I found a dead body in her house, and it's Inspector Kramer's job to catch murderers, and it's just possible there's a connection between the package Miss Annis found and brought to Mr. Wolfe, so I'll answer his questions. I can't think offhand of any question I owe you an answer to. You want to try?
I'll pick the time, Goodwin, not you. Inspector, I'll be in my office if you get anywhere with this bunch.
Listen, Goodwin, we need your help here.
What? Am I hearing you right, Inspector? Well, I'd love to help, honestly.
I bet. Did you tell that Annis woman to bolt herself in?
No, I told you just like it happened.
Yeah. Well, she won't open the door. She won't open her trap. We don't want to smash the door unless we
Now,
have
she's
to.
not my client, nor Mr. Wolfe's.
Yeah. But wouldn't she open the door if you asked her nice?
Probably.
Okay, ask her.
Only if you and your men stay down here with the door shut. And I mean down here.
Okay, Goodwin. It's a deal.
Who is it?
Me, Buster Goodwin. I'm alone. Let me in. I want to ask you something.
Where are they?
They're downstairs. Look, I'm not a flunky.
Okay. Get in here quick.
Thanks.
Hey, you might have brought me something to eat. You're no good.
Well, if I'm no good, why'd you let me in?
'Cause I thought you had something to eat.
Actually, if I wasn't any good, would I bother to come and tell you to stay away from that door because they're going to bust it in?
No, they won't.
Why won't they?
'Cause they know if they do, I'll shoot.
You've got a gun?
No, but they don't know that.
Oh, May I have permission to call you Hattie?
No, not till I see what happens.
Okay, Miss Annis. Now, here's a gen. If Inspector Kramer and his football squad have to smash that door down to get at you, it's an absolute certainty they'll take you downtown and hold you as a material witness.
A witness to what?
They're investigating a murder that occurred in your house, and you're a suspect, whereas if you let them in polite...
Wait a minute. I'm a suspect?
Sure. Now, when you came home to sew the button on your coat, you could have done it then.
You suspect
No,
me?
no, of course not. Look, even if I'm no good, I'm not a half-wit.
Ay, they'll have to carry me.
They will. And in handcuffs.
And they'll need them. All right, Buster. I've never hired a detective before. You want me to sign something?
Who are you hiring, Miss Annis?
I'm hiring you. Call me Hattie.
Thank you. But you can't hire me. I work for Nero Wolfe.
Then him.
To do what?
What? To show the cops. To make them wish they'd never set foot in my house.
No
to
way.
make them eat dirt.
He wouldn't take the job. If you hired him to investigate the murder, he might fill your order on the side. But I doubt if you could afford it.
I'll pay him $42,000, and that ought to be enough.
What will you sell besides the house? The yacht?
Now, don't try to be funny, Buster. It's in tax-exempt bonds in the bank. You want me to sign something or not?
That's not necessary now that I can call you Hattie. All right. You may not be available later today, so we'll leave it that you've hired Nero Wolfe to investigate the murder. Now, if he doesn't take the job...
Well, why wouldn't he take the job?
Because he's a genius and he's eccentric, and geniuses don't have to have reasons. Now, you leave the door unbolted, and I'll tell Kramer...
I will not. If they break in that door, they'll pay for it, Buster.
Okay, you have it your way, Hattie. And before I go, I might as well start earning that $42,000. You got a stamp pad in that desk?
Yeah. What for?
Your fingerprints, Hattie. All 10. One of the rules in our house is no business talk at meals, and another is no business in the orchid rooms except in emergencies. There being no emergency except deciding whether he was going to work today or not, Nero Wolfe took my report not in the plant rooms with their dazzling color, but in the potting room next door. Theodore was washing pots in the sink.
Theodore, you must be very careful of this beauty. Don't plant her too deeply. Right? Now then, Archie, to your report.
Thank you, sir. The main thing is I'm pretty sure Hattie Annis is on the level.
You mean she's innocent of that girl's murder?
I think so.
On what grounds?
Well, she couldn't possibly have been faking when we discovered the body. First she said to the corpse, right, "Now you'll never get your name up in lights."
Well, sentimental, but you're right. I doubt if she's capable of inventing it.
Yeah, then she says, "Oh, no, that's the kitchen knife." Well, I mean, how corny can you get? Now, I'd never try to predict what the lady was going to do. But I know what she didn't do. She didn't kill Tammy Baxter.
But what's the connection, then? What had the Baxter girl to do with Hattie Annis's counterfeit bills?
I don't know. But there's got to be one.
Because I called Kramer and Leach separately, and they both turned up at the house together.
Coincidence?
No, sir. They'd been talking. Planned a little campaign for handling yours truly.
I must say, Kramer and Leach, neither of them asking if you knew the money was counterfeit. It's an insult to your intelligence and mine.
My guess is Leach told Kramer not to mention it, because what Leach wants to find is the source. He'd rather catch an engraver than a murderer any day. And if counterfeiting was mentioned to me, I might mention it to someone else, like a reporter.
God knows I wouldn't put it past you. Oh, thank you, Theodore. Splendidly potted. Oh, yes. Let me hold a little beauty. All right, on, Archie, on.
Next, Tammy Baxter was a tea woman.
A tea woman?
Well, you have tea men, you can have tea women.
Oh.
When Leach was here this morning, why didn't he ask me what Tammy Baxter had told me? Because he knew. She'd already reported to him. Also, he knew the phone number of that house. Said so. And Kramer. Why wasn't he more interested in my talk with Tammy only an hour before she was murdered? Because he already knew from Leach.
Then she'd been posted in that house by the secret police.
What else? Someone who lived there was passing bad money. If they knew who, they'd know who killed Baxter. So I figure they don't.
Oh, it's one of the 4 rumors. Is that it?
They all used the kitchen knife. Raymond Dell, who's an old ham, and then there's Noel Ferris. He's a young, sensitive type. Paul Hanna, a character juvenile from Central Casting, and Martha Kirk, who has 20-year-old dimples and a nice smile. They work irregularly, but that's showbiz.
Nonetheless, one or more may have an alibi.
Check. Oh, if Hattie Annis is your client,
Go on.
you probably want to phone our lawyer since you don't like leaving your clients in the coop.
Oh, phooey, lawyers cost money. Those bonds of hers may not exist. She's probably an indigent.
Not a chance. She's my favorite screwball, but she's not a liar. I'm in her debt. She made Kramer ask me a favor.
No. All right, then. Call Parker. Have him get her out on bail.
Fine. Now that's settled, I assume you don't intend to let go of your client's property unless a court orders you to.
What property?
The package. According to Kramer and Leach, we're not supposed to have guessed the bills are phony. I thought I'd try the package for fingerprints, okay?
No objection. But there'll be other prints than yours. Hers, for instance. How will you know them?
I got hers before I left.
You took...
There are 7 good prints, 12 fair ones, and 14 smudges. The only ones you can identify are mine and Hattie's. Either he wore gloves or he wiped it.
Confound you, Archie!
You dropped the pot.
Then pick it up.
Yes,
No. You look after it, Theodore. Oh, confound you, Archie, I say again. Why ask permission for something you've already gone ahead and done?
Because I had to know you'd taken her on as a client.
Oh, phooey. Now what? Come.
Excuse me, Mr. Wolfe, but there's a party below wishing to see you.
What party, Fritz? Didn't you tell him I'm busy?
Yes, sir. Messrs. Dell, Ferris, and Hannah, and Miss Kirk.
All 4 of them.
This is the limit. Did you invite them, Archie?
No, sir. It's a surprise party.
Perhaps you'd be good enough to explain this intrusion. Are you the spokesman, Mr. Hanna?
No. Go ahead, Martha. This was your idea.
It was not, Paul. It was Hattie's idea, Mr. Wolfe. Well, it's crazy. The idea that Hattie... Well, it's just crazy.
It may well be, Miss Kirk. Mr. Ferris, what is she talking about?
She means the idea that Hattie killed Tammy Baxter. It was Hattie's idea that we should come and see you. Crazy.
It is not, Noel. Right, Raymond?
Idiot children, snapping and yapping in the face of tragedy.
Oh, shut up, Raymond. Death isn't tragedy. Life is tragedy.
It isn't life or death.
Was it Miss Annis's idea that the 4 of you should come and expound philosophy to me? Miss Kirk, do I gather she spoke with you?
I was coming downstairs, and they were carrying her out, and she saw me and said she had hired you and Mr. Goodwin to make the cops eat dirt, and we had to come and tell you everything we told the cops.
They were carrying her, literally, bodily?
Yes, 2 men.
Had they forced the door of her room?
Yes.
Possibly actionable. For the record, Miss Annis is my client... But my job is not what she said. It's to investigate the murder committed in her house.
It was committed by a sex maniac. Twice last week, a man followed Tammy right to the door. Well, I offered to ambush him, but she said no. If he did it again, she'd handle him. She would, too.
Sir Lochinvar Hannah. Damn clever, these sex maniacs. Must have had a set of keys and known exactly where to find the kitchen knife.
You keep harping on that, Noel. I identified it because anyone could with that nick in it.
I did.
Oh, God. The thought that the knife I'd used so often to slice tomatoes...
Spare us your sensitivity, Noel. We came here to serve a friend in whose debt we are, not to prattle. We know that Hattie was not herself. We cannot judge her. We can only ask, what can we do or say to help her?
Hattie said we should tell Mr. Wolfe everything we told the cops.
That may not be necessary. When 4 people are conversing in my presence, and I know that one of them committed murder less than 12 hours ago, I'd be a dolt to get no inkling at all.
You know it was one of us? How?
Not by an inkling, Mr. Ferris. There is the knife. And there is my conviction on grounds to satisfy me that Miss Annis didn't use it. 3 of you came here to help a friend.
We all
No,
did.
1 of you came because you didn't dare to refuse. Nor will that one dare to refuse to answer my questions, and thus expose himself or herself. If I fail, it'll be because I haven't asked the right questions, and I don't intend to fail. Mr. Dell, have you paid your room rent for the past 3 months?
That's not the kind of question the police ask.
No, but it's the kind of question I ask. Have you?
You could just as well ask Hattie. I have paid no rent for 3 years. She has asked for none.
Miss Kirk? Does the question embarrass you?
No, I've been there a year and pay $5 a week.
From current income?
I haven't any. I'm attending a ballet school. I get a monthly check from my father.
I see. Mr. Ferris?
I haven't figured it out. I pay her whatever I can, when I can. I've been there for 18 months. A little TV, a stage show that flopped.
I take it you're a trifle behind. Mr. Hanna?
I'm taking no dare. You say you know one of us killed Miss Baxter, but I don't believe you. Whoever killed her got into the house somehow and used the knife. Anyone could have. I ain't taking no dare.
Your spunk is impressive, Mr. Hanna, but are you here to oblige your friend or to show off your conceit?
I've been there for 4 months, and I paid every week. That proves something, for God's sake.
That you are not a pauper. Now, Miss Kirk, for what you have told the police, one detail only. Where were you this morning?
I slept in till about 11, got up and did my exercises in my room. About 12:15, I came down, saw there were no oranges, and went out and got some. I wasn't gone more than 10 minutes. I was cooking up some breakfast when Hattie came in with Mr. Goodwin and said
Yes, that's far enough, thank you. Did you see any of the others this morning?
No, not till Ray came to have breakfast, or brunch.
Mr. Dell, I know you came downstairs when Miss Annis entered the house with Mr. Goodwin, right, Archie?
That's right, sir.
And before that, Mr. Dell?
Nothing. I was asleep.
Then how did you know there were no oranges?
What? Oh, well, I read late. Sophocles' Oedipus Rex, as a matter of fact. About 5 o'clock, I wanted an orange. There weren't any in the kitchen, so I went back up to my room.
At night, you read. How do you spend your afternoon?
What's that got to do with it?
I'll be the judge.
Oh. All right. I babysit.
You what?
I have a painter friend by name Max Ada who lives in an East Side tenement. His wife is dead. He has 2 small children. From 2 to 7 p.m., I am their reluctant keeper. Are you happier knowing my shame?
What is Mr. Ada's address?
Oh, this approaches lunacy. His address is 314 Mission Street.
Thank you. Mr. Hanna, since I'm now only asking for what you've already told the police, I hope you won't be provoked.
You do like hell. I left the house a little after 9 o'clock and spent a couple hours around the West Side docks.
What were you doing around the docks?
Looking. I'm playing a longshoreman in a show at the Mushroom Theater. And then I hopped a bus downtown. I got to the theater just before 12. We just started rehearsing when a guy comes up to me and flashes a badge and takes me in for questioning.
Where is the Mushroom Theater?
Bowie Street.
Do you have a leading role in the play?
No.
How many lines have you?
Not many. It's a small part. Hey, look. I'm just starting out, okay?
Yes. And you, Mr. Ferris?
You know, when the questions the cops asked me made me realize I was actually suspected of murder, and I also realized I had no alibi. It looked pretty dark, Mr. Wolfe. I thought maybe the others had solid alibis and could prove it, so I feel a lot better now. So I thank you, Mr. Wolfe. Well, actually, I left the house a little after 10 and called at 4 different agencies. 2 of them might remember I was there, but...
What kind of agencies?
Casting, theater, and TV.
You visit them daily?
About twice a week.
And the other 5 days, how do you pass the time?
2 days, sometimes 3. I make horses and kangaroos and other animals. I go to a workroom and model them and make molds. I get $8 for a squirrel, 20 for a giraffe.
Where is this workroom?
In the rear of a shop on First Avenue. Harry's Zoo, it's called. The owner is Harry Archese. He has a 16-year-old daughter as beautiful as a Rosie Dawnbuck. She lisps. Her name is Alonka.
Now, this is not a comedy, Mr. Ferris. I engaged to act for Miss Annis only 5 hours ago, and I haven't arranged my mind. So my questions may be at random, but they are not frivolous. Now that I have seen and heard all of you, I am better prepared. I bid you good night, and leave Miss Annis to thank you, 3 of you, for coming. The 4th will begin to feel the pinch.
After I showed them out, I got back to Wolfe in his office. He was leaning back with his eyes closed, a sure sign that he was anything but asleep. Then he opened them and shot me an order.
Get Saul and Fred and Ori at 8 in the morning in my room.
Then he shut his eyes again. There's no use asking why he wanted to bring in the 3 best operatives south of the North Pole to the tune of a couple of $100 a day plus expenses, but Wolfe doesn't waste dough like that on a mere inkling. I never did get to find out why, because at 7:30 the next morning, Leach, the T-man, turned up with a federal court order. He wanted the package. What the hell, I gave it to him. He gave me a receipt, and Kramer arrived with a state court order to pick it up as evidence in a murder case. All I could do was show him the receipt from Leach and suggest they split it half and half. Kramer became undignified.
Damn you, Goodwin. Did you know that money was counterfeit?
I told him point blank no, and felt better. It's always a relief to get a lie off your chest, but 10 minutes after he left, I got a phone call, an invitation I couldn't refuse to have coffee with the district attorney before it got cold.
Goodwin, this is serious. Maybe the most serious trouble you've ever been in.
It's up against stiff competition, sir.
And I think you'll find it in your interest to overcome your tendency to crack wise.
Yes, sir, we shall overcome.
You dispose of evidence in a murder case.
I have?
You deliberately arranged for Mr. Leach to beat Inspector Kramer to that package.
I did. But Leach asked for it first, that's all.
And I don't suppose you have any idea why the Secret Service was interested in that package?
He kept me there for 8 hours and didn't learn a thing. What I learned was that they hadn't got anything out of Hattie Annis either. They let her out on bail witness. I figured Parker, the lawyer, would have taken her back to Wolfe's. Her in mind. What I didn't have in mind was another surprise party.
I think you know everybody, Archie. Inspector Kramer, Mr. Leach from Treasury, Miss Annis, her boarders, Mr. Dell, Mr. Hanna, Mr. Ferris, and Miss Kirk, and, of course, Sergeant Stebbins at the door.
Happy Thanksgiving or whatever. I hope I didn't interrupt.
You already have.
Thank you.
Okay, Wolfe, we didn't come here just to hear you speak.
Oh, yes, you did.
Well, if you got something, let's have it.
You know well enough I have something, Mr. Kramer, or you wouldn't have come.
You told me on the phone that you had a stroke of luck.
I did have, but I invited it. I knew where to send the invitation. In fact, I sent invitations to 3 different addresses by special messengers. An East Side tenement, a shop on First Avenue, and a building on Bowie Street which houses a theater.
I'm damned if I know what you're talking about.
You don't. But the others do. Those places sound familiar, Miss Kirk?
Yes, they do.
The tenement, Mr. Dell, is where you, well, shall I use your word, babysit?
If you must.
And the shop, Harry's Zoo, if I remember correctly, Mr. Ferris, is where you work between engagements.
The work is very artistic.
I did not say otherwise. And the theater in the building on Bowie Street. Mr. Hanna, your stamping ground, I believe.
You know I played there. I told you.
Indeed you did.
Okay. So where did you have this stroke of luck?
In a sense, at all three addresses. But my expectation was centered on one of them. When my expectation was realized, I was faced with a question whether to notify you, Inspector, or to notify Mr. Leach. And, preferring not to choose, I asked both of you to come along with the others. Miss Annis, my client, was already here.
Damn right I'm here.
Yes. You, Miss Kirk, Mr. Dell, and Mr. Ferris had a right to be present. And as for you, Mr. Hanna, since you're both a counterfeiter and a murderer...
That's a lie!
Hold it, Hanna. Hey, you let go of me.
Are you arresting him, Mr. Leach?
No, Mr. Kramer. Are you?
Nobody's arresting me. Let go!
Sit down, Hanna. You're under arrest as a material witness in the murder of Tamiris Baxter. Watch that door, Sergeant.
That's prudent, Inspector, since I have no conclusive evidence. Only, talking to these people last night, I had faint intimations. Miss Kirk.
What about me?
Unlikely. You go to ballet school, you exercise each morning, and receive a monthly remittance from your father, all of which can be checked. Mr. Dell?
Have I done something right?
Yes, you paid no rent for 3 years. Mr. Ferris?
I knew you'd get around to me.
Yeah, an interesting possibility. But your statement that 2 of the agencies you visited yesterday morning might corroborate your whereabouts makes it improbable that you followed Miss Annis here at the same time.
So what?
So, Inspector, my attention centered on Mr. Hanna. He'd lived there only 4 months. He'd paid for his room every week. He'd almost certainly lied when he said Miss Baxter had told him a man twice followed her to the door. Miss Baxter was an agent of the Secret Service of the Treasury Department.
Who said so?
No one, Mr. Leach. Mr. Goodwin inferred it, didn't you, Mr. Goodwin?
Well, I ran it up the old flagpole.
Listen, Goodwin.
You have carried discretion to an extreme, Mr. Leach, in concealing your interest in the occupants of that house.
What I told him.
Finally, Mr. Hanna's account of his movements yesterday left him completely free up to noon. He could have followed Miss Annis here, then back to her house, stolen a car, and when she left the house a second time, tried to run her over, thinking she still had the incriminating package. Well, he failed. So that's of little consequence now.
Damn little consequence in anything you've said so far.
Oh, I could speculate further. Did he kill Miss Baxter because she'd seen him try to kill Miss Annis with the car? She was certainly in the neighborhood. And perhaps confronted him when he returned to the house? Oh, well, it's your job, Inspector, not mine, to screw a confession out of him.
I've got nothing to confess. You're going to regret this, Wolf. You're going to regret it good.
I think not, Mr. Hanna. Following my speculations, I sent 3 men to 3 addresses. Saul Panzer here, who leaves less to luck than any man I know, went to the Mushroom Theater. 3 times he phoned to report, and the 3rd time asked for reinforcements. In a word, he'd nosed around, abetted by the superintendent whose palm he'd oiled, and discovered that the 3rd floor of the old building was occupied by a job printing shop with 2 presses and the usual engraving equipment. I gather there was a fight, as you may observe from Mr. Panzer's blackened right eye. The 2 printers were at length subdued and tied up and now lie under the devoted surveillance of Fred Durkin and Ori Cather.
That's breaking and entering, aggravated by assault. Unless you got the evidence.
Oh, I have, Mr. Kramer. In behind stacks of paper on one of the shelves, Mr. Panzer found 8 stacks of new $20 bills. And in a compartment in back of a cupboard are 4 engraver's plates that were probably used to make them. And one of the printers, Mr. Panzer is prepared to swear, aren't you, Mr. Panzer, said to his mate the words, "I told you Paul would squeal." I believe, Mr. Hanna, your first name is Paul.
I'll get you, Wolf.
Grab him, Sergeant. Hold it right there, Hanna.
So, gentlemen, I was faced with a dilemma. Since he was both a counterfeiter and a murderer, I leave it up to you, Mr. Leach, who has the priority. But since Mr. Kramer seems to have him under arrest...
You see, Falstaff, I told you, don't trust the cops.
One day, 3 weeks later, Wolf and I were in the office disagreeing about something when we had a visit from Hattie Annis. She opened her handbag and took out a little package wrapped in brown paper, and we both thought, Good Lord, she's found another one. But she put it to one side and brought out an envelope.
This check you sent me. Your letter says it's for my share of the reward, $100. Did you keep your share?
Yes.
Did you get yours, Buster?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't believe either of you. And this bill, $5,000 for services and $621.65 for expenses. Buster, didn't I say I'd pay $42,000?
I guess you did, yeah.
Then here it is.
Hey, last time funny money, this time bonds.
I cannot accept these, Miss Anna.
Oh, you can call me Hattie, Falstaff. I've held on to these bonds since my father died. First time I ever signed them over. But it was worth every dollar of that $42,000 to see you beat that Inspector Kramer at his own game. I didn't like what I saw in the paper where that no-good Paul Hanna had confessed. I got no use for nobody that confesses to the cops. But you two made them eat dirt. You gave me the best day of my life.
Well, thank you, Miss Alice.
Hattie.
Hattie? Yeah. Archie, I think a trust fund might be in order so that Hattie may have even better days to come.
Starring in today's episode were Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe, Don Franks as Archie Goodwin, and Cease Linder as Inspector Kramer. Joy Coghill was Hattie Annis, Brent Carver, Paul Hanna, Gilly Fennick, Raymond Dell, Lynn Griffin, Martha Kirk, Sandy Webster, Leach, Nikki Guadagni, Tammy Baxter, Peter Blay, Noel Ferris, and Frank Perry was Fritz. Music was composed and conducted by Don Gillis. Technical operations, John Jessup. Sound effects.
Ladies and gentlemen, that phone bell means adventure. Hello? Hello? The young man answering the phone is Archie Goodwin. And the mountain of a man engaged in deep thought in the oversized armchair is Nero Wolfe.
What was that? Somebody's going to be murdered who has no manners? Well, what do you want Nero Wolfe to do? Teach him manners? Oh. Hold on. Mr. Wolfe.
Yes, Archie?
We've got a prospective client. In case someone she knows gets murdered, she'd like you to do something about it.
Very well. However, advise her.
Yes?
Not to get murdered herself. I never take a corpse for a client.
Greatest detective in the world.
Yes, Archie is so right. He is the greatest detective in the world, and the fattest, and the least energetic. He's Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you over this NBC network in a new series of adventures by Mr. Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight, it's the case of the impolite corpse. It began on a certain night at 8:40 when Walter Channing, an advertising executive, was dictating in his office to his charming secretary, Brenda Barkley.
Brenda, take a memo.
Yes, Mr. Channing.
This is to be mimeographed and sent to the entire staff.
The entire staff, yes, sir.
Notice, effective at once, 1 hour lunch periods will be strictly enforced. Employees will post time of departure and time of return. Yes, what is it?
Mr. Channing...
Bennett, I'm busy.
But I've got to see you, Mr. Channing. About this afternoon.
This afternoon was unfortunate, Bennett, but it happened.
I lost my temper. I'm sorry.
So am I.
Mr. Channing, I've been with the firm 14 years, and because a man blows up once in 14 years...
Mr. Channing's office.
Oh, you've got to reconsider. That's all, Mr. Channing.
I never reconsider, Bennett.
It's your wife.
But, Mr. Channing...
That will be all, Bennett.
It won't be all. You can't wipe out 14 years of a man's life. Even you can't do that, Channing.
It's Mrs. Channing on the phone.
Oh. Hello? You're where? That's in this building. Since when has Dr. Ellis kept evening office hours? I told you there's nothing wrong with you. No, I can't. I don't know when I'll be through. And I don't want you hanging around up here. Well, take a cab or walk. I don't care what you do. What? I can't understand you. What? Goodbye, Doris. Where was I?
Walter.
Yes?
You are going to reconsider about Tom Bennett, aren't you?
Bennett was insolent this afternoon. I won't tolerate insolence. Yes?
Shine, Mr. Channing?
Shine? No. What's he doing down here this time of night?
Half the staff's working overtime. Kelly's an enterprising shoeshine boy. Might have missed someone on his rounds this afternoon. Walter, about Tom Bennett.
Forget Bennett.
Look, you upset the inkwell. Oh.
Quick, blot the stuff.
Yes, of course. Did any spill on you?
Spot of my trouser cuff. Lucky it didn't get on the carpet.
Walter, about Tom Bennett.
I told you to forget Bennett.
All right, Walter, all right.
Though maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you'd be better off to use him as a model.
A model?
If he knows he's not wanted around here, he'll have the self-respect to get out.
Meaning?
Well, you've known for a long time you're not wanted. And you're still here.
How you'd like to fire me.
Denying that would be silly.
I've been with this firm 15 years in January. Employees get a bonus of stock shares after 15 years' service. That's what I'm waiting for, and you know it.
Suppose we get back to that memorandum.
You'd like to get me out before I collect those shares, wouldn't you?
I said let's get on with the memo.
You'd be petty enough to do it, too, if you knew how.
There may be a way.
There isn't, and you know it. I'm too careful. You can't fire me without cause, and I've given you no cause, Walter. Nothing you can possibly dictate one of your vicious little memorandums about.
Don't try my patience too far, Brenda.
Walter, what? This can't be us talking like this, you and me hating each other.
I find it remarkable there ever was anything between us except hate.
Walter.
I mean it. Look at you. You were flashy when I met you. You're getting flashier. That means cheaper, Brenda.
Stop it.
Too much lipstick? Too much rouge? Hair too bright? Dress too tight? You're trying too hard, Brenda. You're labeling yourself like a sound wagon.
I wonder what it is that stops me from killing you.
Cowardice, of course. Now, when you've stopped sniveling, we'll get on with a memorandum. You ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Notice. In the interest of economy and efficiency, junior executives will confer in the conference room, not in private offices. Mid-afternoon coffee and personal phone calls and daily shoe shines will be eliminated.
Your name is Barclay, Brenda Barclay. Very well, Miss Barclay. What can I do for you?
Mr. Wolfe, I don't know how to begin.
Well, maybe I can make this easier all around by briefing Mr. Wolfe on the Walter Channing case. Hey, that's funny.
What?
Violet eyes. I always thought they were something the poets made up.
Archie.
Huh? Oh, the Channing case, yes.
One moment. Miss Barclay, look this way, please. To me, an eye is functional object found in mammals, birds, fish, potatoes, and horticulture. Thank you. Go on, Archie.
Walter Channing was the boy wonder of advertising. At 33, executive vice president of Winslow, Hart, and Straightmeyer. Just 24 hours ago, they found him at his desk, shot through the heart.
They? Who is they?
A night porter and a shoeshine boy, is that right?
Yes.
He'd been dead about an hour. The bullet went through Channing, his desk chair, and lodged in the windowsill behind him. Police thought at first it was suicide.
The gun?
38, found it on the floor, 10 feet away. No fingerprints, anyhow, no clear ones.
Seldom are on a gun butt. You say suicide was suspected. Why? The gun was 10 feet from the body.
It was the smudges.
Smudges?
Powder burns. According to the papers, he was sitting at his desk. There were no signs of a struggle. The gun was held against his chest and fired.
But it wasn't suicide, Mr. Wolfe. Walter Channing would never have killed himself.
The police have already decided that, finally, according to the evening papers.
And I presume you, Miss Barkley, are the suspect.
No, not yet.
But you expect to be. That's why you came to me.
When the police talked to her,
Her?
Doris, his wife. I've been Walter Channing's secretary for 8 years. At one time, we thought we were in love.
Mrs. Channing was aware of this?
Yes. Oh, it was a long time ago. It was over. It was finished a long time ago, but she never believed that. Neither did Alan.
Alan who?
Alan Mielik, head of the media department at the agency. We were going to be married when Walter and I... Well,
Decided you were in love. Miss Barkley, who finally decided you were not? You or Mr. Channing?
He did.
I see. Mr. Mielik believes you did not share this change of heart.
Yes. Oh, he's such a fool.
I dare say you fear Mrs. Channing or Mr. Mielik or both will reveal this ill-fated romance.
You know what the papers will make of it, what the police will try to make of it.
Miss Barkley, did you kill Channing?
No. Oh, no, I swear I didn't. Oh, Mr. Wolfe, I didn't.
Please, for heaven's sake, no tears. Archie, put her in a cab.
Yes, sir.
Then come up to the plant room. There are some things I'll want you to execute for me.
Yes, sir.
Women. Bah!
Yes, Mr. Goodwin, I'm Abe Jackson, the night porter. He was working late that night. Mr. Channing, his secretary, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Mielik, and his secretary. About 10:30, I met the shoe shine, Kelly, on Mr. Channing's floor. There was a light burning in Channing's place. We went in to turn it off, Kelly and me, and there he was, sitting at his desk, a hole this big in his chest.
Tell me, Mr. Bennett, did Channing have any enemies in the agency?
Channing was a slave driver, Mr. Goodwin. The girls hated him, and men were afraid of him. He'd send out memos like this one around. Here, take a look at it. It's typical. No coffee, no shoe shines, no office conferences. If you want my opinion, as one employee out of 150, whoever killed Walter Channing did the rest of us a favor.
You're Amy Long, secretary to Alan Mielik. Now, what can you
I can tell you plenty. How she jilted Mr. Mielik, took up with Mr. Channing, got thrown over by him. I wouldn't go so far as to say Brenda Barkley would murder anyone. But if she did, Walter Channing would be 1A.
Channing get his shoes shined by you?
I called the agency men, sir. You know, it was Jackson and me found him. Everyone else had gone and left himself, poor soul, sitting at his desk, dead.
This specimen, the monogamous train orchid. Beautiful, isn't it, Mrs. Channing? Mr. Mielik?
I could never quite like orchids. They have no smell, you know.
It's pretty all right, but tulips are more in my line, Mr. Wolfe.
Tulips, Mr. Mielik?
I had a stand of emperors this spring.
Emperors, come in, Archie. Emperors, Mr. Mielik?
That's the name of a tulip, Mr. Wolfe.
A peasant flower. I've heard of it, of course. Archie, Mrs. Channing, Mr. Mielik, my assistant, Mr. Goodwin.
Mr. Goodwin?
I didn't know you had company.
Mr. Wolfe asked us here to explain why Brenda Barkley is worried.
And you have both agreed to respect her position.
Brenda ought to know I'd never tell the police anything to get her into trouble.
Phooey.
Sir? He said phooey, Mr. Mielik, meaning he doubts what you say and does not admit your right to say it.
Archie, Mr. Mielik, you say you would never intentionally inform on Miss Barkley.
Certainly not.
The tongue slips, sir. We would expect you to guard yours.
What? Do you think
what
that...
I started to say. You asked us here because Brenda Barkley is your client. I despise Miss Barkley. Everyone knows that, and why. But I wouldn't stoop to implicating her in murder.
You believe her innocent, then, Mrs. Channing?
I believe she lacks the gumption to pull a trigger. Poison, I wouldn't put past her at all. Mr. Mielik, would you be kind enough to see me home?
Of course, Mrs. Channing. Good day, Mr. Wolfe.
Good day.
And Mr. Goodwin.
You have, I suppose, an exhaustive report from me, Archie?
7 pages of notes.
Save them and get me a bottle of beer.
You're in a rosy mood. What happened?
I said I would like a bottle of beer.
No, you wouldn't.
Archie, you better...
Don't puff up about it. Those vest buttons won't stand the strain. I can't get you a bottle of beer.
Why not?
You ordered me to hold you to 4 a day.
I rescind the order.
You also ordered me not to let you rescind the order. What's the matter with you, anyhow?
I have had to entertain 2 very dull people too long.
Both those dull people are prime suspects. Mrs. Channing is a woman scorned. Mielik lost his girl to the guy who was killed.
I can't blame her for throwing him over. Archie, the man grows tulips.
What?
Tulips. Well, give me a report.
I checked the agency, everybody who was working down there the night of the murder. Also, I dropped in on Inspector Kramer at homicide. Also, I visited the morgue.
Why the morgue?
Because if I hadn't, you'd have said, why not the morgue?
Go on.
I drew a blank there. Kramer let me look at the clothes Channing was wearing. There was an ink stain on the left trouser cuff.
An ink stain?
And a hole through his shirt front with plenty of powder smudge like the paper said. He was shot with a .38 at point-blank range, sitting down.
An impolite corpse.
What?
Discourteous. He didn't rise to meet his murderer. That is most significant, Archie.
I know. I've got a theory about this case.
No theories, facts, if you please.
But look, Channing owned a .38. That's a fact. It's disappeared. That's another fact. The murder gun was a .38 with the numbers filed off, and it could be Channing's own gun.
Thereby proving what, Archie?
That his wife had access to it.
Your theory involves Mrs. Channing, then?
And Mielik. She decides her husband is less trouble to her, dead than alive.
A regrettable tendency of wives. Have you noticed?
And she sells Mielik on the idea. Now, that wouldn't be hard. They figure to make it look like suicide, but Mielik loses his head and runs, drops the gun on his way out, and... Oh, you don't buy it.
Enough of theories. The facts, Archie. Out of your notebook.
1. 9 people were on the scene that night, working late for one reason or another.
Mrs. Channing tells me she was visiting a doctor's office in the same building, by the way.
2, every one of those people hated Channing. 3, here's a sample of why he wasn't popular.
A memorandum, huh?
Dictated the night he was killed. The staff got it the next morning.
A whip cracker, Mr. Channing.
Fact 4, the ink stain on his trouser cuff was partly rubbed out.
With what?
Cleaner of some kind. I didn't get the brand. Fact 5, there's a spot on the carpet near Channing's chair.
Spot of what? Ink? Blood?
Looks like ink.
It looks like ink.
Well, I didn't analyze it on the spur of the moment. My chemical set isn't working so good, boss.
Phooey. Archie, I want 2 things.
Yes, sir?
Get over to headquarters. The police have Channing's trousers. Suggest to Inspector Kramer that he have the stain analyzed. Suggest also that the spot on the carpet be analyzed at the same time. Be around him when the information arrives.
This is Be Kind to the Police Week?
Phooey. I never have sought to beat the police on matters of fact, only on interpretation, deduction. Get going. Oh, and Archie.
Yes?
When you return, I should discourse upon the sanctity of deskhood.
The sanctity of what hood?
Deskhood. Now be off with you, and please remember you're tracking a murderer. Don't stub your toe.
Goodwin, the thing on the carpet was a dye of some kind.
Dye, huh?
Mm-hmm.
How long will it take the lab to give you the analysis on it, Inspector?
Oh, not very long. I've got the report on what was used on the trouser cuff right now, though.
And?
They found traces of carbon tetrachloride.
Wait a minute. This goes in the notebook. Okay, carbon tetrachloride.
And something else. Goodwin, what's Wolfe after?
Interpretations was what he said, Inspector. You object?
No. Maybe I'll get an interpretation, too. The something else was perchlorethylene.
Perchloreth... Why, Inspector, such language.
What? Archie. The phone. Oh, not back yet. Hello.
Mr. Wolfe?
Yes?
This is Brenda Barkley. Oh, Mr. Wolfe.
What is it, Miss Barkley?
You've got to come to Mr. Channing's office right away, Mr. Wolfe.
Mr. Goodwin has been to your office. Everything I need to know,
You've got to come, Mr. Wolfe.
Nonsense. I don't go out. My digestion disapproves of it. I disapprove of it.
But, Mr. Goodwin, he's in danger.
What's that?
Terrible danger. He needs you here at once.
Archie, in danger? Let me talk to him.
Please, come. Hurry.
What's happened? Hello? Sparkly. Fritz, get out of the car. Bring me my wool muffler and worsted vest. See if you can find my galoshes. Confound it, I've got to go out.
Going up. Step to the rear of the car, please. Mister, will you please step back?
I'm back as far as I can go.
You are?
Elevators, contraptions for little men. Come, take me up, young man.
Hold it. Hold that car. I'm late for a date with a blonde. 16th floor, buddy.
Evening, Mr. Goodwin.
Good evening.
I was told you were in danger.
Danger? Mr. Wolfe, what are you doing out down here?
Sparkley's idea.
About me being in danger?
Obviously, she was lying. I suspected at the time. But I fell in with her suggestion. I'm anxious to end the case. My presence here is needed.
Don't understand why she'd do such a thing, and why is your presence needed?
16th floor.
It's a matter of, perspective.
Brenda's got a very nice perspective. She'll be around here someplace. The agency's got this whole floor.
Her office?
Down this corridor, next to Channing's. Well, Kramer came through in those reports from the lab. That smudge on the carpet wasn't ink. It was a dye. Powdered aniline. Brenda.
Oh, Mr. Wolfe, thank heavens you're here.
Hey, I'm here, too.
The police, they questioned me again this afternoon. I'm so frightened, Mr. Wolfe. You've got to find the murderer before they...
Baby, take it easy.
Well, hello, Archie.
Hello. What's the idea of trying to pull a fast one on Mr. Wolfe?
Well, I just had to see him. Please understand.
Is this Channing's office?
Yes.
You told him I was in danger.
At last, the place to sit down.
Well, I had to tell him something to get him down here.
He's not happy. You comfortable there, sir?
Miss Barkley, come here.
Mr. Wolfe, I can explain. I thought if you were here, where it happened, I mean, if you could see for yourself, then you'd...
Young woman, there are many things I'd like to say to you.
Oh, now, wait a minute. She was scared, boss.
However, I am too short of breath to do them justice. Archie.
Yes?
Round up everyone concerned with this case.
Right now?
Including Mrs. Channing. Get them in here.
Yes, sir.
You help him, Miss Barkley, and close that window.
Yes, Mr. Wolfe.
Fresh air. I've had enough today, thanks to you, to last me a lifetime. If after all that exposure, I live a lifetime.
What's going on here, anyhow?
A tea party. Find yourself seats. Keep your knees steady. All right, Mr. Wolfe, everybody's here.
Mr. Shoeshine Kelly?
Here, sir, here.
It was you who found the body.
Him and me, Mr. Wolfe. I'm Abe Jackson, the night man.
You gentlemen can help us if you will.
Oh, to be sure, Mr. Wolfe.
I'd like to know the exact position of the body when you found it.
Well, he was sitting up.
That's it, sir. Sitting up straight as you please.
You'll oblige me if you'll demonstrate. Sit in the chair, please.
His chair, sir?
If you please.
Abe, you.
Yeah. Oh, no, not me. Not on your life.
There's no easy thing you ask, Mr. Wolfe. I'll oblige you. So, it was like this, I'd say.
You agree, Mr. Jackson?
A little more to the right, maybe. Yeah, that's the way it was.
Archie.
Yes, sir?
Help me with a brief recapitulation.
Well, so far as we know, Channing made no outcry.
Therefore, he could not have been startled by the appearance of the killer.
There were powder burns on the body.
Therefore, the gun was against Channing when it was fired. His own hand couldn't have held it closer.
Nobody heard the shot, probably because this office is soundproofed. The gun that killed him was lying on the floor 10 feet from the desk.
In the direction of flight through that door. Go on, Archie.
The killer was almost certainly well known to Channing, or Channing wouldn't have let him come that close without a struggle or an alarm. Also, the killer had access to this office. Another proof that he's not a stranger.
One more point, if I may, Archie. The killer, he or she, is present here now.
Here in the room.
Quiet, everyone.
We come now to the point I mentioned to you last night, Archie. The point I call the sanctity of deskhood.
Sanctity of what?
Deskhood, Mrs. Channing. Explain, Archie.
Still figure it's so important?
Absolutely essential.
Well, I wrote it here somewhere. Oh. Deskhood refers to that area behind a desk where a man earns his livelihood, makes his career, builds his reputation.
You mean here, where I'm sitting?
So long as a man sits at his desk, he enjoys a curious area of privacy. He is remarkably safe from intrusion. That's it, Mr. Wolfe.
The sanctity of deskhood. Think about it a moment. You'll see what I mean.
Nonsense. I've gone around that desk hundreds of times. I'm sure she has. Many more hundreds. If you mean what I think you mean, Mrs. Channing, you...
Please, ladies. Mrs. Channing, when you approached your husband at his desk, what did he do?
What did he... Why, he stood up and...
He stood up. Miss Barkley, you agree?
Well, yes, he'd have to stand up. At least he always did.
But for his murderer, he did not. Archie, resume from your notes, please.
Well, whoever killed Walter Channing went around the desk without Channing rising, held a gun to his chest, and pulled the trigger.
Excuse me. If you will go behind the desk and stand facing Mr. Kelly, Archie.
Here. This the way you mean?
You know the angle of the body wound to the hole in the chair?
There wasn't any angle. One was in a straight line with the other.
From where you stand now in front of Mr. Kelly, if you wish to inflict an identical wound upon him, could you do it?
Not from where I stand. I'd have to kneel.
You'd have to kneel. Do so. Note, please, the murder tableau.
You mean that's what
The question now, who could kneel before Channing, get close enough to kill him from that position without alarming him in the least?
Kelly.
The shoeshine man.
Hey, wait a minute now.
Shut up, you, and sit there.
His motive is crystal clear.
The memorandum.
Memorandum. You have a copy, Archie?
In my notebook.
Ah, yes. Miss Barkley, read the part which could explain Mr. Kelly's action.
No,
Why, the memo was all over the office. Kelly must have seen it.
Wait a minute now. Notice effective at once. Yes, here it is. In the interest of economy, daily shoe shines will be eliminated.
That'd cut off Kelly's bread and butter.
Kelly, I can't believe it.
Nor can I.
What?
It's obvious Kelly murdered Walter Channing.
Mr. Wolfe, now listen, I did nothing of the
But
kind.
the obvious can be too obvious.
Meaning what exactly?
Archie,
Yes, sir?
brief these people on the ink-stained trousers.
Channing spilled ink on his trouser cuff the night he was murdered. Somebody tried to clean the spot off.
With what?
According to the police analysis, carbon tetrachloride and perchloroethylene showed up.
Both non-inflammable ingredients used in many commercial cleaners.
Exactly what are you getting at, Mr. Wolfe?
One moment, Mrs. Channing. Mr. Goodwin also has an analysis of the spot on the carpet behind the desk. Archie?
A powder form of dye, aniline dye.
Used in what, perhaps?
Well, the lab suggested a shoe dressing.
I got no powder dye. I swear I ain't, Mr. Wolfe.
I'm sure you haven't, Mr. Kelly. You'll find this particular type of dressing is used on women's shoes, suede shoes, usually.
I don't understand.
Wait a minute.
Yes, Archie?
If a woman... Now, suppose a woman knelt in front of Channing to clean that ink spot off his trouser cuff. That smudge could have rubbed off the tip of her shoe onto the carpet.
Exactly. I believe you'll find a typewriter cleaner contains tetrachloride and perchloroethylene.
Something else just occurred to me. That memo was sent around the morning after Channing was killed.
I never thought of that.
True, Archie. And for only one purpose, to point suspicion at Kelly.
But when the police didn't take the hint...
Go on, Archie. What then?
Somebody else was brought down here who would. Comes around to 3 questions, doesn't it? Who knew about the memo? Who had access to Channing's file where he kept his gun? And who made sure Nero Wolfe would see the evidence against Kelly?
3 questions, Archie, with one answer that spells the name of the murderess. Our own client, Brenda Barkley. Steak, Archie, marinated. You like it?
I'm not hungry.
Indeed, I suggest a tonic.
That reminds me. I had a call.
You had?
Doris Channing. She had some idea about my explaining things to her.
She found my explanation insufficient?
No, but she felt it lacked the personal touch.
Phooey. Hand me a can of beer. However, you do have the evening off.
Yes, sir.
Keep out of trouble. Doris Channing is a blonde. Let us try to keep out of trouble.
In the company of a blonde who wants to. Good night, sir.
Good night, Archie. Good night.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by William Kendall Clark was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Larry Dobkin as Archie Goodwin, and Donald Morrison, Betty Lou Gerson, Bill Johnstone, Howard McNear, Mary Lansing, and Barney Phillips. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you the case of The Girl Who Cried Wolf. John Storm speaking. Nero Wolfe, Archie, and all of our cast hope that our listeners have taken time out from this busy Christmas season to help brighten some youngster's Christmas day. Be sure to send a thing, your choice of anything you think a child would like for Christmas, to the groups in your own town who are distributing these toy gifts to less fortunate children. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Rex Stout's Nero Wolfe. Starring Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe and Don Franks as Archie Goodwin. Today's episode, The Cop Killer, with special guest stars Jackie Burroughs, Brian George, Arch McDonald, and Marion Waldman.
The truth of the matter is that everyone doesn't understand my sense of humor. It's not the first time my mouth has gotten me into trouble.
Mr. Goodwin, you told me once that people in danger have only to mention your name.
So when Tina and Carl from the barber shop turned up at the front door that morning, I didn't know at first how to deal with the situation. Nero Wolfe was due down from the plant rooms at any minute, and he's extremely finicky about seeing people without an appointment. Also, his fees are very high, and as his assistant, I am expected to screen would-be clients. I really should have sent Carl and Tina on their way.
This is a so nice, safe room for you and Mr. Wolfe, two such great men.
Oh, no, he's the great one. I just caddy and talk too much. Now, what's this about danger?
We love this country, Mr. Goodwin. We love...
Let me talk, Carl. We do love this country, Mr. Goodwin, and we want to see more of it. But you see, we don't know where to go. I have $50 here.
Well, that wouldn't get you too far.
Oh, no. The $50, this is for you.
What?
To tell us where to go. You know our name, Vardas. You know we are married. So there is no question of morals. Only all we want is to do our work and live in private, Carl and me. And we think...
Archie, I want to see the germination records of those orchids. Oh, you didn't tell me we had callers.
No, sir, because I knew you would be down soon. You know Carl. He takes your coat at the barber shop, and Tina's a manicurist there. It's all right. They're married. They just dropped in to buy $50 worth of travel. Yeah.
Why he went?
He's hungry?
No, sit down, please. As you said, he's a great man. It makes him a little eccentric. Now, you were saying...
We don't want Mr. Wolfe mad at us.
No, forget it. He's only mad at me, which is chronic. Now, why do you want to travel?
Is what I said. We love this country, and we want to go more into it. Far in.
You're both scared stiff, aren't you? And what's this danger Carl mentioned?
I don't think that makes any
difference. It's no good,
difference.
Tina. We must tell Mr. Goodwin if we want him to help us.
Please.
Hi. I meet Tina 3 years ago in concentration camp in Russia. If you want me to, I tell it you why is they will never let us get out of there alive. Not in 100 years, but I rather not to talk so much about it. It makes me start to tremble, as you can see.
Okay, save that part. But you did get out alive.
Oh, yes, we are here.
But they think we are dead.
You see, Vardas is not our name then. We take name later when we get married in Istanbul.
You shouldn't tell any places. No places, no people at all.
You are most right. Was not Istanbul.
Okay. Istanbul is out. You got married somewhere in else.
Yes. And then later we nearly get caught again. We do get caught again, but... You're most right, Tina.
At a certain time, in a certain way, we cross that ocean.
We try very hard to come to this country according to rules, but is in no way possible.
I see.
It is nearly a year now since we get the jobs at the barber shop, and life is be so fine and sweet that we are almost healthy again. Oh, what we eat. We even have some money saved. We have it got...
$50.
You're most right, $50. We be happy beyond our dreams 3 years ago, except if we don't know what minute someone comes and asks us how we get here.
So the danger is...
We will be sent back.
Right.
And we know exactly what will happen to us there. I am not surprised if you feel deep contempt when you see me trembling the way I do, but to understand a situation like this, I believe you have to be somewhat close to it. As I am, as Tina is.
The danger has come, Mr. Goodwin. This morning, a man came to barber shop and asked us questions. An official.
What kind of an official? Was he wearing a uniform, you mean?
No, in regular clothes. But he showed us card from police department. His name was on it. Jacob Wallen.
What time this morning?
Little after 9 o'clock, soon after shop open. He talked first with Mr. Fickler, the owner, and Mr. Fickler bring him around behind partition to my booth, and the man, he take out notebook and ask me questions.
What kind of questions?
My name, where I live, where I came from, how long I've been working there, all that kind. And then, about last night.
Last night?
Yeah, where I was and what I was doing last night.
Did he say why he was curious about last night?
No, he just asked questions.
Did he ask to see your papers?
No, that will come next. That's why we can't go back there. We have to leave here today, now.
Did he question Carl, too?
Yeah. Right after me. And after Carl came out, he sent in Jimmy, but Carl and I knew we had to get out. So we wait till Mr. Fickler went to back up shop for something, and then we just walk out.
And you came here?
No, first we went to our room where we live, and we pack our stuff.
Yeah, but then we realized that we don't know about where to go, and we might make some terrible mistakes, so we talk it over. We decide that best thing will be to come to you and pay you to help us.
Why me?
Because we don't know many people here, and you are a professional detective. And anyway, Carl like you, best of all customers. You don't tip him much, so it's not that... I have noticed you myself, the way you look. You look like a man who would break some rules, too, if you had to.
Thanks. Damn it. Now, why did you have to beat it? That alone fixes you.
What else we can do?
Well, he was questioning the others, too. He was concentrating on last night. What about last night? Now, what were you doing? Out there breaking more rules?
Oh, no, we don't. We go straight home and eat in our room as usual.
Then I wash some clothes.
And I read book.
About 9 o'clock we go for
And
walk.
we are in bed by 10:30.
Our usual time.
Well, then why did you run this morning?
Mr. Goodwin, policeman asking questions has different effect on different people.
Right.
If you have a country like this one and you are innocent of crime, all the people of your country are saying with you when you answer the questions. But two people alone can't answer policemen's questions anywhere in the world. Takes it whole country to speak to policemen, and Tina and I, we don't have it one.
The country we had once, it is no longer a country. It is just a place to wait to die. Only if we are sent back there now, we will not have to wait.
Please, Mr. Goodwin, take it $50. Take and tell us where to go. All little facts that will help us.
Perhaps you can give us letter to some friends.
It's not going to do any good. Now, if they're really after you, you'd be throwing your money away. Save it for a lawyer.
Who are you phoning?
Mr. Wolfe, in the kitchen.
Yes? Are they gone?
No, sir, they got themselves into a mess. I'm putting them in the front room till I get back.
Where are you going?
To get a shave. You can dock me. All right, you two. All right, in here. And keep away from the window and don't budge from this room till I get back.
Oh, no. I don't think we can't. Carl?
I like him.
All right, move along there. Move along. There's nothing to see.
What's all the excitement, officer?
Accident in here. No one allowed in.
How did the customers in the chairs get in? I'm a customer.
Only customers with appointments. You got one?
Certainly. Jimmy, how soon?
Now, who whistled for you?
Sergeant Curly Stebbins. What's homicide doing here?
Don't tell me you and Nero Wolfe are involved in this.
I dropped in for a shave. I'm a regular customer.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Mr. Fickler, how long have I been leaving my hair here?
Oh, hello, Mr. Goodwin. For over 6 years. Sergeant Stebbins. This is the famous detective, Mr. Archie Goodwin. Mr. Nero Wolfe comes here, too.
Thanks, Arnie.
Famous.
It's just a burden. It's a damn nuisance.
Yeah, well, don't let it get you down. You just dropped in for a shave?
You got it. Write it down. I'll sign it.
Who's your barber?
Jimmy.
Jimmy's busy.
So I see. Well, I'm not pressed. I might chat with you, or I could read one of these magazines. I might even get a manicure.
You get manicures?
I might, for my eyes.
For your eyes?
Haven't you seen Janet, the manicurist?
Clown. She's in the booth talking to Inspector Kramer.
Kramer's here, too? What's happened?
You know the other manicurist, Tina? Or her husband, Carl Vardis?
I know Carl well enough to tip him for taking my coat. I can't say I know Tina, but of course I've seen her. Why?
I'm just asking. The sight of you or Wolfe anywhere near a case makes me want to scratch.
Isn't that a shame?
So let's get it on the record in case it's needed. Have you seen Vardis or his wife this morning?
Sure.
You have?
Yes. I put them in our front room, and I told them to wait, and I beat it here to tell you. Now, if you step on it, you can still catch them.
Excuse me if I don't laugh, okay?
Okay.
I mean, they killed a cop. Or one of them.
Killed a cop?
Yeah. A detective from 20th Precinct, Jake Wallen.
Here in the barbershop?
Yeah, this morning. The other side of that partition.
Here in the barbershop?
Yeah, this morning. The other side of that partition, in her manicure booth. Stuck a long pair of scissors in his back and got his heart.
This was seen by someone?
No, not seen or heard, damn it, but it was very busy in here, and those noisy massage things were going off and on.
But you know it's them. Their prints on the scissors or something?
Yeah, we'll do all right without prints. They hopped it.
You'll do all right without prints. Now,
yeah,
wait.
We found out where they lived. They packed up and gone.
That still doesn't mean they did it. I mean, some people get very scared at the sight of
You
blood.
seem very interested. Why?
Excuse me, Sergeant.
Yeah?
It's my lunchtime.
Yeah.
I'll just go down to the cafeteria at the end of the hall.
Yeah. Hey, Jeffy.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Fickler here is going to lunch. Go along, stay with him.
I want to phone my wife.
Why not? Stay with him, Jeffy.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
If you settle for Carl and Tina, why does Arnie there have to have company at lunch?
We haven't got Carl and Tina. Until we do, we're checking out everybody and everything. Now, I asked you, why are you so interested?
Oh, it's just natural curiosity. What else?
You could have a client.
Oh, we don't.
Yeah, we're looking for
Well,
one.
don't make me laugh. Who in this barbershop could afford Wolf's fees?
Yeah, I suppose. But
I guess
still
I'm
think
curious because I can't believe you'd hang it on those two just because they ran. Come on now, you must have something else.
we have.
There, you see?
We think Jake Wallen came to take Carl.
For what?
Well, last night around midnight, a couple of pedestrians, 2 women, were killed uptown by a car. The car kept going. We found it a few hours later abandoned with a dented fender, blood, other items which tagged.
Carl's car?
No, stolen. Reported earlier last night. 20th Precinct sent Jake Wallen to it. He was the first to give it a look. Wallen was supposed to go home when his shift ended at 8 this morning, but he didn't. He phoned his wife that he had a hot lead on a hit-and-run killer and was going to handle himself and grab a promotion.
Yeah, but what led him to this shop?
That's what we'd like to know. It had to be something he found in the car. We don't know what. The goddamn fool kept it to himself and got killed.
Well, did he mention it or show it to anyone here?
They say not. All he had with him was a newspaper. Today's News, the early edition out last night. We can't spot anything in it. There was nothing in his pockets, nothing on him that helps any. You know all the barbers here?
Well, I know Arnie Fickler, the owner, Jimmy, who cuts Wolf's and my hair, Ed, who takes the appointments because he's next to the phone. The rest I only know to see.
What do you know about them?
To help you, probably nothing.
Try.
Okay. Fickler, the boss, was once attacked bodily in here in his shop by his ex-wife. Ed once slapped Fickler's face when Fickler accused him of swiping lotions. Jimmy has been here a year now, and he's the best barber, which is why Wolf and I go to him. But he plays the horses, and he infuriates Fickler because he sometimes takes magazines while they're still current. Now, Jimmy thinks Janet, the manicurist, must have a sideline like dope peddling.
Oh, yeah? Why?
Because she refuses his advances, which by him means she's got to be too independent.
Oh, Jesus, Goodwin,
That's all I know. I mean, apart from that, they're all strangers to me.
What the hell are you doing here, Goodwin?
Good morning, Inspector Kramer. Ah, good. I see you finished with Janet. Now maybe I can get my manicure. Hello, Janet.
Hello, Mr. Goodwin.
I asked you what you're doing here.
I'm just waiting for a shave. I'm an old customer here. Ask Burley.
Is
Go
that
ahead.
straight, Stebbins? Yeah, he comes here regularly. I checked. Come in here, Stebbins, for a minute. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, Janet, I was wondering where you were.
What? Did you say something, Mr. Goodwin?
No, there's nothing vital. And call me Archie. I'm not married.
You're a detective, aren't you?
Yeah.
How can I keep them from putting my picture in the paper?
You can't if they already have it, have they?
I think so. I wish I was dead.
Oh, come on now. Pretty young girl like you.
I mean it. My folks in Michigan think I'm acting or modeling. I keep it vague and here, oh my God.
Oh, work is work. Anyhow, if your picture gets printed and it's a good likeness, who knows what'll happen?
Yeah, this is my Gethsemane.
You what?
My Gethsemane, you know.
I'm not sure.
You know, where you have to make a decision.
Oh, I see. What was the inspector asking you just now?
I only wish I had some guts.
Why? What would you do?
I'd tell all about it.
All about what?
All about what happened.
You mean last night? Why not try it out on me and see how it goes?
How it happened this morning. How I was going back to my booth after I finished Mr. Levinson in Ed's chair. And he called me into Tina's booth and he seized me with one hand on my throat so I couldn't scream. And there was no doubt at all about what he intended. So I grabbed the scissors from the shelf and without realizing what I was doing, plunged them into him with all my strength. And his grip on me loosened. And he collapsed into the chair.
That's how it happened?
That's what I would tell them if I had any guts. See, I would have to be arrested and then have a trial and then...
Hold it. Who called you into the booth?
The man that got killed, of course. See? The marks on my throat.
No, I don't.
Too early for the bruises to show, I could say.
Good Lord, that would get you top billing anywhere, wouldn't it?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, then go ahead and tell it.
I can't. I simply can't. It'd be so damn vulgar.
Yeah, it would be if it wasn't true.
About your not being married, I hadn't even thought. There was an article in Collier's magazine last month about career girls getting married. Did you read it?
No, I must have missed that one.
Oh, that article was silly. I think a girl should get a career established first. That's why when I see an attractive man, I never wonder if he's married. But by the time I'm ready for one, these will be too old. See, that's why I wouldn't ask you if you knew anyone in show business. Because I wouldn't take help from a man. I think that a girl...
Ready, Mr. Goodwin?
Oh, good, Jimmy. Just scrape of the face.
Did you phone?
Huh?
Did that fathead Ed forget again?
Oh, no. I just got caught needing a shave, that's all. You seem to have had some excitement here, Jimmy.
We sure did. Hey, Carl. You know Carl?
Sure.
He killed a man in Tina's booth.
What?
Then they both ran. I'm sorry for Tina. She was all right, but Carl, I don't know. Hey, how's that? Too tight?
No, it's fine. Jimmy, I'd watch it if I was you. You know, it's a little risky to go blabbing that Carl killed him unless you can prove it.
Yeah, well, he had fits.
Fits?
Yeah, like he'd shake all over. And what did he run for?
I couldn't say, but I mean, the cops are still poking around here. There's even an inspector.
This towel's hot now.
Oh, yeah, he sure is.
Hey, they're after evidence. You gotta have evidence. For instance, they want to know that man who was killed. Did he show me anything? Or did he ask me anything about some article from the shop? That would be evidence, see?
Yeah. What did he ask you?
Hell, what didn't he ask? You'd think I was taking out insurance or something, you know? I told him where to get off.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. He asked me what was I doing last night. Do you believe it?
Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't tell him, eh?
Yeah. He kept on at me, so I figured, what the hell, and told him. Why not? That's my philosophy, Mr. Goodwin. Why not? It saves trouble. As long as my wife doesn't find out, huh? Yeah, all is in there asking questions. One at a time. Janet was the last.
Well, who found him dead?
Fickler. 10 or 15 minutes later, geez, he come yelling out of there. I damn near nicked my customer. How's the razor, all right?
It's fine, just fine.
Yeah, then the cops come. Man, it's been nothing but questions ever since. Who went behind the partition after Janet came out? They want to know. I tell them, how do I know? I had a customer at the time. When exactly did Carl and Tina leave? They must have asked me that 20 times. But I can't say and I won't say. Carl did it all right. But they can't prove it by me. They got to have evidence, right? But not me.
Good one. Inspector Kramer don't like you being here.
Neither do I, Sergeant. Neither do I. Yeah, thank God this didn't happen to be Wolf's day for a haircut. You never would have believed it. Speed it up just a little, Jimmy. Mr. Wolfe hates to wait lunch. The first surprise when I got home was that Tina and Carl were not in the front room.
Infantile vanity.
The second surprise was to find them sitting with Wolfe at the dining room table.
Than any other jackass. You're just in time, Archie. You like veal and mushroom.
I asked the Vardas to wait in the front room till I got back.
I invited them to join us. I don't sit at my table alone when there are unfed people in my home.
Yes, sir, but there's a problem.
Yes, Archie.
I know you have a paroxysm if I try to bring up business during meals, but 18,000 cops would give a month's pay to get their hands on Carl and Tina, your guests.
Oh, indeed. Why?
Have you talked with them?
No, I merely invited them to lunch.
I see. I ran into Kramer and Stebbins at the barber shop.
Oh, confound it.
Yes, sir, and the rest of their squad that handles only one kind of case. It's quite interesting, really, but first lunch, of course. I'll go and put the chain bolt on. Please dish me up some veal.
Please be seated. Mrs. Vardas, I think you'll find the red chair quite comfortable.
Thank you, Mr. Wolfe.
That was it. Fine cooking.
Thank you, Mr. Vardas. Fritz takes great pride in his veal. Now then, Archie, what have you gotten us into this time?
Us?
Yes, I'm responsible for their presence since they were my guests at lunch.
Okay, if that's how it is. I did not invite them to come here, let alone to have lunch. They came on their own, and I let them in, which is one of my functions. Having started it, I'll finish it. Carl, Tina, it's dangerous for you to stay here. Now, I know of a safe place up in the Bronx for you to lay low for a couple of days. You shouldn't take a taxi or the subway, so we'll go around the corner to the garage, get Mr. Wolfe's car, and you can drive it up there.
Excuse me, you will drive us up there?
No, I'll be too busy.
Yeah, but I can drive car. I don't know how.
Okay, then your wife will drive. Now, you can leave the car.
No, she can't. She don't know it either.
What do you mean you can't drive a car? Certainly you can. Everybody can drive a
in
car.
In this country, yes, but we are new in this country. We have never had the chance to learn.
You've never driven a car?
No, never.
And Carl?
Never.
What the devil is this?
It has a bearing, as you'll soon see. Now, here's how it is. A precinct detective named Jake Wallen called at the barber shop this morning and began asking questions. Fickler took him into Tina's booth, and he questioned Tina first. Then the others had sessions in this order. Carl, Jimmy, Ed, and Janet. After Janet came out, there was a period of 10 or 15 minutes when Wallen was in the booth alone. Then Fickler went to see, and what he saw was Wallen's body with scissors buried in his back.
Carl! No. Oh, no. Oh, Carl, you didn't.
Archie, make us stop.
Tina, Mrs. Vardas, please.
You understand? No.
Mrs. Vardas.
Stop. And that man was killed there in Tina's booth?
Yes.
Then, of course, this is end for us. But please, I ask you not to blame my wife, because we go through many things together. She thinks I can do things that are not possible for me. But I do not kill that man. I do not touch him.
About driving a car. Was that flummery?
No, sir, that comes next. Last night around midnight, a hit-and-run driver in a stolen car killed 2 women up on Broadway. The car was found parked at Broadway and 96th Street. Wallen from the 20th Precinct was the first one to look it over. In it, he apparently found something that led him to the Goldenrod barber shop. He showed up there and called the roll, as described, with the result also as described. Now, Kramer has bought it that the hit-and-run driver found himself cornered and used the scissors. And Kramer, don't quote me, is not a dope. Now, to qualify as a hit-and-run driver, you must meet certain specifications, and one of them is knowing how to drive a car.
Then the best plan would be for Mr. and Mrs. Vardas to go back to the shop at once and submit to Mr. Kramer's questioning.
Except for 2 things.
What?
One, the fact that they landed will make it very tough. And two, even though it is settled that they didn't kill a cop, their lack of documents will fix them anyhow.
Wait, their lack of documents...
Yes, sir, they're in the country illegally. They escaped from a concentration camp in Russia.
Oh, confound it.
An interesting angle is that you are harboring fugitives from justice, and I am not. I told Pearlie they're here.
You what?
That's the advantage of having a reputation for gags. You can say practically anything if you handle your face right.
Oh.
I told him they were here in our front room, and he sailed right over it. So I'm clean, but you're not. If you don't want to call Kramer yourself, which I admit would be a little thick since they were your luncheon guests, I could get Pearlie at the shop, tell him that they're still here, and why isn't he sent for them?
It might be better if you let us go ourselves, no?
No. There is another alternative to consider.
Oh, yes, sir, what?
Since Mr. Kramer and Mr. Stebbins are still there at work, they may at any moment disclose the murderer.
Oh, I doubt it. They settled for Carl and Tina, and what they're looking for is evidence, especially what it was that led Wallen to the shop.
Mrs. Vardas, except for Mr. Fickler, that man questioned you first, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did he produce any object? Did he show you any object whatever?
No, I'm sure he did not. He had the newspaper in his hand.
Yes, he asked about no object, anything in the shop?
No.
He took nothing from his pocket?
No.
The newspaper he had, did he take that from his pocket?
No, he had it in his hand when he came in from the booth.
In his hand or under his arm?
In his hand, I think. Yeah, I'm sure.
Was it folded up?
Well, of course, newspapers are folded.
Yes, Mrs. Vardas. Just remember the newspaper as you saw it in his hand. I'm making a point of it because there's nothing else to make a point of, and we must have a point if we can find one. Was the newspaper folded up as if he'd had it in his pocket?
No, it was not. It was not folded that much. When he sat down, he put it at the table, and it was the way it is on newsstands, so that's how it was folded.
But he didn't mention it?
No.
And you noticed nothing unusual about it? I mean the newspaper?
No, it was only newspaper.
What is it, Fritz?
Inspector Kramer is at the door, sir. He insists on seeing you.
Oh, confound it. Archie, quickly. See our guest to the front room.
All right, now hurry, you two. Now, sit there in the corner. Don't go near the window or doors. This time, don't move until I tell you. Is that clear?
But...
No, there's no but. Is that clear?
Yes.
Now, bring Mr. Kramer in, Fritz.
Yes, sir. Mr. Wolfe will see you now.
Well, it took you long enough.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kramer. Fritz, will you bring beer, please? You'll have some beer, Mr. Kramer.
I'm here on business.
Indeed. How can I help you?
You can tell me what Goodwin was doing at that barber shop this morning.
Oh, I understand he went for a shave. Isn't that right, Archie?
Yes, sir.
I have learned over a stretch of years that when I find you or Goodwin within a mile of a murder, something fancy can be expected. Let me finish. I know you've been going to that shop for 2 years, and Goodwin for 6 years. But the owner, Arnie Fickler, says that in the 6 years Goodwin has been going there, he has never once gone for just a shave. Not once. He goes only for the works. Haircut, shampoo, and shave. So today, 2 hours after a murder, he goes there just for a shave? I don't believe it.
Then you don't? I'm not responsible for your credulity quotient.
No one would believe it.
I don't see how we can help you.
I believe that Goodwin went to that shop because he knew a man had been murdered there.
Then you believe wrong. Your credulity quotient needs an overhaul. Until I got there, I hadn't the slightest idea or suspicion that a man had been murdered there or anywhere else.
Your going there had nothing to do with the murder?
Put it that way if you prefer. I'll write it out and sign it for you if you like.
I would like. Word it yourself, but say it right.
You'll get it.
Today.
Okay, right now if you want.
You know the law about withholding evidence as well as I do. You ought to by this time the stunts you pulled.
You thought that I had sent Archie to the shop on business?
I still think so.
Then you might as well have an affidavit from me, too. In it, I will say that I did not send him to the barber shop and that I heard and knew nothing of the murder until he returned and told me.
You'll swear to that?
As a favor to you, yes. Since you wasted your time, you might as well get a little something out of it. But, Mr. Kramer, I still don't know your real reason for coming here. According to Archie, the murderer is known. And all I have to do is find him. What could you expect to get from me?
When I see Goodwin poking around, I want to know why.
I don't believe it. Archie, I think you must be responsible for this.
Me? How?
You're brash. You talk too much.
What?
It must have been something you did or said. What was it?
I don't get it.
What did you say to Mr. Kramer?
Practically nothing. I just answered a civil question.
What did you say to Stebbins?
I just asked what was going on, and he told me. And then I told you about it.
Not verbatim. What did you say?
Nothing. Damn it. Of course Pearlie wanted to know what brought me there, and I took... Oh, wait a minute. Maybe you're right at that. Pearlie asked me if I had seen Carl or Tina this morning, and I said sure. I'd put them up here in the front room and told them to wait, and if he would step on it, he could find them.
I knew it. Your confounded tongue.
Huh?
So that's it, is it, Mr. Kramer? Sergeant Stebbins told you that.
He mentioned it.
Then why have you waited to pounce? Since Archie has rashly disclosed our little secret, it'd be useless for me to try to keep it. That's what we use the front room for, mainly, to keep murderers in. You're armed, I suppose. Go in and get them. Archie, open the door for him.
Oh, certainly. I wouldn't want to stand in the way of justice. There you are, Inspector. I'm scared of murderers myself, or I'd be glad to help.
Well, Mr. Kramer...
Comedy. I just happened to drop in on my way down to my office. I'll expect those affidavits this afternoon.
Whatever you say, just as long as we're not going to be jailed for harboring fugitives. Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking.
Goodwin, is Inspector Kramer there?
Yeah, he's here, Pearlie. He just happened to drop in on his way downtown. It's for you, Inspector.
Yeah, Pearlie, what is it? When? Bad? Does she know who? Goodwin. Well, why him? You're sure? Oh, Jesus. I'll be right there. Come on, Goodwin, you're coming with me.
What is it? What's happened?
The manicure is Janet. Someone tried to kill her.
Who?
She won't say. She says the only person she'll tell is you.
Me? Why me?
That's what I want you to tell me in the car on the way. Then come on.
She was found on the floor of her booth out cold from a blow on her head. We brought her to, and she can talk, but she won't. She says she won't talk to anybody except her friend Archie Goodwin. How long have you known her?
Until today, I merely leered at her. The only chat I've ever had with her was here today, under your eye, huh? But look what it did to her. Is it any wonder my opinion of myself is what it is?
Yeah, you've never seen her outside the shop?
Never.
That can be checked.
Yeah.
Right now, we want you to get her to talk. Oh, God damn her, she stopped us cold. Come on.
Hey, hold it. If I'm going to ask her questions, I ought to know what happened.
Oh, Jesus, Goodwin. There are only 3 of us left here. I was on the phone. Jaffe and Sullivan were there on chairs. The barbers were working on customers. Someone wanted a manicure. Fickler called Janet. She didn't come.
Where was she?
On the floor of her booth, out cold. She'd gone there maybe 15 minutes before.
Alone all that time?
Well, I think all the barbers had gone back behind the partition at least once during that time.
You think?
Goodwin, I said I was on the phone quite a lot.
Oh, Jesus. How bad is she hurt?
Well, not bad enough for the hospital. Doc let us keep her here. She was hit above the right ear with a bottle taken from the supply shelf. The bottle was big, heavy, full of oil. It was there by her on the floor.
Any prints?
Oh, come on, Goodwin. For God's sake, start a school. He had a towel in his hand or something. It is a barber shop. Come on.
Just a minute. What did the doctor say when you asked him if she could have just been testing her own skull?
Well, he said it was possible, but he doubted it. Come and ask her.
Here's your friend, Archie Goodwin, Miss Stahl.
Hello, Janet.
Hi.
How do you feel? Terrible?
No, I don't feel at all. I'm past feeling.
Can I have a look at that bump on your head?
Oh, if you're careful.
You tell me if it hurts.
Oh.
Oh, doing your hair is going to be a problem for a while. Who did it?
Send them away and I'll tell you.
Certainly. You men, come on, get out.
What
if I had been here, this never would have happened. Now leave us.
Now look, Goodwin.
Out.
Come on, Sergeant.
Wow. You sure showed them.
Well, it was shocking. You could have been killed or disfigured for life. It could have ruined your career. Thank God you got a good thick skull.
I started to scream, but it was too late.
What started you to scream? Seeing him? Hearing him?
It was both. I was sitting in the customer's chair with my back to the door. I was just sitting there trying to think, you know.
I know.
And then there was this little noise behind me, like a stealthy step.
Uh-huh.
And I looked up and I saw him reflected in the glass right behind me with his arm raised, and I started to scream, but before I could get it out, he struck.
Right. You were sitting in the chair, this chair, with your back to the door like this, right?
That's it. I was thinking
And you saw his reflection in that crinkly glass partition there?
Yeah.
And you recognized him?
Yeah.
The glass is crinkly.
It'd be hard to get a clear reflection. You're sure you recognized him?
Well, of course I'm sure. That's why I wouldn't speak to them. That's why I had to see you.
Why did you have to see me?
Because of who it was.
Who was it?
It was that one with the big ears and the gold tooth, the one they call Stebbins. Or they call him Sergeant.
Are you telling me that Sergeant Stebbins hit you with that bottle?
Well, I can't say it was him that hit me. I think people should be careful what they accuse other people of. I only know it was him I saw standing behind me with his arm raised, and then something hit me. From that, one can only draw conclusions.
Yeah, but Janet...
Besides, he was rude to me this morning, asking me questions, and all day he's been looking at me in a rude way. Not the way a girl is willing for a man to look at her, because she has to expect that.
Yeah, but Janet, that doesn't make sense.
Well, does it make sense for Mr. Fickler or Jimmy or Ed to want to kill me? Why would they?
But why would Stebbins?
I told you.
I've never known him to strike a woman without a cause.
Oh.
What did he have against you?
I don't know. When they ask me that, I'll just have to say I don't know. Now, that's what you've got to tell me, how to answer things to reporters. I can't keep on saying I don't know, or why would they print it? What hit you? I don't know. Who hit you? I don't know. Why did he want to hit you? I don't know. Oh, God. I mean, who'd want to read that? What should I say to them?
I don't know. We'll come to that. First, we're
No, we ought to settle it right now. That's how you'll earn your 10%.
My 10% of what?
Of everything I get as my manager. Shake on it.
Hey, that's a darn good idea, but I think...
I can tell the reporters to ask you about things I don't know. It's called referring them to my manager.
Janet, you tell the reporters I'm your manager, and I'll give you a lump that'll make that one seem as flat as a pool table.
Oh, but I need some answers to give.
Well, just say it's a mystery. People love a mystery.
That's it. That's the kind of thing. Oh, I knew I could count on you. Oh, what do I say when they ask me if I'm going to go on working here? Couldn't I say I don't want to desert Mr. Fickler in the time of trouble?
Great. That's the ticket.
Just came to me.
That's the thing that we have to work on. How to handle the reporters. Now, what they like best is to get the jump on the police. Now, if you can tell them something that the cops don't know, they'll love you forever. For instance, now...
Yeah? For instance, what?
Suppose for a minute that it wasn't Stebbins that hit you.
But...
Just suppose that it was someone else. Why would someone want to get you?
I don't know.
Maybe, just maybe, you do know something. But you don't know that you know it. You see what I mean?
No.
Well, maybe sometime today you saw or heard something, and this person, now let's call him X.
X?
Yeah, X. And if X knew that you told about it, that would put him on the spot, so that's why he had to kill you.
Oh, I get you. You mean a motive.
Exactly. It's just like a motive. Now, here's the point. If you can remember what it was you heard or saw that scared X, wow, those reporters will be your friends for life. Now, for God's sake, don't miss the chance. Concentrate.
Okay.
Remember everything you saw or heard here today and tell it to me now.
Right. I don't remember anything.
Concentrate. It was probably some little thing that didn't seem important to you at all.
Maybe I could say that...
No, it's got to be true.
Oh,
let's...
4 to 9. I'm always punctual.
Swell. Were the others here already?
Some were and some weren't.
Who was and who wasn't?
Good Lord, I don't know. If you're going to expect me to remember things like that, then we might as well just quit. When I came to work, I was thinking of something else. A lot of the time, I'm thinking of something else, so how could I notice?
I'll tell you what. I think you're ready. I'm going to send in a reporter.
A reporter? Oh, God, I'm not ready.
Sure you are. Just use your common sense and stick to facts.
Oh, give me a minute. I want to fix my...
You heard.
We heard.
I had to come up for air. If you shoot her, send her brain to Johns Hopkins.
We can find it. Gee. Did she knock herself out?
I doubt it. It was a pretty solid blow to raise that lump. You didn't find a prince in the bottle. Bothering about prints is beneath her. You better pick someone good to be that reporter from the Gazette. Can I go home now?
No, she might insist on seeing her manager again.
Oh, come on. Oh, well. I'll have to call Mr. Wolfe and let him know. I do work for him, you know. So I dialed the number that I knew best and reported. And then I waited. I waited for nearly 2 hours while they brought in a detective that Janet might think was a reporter. I think he came out even more confused than she was.
Mr. Kramer, will you ask this man to let me pass?
Well, I'll be damned.
I don't believe it.
Let him in, Jaffe. Well, what happened? Dynamite?
I came to get a haircut. Jimmy, are you free?
Yes, sir.
You want a haircut, huh?
Yes, sir. As you can see, I need one.
Oh, yeah. All right, Jimmy. Come and cut Mr. Wolfe's hair. You just dropped in? Like Goodwin this morning?
Certainly not. Mr. Goodwin told me on the phone of his fruitless talk with Miss Stahl, and I thought it well to come.
Okay, you're here. You don't leave your house on business for anybody or any fee, but you're here. And you're not going to leave until I know why, without any such crap as murderers in the front room.
Not as short as last time, Jimmy.
No, sir.
Mr. Kramer, you can badger me if that's what you're after and get nowhere, but I offer a suggestion. Why not work first? Why don't we see if we can settle this business, and then if you insist, go after me? Or would you rather harass me than catch a murderer?
You know how to catch the murderer?
Quite possibly. I'd like to propose certain assumptions about what happened here today. Do you care to hear them?
Oh, listen, but don't drag it out.
I won't. Please don't waste time challenging the assumptions. I don't intend to defend them, much less validate them. They're merely a basis of exploration to be tested. The first is this, that Wallen found something in the car that had killed 2 women. No, Jimmy, I don't like it this way. I want a direct view, not reflections. Turn me around, please.
Like this?
Thank you.
Janet isn't here. Do you want her?
If possible. Can she sit up?
Stebbins. She says it makes her a little bit dizzy.
Who'd notice? Bring her.
Yes, sir.
You were going to make some assumptions?
Yes. The first is that Wallen found something in the car that led him to this shop. Some object, obviously, since there was no one to tell him anything.
We made that assumption without any help.
And it still holds?
Yes.
That's fortunate, since all of my assumptions concern that object. The second is that Wallen had it with him when he came here. I can support that with strong
You don't
evidence.
need to. We made it and we hold it.
Very well, that saves time. Not too short back there, Jimmy.
No, sir.
The third is that he had the object inside the newspaper he was carrying. It was an early edition of the news on sale last evening, not on sale this morning. He had it in his hand, folded to approximately the size of 12 inches by 9 inches.
You know a lot about it.
I know nothing you don't know. It's difficult to account for his carrying a stale newspaper in that manner unless it was a container for some object. At least the assumption is good enough to work on. The fourth is that whatever the object was, the murderer got it and disposed of it, because no object that could have led Wallen to this shop was found on his person or in the booth. The fifth assumption is that the murderer was neither Carl nor Tina Vardis.
How do you know that?
I
want to know why
you support that assumption. Don't waste time clawing at me. Since Carl and Tina are not involved and therefore didn't take the object away with them, it's still here in the shop. That is the sixth assumption. And it's good only if your surveillance of these people here all these hours has been constant and alert. Now, what about it? Could any of them have removed such an object from the shop?
I want to know why you're excluding Carl and Tina.
No, not now. First, we'll complete this test. We must know whether the object could have been removed by anyone other than Carl or Tina.
No.
How good a no?
Good enough for me. No man has stepped outside this shop alone. Something could have been slipped to a customer, but that's stretching it. And we've had them under our eyes.
Not apparently the one who assaulted Miss Stahl.
That was in the shop. Is that a point?
I suppose not. Then we assume that the object is still here. The seventh assumption is this, that no proper search for such an object has been made. Have you searched thoroughly, Mr. Stebbins?
We've looked. Carl and Tina had to have taken it.
Yes, but granting my assumption which excludes their taking it, has there been a proper search?
No.
Then it's about time. Mr. Fickler.
Yes, Mr. Wolfe?
You run this place and you can help us. But I address all of you who work here. Put your minds on this. You too, Jimmy. Stop a moment. Listen.
Hell, I can work and listen too, Mr.
You
Wolfe.
cannot. I want full attention.
Okay.
Miss Stahl, are you listening?
What?
What we're after is an object with something on it that identifies it as coming from this shop. Ideally, it should be the name and address or phone number, but we'll take less if we have to. We are supposing that it was inside the newspaper as Wallen was carrying it, so it should be flat and of those dimensions. Now, all of you went to the booth and were questioned by Wallen, but he showed you no such object and mentioned none. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, he didn't.
Then only the murderer saw it or was told of it. And later, when the opportunity came for him to dive into the booth and kill Wallen, he got the object and disposed of it somewhere in this shop. Now, I put it to you, and especially to you, Mr. Fickler, what is it and where is it?
Maybe it was the newspaper itself.
Possibly, but I doubt it. Where is the newspaper, Mr. Kramer?
At the lab. There's nothing on it or in it that could have brought Wallen here.
What else has been taken from here to the lab?
Nothing else but the scissors and the bottle that was used on Miss Stahl.
Then it's still here. All right, Jimmy, finish.
It looks like a turkey to me, even with your assumptions. Say we find something like what you want. How do we know it's it? And even if we think it's it, where does that get us?
We'll see when we find it. For one thing, fingerprints.
Nuts. If it belongs here, of course it'll have their prints.
Not their prints, Mr. Stebbins. Wallen's prints. As I understand it, he didn't go around touching things here. He entered, spoke to Mr. Fickler, was taken to the booth, and never left it alive. So if we find anything with his prints on it, we've got it. Have you your fingerprinting equipment here?
Get it, Stebbins. And Wallen's prints from our file.
The search must be thorough and will take time. First, I ask all of you to search your minds. What object is here, belongs here, that meets the specifications I've described? Now, surely you can tell us, Mr. Fickler.
I don't know. Unless it's a towel. But why would he carry a towel like that?
He wouldn't. Anyway, a towel wouldn't help us, so I reject it. Miss Stahl.
I think he may have been keeping the paper because there was something in it he wanted to read. I know I often do that. Say it's an evening paper, and I don't have time to...
Yes, we'll consider that. Jimmy?
I don't know a thing like that in the store, Mr. Wolfe. Not a thing.
Boy, either you have no brains at all, or they're temporarily paralyzed, or you're all in a conspiracy. I am looking straight at such an object right now.
What? Where?
On that table.
The magazine?
Of course. You subscribe to them, Mr. Fickler. They come through the mail. Then the name and address is on them. That Time magazine, for example. The addressee is on the cover. Surely it deserves examination, and others, too. What if he took it from here and had it in his pocket when he stole the car and drove up Broadway, and in the excitement of his misadventure, he failed to notice it had dropped from his pocket and was on the seat of the car. And Wallen found it there, took it, and saw the name and address on it. Eh? You sent for the equipment and the prints, Mr. Stebbins? Then we ought to be able...
Oh, I remember. You remember, Jimmy? This morning I was standing here, and you came in with a hot towel, and you had that magazine. You tossed it under there, and then you asked...
Shut up,
I asked
you
you, you've been steaming it.
Too late,
What?
Jimmy. We all
dumb
had it.
brawler. Get those scissors from him. I don't want anything else to happen.
Found it. My barber.
As stubborn as Kramer was, he never did learn why Wolfe went to get a haircut that day. But he did learn plenty about Jimmy Corelli. Jimmy was wanted as a bail jumper under another name in West Virginia on charges of car stealing, drunken driving, and assault, to name just a few. He had a really colorful background. As for Carl and Tina, I took a strong position on them Tuesday evening in the office after they had been sent up to the south room to bed. You know damn well what'll happen. They won't go to Ohio or anywhere else. They'll stay here, and someday, maybe next week, they'll be in trouble again. And they'll come to me again because Carl likes me and because I rescued them this time.
You rescued them?
And I'll try to help them again, and you'll have to butt in again because you can't get along without me, and it'll go on like that year after year. Why not take care of it now and live in peace?
Oh, shut up, Archie. I'm reading.
Yes, sir, in an hour or so. There are people in the government who owe you something. For instance, Carpenter. I have Carpenter's home number, and I might as well get him now. Shall I make it person to person?
I got my naturalization papers 24 years ago.
I wasn't discussing you. You've caught it from Janet.
Starring in today's episode were Mavor Moore as Nero Wolfe, Don Franks as Archie Goodwin, and Cease Linder as Inspector Kramer. Jackie Burroughs was Janet, Brian George, Jimmy Corelli, Arch McDonald, Carl Vardis, Marion Waldman, Tina Vardis, Arnie Hart, Mr. Fickler, James Morris, Sergeant Stebbins, and Frank Perry was Fritz. Music was composed and conducted by Don Gillis. Technical operations, John Jessup. Sound effects, Bill Robinson. Production assistant was Nancy McElveen, and casting consultant, Ann Weldon Tate. The Cop Killer was written and produced in Toronto by Ron Hartman. Next week.
What's this? Well, as you see, it's a marriage license for Archie Goodwin and Margot Dickey. It cost me $2.
Flummery.
No, sir. No flummery. I mean, I could be mushy about it, but I won't. I will only say that I'm hooked at last. Margot intends to spread the tidings at the Christmas office party, so I have to be there.
You are deranged. Sit down.
I suppose it is a form of madness, but there, I've got it. It's like what Margot was reading to me the other night, some poem. I think it was Greek. Oh, love, resistless in thy might, thou mightest
Shut
shine.
up and sit down.
Yes, sir. We haven't set the date yet. We don't want to rush it.
I don't believe it.
You will.
Archie goes to a Christmas party.
There. That makes it unanimous.
Thank you, Alf. My secret public place. I'll start again. There are times when love takes over. Santa Claus, where's yours? You have to drink, too.
Well, he can't drink through the mask.
No, I suppose not.
There are times...
When love takes over. Thanks, Alf. There are times when the little demons disappear down their rat holes, and ugliness itself takes on the shape of beauty. When the darkest corner is touched by light. When the coldest heart feels the glow of warmth. When the trumpet call of goodwill and good cheer drowns out all the babel of mean little noises. This is such a time. Merry Christmas. Merry, merry, merry.
Merry Christmas.
What a lovely toast, Kurt. Simply lovely. Well, I must write it down and have it printed. That part about the trumpet call. It was... Kurt! Oh, Kurt, what is it, Kurt?
Next week, Rex Stout's Christmas Party with guest stars Marty Maradon, Linda Sorensen, Patricia Hamilton, Gordon Thompson, and John Granick.
We hope you have enjoyed this week's Nero Wolfe episode. Be sure to join us for the remaining 9. If you enjoy listening to drama on radio, tune in tomorrow for Sunday Matinee on CBC AM, which features a story called The Eighth Wonder, a play about the original Siamese twins, Chang and Eng Bunker. The play is a first by Toronto writer Linda Zwicker and deals with the twins in their later years as two distinctly separate men, but tied together for life by a ligature at the base of their chests.
Ah! Oh, God damn it. God, that hurts. What are you doing, Chang?
I stubbed my toe. Do you mind?
Well, don't just lurch forward like that. You absolutely snapped my head. Why don't you watch where you're going?
An accident's an accident. If they made these bloody hotel doors wider...
Well, there's nothing you can do about that except to be more careful in the future.
Why don't you keep your sanctimonious advice to yourself?
Why don't you shut your quarrelsome mouth and the door while you're at it?
Now, where's that Christian philosophy? Where's that other cheeking?
What a rotten thing to say.
I get so tired of seeing you hide your true feelings behind that veil of piety. One day at a time, a season to all things in moderation.
Why are you goading me, Chang? What's your problem?
I'm just getting a few things off my chest.
You have no subtlety, Chang. You never did have. It never occurs to you to handle anything but head on. You always just bash right ahead.
At least I have feelings.
And I don't. You've lived with me for 60 years, every minute, every hour, every second, and you don't think I have feelings?
The Eighth Wonder by Linda Zwicker, tomorrow on Sunday Matinee. Also coming up on CBC AM on Friday, February 12th, our Playdate series features two plays. The first is Stopover Point by Audrey Thomas, and the second, The Answerer by Rex Deverell. Later that day, tune in for Nightfall, our horror series on CBC AM. We will be presenting a play called The Club of Dead Men, a dramatization by John Douglas of a short story by J. Wentworth Day. Please check your local listings for the exact times and dates of these programs. If you have any comments or suggestions about the radio dramas you hear, write to us at Post Office Box 500.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell means mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. You want Mr. Wolfe to what?
Mr. Wolfe will do nothing of the sort, Archie. Mr. Wolfe is thirsty.
Hold on for a moment. The bottle opener's in the left-hand drawer of your desk.
Thank you, Archie.
Mr. Wolfe, I've got a man named Denby on the phone. He wants you to umpire a card game.
Man is insane.
He's offering a fee.
The answer is no. I know nothing of card games, nor do I wish to learn.
Okay. Well, the answer is no, Mr. Denby. Sure, I'll ask him again. After he finishes the beer he's working on. Goodbye.
People appall me. The fantasies they indulge in. Bah, what on earth made that maniac think I might consent to preside at a card game?
Well, seems he expects one of the players to be death.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the bulkiest, balkiest, smartest, and most unpredictable detective in the world. That chair-born genius, Nero Wolfe. Created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
Wolfe would not attend, but the card game went on anyway. At the home of a Mr. Stephen Denby.
Jean?
Yes?
LaCosta? Mr. Piper? I think we're ready to begin, eh?
I'm ready.
Yes, Jean. You always are.
How I like that remark, I'll have to decide later on.
Yeah, please do. LaCosta?
It's all right with me.
And Mr. Piper?
I brought a deck.
No, as host, I shall supply the cards.
Before we play, I examine them, yes?
Of course. Here you are. Chuck?
Yeah, Mr. Denby?
You will remain outside the door until called. No one is to enter this room under any circumstances.
Got it.
LaCosta?
The cards look all right.
Thank you. Now then, shall we make things absolutely clear?
You mean, should you make a speech? I don't mind.
But make it short, huh?
I shall. The four of us seated at this table are joint owners of the Candy Club. A rather successful institution devoted to the sale of food, liquor, entertainment.
And the gambling.
And games of chance. For some time now, we have all resented sharing the profits. Some of us have attempted to buy out the others.
Denby, you needn't babble on. No one wants to sell. We know that.
True, Mr. Piper. Which is the reason for this little game of cards. One hand shall be dealt to each of us. A hand at poker. Whoever wins gets the club. The others retire as gracefully as they can. Agreed?
That's why we...
Agreed. Very well. The cards are shuffled. I'll place them in the center of the table. Picasto, would you like to...
I cut.
Good.
If nobody minds, I'll cut them too. After Mr. Picasto.
Nobody minds? Happy now, Mr. Piper?
Let's get going, huh?
Very well. Unless Jean would care to...
Oh, thanks. We're all crooks here, which sort of cancels out any funny business with a card.
Very well. We shall all draw a card in turn until 5 cards are drawn by each player. Shall we start, Jean?
Sure.
Picasto?
Okay.
Mr. Piper?
Yes, of course.
And myself. We just keep going in rotation.
This is fun.
Fun? No. There's too much money which rides on these cards.
That's what makes it fun.
Would you mind keeping quiet? I'm nervous.
We all are, one way or another. I think we all have our 5 cards now.
We all got them.
Very well, then. In the same order that the cards were dealt. Jean?
A pair of 3s.
Picasto?
Nothing.
Mr. Piper?
Kings. 2.
The lights!
Piper.
Well, what?
Da-da-da-da-da. Hey. I don't like to seem stuffy, mister, but will you take your elbow out of my back?
I'd be delighted to, Mr. Goodwin, but it's not my elbow.
I don't care if it's your tibia maximus. Just take it away.
Chuck wouldn't like that.
Well, we have company. Mind if I look around?
Keep right on walking, pal.
Well, that would be Chuck behind me, huh? And you are...
My name is Denby. You may remember it.
Oh, yeah. You phoned a couple of hours ago about a card game. Now, look, just what is your boy poking in my back?
I think it's a 38.
You're not sure?
It might be a 45.
Chuck, is it loaded?
Make a funny move, pal, and you'll find out the hard way.
Yo, wait a minute. It's just a passing curiosity. Where are we going?
My car. Get in.
If you insist. I guess you do. Okay.
I'll drive, Chuck.
The car bulletproof?
No, that's hardly necessary. Chuck shoots first.
Well, that's a saving, I guess. The only thing is, I hadn't figured on taking a ride. I told Mr. Wolfe I was going for a walk. He disapproved,
You're
but...
going for a ride.
Isn't that a little corny?
Now, there's a minor difference. Usually the guest, shall we say, is killed at the conclusion of the ride. In this case...
Let's not make the difference too minor. Huh?
You will survive the ride. It's what comes afterwards that might kill you. You see, Mr. Goodwin, my friends and I have a little mystery to solve.
You want me to solve it?
No. We want Mr. Wolfe to solve it. In order to do so, he must leave his house and come to mine. He has to in order to find the solution quickly.
Why?
Neither my friends nor myself have any desire to improve our acquaintance with the police. Therefore, we want the mystery solved before the police are even called in. Hence our need for Mr. Wolfe. Hence our detaining you.
Detaining is a pretty word in the circumstances.
Now, this is my home, Mr. Goodwin.
Oh, well, I don't like the architecture. I think I'll stay out.
Get going, pal.
On second thought, Mr. Denby, what makes you think Mr. Wolfe is going to leave his house and come here?
You. Unless he does so, he will lose you. Forever. The door, Chuck.
Okay.
Mr. Mr. Goodwin, may I introduce you to my associates in business and in poker? To your right, Mr. Lacasto, a charming but impulsive fellow.
Hello.
He's only the stooge. Where's the fat fellow?
In time, Lacasto. The lovely lady whose back is to you is Jean. Jean something or other. She's always changing her name.
Hello.
Hello.
And the gentleman facing you is Mr. Piper.
How do you do? Is he exclusive or just... Hey, he's wearing his red carnation a little low, isn't he? Over his heart. Except that's no carnation.
That, Mr. Goodwin, is blood. Lifeblood.
Archie. Oh, Pa, he's always taking walks. Come in. The door's unlocked.
Are you? Yeah, you're Wolf.
Having made a magnificent discovery, suppose you remove your hat?
No, come on.
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Denby wants to see you.
Mr. Danby can see me here.
Here ain't where he wants to see you.
Here, at the risk of minor monotony, is where he'll have to see me.
Don't you want your boy Goodwin to keep on living?
No one has ever been able to discourage him.
Mr. Denby will.
Archie's in custody?
No, in Mr. Denby's house under a gun.
I don't have to believe that.
Take a look at this.
A wallet. Archie's wallet. I shall accompany you. And permit me to warn you that if Mr. Goodwin has been harmed, nothing short of murder will satisfy me.
It's getting late. Wolf isn't here yet. Maybe he doesn't worry about you, Goodwin.
Well, he could have been delayed. Maybe an orchid needed a pollen transfusion or something. Besides, only the good die young.
Then you must be very, very good, Archie.
That remark I didn't care for.
We sit here and wait for the fat one, but in the meanwhile, the police...
The police will come when we notify them.
But they will not like the delay we make to notify them. I say we waste time. I say the fat one will not risk coming.
You say entirely too much.
Is that so? Maybe I kill you myself.
Picasso, put that gun away.
Yes, darling Archie should have a chance to live. Not long if Wolf doesn't come.
Stop looking so pleased.
Are you afraid to die, Archie?
Yeah, well, I'm not looking forward to it. It's so final. Besides, I didn't eat a hearty dinner, and... Oh, the Marines have landed.
Who is it?
Chuck, with Nero Wolfe.
Let him in. Shut the door, Chuck. Stay outside.
Archie?
Hello, Mr. Wolfe. Oh, am I glad to see you.
I regret I cannot say the same thing. Blast you, why couldn't you stay at home instead of taking those confounded walks? I warned you it'd be dangerous.
Yeah, but Mr. Wolfe, it wasn't the fresh air that got me. It was Denby.
Mr. Wolfe, I knew you wouldn't come here without some sort of pressure. I thought the method I used would be most effective.
Would you really have killed Archie if I hadn't come?
I would have had no choice. I would have been stuck with a witness to an unsolved murder.
Suppose I cannot solve it.
I should be forced to apply the same logic to two witnesses.
Mr. Wolfe, you really came here to save my life, huh?
Nonsense. I came here for a fee, Mr. Denby.
I have a check for $1,000 already made out.
Clear it up. You forget. I left my home. I traveled unprotected through the streets of this city, exposed to motor accidents, to fresh air, too. You offer me $1,000.
Will $2,500 do?
Barely. Archie, will you take the check? Now, I presume you want me to find who killed the gentleman at the table, the one facing me, huh?
His name is Mr. Piper.
The name is no importance. Will you all sit at the table in the same position you were at the time of the shooting?
Of course. Jean? Picasso?
Good. Now for a look at the wound. The lights, I should imagine, went out for a while when the shooting occurred.
They went out?
Yes. Of the three of you at the table, which one had the best motive for the murder?
We all have the same motive. The club.
Helpful. There was no one else in the room at the time?
No one.
The door?
Locked, with Chuck on guard outside of it.
So much for that. The windows, I notice, are closed. They were closed when the murder took place?
They were closed.
The window panes are all unbroken, which eliminates the possibility of the shot being fired from outside of them. unless one of them was raised and lowered.
That wouldn't have been possible. The windows are secured by catches.
Archie, will you check that?
Okay, Mr. Wolfe.
I shall for the moment assume that the windows are neither lying nor untrustworthy. Does anyone remember anything unusual occurring at the time of the shooting?
Well, someone whispered Piper just before the shot.
Indeed. You all heard that whisper?
We heard it.
Man's voice or woman?
Well, I can't say. A whisper doesn't reveal much of anything.
The windows weren't open, Mr. Wolfe.
Which leads to...
The fact that it had to be one of us in this room. But which one, Mr. Wolfe?
The murder weapon. Ah, yes. Has it been moved?
Nobody touched it. It's laying on the floor where it was dropped.
Interesting. If you look closely, you would observe 2 oil spots staining the rug between the revolver and the lady's chair, indicating... who sat at the right of Mr. Piper?
I did. Why?
Mr. Denby.
Yes?
If I were you, I would turn Mr. Lecasto over to the police.
You are a liar.
I warned you about that gun, Lecasto.
Was it necessary to shoot Mr. Lecasto?
In the arm, yes. He was reaching for a gun. He'll live, however, till the police take him away. What do I tell them?
You could point out the angle of the wound. As you notice, Mr. Denby, the bullet entered Mr. Piper's heart from the right.
Yes, so it did. Therefore, whoever sat to his right, well, that was Lecasto.
Archie, you have the check?
I have it.
We may as well leave.
Mr. Wolfe, you're sure Lecasto shot Piper?
I have indicated the evidence. The rest will be up to the jury. Come, Archie.
Uh-huh. Jean,
Yes, Archie.
now that my life expectancy has increased, what are you doing tomorrow night?
Archie?
I got to scram.
Lancaster 7583.
I'll be ringing your bell. Oh, Mr. Denby, you better do something about Lucasto's arm or he won't live to be executed. You see, the executioner likes them warm before he chills them. The old homestead looks very nice, Mr. Wolfe.
Yes, Archie. You should stay in it more often.
Yeah, but you never get to meet babes like Jean that way.
You never get kidnapped either. Nor would I have had to leave my home in order to rescue you.
Well, you earned a nice fee, fast.
Indeed?
You seem doubtful about it.
I'm positive, Archie. I know. I have not as yet earned my fee.
Huh? You mean Denby might not turn Lucasto over to the cops?
Of course he will. The trouble is, you see, Lecasto did not murder Piper.
No? He just thought a bullet in the heart might be good for Piper's rheumatism, huh?
As it happens, Piper suffered from asthma. That's beside the point.
Fine. Mr. Wolfe, I'm going to take it for granted that you know who did kill Piper. I'm also going to take it for granted that you won't tell me until you're ready. But why turn Lucasto over to the police?
2 reasons, Archie. First, I had no proof against the real killer. Secondly, we had to supply a scapegoat in order to be permitted to leave the Danby home. You were unarmed, helpless.
Go ahead, rub it in.
Nonsense. It was an interesting problem. I enjoyed it.
It was, huh? Well, to me, it's still in the present tenses. Which reminds me, as old Dr. Tidmouse said, there's always a future tense. And in that future tense, Jean.
No, Archie.
Oh, Mr. Wolfe, stop. That girl's got a love for blood that appeals to the ghoul in me. Besides, did you notice what she does to her dress?
Archie, I was merely about to say that I have no objections to your dallying with the girl.
Oh, I don't believe it. My ears need overhauling.
I objected only to the future tense. Why not call her now?
Yeah, well, I won't pretend I understand this sudden enthusiasm on your part about my love life. Probably there's some foul, scheming motive at the bottom of it. But who am I to look a gift horse in the mouth? Now, let's see. Her number was,
Lancaster 7583, of course.
This is the most beautiful bar and grill I've ever seen, Archie.
Drank, you mean?
What?
Never mind.
All right. Archie, did anybody tell you you were beautiful, too?